In the realm of transmigration into a beast taming world, Sueo finds himself cast as a minor antagonist bearing the same name. With a modest background, he awakens a redemption system, skillfully exploiting a system glitch to amass over 100 million evolution points. To elevate ordinary attributes to exceptional ones, merely around 2 million evolution points are required. With his vast reservoir of over 100 million evolution points, Sueo ascends to extraordinary heights, while others struggle valiantly to possess one or two exceptional beast companions. Sueo has already claimed an arsenal of top-tier beasts, wreaking havoc wherever he goes. From the mundane-level Black Python to the divine-level Abyssal Dragon. From the ordinary Fire Turkey to the godly True Fire Divine Wind. And from the mundane-level Xian Turtle too. The divine-level Starry Zuanwi's prowess is unparalleled. In the one-dimensional Beast Taming star system, he dominates effortlessly. In the two-dimensional realm, he becomes a formidable overlord. In the three-dimensional domain, he slaughters myriad beasts. By the time he reaches the seven-dimensional Beast Taming star system, he has already achieved the status of a 100-star divine beast. Before a palace forged from stars, Sueo stands astride a divine dragon, as his subordinates, filled with reverence, pose a question. Master Sueo, with 7 divine beasts under your command, why not conquer all dimensions? A gentle smile graces Sueo's face as he replies, having reached the pinnacle of strength, is it not meant for the enjoyment of life? Chapter 1. Exploiting the system glitch to acquire over 100 million evolution points. On Blue Star, at a certain university, the clock strikes 1 on Valentine's Day, and the dormitory lies in darkness. A strikingly handsome youth gazes at a screen, disbelief etched across his features. What a ridiculous novel. Every antagonist possesses talent, yet they are all depicted as imbeciles. Why must 7 or 8 female characters perish innocently for the male lead? All for what? Their foolish devotion? Their desire for strength? Their obliviousness to reality? If I were to enter this world, I would claim every one of them. Muttering to himself, he swings his legs off the bed and strides toward the restroom, casting a mournful glance at the desolate dormitory. Alas, it makes no sense. With my striking looks, why do I lack a girlfriend? My friends have all found partners, yet here I am, alone on Valentine's Day. In the restroom, he turns on the faucet, freshens up, and climbs back into bed. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminates the night outside, prompting him to rush to the balcony. Another bolt of lightning strikes, aiming directly at Sueo, who stands with his phone in hand. Contrary to the usual narrative, he is not struck down by the lightning, but instead transforms into a streak of light, diving into the fallen phone. A moment of disorientation passes, and he finds himself in a classroom. Beside him, a chubby boy eagerly awaits. Brother Ao, the adult awakening ceremony is about to commence. With your talent, you are sure to awaken a rare beast. Don't forget about us. Snapping back to reality, Sueo regards the sycophantic boy with uncertainty, pinching his thigh to confirm his senses. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream. With that thought, he strides toward the window. Under the collective gaze of his peers, he opens the window to the podium. A middle-aged man adjusts his glasses, astonished by the unfolding scene. As Sueo stands on the windowsill, realization dawns upon the teacher. Sueo, what are you doing? It's the awakening ceremony. Aren't you curious what you will awaken? Awakening? What awakening? Could it be? I have transmigrated into a novel. Joy surges through Sueo as he comprehends his situation. He is none other than the minor antagonist sharing his name from the book. The son of the wealthiest man in Qingshui City, he awakens a rare black python during the ceremony. Due to the infatuation of female character Shun Lue, she continually provides experience and equipment to the male lead, Chenbu Fan. Without the original character's intervention, the early development of the male lead would not have progressed so swiftly. A grin spreads across Sueo's face. Marveling at the serendipity of his situation just as he had spoken, he is now transmigrated into the novel world. He rises, scanning the room, when a remarkably beautiful figure catches his eye. Shun Lue, the school belle of Qingshui No. 1 High School, awakens a healing-type beast, becoming a significant asset to the male lead's growth. In the climactic Qingshui disaster, she sacrifices herself for the male lead, ultimately gifting her own beast to him, yet never receiving a single confession in return. The original character's fate is even more tragic despite being the son of the richest man. He relentlessly strives to provide experience for the male lead's party. Ultimately, he meets his demise at the jaws of a contract beast, As the male lead proclaims a grand cause at the podium, the teacher, seeing Su Ao lingering at the window, helplessly gestures for him to come forward. Su Ao, you seem rather eager. Why don't you be the first to give it a try? Su Ao leaps down from the window and approaches the podium. Under the expectant gazes of his peers, he reaches for the awakening divine stone, hovering in midair. The awakening ceremony is a chance for one to defy fate. Should he awaken a rare beast, he would surely attract the attention of prestigious beast taming academies. A flash of red light envelopes the space, and a pitch-black serpent materializes before the crowd. Wow, it's red light. A rare-level beast. With such wealth, it will surely evolve rapidly. Indeed, with such riches and high potential, he will undoubtedly become a beast king in the future. Classmates murmur in awe, and soon a panel materializes before Su Ao. Name, Black Python. Level, Primary Ordinary Beast. Rank Rare. Combat Power, 18. Defense, 20. Skill, Devour. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 18,000. In the beast taming world, the ranks of awakened beasts are classified as Ordinary, Demon, Giant, Beast King, Beast Emperor, and Divine Beast. With each rank increase, a beast gains an additional skill and has a chance for a rank transformation. The ranks of beasts are categorized as Common, Low, Medium, High, Rare, Epic, and Exceptional. The higher the rank, the greater the potential of the beast. As the rank escalates, the experience required for upgrading also increases, along with the combat power post-upgrade. Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, Su Ao seizes the small snake from the podium and moves toward the back of the classroom, when a voice resonates in his mind from the system. Congratulations, Master, on awakening the redemption system. The protagonist is brainless and unfeeling, while the antagonist is on the path of redemption. A panel emerges before Su Ao, displaying 10 evolution points and 2 buttons. Point 1 reads Claim, while the other states, Let me think it over. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ao opts for Let me think it over. Given the typical nature of transmigration, accepting the offer would likely result in being compelled to undertake system tasks. If the tasks were of a benign nature, it would be manageable, but failing a life-or-death mission? That would spell disaster. As the illustrious scion of the wealthiest family in Qingshui City, why should I engage in arduous tasks when I could simply revel in the whims of a dream? After all, the narrative suggests I could enjoy a carefree existence for at least 2 years. Upon clicking, the system's notification lingered ominously on the screen. In a bold move, Su Ao clicked once more, only to be astonished to discover that his evolution points had doubled from 10 to 20. What the? Is this for real? He exclaimed, glancing at the 1 hour remaining to make his choice, and stretched his neck in anticipation. With a dexterity honed over 23 years of singlehood, he incessantly tapped on the interface. Oblivious to the astonished gazes of his classmates, he immersed himself in the exhilarating activity for the entire hour. It is essential to note that evolution points are the key to elevating the rank of one's contracted beasts. In the narrative, the protagonist had to slay hundreds of monsters to accrue a mere few evolution points had it not been for the antagonist generously providing him with exotic beasts to eliminate. Reaching the supreme rank would have been utterly unattainable in the latter stages. After an hour of relentless clicking, Su Ao surveyed the panel before him with immense satisfaction. Newbie gift package, 100,002,000 evolution points. Would you like to accept? Returning to the matter at hand, the path to redemption lay within. Given the abundance of evolution points at his disposal, reluctantly undertaking system tasks seemed rather justifiable. Su Ao swallowed hard and clicked accept, a new panel materializing before his eyes. Name, Su Ao. Level, Novice Beastmaster. Contracted Beast, Black Python. Combat Power, 9. Defense Power, 10. Evolution Points, 100,0002040. I've struck gold. I've truly struck gold. Ahahaha. It is crucial to recognize that ascending from Epic to Supreme merely requires 1 million evolution points. The prospect of possessing over 100 million evolution points was beyond his wildest imagination. Gently stroking the black python, he concentrated, and miraculously, 1.2 million evolution points vanished. A pair of small horns gradually manifested atop the black python's head, and the attributes on the panel underwent a substantial transformation. Name, Black Python. Level, Novice Beast. Rank, Supreme. Combat Power, 34. Defense Power, 38. Skill, Devour. Status, Healthy. Experience required for level up, 40,000. The master possesses half the total combat power of all contracted beasts, and whenever all contracted beasts level up simultaneously, an additional beast may be awakened. Now, with a combat power of 17, Su Ao mused about the prospects of returning to his opulent home. Surely, he would soar to new heights. Turning back, he slowly seated himself and observed the ongoing contracting ceremony at the podium. Chen Bufan, epic great fire dragon, congratulations. The teacher beamed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he regarded the young man on stage. Your future is boundless. Do not forget to visit your alma mater after graduation. As Chen Bufan descended from the stage, he deliberately cast a glance at Su Ao, a clear challenge glinting in his eyes. Su Ao responded with a smile. Oh, how audacious. The antagonist isn't mindless. How do you expect to level up? Who knows? Perhaps one day, you'll have to call me father-in-law. Chapter 2. The Su family graduation gift. At the entrance of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, a lavish blue limited edition Lincoln limousine came to a halt. Su Ao approached, his gaze scrutinizing the opulent vehicle. In the realm of reality, he had yet to experience the luxury of such a grand automobile. Yet fate had presented him with this encounter today. After all, as the son of the wealthiest man in the city, should he not also possess a similar mode of transport? Su Ao circled the car with keen interest when a middle-aged man, clad in a formal suit and bearing a serious demeanor, approached respectfully. Young master, what captures your attention? Today marks the completion of your awakening ceremony, and the master has tasked me with escorting you. The master? My father? Su Ao exclaimed in surprise, causing the bodyguard nearby to freeze momentarily. Indeed, young master. It is Su Rulong, the head of the family, who has sent me to fetch you. Su Rulong, the wealthiest man in Qingshui City, was the father of the male protagonist in the story. Prior to the great calamity in Qingshui, he was consumed by grief over the loss of his son, losing interest in managing the family business. The protagonist, leveraging his connection with Shun Luwei, infiltrated the company, systematically eliminating the captive beasts, ultimately achieving the realm of the behemoth and escaping when disaster struck. Su Ao eagerly opened the rear door and took a seat inside. By the way, how many beasts do we have in our collection? He inquired. The driver chuckled softly. Young master, my name is Shun Mingxi. The Su family possesses numerous beast-raising facilities in Qingshui City. We have 14 lower-tier, 8 mid-tier, and even 1 high-tier facility. Could it be that you have awakened an extraordinary beast affinity? Su Ao nodded, recognizing that the driver had remained loyal to his father even during the downfall of the Su family, a true confidant. Although he could not place the man by appearance alone, the mention of his name made everything clear. Yes, Uncle Shun, there's a month until the college entrance exams. I plan to level up so that I can gain admission to a better university. Shun Mingxi remained silent, and after a brief journey, they arrived at the base of the tallest building in Qingshui City. Su Corporation, a landmark of the city, was involved in various industries, notably renowned for its beast-raising facilities. These facilities were categorized into low, mid, and high tiers, with the highest of the low being the common beast, the mid-tier culminating in the monster, and the high tier reaching the behemoth level. Occasionally, meteors would fall from the sky, creating portals for beasts to emerge. 1 year after the Great Calamity, a beast that had not been eradicated in time invaded the Su building, wreaking havoc. At that moment, a colossal bird with wings spanning several meters descended from the rooftop of the building, its massive form crouching before Su Ao. Young master, it is the Masteress Firebird. A magnificent avian creature enveloped in flames landed gracefully, its fiery aura dissipating upon landing. The book offered little description of Su Ao, yet he climbed atop the fiery bird with his own understanding. The Firebird suddenly took flight, causing Su Ao to nearly lose his balance. A middle-aged man atop the building observed the spectacle with a perplexed expression, his eyes narrowing as he recognized Su Ao, easing his suspicions. Has this child awakened, yet cannot even ride a bird? He muttered, a hint of exasperation curling at the corners of his mouth. Nearby, an attractive woman chuckled softly. Perhaps he is feeling disheartened. Our Ao, combining the best traits of both of us. Why does he insist on hanging himself from a single tree? In Qingshui City, what kind of girl could he not attract? A trace of concern flickered between them as they regarded the unfamiliar Su Ao, shaking their heads. No rush. We shall see in time. Perhaps Ao will come to understand. Su Rulong gently patted her hand, his gaze filled with affection as he watched the Firebird soar. The Firebird perched atop the edge, and Su Ao sheepishly scratched his head. Dad, Mom, I don't want to think about anything right now. I just want to slay beasts and level up. Su Rulong and the beautiful woman exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a glimmer of joy. The woman, uncertain, approached and affectionately rubbed Su Ao's cheek before nodding in satisfaction. Ao, are you no longer infatuated with Shin Luwei? His mother, Su Wanqing, had been the campus belle alongside his father at Jinjiang University over 2 decades ago. Su Rulong, weary of the urban strife, had inherited his grandfather's legacy in Qingshui City through sheer diligence, establishing himself as a commercial titan. Su Ao's gaze hardened with determination. Engaging in trivialities is futile. As the saying goes, one must cast nets daily to catch fish. Being a sycophant serves no purpose. Su Wanqing sighed. How is it that you show such disdain for learning? She wrapped her arms around Su Ao's shoulders and leaped from the building, landing gracefully on the back of a gigantic Qing foam, which caught them effortlessly. Ao, it's a good thing to think this way. Your father and I have been worried that you might resist leveling up. Since you feel this way, let us take you to see your graduation gift. Above Qingshui City, a colossal silhouette glided through the sky, drawing the attention of onlookers below. Wow, it's the Qing Feng of the Su family. It's said to be a behemoth-level beast, the foremost force in Qingshui City. Indeed, it is rumored that their son, Su Ao, has also awakened a rare beast affinity. How I wish I could date him. Dream on. He spent 3 years of high school delivering breakfast to Shun Luwei. Can't you see his true nature? A pampered son of the richest man, with a doting mother, and a sycophant he is. I know, but that doesn't matter. If I could, I would also flatter him. The massive figure soared over the cityscape, soon arriving at a circular edifice on the outskirts. Su Ao eagerly jumped to the ground, where a grand entrance appeared before him. Lightning flickered intermittently in the doorway, while 2 men in Su uniforms stood solemnly, flanking a towering beast beside them. Good day, madam. Good day, young master. Their voices resonated powerfully as Su Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. One of the men pressed a button behind him, causing the once volatile door to settle into tranquility. Su Wanqing handed Su Ao a ring. Ao, this is a spirit energy container, containing your graduation gift. She gestured towards the circular building ahead. Inside, there are 200 common beasts, all yours. Su Ao nodded excitedly, probing the contents of the spirit energy container with his consciousness and discovering an extraordinary set of items. Name, Fire Lizard Armor. Grade, High Behemoth. Defense value, 300,000. Name, Fire Lizard Helmet. Grade, High Behemoth. Defense value, 300,000. Name, Fire Lizard Boots. Grade, High Behemoth. Defense value, 300,000. A complete set of Fire Lizard gear. Thank you, Mom. This was the set of artifacts the protagonist acquired after infiltrating the Su Corporation. To think it was his graduation gift. His original self had indeed been a fool. One must understand that the combat power of an ordinary early-stage epic behemoth is merely 270,000. With this armor, one could easily withstand attacks from any creature below the behemoth tier. If you like it, then it's well worth it. This was passed down from your grandfather. Your father relied on this armor to barely establish himself in Qingshui City. Go, my child, the beasts inside are also bound. Chapter 3, Evolution. The monster-devouring python with a thought, Su Ao donned the armor from the container. His already striking visage was rendered even more handsome, enhanced by the majestic armor. A transparent panel materialized before him. Name, Su Ao. Level, Ordinary Beast Tamer. Contract Beast, Black Python. Combat Power, 17. Defense, 300,009. Equipment, 300,000. Evolution Value, 99882040. Beside him, Su Wanqing wore a smile, thinking, my son is truly handsome. Adorned in this attire, he appears even more striking. A 1-meter-long black serpent abruptly emerged, slithering behind Su Ao as they entered the grand entrance. The scene before Su Ao left him utterly speechless. Within the hemispherical space, hundreds of iron chains descended from the apex, binding a feeble, ordinary beast below. Su Ao's gaze swept across, acquiring relevant information. Name, Bloodthirsty Ant Level, Pinnacle Ordinary Beast. Rank, Common. Combat Power, 13. Defense, 12. Skill Bite. Status, Near Death. Extraordinary beasts and their tamers are interconnected, classified into corresponding levels. Each level is further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Combat power and defense fluctuate in accordance with the beast's condition. Typically, the combat power of a pinnacle ordinary beast hovers around 1300. In this space, most ordinary beasts were in a state of near death. It was akin to having meat ground to pulp and fed into Su Ao's mouth. I finally comprehend the significance of having a family and a sect. The novels do not deceive me. No wonder the antagonists are either eccentric or possess an insatiable curiosity for what they cannot attain. It turns out that many things are acquired so effortlessly. With this realization, the black python behind him surged forward, viciously tearing into the first bloodthirsty ant. All the ant's movable joints were bound, leaving it to futilely roar with its menacing mandibles. Damage numbers, 30, 30, 32, 34, 38, rained down from above. After several minutes, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations on defeating the pinnacle ordinary beast bloodthirsty ant, earning 321 experience points. Sueo was overjoyed, never expecting such a substantial reward from a single creature. Previously, when reading the novel, Shen Bufan had to struggle against beginner ordinary beasts for a mere few points. The joy of the antagonist is indeed not to be underestimated. Congratulations on defeating the beginner ordinary beast bloodthirsty ant, earning 89 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the intermediate ordinary beast bloodthirsty ant, earning 128 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the pinnacle ordinary beast bloodthirsty ant, earning 304 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the intermediate ordinary beast bloodthirsty ant, earning 125 experience points. Friendly reminder, your first contracted beast has reached the early stage of a demon beast and can no longer gain experience by defeating ordinary beasts. Sueo was exceedingly thrilled. The black python had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously measuring only 1 meter, it had now grown to a staggering 9 meters. Its scales taking on a deeper shade of black. Eagerly, he examined the panel. Name, Devouring Python. Level, Early Demon Beast. Rank, Superior. Combat Power, 3852. Defense, 4258. Skills, Devour, Death Coil. Status, Good. Experience required for level up, 40000000. Name, Sueo. Level, Demon Beast Tamer. Contract Beast, Devouring Python. Combat Power, 1926. Defense, 302129. Equipment, 300,000. Evolution Value, 99885042. Besides the experience points, his evolution value had also increased by several hundred. Such trifling increments did not concern Sueo. Observing the dozens of bloodthirsty ants before him, Sueo commanded, and the massive python lunged at one of the pinnacle ants. With a swift motion, it coiled around, entangling both the ant and its chains. Before it could even strike, the bloodthirsty ant's body exploded. Friendly reminder, your first contracted beast has reached the early stage of a demon beast and can no longer gain experience by defeating ordinary beasts. As Sueo stepped out of the grand entrance with the devouring python, Su Wanqing stood astonished. Aoer, is this your demon beast? Why is it so much larger than the typical early-stage demon beasts? The usual crawling demon beasts at the early stage, even those of rare grade, seldom exceeded 7 meters in length. Su Wanqing was already aware of Sueo's demon beast rank, which explained her surprise. Sueo retracted his beast and, without hesitation, opened his arms. Thank you, Mom. Due to the nature of his original self, Sueo harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards his mother. Su Wanqing smiled, affectionately stroking his head. As long as you are happy, Aoer, you can now awaken your second beast. You have changed. In what way have I changed? Sueo scratched his head. He was uncertain about the original character's traits, as the memories of his predecessor were predominantly filled with thoughts of Shun Luwei. Su Wanqing turned away, feigning annoyance. You were once reluctant to engage with the outside world, obsessively devoted to Shun Luwei, giving her everything you had. Initially, your father and I worried you might even give her these as well. Now, it seems our concerns were unfounded. Sueo chuckled, kneading his mother's shoulders. Mom, what are you thinking? Your previous son has transformed. Why act like a sycophant? Only Mom and Dad love me unconditionally. Instead of wasting time, I'd rather improve myself. One day, the entirety of Qingshui City will belong to the Su family. Su Wanqing covered her mouth, giggling. You little rascal, you've even learned how to amuse your mother. The Song family is not so easily dealt with. In the world of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. Qingshui City, being a remote small town, has its lord, Song Cheng, who, despite only being at the pinnacle of the giant beast level, wields immense power as the city's ruler. Sueo paused, recalling how his parents had encountered misfortunes, and how Shenming thought had fled to the Lord's tower seeking help, only to be ruthlessly rejected by Song Cheng. Subsequently, he had attempted to seize the fire lizard equipment, but had already been intercepted by the male lead. What's wrong, child? Your Uncle Song used to carry you when you were little. It's nothing. Sueo shook his head, gazing ahead. Who knows if they are human or ghost? We'll see when the time comes. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the Qing Feng in front of him, reaching out to stroke its head. A flicker of ethereal light passed, and the feathers of the Qing Feng visibly became more resplendent. Su Wanqing, filled with disbelief, snapped back to reality and smiled. Aoer, where did you acquire such an abundance of evolution value? Mom, don't ask, just use it. After expending 1.3 million evolution points, the rank of Mom's Qing Feng also elevated to superior. Beast tamers cannot see the attributes of others' beasts, but they can roughly gauge through their aura. Alright, I want to pry into Ao Or's little secret. Are you prepared to awaken your second beast? Su Ao nodded, and the two climbed onto the back of the Qing Feng. With the recent evolution, the Qing Feng displayed an even greater affection. Mom, if all the extraordinary beasts in our family were to be defeated by my beasts, what realm could they evolve to? Su Wanqing pondered for a moment, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. If they all possess superior aptitude, it might barely support your awakening of a third beast. You know that the first two must reach the giant beast stage before the third can be awakened. Su Ao hesitated for a moment before smiling and speaking. Mom, would Dad be willing? What is there to hesitate over? You are our only son. Chapter 4, The Second Contract Beast, the Fire Turkey, Low-Level Breeding Ground. The Su building, standing at an impressive 88 stories, was abuzz with anticipation as numerous individuals lined up at its entrance. Upon reaching the age of 18, each person would awaken their first beast companion. Those who had not pursued formal education were required to invest their own resources at designated institutions. Security personnel maintained order within the Grand Hall, respectfully saluting as Su Ao and Su Wanqing made their entrance. Good day, madam. Good day, young master. As their gaze fell upon the duo, the crowd of waiting individuals began to scrutinize them. Is this the heir of the Su group? He is remarkably handsome. How I wish to make his acquaintance. Look, he's gazing in my direction. Su Ao surveyed the crowd, noticing several young women unabashedly casting flirtatious glances his way. He chose not to respond. After all, he had traversed into this narrative with the intent of selecting a beauty. The system had tasked him with the mission of saving Su Wanqing a year later, yet it had only granted him a meager 10 evolution points. Rather than redemption, it felt more akin to a quest for a scapegoat. With the support of the security personnel, Su Ao strode confidently through the entrance, clearing the hall of others. Standing at the front of the line, Su Wanqing beamed, announcing, "Today, my son awakens, and all awakening fees are waived for the entire venue." Her proclamation elicited cheers from the crowd. The cost of awakening amounted to 50,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, a sum that most uneducated laborers could scarcely afford, earning only about 6,000 a month. Young Master Su, I have faith in you. Young Master Su, you shall surely awaken an extraordinary beast. Young Master Su, I wish to bear your children. Su Ao had never encountered such a scene before, becoming momentarily lost in the sea of compliments. As he placed his palm upon the orb, a soft white light emanated from it, revealing a creature resembling a domesticated chicken before the onlookers. Name, Fire Turkey. Level, Novice Beast. Grade, Ordinary. Combat Power, 11. Defense, 7. Skill, Fireball. Status, Good. Experience required for level up, 8,000. The white light was undeniably indicative of the lowest tier of ordinary beasts. He paid little heed to it, but after expending over 1,000,000 evolution points, a miraculous transformation occurred. A burst of golden light suddenly enveloped the original white glow, excluding his mother standing beside him. The rest of the crowd assumed he had awakened an extraordinary beast. The Fire Turkey's initially dull crimson feathers transformed into a vivid display, subtly hinting at an inner flame. An extraordinary beast? Could it truly be a 1 in a million rarity? My heavens, the odds are astoundingly slim. A gasp rippled through the crowd, their faces brimming with envy as they gazed at Su Ao. With such a lineage and such talent, his future was bound to be limitless. Su Ao opened his attribute panel, noting the remarkable changes. Name, Fire Turkey. Level, Novice Beast. Grade, Extraordinary. Combat Power, 36. Defense, 32. Skill, Fireball. Status, Good. Experience required for level up, 40,000. Name, Su Ao. Level, Novice Beast Master. Contracted Beasts, Devouring Python, Fire Turkey. Combat Power, 1942. Defense, 2145. Evolution Points, 98, 485. 042. Due to the absence of equipped gear, his defensive attribute was merely half of the combined tally of his two beasts. Regaining his composure, Su Ao turned to his mother, saying, "Mom, the remaining beasts in that area may be insufficient. I wish to inspect our family's grounds." "Very well. Let your first beast lead the way. Don the fire lizard suit. You should be safe enough," she replied. Half an hour later, in a secluded area, the spherical metallic dome loomed overhead, though the space was noticeably larger. Su Ao donned the suit and summoned both of his contracted beasts. Su Wanqing addressed the loudspeaker at the entrance. "Dear patrons, I apologize, but the primary low-level breeding area is closed today. All individuals who entered must exit within half an hour. Full refunds will be provided, and you may visit another breeding area below." Before long, a multitude of beast masters emerged, 2 staff members distributing Dragon Kingdom coins to each. A middle-aged man, grinning, inquired, "Madam Su, what brings about such a commotion today? Has there been an advancement in the beast realm?" Su Wanqing smiled and shook her head. Not at all, dear sir. My son has just awakened. And today is merely for him to practice. She refrained from disclosing that this was his second beast, understanding the necessity of retaining some secrets in public. The man nodded at Su Ao, who was clad in the fire lizard suit, noting his resemblance to the renowned Long Laoban, still as striking as ever. Su Ao politely returned the gesture before entering the breeding area half an hour later. A sign stood nearby, reading, Su Family Low-Level Breeding Area, Man-Eating Marsh. Inside lay a vast expanse of wetlands, where numerous novice beasts rolled in the murky mire. Occasionally, one or two man-eating fish leaped from the central pond. All classified as novice beasts. Name, Blood Mud Crocodile. Level, Peak Novice Beast. Grade, Advanced. Combat Power, 2345. Defense, 2679. Skill Roll. Status, Good. Name, Mutated Man-Eating Fish. Level, Novice Beast. Grade, Rare. Combat Power, 352. Defense, 296. Skill Bite. Status, Good. After observing for a considerable time, Su Ao noted that most of the beasts were of lower grades, with the strongest, the Peak Novice Beast Blood Mud Crocodile, possessing a combat power of only 2,986. Still inadequate to breach the defenses of the devouring python. Go ahead, leave a breath, Su Ao casually commanded. A colossal figure surged forth from behind him, flicking its tongue as it lunged toward the mire. Sensing the formidable aura of the devouring python, the other beasts hastily retreated into the water. The devouring python leaped in, and the surface of the water became eerily calm. Moments later, a flurry of mud bubbles erupted, forming a massive whirlpool in the center of the marsh. Friendly reminder, your first beast has reached the initial stage of the demon beast level and cannot gain experience from defeating novice beasts. Friendly reminder, your first beast has reached the initial stage of the demon beast level and cannot gain experience from defeating novice beasts. Friendly reminder, your first beast has reached the initial stage of the demon beast level and cannot gain experience from defeating novice beasts. System notifications rang out in succession as the devouring python's tail swept through the mire, tossing numerous nearly lifeless beasts towards Su Ao. Name, Mutated Man-Eating Fish. Level, Novice Beast. Grade, Rare. Combat Power, 19. Defense, 16. Skill Bite. Status, Near Death. Name, Blood Mud Crocodile. Level, Novice Beast. Grade, Advanced. Combat Power, 12. Defense, 24. Skill Roll. Status, Near Death. The fire turkey eagerly advanced to tear into them, inflicting minor damage repeatedly. 32, 32, 34, 36. Congratulations on defeating the Novice Beast Mutated Man-Eating Fish, earning 89 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the Advanced Beast Blood Mud Crocodile, earning 235 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the Peak Novice Beast Mutated Man-Eating Fish, earning 312 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the Inferior Beast, the Blood Mud Crocodile, and earning 248 experience points. Kind reminder, your second beast has reached the initial stage of being a demon beast and cannot gain experience through the defeat of inferior beasts. Chapter 5, The Twin Sisters. With the objective accomplished, Su Ao summoned back the black python. He gazed at the visibly enlarged beast before him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Fiery red feathers flickered with hints of black flames, and when its wings spread, they reached an impressive length of 5 meters. Name, Black Phoenix. Level, Initial Demon Beast. Rank, Superior. Combat Power, 3356. Defense, 3457. Skills, Fireball, Phoenix Cry. Condition, Good. Experience required for level up, 4,000,000. After recalling the Black Phoenix, Su Ao exited the breeding ground. Upon seeing his mother at the entrance, he naturally opened his arms wide. Mom, my second beast has also become a demon beast. Good child, it's time to head back for dinner, Su Wanqing replied affectionately. And the two of them stepped onto the back of the Qingfeng. Su Ao looked down at the scenery below and sighed. Mom, with the Beast University enrollment in a month, which beast should I use to register? I suggest the third one. Don't upgrade too much. Given your awakened potential and our family's connections, you should have the best chance at the Jinjing Beast University. Unlike Qing Shui, there are many powerful factions there. It's wise to remain low-key when out in the world. Otherwise, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Low-key? How can that be possible? With my unique abilities, if I return, won't I be the laughingstock of other transmigrators? He chuckled inwardly, but answered honestly, sure. If that fails, I could return to Qing Shui and enjoy a year or two as a wealthy young master. In the affluent villa district of Qing Shui City, the buildings were unlike any ordinary architecture, each towering impressively. At the entrance, two colossal beasts stood guard, their anthropomorphic gazes scanning every passerby. Once identities were confirmed, Qing Feng soared into the air, landing atop a massive ancient tree in the center of the villa district. Su Ao never imagined that even demon beasts had their own residences. Is this what the affluent in the beast realm look like? Su Ao summoned his 2 beasts, who swiftly darted towards the center of the villa district as if drawn by an invisible thread. Mom, is there something special about this tree? It seems to have a deadly allure for exotic beasts. The fall of a royal beast, Su Wanqing replied calmly. Generally, when a high-level exotic beast falls, certain special substances within it can enhance the evolution of demon beasts. This is why exotic beasts tend to congregate here. For Su Ao, such places were of little consequence. With their ranks already being superior, why would he still be concerned about these trivialities? He decided to recall his beasts and follow his mother back to their residence. A little over 10 minutes later, at the entrance of a grand door, 2 maidens clad in alluring maid outfits stood, their figures curvaceous and movements exuding an irresistible allure. Su Ao, a denizen of Earth, had never encountered such a scene. "Welcome home, madam. Welcome home, young master." Their voices were soft and delicate, causing Su Ao to shudder involuntarily. Su Wanqing discerned the subtle tension and remarked, "The young master is back. You too will attend to him today." Upon entering the grand door, the twin sisters followed closely behind, their fragrance igniting Su Ao's imagination. At the dining table, Su Rulong smiled, a subtle meaning flashing in his eyes. "Ao, you've been busy all day? You must be tired. After dinner, take a moment to rest, and let them assist you with a bath." Su Ao stifled a chuckle, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. "All right, I'll listen to Dad." 10 seconds later, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Dad, Mom, I'm full. I'm really sweating from exhaustion." "You child," Su Wanqing said, her lips curling up as she served him a bowl of soup. "Drink this. The butler simmered it for 3 hours. It replenishes energy and blood." Su Ao gulped it down, wiped his mouth, and dashed upstairs, with the twin sisters trailing him. "Young master, we're here to open the door for you." "Young master, the water temperature has been adjusted." "Young master, do you need us to scrub your back?" In previous instances, the original self would have undoubtedly declined. The twin sisters were taken aback when he actually agreed this time. "Yes, how could I refuse? By the way, do you both want to join in?" In the luxurious bathtub, Su Ao swallowed hard, gazing at the 2 maids, their clothes drenched, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Young master, you've turned naughty." "Naughty?" "More like enlightened." The sisters exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding reflected in their eyes. Their alluring silhouettes became more apparent as they slowly unbuttoned their damp garments. With enchanting gazes, they gradually approached the bathtub. Every movement tugged at Su Ao's heartstrings, and he felt blood trickling from his nose, his ears flushed with heat. "All right, young master, no peeking." The following morning, Su Ao arose with a yawn, feeling no fatigue due to the attributes of his beasts. To his left and right, the lingering fragrance surrounded him as they remained in slumber. He opened the window, and a beam of morning sunlight flooded in, leaving him momentarily dazed, with a faint ache in his back. This doesn't make sense, it truly doesn't. With such strong attributes, why haven't I made significant progress in this regard? From the grand bed, a soft sound emerged, and Su Ao felt a familiar stirring. Suppressing his emotions, he dressed and rushed downstairs to the living room. His mother was already waiting downstairs, breakfast laid out on the table. "Ao, are you awake? Come and have breakfast." Su Wanqing's gaze was inscrutable, making Su Ao feel somewhat shy. "Mom, could you please not look at me like that?" "No, I just think Ao has grown up. Your father and I were worried you might not like girls, using the tree as a pretext. It seems we were overthinking." Su Ao scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "How could that be? I'm quite serious." "Then how long do you intend to wait before continuing the Su lineage?" At her words, Su Ao shook his head. "There's no rush. I've just turned 18. My life has barely begun." "That's true. Perhaps we've been too hasty. After you marry, you mustn't indulge." "Understood." Su Ao nodded earnestly, sharing the same disdain for extramarital affairs. Soon after, Su Wanqing stood up, grabbed her bag, and headed outside. "Ao, take a few days to relax. Don't keep stressing about leveling up your beasts. You have a month of leisure, enjoy it." Su Ao responded with an And after finishing his meal, he stepped outside, gazing at the scene before him with a sense of wonder. "Ah, it's just so unpretentious." He summoned the Black Phoenix. But when he stepped onto its back, it remained motionless. "Why aren't you flying?" The Black Phoenix wore a human-like expression of grievance, flapping its wings, yet failing to take off. Realizing the oversight, Su Ao recalled that only giant flying beasts could soar through the skies. Hence the abundance of grounded creatures on the streets. "Good morning, young master." A familiar voice came from behind, and Su Ao turned to see the twins standing there. "Young master, do you still need our service?" Su Ao struggled to calm himself, the slight ache in his waist reminding him to exercise restraint. One of the maids exuded a fragrant allure, her body inadvertently brushing against his back. In a tempting whisper, she said, "Young master, do you need anything?" The internal conflict between desire and instinct raged within Suao, the latter emerging victorious. Chapter 6. The minor antagonist encounters a lesser boss. Name, Suao. Condition, exhausted. Mind, numb. Body, on the brink of collapse. From a face full of anticipation to hesitant hope, and from hesitant hope to utter disillusionment. After experiencing it firsthand, Suao belatedly comprehends the nature of those wealthy individuals who remain untempted by feminine charms. In recent days, he has indulged in every conceivable form of recreation, street racing, dancing atop graves, gorging on food, scattering money liberally, and even urinating from rooftops. The conclusion he draws is succinct, utterly bland. When all is stripped down to its essence, he remains that unadorned youth he has always been. Previously envious of the affluent lifestyle, he now feels no such envy. With half of the month gone, he reflects on the finer details from the book. In 3 days, Shen Luwei, leveraging her relationship with him, assists Chen Bufan in infiltrating their family's lowly breeding grounds. The original protagonist catches them in the act, yet, due to Shen Luwei's intervention, decides to let the two escape. Since he has entered, it is only reasonable that he does not allow others to exploit him for free. Suao opens the system panel and meticulously reviews the task details. Rescue Shen Luwei from the clear water heist. Failure results in immediate return to the real world. There is no way he can just return, having come this far. How could he leave without fully experiencing it? The first female lead is a pure school beauty, the second a haughty senior. The third is a scheming lowly. The fourth an exquisite prodigy. The fifth embodies exotic allure. The sixth is a beast taming queen. The seventh is the lord of the white phoenix. And the eighth is the goddess of the azure lawn. Surrounded by beauties, beneath the feet of colossal beasts, every young man's ultimate fantasy. In the past few days, he has thoroughly familiarized himself with the premises of his family's estate. Aside from the city lord, half of Qing Shui City belongs to the Su family. Within a year, it shall all belong to the Su family. Upon regaining his focus, he summons the Black Phoenix, soaring through the bustling streets atop the magnificent bird. Oh, is that the young master of the Su group? Wasn't he his awakened contract beast a black serpent? Could he have awakened a second beast in just a few days? You wouldn't know, but just days ago, Madame Su specially cleared the area for him. The entire level 1 breeding ground was ruthlessly purged. Those who enter afterward might just find a few dying mundane beasts to salvage. My uncle's mundane beast reached the level of a demon beast in merely 4 hours. What a lucky find. Is that true? Are there still any left? A gigantic black chicken races down the street. A man in a sports car, having removed his sunglasses, scoffs disdainfully. TCH, foolish bird. Once my armored rhinoceros evolves into a demon beast, I'll have it pulling my car. What a coincidence. Suao overhears this. He slows down, matching the speed of the sports car. The man remains unimpressed, asking, "What's the matter? Not pleased? Want to kill me?" Suao smirks. While he could practically kill without consequence in Qing Shui City, the city lord, Song Cheng, currently maintains a superficial cordiality with his family. However, that said, just because he cannot kill here does not mean he cannot within the breeding grounds. In the world of beast taming, power reigns supreme. Since he has become the antagonist, he ought to act as one. A fireball erupts from the beak of the Black Phoenix, engulfed in flames and hurtling towards the man's head. Let us see you speak so boldly now. If I dare ride a bird on the street, I possess the capability. With that declaration, the obsidian flames continue to blaze above the man's head. Though he had minimized the attack's intensity, it still singed the man's hair clean off. Oh, you're finished. My uncle is the city lord. Prepare to meet your demise. The man's expression twists with rage as smoke billows from his scorched scalp. He slams the accelerator, barreling through multiple red lights. A woman, clutching a little girl, crosses the street, her face a picture of terror as the speeding sports car approaches. As a university student of Earthstar's new era, Suao has encountered such scenarios in countless novels. To save her would contradict the villain's style. To not save her would weigh heavily on his conscience. Possessing the mindset of an earthling, Suao opts for a compromise. A colossal python suddenly springs forth, ensnaring the out-of-control red sports car. With mere centimeters separating the car's front from the woman clutching the little girl, the beast holds it in place. The woman trembles, and the girl cries out loudly. The bald man, fuming with anger, extricates himself from the mangled vehicle. Minutes later, the city lord's enforcement team arrives, indiscriminately attempting to detain Suao. You have some nerve, daring to summon a beast on the streets. Come with us to the enforcement bureau. Rather than being a true enforcement team, it is more akin to Song Cheng's private beast organization. In this little city, Power truly allows one to act with impunity. A massive tiger emerges, lifting the python effortlessly. The bald man's expression contorts into a sinister grin as he cackles. Remember this, I'm Song Kwang. Once you enter custody, you 1T leave alive. The classic scenario has arrived. One would expect the male lead to be ridiculed. However, even he, the minor's sycophantic villain, finds himself in such a predicament. There's nothing to be done. Some are simply born to court disaster. Sueo concentrates, and the python, tightly ensnared, suddenly vanishes. The black phoenix beneath him also disappears. The enforcement team members scoff, underestimating him, believing his power to be merely half that of his beasts. The Sueo before them surely does not comprehend the principle that 11 is greater than 2. Sueo fiddles with the energy containment ring on his hand, merging swiftly with a suit of armor that radiates flames, and delivers a powerful punch towards Song Kwang. Summoning his armored rhinoceros, Song Kwang attempts to block. But as a mundane beast, it is easily vanquished. Name, Sueo. Level, Demon Level Beastmaster. Contract Beasts, Sky-Swallowing Python, Black Phoenix. Combat Power, 3404. Defense, 303, 6765. Equipment, 300,000. Evolution Value, 98485042. Gazing at the panel before him, Sueo's lips curl into a smile as he strides towards Song Kwang, mimicking the demeanor of a villain. Kekekek, you thought you could finish me off in custody? Today, you 1T survive. The enforcement team hesitates upon seeing the flaming lizard armor adorning Sueo, refraining from advancing. Captain, this is the city lord's nephew. Are we certain we 1T intervene? Who cares? Retorts another. The city lord's peak beasts, Su Rulong and Su Wanqing, are both at the pinnacle. One is a biological son, the other a nephew. If we assist Song Kwang, Su Rulong and his wife will come for us the next day. Do we think the city lord will protect us? In the depths of Song Kwang's despairing gaze, Sueo delivers a decisive blow, ending his life. Turning away, he approaches the enforcement team watching the spectacle. To the esteemed gentleman, I apologize. I wasn't aware that riding exotic beasts on the street was prohibited. With Sueo's seemingly innocent smile, the enforcement captain hastily waves his hand. Young Master Su, you flatter us. Just be mindful next time. Should this situation be reported accurately? How exactly does one report it accurately? I killed him for no reason. Sueo's smile widens as he toys with the ring on his finger. Not quite, the captain replies, laughter in his eyes. Young Master Su, would you say it was an accidental death? What about the surveillance? Broken. Sueo nods, gently patting the man's shoulder before climbing into the enforcement vehicle. May I borrow this? I'm in a hurry. Amidst the blaring sirens, Su Ji feels a wave of exhilaration. So this is how it feels to be a villain with connections. Chapter 7. Sweeping the scraps of the intermediate breeding grounds. On the outskirts of Qingshui City, Sueo gazes at the circular structure ahead, significantly smaller than the low-level breeding grounds. Taking out his phone for confirmation once more. It was undoubtedly the intermediate breeding grounds. Two men clad in Su family uniforms approached, and upon recognizing Sueo, they bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Young master, greetings. Greetings to you as well. Initially filled with pride, this repeated salutation soon became a source of weariness. No wonder some affluent individuals often wore sour expressions. As the electric current at the doorframe dissipated, Sueo turned his gaze towards a sign standing nearby. Su's intermediate breeding grounds, Giant Python Abyss. Upon entering, he donned his armor, and his eyes were immediately met with a dense mass of pythons. Most of the giant pythons coiled languidly in the shallow green depths of the pool, while a few smaller ones were scattered about. Name, Blackrock Serpent. Level, low-level demon beast. Grade, low. Combat power, 2268. Defense power, 2479. Skills, petrification, constriction. Status, good. Name, Blue Python. Level, intermediate demon beast. Grade, medium. Combat power, 3016. Defense power, 3314. Skills, water spray, constriction. Status, good. Sueo noted the scattered low-level and intermediate demon beasts beside the pool. It was clear that those within the pool were high-level or peak demon beasts. For the beast tamers entering the breeding grounds, this was undoubtedly a boon. By 5 in the afternoon, only a handful of individuals remained in the breeding grounds. Sueo's gaze swept across the area, spotting a solitary intermediate blue python, whose combat and defense powers were inferior to his own tamed beast. With a thought, a snake and a bird shot out from either side, launching an attack on the coiled creature by the pool's edge. The onlookers momentarily froze, realizing that Sueo already possessed 2 demon beasts. Look over there. I've never seen that person here before. Could he be some wealthy young master? Are you foolish? Can't you see the glaring fire lizard armor? He's the only son of the Clearwater Su family. Under the eager gazes of the bystanders, the devouring python swiftly ensnared the creature with its size advantage. The Black Phoenix unleashed a massive fireball, indiscriminately attacking the two entwined snakes. Though the devouring python's defense marginally surpassed the Black Phoenix's attack power, it still sustained damage. With a powerful flick of its body, the blue python's head was ensnared, leaving only its writhing body in the air. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Phoenix let out a shrill cry and launched another fireball. The beleaguered creature succumbed to the relentless constriction of the devouring python, meeting its demise within its terrifying jaws. Congratulations on slaying the intermediate blue python, earning 8,926 experience points. It appeared that if the devouring python were to do all the killing, approximately 400 intermediate demon beasts would be required for its evolution. However, with the increase in experience points, both combat power and defense would also rise. At this rate, after clearing the remnants of several breeding grounds at home, he should reach the level of intermediate demon beasts, capable of confronting some peak demon beasts. After 2 hours, aside from a few individuals dealing with their own demon beasts, Sueo had already cleared dozens of pythons by the poolside. Yet, despite this, the others had not managed to slay even a single creature. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned the Black Phoenix and delivered a few decisive strikes to several severely injured pythons. The struggling individuals nearby stared in confusion as the demon beasts before them fell silent, their statuses shifting to near death. Feel free to come back often. I'm taking my leave now. The few spectators expressed their gratitude, directing their own demon beasts to continue the assault. As the young master of the breeding grounds, Sueo was not foolish enough to create trouble in his own domain. He was a villain, yet not a fool. Business, after all, thrived on steady streams. After sweeping through several intermediate breeding grounds, time swiftly passed to 2 in the morning. Sueo, wearied, opened his panel to find the attributes of the devouring python had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name, Devouring Python. Level, Intermediate Demon Beast. Grade, Premium. Combat Power, 183457. Defense Power, 190001. Skills, Devour, Death Constriction. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 2203756. Initially in a lightly injured state, it had gradually transitioned to good condition as combat power increased. The current panel indicated that it could challenge ordinary peak demon beasts. As for the Black Phoenix, it could no longer intervene. The plan remained unchanged. Nurture the first to giant beast status before acquiring a second. Upon the second reaching giant status, a third would be introduced. After a taxing day, Sueo stood at the door, awaiting his servants to welcome him. Half an hour later, a black, extended Lincoln slowly approached. Emerging from the vehicle were twin maids. One donned a long robe, pure and radiant, while the other showcased her figure in a leather outfit. Young master, we are here to take you home. Sueo swallowed hard. These two maids truly understood him. In the back seat of the vehicle, the leather-clad maid began to fidget, only to be grasped by Sueo's firm grip on her wrist. Young master, you're hurting me. Let us refrain from such antics for a few days, Sueo replied with an expression of exasperation. After the exertions of recent days, he was still not fully recovered. Were it not for the prowess of his demon beasts, he would have surely fled. Half an hour later, at the villa's entrance, his parents had long since retired for the night. Sueo, under the attentive care of his maids, washed up, keeping his eyes closed throughout. Young master, do take a look at us, they urged. We promise to be obedient. Young master, with a resigned wave of his hand. Sueo noted that under their service, his vitality waned day by day. Starting tomorrow, he resolved to exercise for 2.5 hours daily, striving to become a robust man of the new era. The sisters, noticing their lack of effect, exchanged serious glances. After dressing Sueo in his sleepwear, one of them sighed. Alas, it seems our young master is incapable. Perhaps we should just go to sleep. With that, Sueo suddenly opened his eyes, glaring furiously at the maid who spoke. How dare you say that? A man cannot be deemed incapable. Shall we change into your 2 outfits then? Change. A night of silence followed, his head heavy, the world spinning, utterly mundane. Name, Sueo. Condition, overexerted. Mind, extremely dull. Waist, half dead. Dragging his exhausted body downstairs, he found his mother had already prepared breakfast. Today, however, a cup of tea filled with giant goji berries accompanied the meal. You rascal. Do you now understand that this should not be consumed in excess? Sueo nodded, aware that this deathly blade was no ordinary peril. Understood, Mom. I won't indulge in it much anymore. Su Wanxing chuckled. Experience first, then guard against addiction. By the way, if you encounter someone even more beautiful than these two, would you fall for her? With hopeful eyes, Sueo raised his head and wiped his mouth. Mom, I want to fall. I will make women fall for me. Are you so afraid I'll become a simp? What do you think? Su Wanqing shot him a look before rising to head outside. School starts in just over 10 days. Take care of your health. When you find a girlfriend, don't let her look down on you. Our Su family relies on you for the continuation of our lineage. Chapter 8. Two Giant Beasts, the Third Beast Tamer, the Mysterious Tortoise. After 2 days of sweeping, the 8 intermediate breeding grounds at home were nearly cleared out. As my mother stated, I managed to contract a third beast. Currently, both of my summoned beasts have attained the colossal level. Their attributes have undergone a significant transformation. Name: Azure Thunder Flood Dragon. Level: Primary Colossal. Rank: Exceptional. Battle Power: 388, 764. Defense Power: 415, 276. Skills: Devour, Death Bind, Thunder Roar. Condition: Good. Experience required for level up: 400 million. Name: Colorful Phoenix. Level: Primary Colossal. Rank: Exceptional. Battle Power: 346, 542. Defense Power: 357, 749. Skills: Fireball, Phoenix Song, Elemental Eruption. Condition: Good. Experience required for level up: 400 million. The attributes of both beasts complement each other, and even without donning the Fire Lizard suit, I, Su Ao, cannot be breached by an ordinary peak colossal. Gazing upon the colorful phoenix, which rivals my mother's Azure Phoenix, I perched upon its back, soaring above the skies of Clear Water City. Look, another beast of colossal caliber has appeared. Could it be that other formidable beast tamers have come to our Clearwater? Unlikely. Strong individuals disdain visiting our remote little city. In Golden Capital, colossal beasts roam freely, as common as dogs. The city lord only holds his position here due to his connections with a royal-level beast tamer. Strange. This one bears resemblance to the goddess Su Wanqing's Azure Phoenix. Could it be that the Azure Phoenix has evolved? Not quite. The imposing aura of this colorful bird is still within the colossal realm, likely at the high tier, while the goddess's Azure Phoenix is at the peak. There remains a considerable gap. High above, Su Ao surveyed the scenery below, a smile never leaving his lips. In just half a month, he had achieved a realm that the original protagonist of the book had not surpassed even at the brink of death. Indulgent parents, open-minded ideologies, an enchanting maid, and an almost invincible background. Armed with such advantages, why should he obsess over a single woman? Returning to reality, Su Ao arrived at the Su family tower. Curious onlookers below speculated that he was a powerful ally of the Su family from another city. After all, in Clearwater City, only the Su family and the city lord possessed colossal-level beast tamers. As the colorful phoenix flapped its wings, it stirred a tempest on the top floor, which dissipated after a resounding call. Mother, both of my beasts are at the colossal level now. It's time to awaken the third. His mother, waiting on the top floor, wore a beaming smile. Aoer, you are the strongest. Go ahead, the area has been cleared for you. Under her gentle gaze, they took the elevator to the 88th floor. He had visited this place a fortnight ago. This marked his second arrival. Typically, individuals with exceptional talents would take 1 to 2 years to awaken a third beast. Yet Su Ao accomplished this feat in merely half a month. As for those with even stronger backgrounds, he chose not to disclose. Aoer, I have also cleared away the bodyguards. Only your father and I are aware of your awakening 3 beasts, so it must remain undisclosed. Su Ao nodded, placing his hand upon the azure crystal orb. The original protagonist of the story had only awakened a second beast, leaving him uncertain of what the third would be. A flash of green light illuminated the space, revealing a round-shelled, green-haired turtle before their eyes. Name: Mysterious Turtle. Level: Primary Mundane Beast. Rank: Low. Battle Power: 9. Defense Power: 17. Skills: Shell Contraction. Condition: Good. Experience required for level up: 12,000. Su Ao's lips twitched. A typical low-tier mundane beast would possess a battle power of at least 15. Yet this green-haired turtle was astonishingly weak. Nonetheless, its defense was notably strong. As he caressed it, a golden light flickered, and compared to its previous form, its fur had multiplied. Name: Mysterious Turtle. Level: Primary Mundane Beast. Rank: Exceptional. Battle Power: 26. Defense Power: 59. Skills: Shell Contraction. Condition: Good. Experience required for level up: 40,000. Su Wanqing looked at the turtle on the ground and picked it up with one hand. Quite impressive. This can be classified as a defensive-type beast. If it's for survival, we should prioritize its upgrade. Su Ao nodded, envisioning that once the turtle grew larger, it could conceal itself in a significant phase of its development, rendering it untouchable by enemies. In Clearwater City, at the city lord's office, a bald man gestured with his right hand, causing a gigantic mantis to wield its claws and behead several kneeling men. These men were part of the city lord's enforcement team, who had dared not act against Su Ao on the streets. Blood splattered as a three-headed hellhound approached, eagerly licking the corpses and blood clean. The man stood up, a look of apology crossing his face as he approached nearby. Brother, my nephew will not have died in vain. Once that boy reaches golden capital, our entire family will ensure he pays for this. A woman, tear-streaked and filled with fury, rose and pulled out her phone. Song Chung, do not interfere. I will call my family. They will ensure that the entire clan pays for my son. Our family boasts over a dozen colossal-level beast tamers. They can muster only 6 at most. Song Chung hesitated, his outstretched hand pausing in midair before he sighed deeply after a long moment. Very well. I had intended to plead for my friend. But since your resolve is so firm, we are all family. It is not my style to speak up for outsiders. His words conveyed a sense of helplessness as Song Kwang's parents voiced their outrage. Brother, we understand your loyalty, but the vengeance for our child is unforgivable. Once our family arrives, only one of our families can survive. Minutes later, the couple hurried out, while Song Chung regained his composure. Watching the three-headed hellhound continue to feast on the remains, a slight smirk crept onto his lips. In the evening, within the villa district, Su Ao devoured his meal voraciously, while his father pondered aloud. Aoer, are you implying that you killed Song Kwang's nephew? He exchanged a glance with Su Wanqing, a glimmer of solemnity passing between them. Indeed, he provoked me. Having just awakened, I was unaware that I could not ride beasts on the street. Unexpectedly, that little punk insulted me, and I accidentally killed him. Su Rulong shook his head, rising with a calm gaze. You reckless child, how could you be so careless? What should be done? Do they have a powerful backing? Su Ao's expression tightened as his father nodded, letting out a sigh. Song Cheng's wife, Lu Ruosi, has a brother who is a royal-level beast tamer. This scoundrel has been thoroughly deceived. His brother is fiercely protective. If this matter is not handled well, we will all perish. As for Song Cheng's family, they are merely colossal-level beast tamers, of little consequence. And how do we handle it well? Su Ao pondered momentarily. We might also die. But perhaps it will be a lighter death, Su Rulong chuckled, walking to the door to light a cigarette. Previously, Clearwater was dominated by our family. Then came Song Chung, backed by a powerful tree. On the surface, he appears benevolent, but in truth, he is treacherous and self-serving. Had we not compromised, he might have already killed your mother and me. Su Ao gritted his teeth, turning to his father and declaring loudly, if we're going to act, let us not hold back. Let us eliminate them all. It matters not where we reside. We can always flee. His father paused, turning around with a satisfied nod. Ha! Good. You truly are my son, Su Rulong. This method will lead us all to our demise. However, there exists a way, albeit at the expense of your mother. Chapter 9. The Infatuated and the Performer. In the summer, under a radiant sky, a charming young girl clad in short sleeves stood on the street, her eager eyes clearly betraying her anticipation. Every movement she made radiated vitality. Shortly thereafter, a bus came to a gentle halt. A lean boy disembarked slowly, his gaze sweeping through the crowd until it landed on the girl. Their eyes met, and she raised her hands in jubilant cheer. Brother Buffon, I'm here. Chen Buffon was momentarily taken aback, adjusting his clothing with an indifferent gaze as he approached the girl with measured steps. Shen Lue, is it true that there's a free low-level breeding ground you mentioned? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling. Yes, Brother Buffon, just days before graduation. Su Ao promised me access to her family's breeding ground. I can enter freely. She brandished a token. Look, this is what she gave me. I'll take you there right now. Chen Buffon halted, ignoring Shen Lue's outstretched hand. What's wrong, Brother Buffon? Is there something amiss? It's nothing. Why would I want to go with you if it was given to you by your boyfriend? Shen Lue shook her head. He is not my boyfriend. I consider him like an elder brother. I have someone I like now. She quickly lowered her head, casting a furtive glance at Chen Buffon, only to find him still stationary. If you like someone else, why do you still cling to me? Shen Lue lifted her head. Brother Buffon, I like you. She extended the token. Chen Buffon sighed and took it. Shen Lue, it's impossible for us. Consider this token alone. I shall return it tenfold once I grow stronger. Shen Lue nodded eagerly, her infatuation vividly apparent. They walked side by side, during which Chen Buffon deliberately avoided any contact with her. For reasons unknown, Shen Lue felt immensely joyful despite this distance. Brother Buffon, I do not expect you to like me, but I will always be by your side, just like now. Moved by her own sentiment, Chen Buffon merely murmured an indifferent acknowledgement. After a 2-hour journey, Shen Lue consistently inched closer to Chen Buffon. Feeling quite awkward, he turned his gaze towards the window. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered that the Su family breeding ground had been closed. Shen Lue, what is going on? Flustered, Shen Lue looked at the shuttered venue and exclaimed in frustration, Brother Buffon, I don't know why this happened. It was open yesterday. Shall we come back tomorrow? If that is all right with you, Brother Buffon? Chen Buffon shook his head, tossing the token back to her. I've been quite busy these days. Let us discuss it when I have the time. Meanwhile, at the Su family low-level breeding ground, following a half-hour of slaughter, the Xian turtle had evolved into a demon beast. Name, Spirit Turtle. Level, low-level demon beast. Rank, Superior. Combat power, 2642. Defense power, 6032. Skills, Turtle Retreat, Rolling. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 4,000,000. Its combat power was comparable to that of ordinary rare ranks, yet its defense was astonishingly formidable. Su Ao emerged, observing the numerous immobilized demon beasts piled at the entrance. A glance revealed information panels. Name, Sandeye Snake. Level, low-level demon beast. Rank, Inferior. Combat power, 123. Defense power, 321. Skills, Constriction, Sand Escape. Status, Near Death. Name, Colorful Striped Tiger. Level, Intermediate Demon Beast. Rank, Advanced. Combat power, 123. Defense power, 321. Skills, Bite Roar. Status, Near Death. Above in the sky, four figures stood atop the back of a green phoenix, its claws clutching two near-death demon beasts. Su Rulong and his wife stood respectfully beside Song Chung and his wife. Brother Song, we've known each other for many years. My unworthy son has killed your nephew. It is truly a failure in my parenting. Is there any room for negotiation regarding this matter? Song Chung furrowed his brows in contemplation, and after a brief moment, sighed as his gaze remained fixed on Su Ao, adorned in the fire lizard armor. Brother Rulong, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Our family can refrain from intervening. However, my sister-in-law belongs to a colossal beast family. I have no power to plead on your behalf. You know, Ao killed their son. Beside them, Su Wanqing shed tears, gazing at Su Ao with a quivering voice. Lord Song, I can offer you anything you desire. I only hope you can intercede, allowing their family to spare Ao. Observing the weeping Su Wanqing, a flicker of malevolence crossed Song Chung's eyes as he reached out to gently pat her back. Sister-in-law, let us not be hasty. If we plead, Ao should be able to survive. Su Wanqing seized Song Chung's hand, her eyes brimming with yearning. Really, Brother Song? Is it truly possible? I will do anything. Song Chung glanced at his wife, hastily withdrawing his hand with a righteous expression. Sister-in-law, there's no need to act this way. I, Song Chung, have always loved only my wife, Lu Ruosi. You've misunderstood me. Lu Ruosi shot him a reproachful look, squeezing his hand lightly. However, it must be said, my sister-in-law's family has a ruler of low beast taming prowess who holds considerable influence within the clan. If you flatter him, it might prove beneficial. Everyone was aware of the implications. Song Chung turned to gauge Su Rulong's reaction, who appeared utterly helpless, his clenched fists gradually relaxing. Brother Song, is there truly no other way? It must be this way, you know well. No matter how close we are, I cannot utilize my sister-in-law's family connections to help you through this crisis. Unless it's a matter of life and death, my brother-in-law would never intervene. Rest assured, I will take good care of Ao. He is, after all, someone I've watched grow. The group descended before Su Ao, and Song Chung affectionately ruffled his hair. Ao, you've landed yourself in a grave predicament. Though your uncle cannot assist you, I can ensure your future remains safe. Su Ao nodded with a smile, the spirit turtle before him continuing its relentless attacks. After some time, the third beast tamer reached the level of a colossal beast. Name, Dragon Turtle. Level, Initial Colossal Beast. Rank, Superior. Combat power, 254872. Defense power, 613232. Skills, Turtle Retreat, Rolling, Containment. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 400 million. Song Chung admired the dragon turtle, whose shell spanned several meters in diameter, nodding in commendation. Ao, your growth speed is remarkable. Is this your second beast? Yes, Uncle Song, it's my second. Its rank is still advanced, Su Ao replied with a silly grin, scratching his head proudly. Song Chung was thoroughly satisfied. It seemed that controlling Su Ao in the future would be a simple matter. If possible, having this naive lad live on to serve him was not an unappealing prospect. After a careful survey of his surroundings, a hint of hesitation flickered in Song Cheng's eyes. Brother Rulong, why don't you transfer your assets under my name for the time being? Once Ao has gained sufficient strength, I shall return them to him. You are aware that my sister-in-law and I have toiled for decades without a single descendant. We shall raise Ao as our own son. Chapter 10. Unveiling the Truth. Closing the net. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, within the opulent confines of the villa's first floor, a young man, accompanied by Song Chung, strode in with an air of arrogance. The moment he entered, his gaze fixated upon Su Wanqing, unabashedly displaying his infatuation. Su Wanqing lowered her head, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a dazzling sapphire earring. Brother, This must be the one you spoke of? The young man grinned lecherously, eagerly advancing towards Su Wanqing. However, Song Chung swiftly intervened, grasping his arm. Brother, let me make this clear. If you take the benefits, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. His expression was grave, prompting the young man to quickly shake off his grip. Fear not, brother. I am well aware of my boundaries. But for now, I am busy with my task. In the realm of beast tamers, such occurrences are all too common. Some ordinary individuals, in pursuit of certain objectives, are willing to sacrifice anything that can be exchanged. Yet, the ultimate power of exchange remains firmly in the hands of the strong. At that moment, Su Rulong's voice rang out sharply, "Wait, my wife will handle this herself." As he spoke, the two embraced for an extended period, and determination flickered in Su Wanqing's eyes. She ascended the staircase, only to be intercepted by a massive mantis blocking her path. "Sister-in-law, this gentleman is already spoken for. Allow my swift mantis to take a look first." The swift mantis darted ahead, and soon, sounds of chaos erupted from Su Rulong's bedroom. Minutes later, Su Wanqing approached the doorway, finding the bed intact while everything else lay in ruins. The young man, witnessing Su Wanqing's entrance, hurriedly approached the door. "Beautiful lady, I'm coming in." The door slammed shut, followed by considerable commotion from within. Song Chung sighed, shaking his head as he patted his wife's hand. "Dear, take Ao for a stroll. I have matters to discuss with Brother Rulong." Lu Ruosi nodded, leading Su Ao outside. As they departed, Song Cheng's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. He approached Su Rulong with a smile. "Brother Rulong, I envy you for having such a beautiful wife. Would you mind if I joined in the fun?" Su Rulong's eyes reddened as he grasped Song Cheng's neck. "Did you not profess your love solely for your wife? Why then this behavior?" "I do love my wife, but I never claimed she was my only love," Song Chung replied, a mocking smile adorning his face, as if he had already ensnared Su Rulong. Soon, Su Rulong, looking dejected, turned away to retrieve a cigarette. Song Chung scratched his bald head, an expression of unbridled lust as he dashed upstairs. Upon opening the door, he found the young man relentlessly punching the wall. "Greetings, Lord," he said as he bowed respectfully, seeing Su Wanqing clad in only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Song Chung hastily waved his hand. "This does not concern you. Leave now." The young man exited, casting one last glance at the voluptuous Su Wanqing. Song Chung smiled. "You handle this for Aor." Su Wanqing's chest heaved with disbelief as she looked at him. "Aren't you supposed to love only my sister-in-law?" Song Chung scanned the debris-laden surroundings, searching in vain for any recording devices. He stepped closer to Su Wanqing, seizing her arm. "That yellow-faced woman, had it not been for her brother, I would have abandoned her long ago. But you, if you were willing to follow me, you would not face death. You could continue managing the Su family business in the future. What do you think?" His expression gradually turned maniacal as he attempted to take liberties with Su Wanqing, only to receive a stinging slap across the face. Her countenance remained cold as she retaliated with a punch aimed at his face. "You are truly despicable. Your sister-in-law has treated you so well, yet you betray her." "Huh, what is betrayal? If she is unaware, it does not count. You dare strike me? Today, you shall experience my wrath. If you wish to protect that little brat, do not resist." Without further ado, Su Wanqing summoned a blue phoenix that soared outside. A massive three-headed hellhound materialized, causing the entire villa to collapse under its ferocious assault. Amidst the ruins, Song Cheng's expression hardened as he regained his composure and retrieved his phone. "Dear, the Su Rulong family intends to kill me. We cannot spare Su Ao either. Quickly, summon your brother-in-law." On the other end of the line, Lu Ruosi stood atop a colorful phoenix, listening to the recording on Su Ao's phone with a look of disbelief. After wiping her tears, she nodded and handed the phone to Su Ao. "Aor, has your Uncle Song sought other women before?" Su Ao scratched his head, uncertain. "I've heard my parents mention that he frequently visits our family's bathhouse. But don't worry, sister-in-law, it's all legitimate. There are absolutely no other services involved." Su Ao absent-mindedly whistled, his gaze wandering into the distance. "Yes, entirely legitimate." Recalling Su Ao's childhood fondness for her, Lu Ruosi realized that it was precisely this that had enabled her parents to exploit Song Cheng's lecherous nature, exposing his true colors. "Aunt Lu, you heard that too. Uncle Song is quite the scoundrel, fooling around even after marriage. If my father behaved like that, my mother would certainly have him castrated." Lu Ruosi chuckled, stroking Su Ao's head with a placid demeanor. "Castration? Why not just kill him outright? I once thought I had found true love, only to discover I had encountered a fraud. Those who deceive the Lu family are courting death." She turned to Su Ao. "This matter is now your family's responsibility. I must return to Jinjing." As she spoke, a token appeared in her hand, emblazoned with the character Lu. "This is the pass for our Lu family's breeding grounds. Given your qualifications, you should be able to study there. With this, you can access any level of breeding ground." Su Ao's face lit up with joy. Although the highest rank was the colossal beast, it remained an invaluable resource for him at present. After a warm embrace, a massive white bird appeared beside the colorful phoenix. Lu Ruosi leaped onto it, waving goodbye. Farewell, Aoer. You can come find me while studying. As the white bird soared into the sky, Su Ao retrieved his phone, grinning widely. Dad, it's time to close the net. In the ruins of the villa, Song Chung was filled with despair as he stared at his phone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he never anticipated Lu Ruosi would be so resolute, surrounded by the three-headed hellhound and the swift mantis. He found himself atop an armored rhinoceros. The ground began to crack, revealing a massive black and white rat before him. A demon rat? Huh, it seems you are behind this. With that, he recalled his contracted beast, fixing his gaze on the fiery bird above. Brother Rulong, your scheme is quite clever. You aim to ruin my reputation and then ascend as the new lord of Qingshui City? Tomorrow, my sister-in-law's colossal beast legion will arrive. What will you do then? Shall we revert to the original arrangement, splitting Qingshui City down the middle? Su Rulong leaped to the ground, extinguishing his cigarette with a smile. Are you still pining for my wife? You won't survive today. Chapter 11, Lord Su Rulong. With that proclamation, 3 colossal figures emerged. The first was the fiery bird that had previously come to fetch Su Ao, while the other 2 were a battle-type unicorn and a sea serpent. Apart from the fiery bird, which was at the mid-tier of colossal beasts, the other 2 had reached the pinnacle of colossal beasts, each elevated to the finest grade with Su Ao's assistance. The same holds true for the beasts of my mother. 3 formidable beasts surged towards Song Chung from different directions, to which he responded with a disdainful sneer. Humph, do these trifling mid-tier creatures think they can harm me? Hellhounds, attack! The 3 hellhounds before him howled menacingly and charged at the approaching Songhai Jiao. A massive fireball erupted from their mouths. The Songhai Jiao let out a piercing cry, its body enveloped in swirling mist. It suddenly soared into the air, accompanied by several emerging water columns that took on a dragon-like form, launching an assault on the hellhounds. Both beings stood at the pinnacle of monstrous might. Yet as the battle progressed, the distinction of tier became paramount. This was also the reason Su Ao willingly accepted the task. Had it been that Songhai Jiao from earlier, it would undoubtedly have been no match for the rare-tier hellhounds. However, the present Songhai Jiao had ascended to the supreme tier, and moreover, held a distinct elemental advantage. In disbelief, Song Chung watched as the water column pierced through the left head of one hellhound, leaving the remaining 2 heads trembling in fear. How is this possible? How can your mid-tier rank compete with my rare-tier beasts? But the evidence lay stark before him, compelling him to accept the reality. Swiftly, Song Chung leaped onto the back of the Gale Mantis and soared towards the outskirts of the villa district, bellowing to the crowd below. Block their path. Eliminate them. And a dying giant beast shall be your reward. The onlookers below emerged to witness the spectacle, with security personnel at the entrance gazing skyward. Captain, should we intervene? No. They were initially allied with the Su family. The death of this city lord is fortuitous. Regardless of the outcome, it shall not affect us. Besides, what can my few beasts do against a giant beast? Those who have managed to rise to the affluent strata in Qingshui City possess either formidable strength or cunning acumen. Such matters are beyond their capacity to engage. The 3 hellhounds and the iron-armored rhino fell victim to the onslaught, leaving only the Gale Mantis in the air, desperately fleeing. Should it attempt to recall its beasts mid-flight, it would undoubtedly meet a swifter demise. Su Ao, mounted atop his mother's Qing Feng, had been waiting at the designated spot. As predicted by his father, Song Chung would flee towards Jinjing City. The only path to salvation for Song Chung lay in persuading Lu Ruosi to change her mind. With a piercing cry, the Qing Feng charged at the oncoming Gale Mantis, its form trembling. The high-frequency vibrations of its wings ceased, causing both it and Song Chung to plummet towards the city below. On the bridge beneath, several drivers gazed up at the approaching colossal figure, their pupils dilating in terror. Should they be struck, their fates would be sealed. With a thought, Su Ao summoned the Qing Lei Jiao, whose lengthy form appeared atop the bridge. It swiftly snatched the vehicles below, veering them aside. In the instant that the Gale Mantis fell, a deep crater emerged at the center of the bridge. Cracks spread across the concrete, and vehicles atop the bridge tumbled into the sea. Below, a row of giant beasts awaited, steadily catching the humans destined to plunge into the depths. Before long, Su Rulong arrived, lifting the barely conscious Song Chung from the ground. The death of a master beast results in the loss of their owner's attributes. With 2 of his beasts now gone, Song Chung was rendered utterly vulnerable before Su Rulong. Under the relentless assault of the Qing Feng and the Firebird, the Gale Mantis found itself on the brink of demise. Its attributes dwindled to mere 4 digits. Su Ao commanded the Qing Lei Jiao to continue its onslaught, and soon a notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating the pinnacle beast, Gale Mantis, earning 112 experience points. Previously, when slaying Song Kwang's iron-armored rhino, a notification had indicated no experience could be gained. Besides slaying aberrant beasts, defeating others' beasts also yielded experience. Now, Song Chung had been reduced to the status of an ordinary person, and after much contemplation, Su Rulong chose not to eliminate him. Aoer, in just over 10 days, you will be heading to Jinjing for your entrance examination. This Song Chung, you should take him to Lu Ruosi. With that, Su Rulong carried Song Chung towards the city lord's mansion. This signified the dissolution of the Song family's dominion in Qingshui City. Recovering from his thoughts, Su Ao approached the deceased Gale Mantis. Curiosity etched across his face as he turned to his mother. Mother, is that how the fire lizard set came to be? Su Wanqing shook her head. Beasts are inadequate. One requires aberrant creatures. The attributes of an aberrant beast reflect upon its master. If the master perishes, the beast follows suit. And should it die, it bears no special significance. Su Ao, filled with regret, had hoped to seize an opportunity, only to realize that only by slaying aberrant beasts could one reap rewards. The following morning in the central square of Qingshui City, passers-by looked skyward, discussing the large screen at the heart of the shopping center. How splendid! Lord Su has become the city lord once more. The previous Lord Song was truly lacking. Outwardly glamorous, yet inwardly depriving us of our benefits. Indeed, Lord Su is far better, showing no prejudice against us ordinary folk whose beasts perished. Let me tell you, I witnessed it from afar. The bridge to Jinjing City collapsed. The battle of high-tier beast masters is terrifying. Even 1,000 meters away, my ears nearly went deaf. Before the city lord's edifice, Su Rulong surveyed the over 1,000 law enforcement personnel, lighting a cigarette. 5 years ago, most of you followed me. Later choosing to align with Song Chung was a reluctant decision. I understand and will forgive. I am quite accommodating. Those who no longer wish to follow me may step forward. The scene fell into silence, and soon nearly half the individuals stepped forward. One middle-aged man clasped his hands and spoke. Lord Su, we cannot agree with your governance. In the world of beasts, a nation lies in ruins. In self-preservation, the strong ought to ruthlessly oppress the weak. We thrived under Song Cheng's indulgence. You cannot assure us the same. Su Rulong pondered for a moment before calmly nodding. You make a valid point. Those who stand with me may now proceed to duty. Minutes later, merely over 300 remained before the building. A colossal shadow appeared in the sky, spewing flames that claimed lives indiscriminately. The previously outspoken man trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt before Su Rulong. City Lord, I am willing to follow you. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Su Rulong shook his head, patting the man's shoulder with a smile. I cannot concur with your views. I previously offered you a choice, just as you said. While the strong may trample the weak, I do not condone it. With a single hand, Su Rulong seized the man's throat, and no amount of struggle could alter his fate. The chasm in strength rendered the man hopeless, leading him to a demise steeped in rage and despair. In the luxurious suite of the Qingshui Hotel, name, Su Ao. Experience, 1v2. Chapter 12. The giant beasts besiege the city. Days passed with an eerie calm before the storm. 3 days later, in Qingshui City, several massive figures emerged in the skies above. Upon a gigantic white bat, Song Kwang's parents wore fierce expressions, pointing towards the villa district of the Su family. Elder brother, it is this family. They have slain your nephew. A man, seemingly indifferent, surveyed the bustling city below with a disdainful smile. Liener, I warned you not to come to this den of commoners. Now that Kwanger has been wronged, the Song family remains silent. How audacious of the Su family in Qingshui, disregarding even the Lu family's countenance. Song Kwang's mother, He Xiaolian, hailed from the He family of Tianhe. In the world of beasts, aside from a few major cities, most smaller locales are governed by the powerful. The He family held a modest reputation in Tianhe City, engaging in the trade of low-tier aberrant beast materials. Song Chung ingratiated himself with the Lu family of Jinjing, and only then did He Xiaolian agree to the persistent advances of his elder brother, Song Yi. A fiery orb erupted from the maw of a colossal beast at the man's feet, causing several vehicles on the road to explode. Panic ensued among the crowd, as they hastily abandoned their cars to seek refuge in nearby air raid shelters. As random meteors fell from the sky, every city in the Dragon Kingdom had fortified its hideaways. The man cast a fleeting glance at Song Yi, inquiring, what of your brother? Does he not summon assistance to resolve this situation? Can the Song family not even secure this favor from the Lu family in dealing with 2 beast-level tamers? Song Yi was drenched in sweat. Since yesterday, he had been incessantly trying to reach Song Chung by phone. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the calls remained unconnected. Brother-in-law, let us set aside these matters for now. One question, will your nephew intervene or not? The man chuckled. while the colossal beast behind him continued to spew elemental orbs below. Buildings in the city crumbled incessantly. How could it be otherwise? As uncles, we cannot allow our kin to perish in vain. Let us first slay some ordinary folk for sport. With that, dozens of colossal beasts materialized within the city. Tiny structures were instantaneously reduced to rubble. Flames surged from the central skyscraper toward the city's edge, mercilessly claiming the lives of those who could not escape. Roars echoed in the sky as the beasts unleashed their cries. The leading man stood atop a massive black raven, his expression mocking as he gazed at the villa district. They say the Sioux couple wishes to protect the commoners, yet it appears they are not so formidable after all. The aerial beasts soared above the ravaged city, swiftly heading toward the villa district. On the ground, land-based tamers wreaked havoc, unleashing their skills as they rushed toward their destination. Inside the villa, Su Rulong watched the unfolding chaos on the surveillance monitors, his face a mask of fury. He took Su Wanqing by the hand and headed outdoors. Aor, do not venture out. You are merely at the initial stage of beast taming and cannot contend with them. 6 massive figures suddenly materialized, with 2 flying beasts. One red and one blue, soaring into the air. The other 4 stood ready, vigilantly guarding the villa's perimeter. Su Rulong withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and maintained a calm demeanor. You may kill us, but why must you involve the innocent? Were you beast tamers before you turned 18? He scoffed. Oh, we have survived to 18. Is it not the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest? If we were to be besieged today, we would not foolishly await our demise. Su Rulong nodded in understanding, and the firebird beneath him suddenly unleashed a burst of flames toward the man who had spoken. The man smirked disdainfully. Humph. My sky-swallowing bat is a rare breed. You are courting death. They had done their homework on the Su family before arriving. The He family would not engage in a battle without confidence. The sky-swallowing bat emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a visible black sound wave that collided with the fireball before it. As the 2 forces clashed, the sound wave dissipated. Although the fireball had diminished significantly, its explosive power still inflicted minor injuries upon the sky-swallowing bat. Impossible. The firebird's grade cannot be this high. The man was taken aback, and the flying beasts behind him unleashed their skills, assaulting Su Rulong and his wife. A green figure suddenly flashed by, ascending to greater heights. The shrill cries of the beasts rang out, and those beneath the pinnacle of power plummeted to the ground. The remaining beasts fared little better. The firebird flapped its wings, sending countless fiery feathers toward the falling flying beasts. On the back of a colossal beast, the injured members of the He family leaped down, most of them pierced mid-air and meeting their demise. After a single skill was executed, only 5 pinnacle flying beasts remained before Su Rulong and his wife. The creatures trembled instinctively in fear. The leading man was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Impossible. Your beasts cannot possess such exceptional grades. In the world of beast taming, aside from levels, grade determined most factors. Beasts of the same level but differing grades exhibited vastly different combat capabilities. The higher the grade, the more pronounced the disparity in strength. Were it not for the necessity of killing lower level to gain evolution and experience points, those who had only just contracted their beasts would not even stand a chance against them. Faced with defeat, the man commanded his beasts to swiftly retreat, while his companions had long since vanished from sight. You will pay for this. One day, we shall take our revenge. The Azure Phoenix and the Firebird intertwined in a spiraling ascent, a scorching wave infused with azure light coalescing above Qin Shui City. They launched forward, enveloped in a fiery azure-red tornado, pursuing the fleeing beasts. From the heights of the skyscrapers, Su Rulong and his wife observed the scene with grave expressions. They realized that the true threat was not the individuals before them, but rather those who stood to gain from this conflict. Dear, do you think the Lord of Huitian City would come to us for this reason? I've heard his reputation leaves much to be desired. I'm not certain. We shall see when the time comes. If necessary, let Aor go to Jinjing City. I will not leave. Su Wanqing brushed her hair back. Wherever you go, my husband, I shall follow. In perfect harmony, they turned, as the colossal beasts on the ground had already dispersed. The He family members, having witnessed the prowess of their beasts, scattered in all directions from Qin Shui City. If we die, we truly die. Surviving is more important than anything else. Atop the villa, Su Ao stood on the back of the phoenix, observing the distant battle with shock etched on his face. Having only read about the significance of grades in novels, he was now profoundly astonished. Just a single skill had caused the surrounding beasts to scatter. He could hardly fathom the devastation that would ensue against lower level. How many would perish in an instant? It appeared that his parents' flying beasts had sustained minor injuries. Yet they were up against more than a dozen foes of equal stature. At this moment, he felt a surge of trepidation, especially since Su Ao had obtained his evolution points through a glitch. He opened the system panel once more to confirm his evolution points remained intact. Name, Sueo. Level, Beast Level Tamer. Contracted Beasts, Azure Thunder Flood Dragon, Phoenix, Dragon Tortoise. Combat Power, 495089. Defense, 693-1285. Evolution Points, 9248-5262. Chapter 13. When out and about, avoid instigating trouble. When faced with issues, eradicate them thoroughly. Days passed without incident, leaving him drained and weary. When one finds themselves idle, they inevitably seek distractions. In the 20 days since Sueo had entered this narrative, the plot had shifted dramatically. Chen Bufan had failed to exploit his own resources. Yet he could not take any lives now. According to the storyline, the goddess Qinghuan, Chen Ruyan, had been covertly protecting him. Aside from ensuring Chen Bufan's safety, she cared little for other matters, which did not hinder his path to redemption. Presently, Chen Ruyan should be an imperial-level beast tamer. And once he achieved the status of a divine-level beast tamer, he would be free to act without restraint. Perhaps in the future, he could also offer salvation to Shen Runing. He was well acquainted with the majority of the plot and understood the protagonist's personality, granting him an innate advantage. Coming to his senses, he swung his legs over the bed, stretched his waist, and made his way downstairs. "Young master, you're awake. Breakfast is ready for you." The soft voice of the maid echoed, causing Sueo to involuntarily shudder. Today he donned jeans and a form-fitting skirt, feeling a refreshing new sensation. Grabbing a sandwich, he dashed out of the house before the two could react. A mere taste is permissible, but indulgence is not. Strive to be an exemplary youth of the new era. Sueo stands proudly atop the colorful phoenix, surveying the magnificent landscape below. Recently, he was astounded to hear from the steward about his father's movements. The world of beast taming encompasses more than just the Dragon Nation. Upon enrollment, one must also engage in regional and national academic competitions. A regional competition occurs every March, while a national competition takes place annually. The victorious side, funded by the nation, receives exceedingly rare rewards. In the latter stages, the Sakura nation sacrificed several cities' royal beast tamers to fend off the imperial-level beasts that emerged from the meteorites. Most other smaller nations had perished in the initial onslaught of the meteorite beasts. Although the Dragon Nation suffered tremendous losses, there were no instances of fratricide. Yet, the harsh reality remains one of survival of the fittest, where ordinary citizens hold no standing. In this world of beast taming, Sueo's father is undoubtedly an exception. However, with a mindset rooted in the Earth Star, Sueo concurs. It is true that he possesses a lustful nature, a penchant for showmanship, and an unwavering patriotism. Who says that a villain must inherently be a malevolent being? Such a notion only applies to the protagonists. The original self, consumed by love, turned to hate, repeatedly plotted against Chen Bufan, a pure romantic fool. Sueo, having traversed into this narrative, would never resort to such foolish antics. Why conquer through the most ineffective means when one can do so with strength? One day, while meandering about, Sueo found himself reluctant to return home. His twin sisters seemed to have gained some insight, cunningly concocting various schemes to ensnare him. Was Sueo the type to fall for such tricks? Evidently, he was. Thus, he ventured out. The knowledge gleaned from Earth Star's learning materials unexpectedly manifested in reality. In summary, it was rather unremarkable. At 5 o'clock in the evening, within the villa, the once docile Song Chung trailed behind his father, flanked by 2 uniformed personnel. Aoer, there are only 7 days until the attribute test. First, we shall pay a visit to the Liu family. Remember to be courteous. With a push from his father, Song Chung stepped forward, his father displaying a weary expression. He was uncertain whether the He family had any hidden agendas, especially after allowing 4 individuals to escape a few days prior. Be cautious in the time to come. And what about you? Sueo's expression turned serious. Us. Su Rulong chuckled softly. Your mother and I are just fine here in Qingshui City. With that, he turned to gaze outside. Your grandfather died for me. He was raised by ordinary people after losing his contracted beast. Before he turned 18, he was saved by ordinary folk after being struck by a meteorite. Our family's current standing in Qingshui City is inextricably linked to its people. Your mother and I will remain here. We have no intentions of going anywhere. Does that mean mother agreed? Su Rulong paused for a moment, then smiled. Your mother has consented. Don't worry too much. We are not foolish. If we cannot win, we will flee. Sueo nodded, grasping Song Chung by the collar as they moved towards the door. Just as they reached the entrance, he suddenly turned around. Dad, besides the He family, do we have any other enemies? None that I can think of. His father mused before speaking slowly. One rule. When outside, do not initiate trouble, but if trouble arises, eradicate it thoroughly. After several hours of flight, Sueo arrived in Jinjing City. Following the coordinates sent by Lu Ruosi, he located the Liu family. It was an exceedingly opulent private estate, guarded by numerous colossal beasts. Judging by their imposing presence, they were at least of the beast level. Just as Sueo was about to land, a voice called out, "Halt! The Liu family estate prohibits unauthorized beast landings." A massive black bird swooped in swiftly, and the man above scrutinized him. "Who are you here to see? Do you have an invitation?" An invitation? Sueo had never heard of needing an invitation to meet someone. He promptly pulled out his phone to make a call. Moments later, a white Oriole soared up to him, and Lu Ruosi appeared, her eyes blazing with anger as she fixed her gaze on the song Chung Sueo held. "Aor, why have you brought him here? Wasn't the plan for your family to help me eliminate him?" "Aunt Lu," Sueo chuckled, "I discussed this matter extensively with my parents. You must understand it personally. If I were to kill him, what would happen to the burden in your heart? What if my beautiful Aunt Lu, after being hurt by love, decides not to find me an uncle?" Lu Ruosi's expression softened at Sueo's words, which she had initially interpreted as a plea for favors. "Thank you, Aor." She signaled to the guards blocking their path, who understood her cue and leaped onto the colorful phoenix, taking Song Chung away. Ruosi, can you grant me another chance? I truly love you." Song Chung cried out in despair, only to receive a punch in the face from a guard. His teeth flew out, blood spilling forth, and as he attempted to speak again, he was met with another slap, causing his face to swell grotesquely. Within the Liu family estate, silence reigned amidst the chaos. The guard's voice was devoid of emotion as he returned to his beast, flying into the distance. "Aunt Lu, what fate awaits Song Chung?" "Uncertain. He will likely be tortured to death. My brother initially intended to destroy Qingshui City, but I thought of your family still residing there." Turning to Sueo, she continued, Today is my return banquet. Would you like me to introduce you to a few people? You have a way with words. And getting to know some influential individuals would certainly benefit you." Sueo nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Lu." He would never refuse an opportunity to gain favors and establish connections with powerful figures. As they landed, a grand door appeared before them, leading into a courtyard bustling with elegantly dressed individuals engaging in conversation. When the door swung open, all eyes turned to Sueo, their curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar face. A man in a suit approached with a glass in hand, addressing Lu Ruosi. "Ruosi, who is this?" Lu Ruosi smiled, wrapping her arm around Sueo's shoulders as she clapped her hands. "Everyone, listen up. This is my godson whom I met in Qingshui, Sueo. I hope you will take good care of him here in Jinjing." Chapter 14. The astonishment of the second female lead, Lu Zhan. As her words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a resounding applause. Lu Zhan, Lu Ruosi's brother and a royal beast tamer, was fiercely protective. In the original narrative, Chen Bufan fled to Jinjing a year later, becoming a guard of the Liu family through the introduction of Di Xiaoxiao, and secretly entered the breeding grounds to slay beasts. Upon learning of this, Lu Zhan discreetly observed, eventually conceding to Chen Bufan's ruthless demeanor. Returning to the moment, Sueo smiled. "Hello, uncles and aunts. I am Sueo from the Su family in Qingshui City. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "The Su family from Qingshui? I have not heard of them. What kind of genius could possibly emerge from such a place? It seems they are merely another family seeking to attach themselves to a powerful tree." Whispers circulated among the guests. This young man exuded confidence. If he could harness the Liu family's influence and elevate his beast taming skills to the rare level, he could become a formidable beast tamer within a few years. Amidst the applause, Sueo scanned the crowd and spotted a striking figure. A young woman clad in fitted trousers, her snug white blouse accentuating her flawless form, exuded an air of competence. Her short hair, cropped to ear length, framed her face, and her slightly bluish eyes held an aloofness that suggested distance. The woman's gaze lingered on Sueo for but a moment before she turned away to converse with her companion. Leaning closer to Lu Ruosi, Sueo inquired, "Aunt Lu, what is that girl's name?" Lu Ruosi followed his gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she patted his shoulder. "You have quite the keen eye. That is Di Xiaoxiao, a junior at Jinjing University, here with her father for the banquet. She is somewhat renowned at school. Would you like to get to know her?" Sueo shook his head, as she belongs to the category of those with a strong character. After March, during the regional competition, Chen Bufan made his mark and became acquainted with her, teaming up to prepare for the national competition a year later. To approach her would only diminish his worth. He needed to elevate himself first. Sensing Sueo's gaze, Di Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed disdain. A man who relies on others for growth, a so-called soft rice man, is hardly worthy of her attention. If it weren't for her father's insistence, Di Xiaoxiao would have no desire to attend such gatherings. "Xiaoxiao, that handsome guy is looking at you. What do you think?" Feeling a flutter, a girl beside her remarked, casting a lingering glance at Sueo. Di Xiaoxiao, however, appeared unimpressed. "Can looks fill one's stomach? I intend to marry a strong man, at the very least." I must become a beast master of the giant beast level by the age of 19. She tucked her short hair behind her ear, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Envisioning the scenes from television where her boyfriend valiantly stands against countless foes, all to protect her. Moments later, her cheeks flushed, she shook her head to steady her thoughts. Raising her glass, she inadvertently caught sight of Su Ao toasting everyone in turn, and her disdain deepened. I am Su Ao, pleased to make your acquaintance, he said with a smile, lightly clinking glasses before downing his drink. Di Xiaoxiao politely responded, taking a sip before gazing into the distance. Given the earlier interactions, she surmised he would attempt to flirt, having encountered many such boys before. Yet, Su Ao did not pursue her. Instead, he moved on to toast the next guest alongside Lu Ruosi. After a round of toasts, Su Ao remained sober. His contract beast attributes fortifying his physique beyond that of an ordinary person, barring certain exceptions. Di Xiaoxiao became intrigued, for curiosity often marks the inception of romantic relationships. Hours slipped by as guests arrived and departed. However, Su Ao had yet to encounter Lu Zhan, the head of the Lu family. Regaining her composure, she approached Lu Ruosi. Aunt Lu, may I see your beasts? Lu Ruosi, with a thought, summoned 3 imposing beasts that appeared before them, all at the pinnacle of giant beasts. What is the matter, Ao? Are you interested in giant beast training? If so, our Lu family has a training ground. Su Ao did not respond immediately. Stepping forward to caress each beast, feeling the profound energies emanating from them, their oppressive presence becoming more palpable. Aunt Lu, having just arrived, I bear no gifts. Recently, I was fortunate enough to acquire some evolution points. I'd like to upgrade your beasts. He scratched his head, sporting an endearing grin. Lu Ruosi's eyes sparkled with delight as she pulled Su Ao closer, circling around him. I didn't expect this. You clever little rascal, you possess so many evolution points. If a beast begins as an ordinary tier, it may, with luck, reach the top tier upon evolving to the divine beast stage. This was still evolution value accrued from slaying monsters, which could only be applied to one beast. Yet now, all 3 of her beasts had reached the top tier, indicating that Su Ao harbored remarkable secrets. Young man, do you have any more evolution points? Lu Ruosi inquired with a mischievous grin, while Su Ao appeared a bit embarrassed. Aunt Lu, I have about 2 million evolution points left. I previously allocated some to myself and my parents, leaving just over 500,000 for you. I wish to use these to eliminate some adversaries. The Song family, perhaps? Yes. Su Ao did not shy away, intending to eliminate the threat, knowing it would eventually be discovered. Currently, his only ally was the Lu family. Lu Ruosi pondered momentarily before guiding Su Ao to a distant location, landing atop a skyscraper. The Lu family building? Aunt Lu, is this your property in Jinjing City? Compared to the Su family building, the Lu family skyscraper towered thrice as high, soaring into the sky with flying beasts patrolling every few dozen meters. Yes, but this belongs to my brother. Had I not followed that ungrateful man, I would have been half a master of this building. Just then, a robust figure emerged from the entrance, his muscles bulging and a tattoo adorning his bald head. Clad in a suit that exuded the aura of a suave thug. Haha, Ruosi, what brings you to the company? Aren't you supposed to be at the welcome banquet? His voice was deep and resonant as Lu Zhan turned to Su Ao, continuing, So, you are Su Ao from Qingshui? In the future, should you encounter any issues in Jinjing, mention my name, and ordinary folks will show some respect. As for any beastmasters of royal rank and above, I'll pretend I said nothing. Lu Zhan's hearty laughter revealed his amiable disposition. In the original tale, Chen Bufan had discovered Song Cheng's infidelity over a year later and informed Lu Ruosi, earning the protection of the Lu family. He transitioned from a covert guard to Lu Zhan's godson, gaining the family's significant backing. Yet, 2 years later, during a meteor shower, though he could have saved the seriously injured Lu Zhan, he chose to rescue the escapee Di Xiaoxiao instead. Lu Zhan's substantial hand clapped Su Ao's shoulder, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You rascal, have you awakened a beast to the intermediate level? If an awakening beastmaster were to receive such a forceful pat, their shoulder would surely sink, yet you remained unperturbed. Su Ao chuckled. Uncle Lu, with my parents' assistance, I now possess 3 giant beasts. I came to seek your help regarding a matter. Chapter 15. Beneath the big tree, one finds shade. Lu Zhan was taken aback. He had heard from his sister that Su Ao had awakened less than a month ago. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The family had poured resources into elevating his rank. This won't he do? Gaining combat power and defense through contract beasts without adapting to them will yield poor results, unless you can completely dominate with your attributes. In a few days, let Ruosi take you for training. Su Ao humbly nodded, summoning his beasts. Uncle Lu, aside from the Qing Lei Jiao, the other beasts are in their early giant stage, all of which are of the top tier. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan's pupils narrowed sharply. For a Beastmaster to awaken a single top-tier beast is a rarity among millions. Yet Suao had achieved this with 3. His gaze burned intensely. If Suao were to survive, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Say no more. Since you are brought by Ruosi, you may freely utilize the resources of the Lu family. Lu Zhan embraced Suao's shoulders, and after a phone call, the 3 descended. In the elevator, Suao hesitated before speaking. Uncle Lu, our family has crossed paths with the Tianhe family, and I wish to ask for your assistance in seeking justice. Seeking justice? Lu Zhan murmured, stroking his head before sighing, visibly troubled. Aor, you may not be entirely in the wrong, but you lack a reason. Though Tianhe belongs to an ordinary city, there are still local customs. One cannot guarantee that an accidental death of all contract beasts wouldn't lead to being assigned to the outskirts of an ordinary city. Suao chuckled softly. Indeed, it is a world driven by interests. Lu Zhan's words implied a binding between himself and the Lu family, which he could comprehend, for their family dynamics resonated with him. Uncle Lu, if you don't mind, I would like to become your godson. Godson, Lu Zhan exclaimed, turning in surprise to exchange glances with Lu Ruosi. He had anticipated Suao's promise, but had not expected such a bold declaration. Lu Zhan, with a grandiose demeanor, clapped a hand on his back, exclaiming, "All right. I hereby acknowledge you as my godson. Once I depart from this world, the Lu family shall be yours." Suao, weighing his options, recognized Lu Ao's prominent standing in the capital city of Jinjing. With a generous disposition and admirable character, obtaining this title would effectively deter the majority of disturbances. Having the desire to form a bond, he resolved to deepen it. In times of weakness, one seeks a protector. In strength, one savors life. In defeat, one retreats. In triumph, one annihilates. This encapsulates Suao's principles of conduct. The following morning, a colossal photograph graced the silver screen of the Lu family mansion. In the image, Suao knelt on one knee, cradling a bowl of tea in his hands. Lu Zhan, clad in a suit, wore a serious expression, gazing upon Suao with satisfaction. The words scrolling across the top of the screen proclaimed, "Congratulations to Lu Zhan, head of the Lu family, on acquiring a righteous son. All expenditures today are at a 10% discount." This was followed by a brief summary of Suao's information. At the Lu family's elite breeding grounds, Suao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the scene before him. Unlike the Su family's facility, the number of colossal beasts here exceeded tenfold. In the present day, the construction materials of the Dragon Kingdom merely contain these giants. To ascend to the rank of a beast master, one must vanquish the extraterrestrial creatures spawned by falling meteors to gain experience. Most beast masters typically consolidate resources to upgrade a single beast, leaving others stagnant at the initial stages of their rank. Thus, achieving the rank of beast master became a defining line among the strong. After a moment of contemplation, Suao turned to Lu Zhan, stating, "Dear father, I can evolve all your beasts into exceptional specimens. I wish for 3 of them to attain the rank of beast, and to contract a 4th. Lu Zhan, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement, recalling his inquiry to Lu Ruosi the previous night. He surmised that Suao must possess no less than 2 million evolution points. However, to request such a thing directly would diminish his worth in Lu Zhan's eyes, elevating Suao's standing in his heart. While the colossal beasts may vanish, extraterrestrial meteors can be captured when they fall, yet evolution points necessitate life and death struggles to acquire. This transaction was undoubtedly akin to a windfall. Rest assured, my son, even if you had not voiced it, I would have proceeded thusly, Lu Zhan remarked, albeit his body, honest in its intentions, summoned forth his 4 beasts. A king-level beastmaster may contract a maximum of 5 beasts, yet due to experience limitations, he had only contracted 4, one of which was a king-level beast, while the others were at the initial stages of their rank. Suao reached out, gliding his hand over each beast. A series of profound, ethereal glimmers emanated from them, significantly enhancing their imposing presence, particularly that of the king-level beast, the Azure Dragon. Lu Zhan, sensing the shift in his own attributes, was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Well done, young one. I had thought you jest. But you truly possess this much evolution value." With that, Lu Zhan pushed open the grand gate of the breeding grounds. The Azure Dragon's form vanished from sight, only to reappear within moments. In the circular arena, the majority of beasts were in the middle to late stages of their ranks. Suao's gaze swept across the scene, and numerous panels manifested before him. Name, Black Calamity Crow. Level, Intermediate Beast. Grade, Rare. Combat Power, 1, 433, 263. Defense, 1, 235, 213. Skills, Calamitous Cry, Feather Spike. Confounding Soundwave. Status, Healthy. Name, Black Rock Tiger. Level, Advanced Beast. Grade, Rare. Combat Power, 2, 123, 235. Defense, 2, 535, 236. Skills, Harden, Tiger's Roar, Giant Claw Tier. Status, Healthy. Upon reaching the Colossal Beast level, each advancement within a rank significantly boosts combat power. No matter how fiercely Su-Ao's beasts attacked, they would only meet a swift demise. With a thunderous roar, the Azure Dragon soared into the sky, its massive body spanning half the length of a football field. Starkly contrasting the beasts below, a single bellow sent the airborne beasts flapping their wings, plummeting downward. A surge of lightning erupted from its maw, transforming the circular arena into a purgatory, littered with the frail remains of colossal beasts. Name, Black Calamity Crow. Level, Intermediate Beast. Grade, Intermediate. Combat Power, 1, 324. Defense, 1, 542. Skills, Calamitous Cry, Feather Spike, Confounding Soundwave. Status, Near Death. Name, Yellow Sand Python. Level, Peak Beast. Grade, Low. Combat Power, 1, 692. Defense, 1, 495. Skills, Constrict. Sandstorm, Petrifying Gaze. Status, Near Death. Within a span of mere minutes, the colossal beasts in the breeding grounds were reduced to a state of near death. The specially crafted enclosures began to crumble. The Azure Dragon vanished, and Lu Zhan approached Su-Ao. My boy, step inside. I may have unintentionally caused the demise of a dozen beasts with my lack of restraint. With eager anticipation, Su-Ao entered, summoning forth 3 of his beasts to unleash a relentless assault on the incapacitated giants. 382, 764. 382, 902. 394, 208. After a minute of relentless effort, he finally felled the first beast. Congratulations on slaying the peak beast Yellow Sand Python, earning 3, 213, for 129 experience points. Turning to another nearby target, he embarked on his unembellished journey of leveling up. Chapter 16. The fourth beast, Spirit Herb, subject to frenzied competition. Congratulations on slaying the initial level beast Mountain Ape, earning 1, 783, for 119 experience points. Congratulations on slaying the peak beast Bloodthirsty Rabbit, earning 3, 192, for 156 experience points. Congratulations on slaying the advanced beast Yellow Sand Python, earning 2, for 137, 348 experience points. Kind reminder, your first contracted beast has reached the initial rank of beast and can no longer gain experience through slaying beasts. 3 hours later, Su-Ao successfully upgraded his first contracted beast to the rank of beast. Having slain over 200 colossal beasts, he had thoroughly ravaged 2 advanced breeding grounds. The panel of the Azure Thunder Dragon also underwent a transformation. Name, Abyssal Dragon. Level, Initial Beast. Grade, Exceptional. Combat Power, 40, 823, 169. Defense, 42, 335, for 139. Skills, Devour. Death Entanglement, Thunder Roar, Black Mist Domain. Status, Healthy. Materials required for upgrade, 500 Beast Energy Orbs. When a beast attains the rank of Beast, the materials required for upgrading shift from experience to the beast energy contained within the bodies of creatures above the rank of beast. Typically, 3 beasts of the beast rank yield 1 orb, and high-ranking beasts do not drop orbs when slaying lower-ranked ones. However, when a beast kills an extraterrestrial creature, the beast energy is stored within. Should the master perish before the beast, all stored energy will be released, a crucial factor for Chun Buffon's later upgrades. After 3 days of sweeping through the grounds, the Liu family's advanced breeding facilities were nearly devoid of colossal beasts. Su-Ao's other 2 beasts also ascended to the rank of beast. Name, Azure Cry True Phoenix. Level, Initial Beast. Grade, Exceptional. Combat Power, 38, 829, 234. Defense, 39, for 145. 823. Skills, Fireball, Phoenix Song, Elemental Eruption, Death Wind Spike. Status, Healthy. Materials required for upgrade, 500 Beast Energy Crystals. Name, Ironclad Schwanwell. Level, Junior Beast General. Rarity, Exceptional. Combat Power, 29, 382, 351. Defense Power, 70, 324, 313. Skills, Turtle Retreat, Rolling Flight, Absorption, Soul Shock. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 500 Beast Energy Crystals. Currently, the 3 summoned beasts have all reached the rank of Beast General, and they are merely 1 level away from unlocking the flight skill. Although the true phoenix of the Azure Cry is magnificent, standing atop a divine dragon is the ultimate aspiration of every man. After recalling his beasts, Su-Ao stepped outside. where Lu Zhan greeted him with a broad smile. Kid, your turtle is extraordinary, isn't it? With such quality, it is bound to become a Xuanwu at the divine beast level in the future. Lu Zhan's conjecture was not without merit. Through the name of the summoned beast, Su Ao was well aware that this was a certainty. Godfather, should I take my fourth beast for the school assessment, or stick with the previous ones? Each year, the college's beast assessment requires candidates to present one of their summoned beasts for a specialized combat power evaluation. Relying solely on pressure to judge is not entirely accurate, as some healing-type beasts do not possess significant pressure. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. Use the fourth one. Keep the other three under wraps for now. The early bird gets the worm, and many professors at beast universities might harbor impure intentions toward beast-level beast tamers. His words echoed those of Su Ao's parents. Under Lu Zhan's guidance, Su Ao arrived at a luxurious floor. A colossal awakening stone stood at the center, with countless young individuals praying nearby. Heaven bless, grant me an awakening of at least a high grade. The university admissions are just days away. I would wager 10 years of solitude for a rare grade beast. Awakening stone, grant me your favor once more. Su Ao's lips twitched. Was acquiring an exceptional beast truly that difficult? Unlike the Su family, the Lu family offered free awakenings with any purchase made at their marketplace. Lu Zhan suddenly bellowed, clapping Su Ao on the shoulder. Everyone, bear witness. Today marks my godson's first awakening. If he awakens a rare grade or above, the entire Lu family building will be free for all. Amidst the crowd's astonished gasps, Su Ao placed his hand on the awakening stone. A flash of purple light erupted, revealing a half-man-high blade of grass beneath his feet. Name, Spirit Herb. Level, Initial Common Beast. Rarity, Epic. Combat Power, 24. Defense Power, 19. Skills, Confusion. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 40,000. What? It's actually purple light. A 1 in 10,000 epic rarity. My heavens, what incredible luck. Su Ao thought. I must bask in this good fortune. The newly awakened individuals began to converse, instinctively gravitating closer to Su Ao. Among them, a striking young woman in a flowing purple gown approached him with urgency, her presence exuding a delicate fragrance. Hello. I am the head of the healing department at Jinjing Beast University. Would you be interested in studying in our healing department? The university's departments are divided into combat, healing, and transport. The combat department primarily recruits beast tamers specializing in combat-type beasts, a coveted branch for many. The Abyssal Jiao and True Phoenix of the Azure Cry belong to this category. The healing department mostly comprises plant-type beasts, tasked with healing their companions post-battle. The newly awakened Spirit Herb fits this description. Typically, these beasts possess lower combat and defense capabilities, often stationed at the rear of the battlefield to provide healing support. Ironclad Xuanwu falls under the transport category, predominantly featuring defensive-type beasts. Beast tamers seldom choose to upgrade these beasts, as they are primarily utilized for capturing lower-tier beasts. Generally, even if a beast tamer awakens a healing or transport-type beast, they would opt for a combat class, leading to a significant imbalance in enrollment across the university's departments. Su Ao snapped back to reality and smiled. Teacher, are there many girls in that department? Yes, our Jinjing Beast University has a wealth of female students, replied a bespectacled young man, shouldering a backpack, as he squeezed through the crowd to stand before Su Ao. If you choose our university, we guarantee you a match. He shot Su Ao a knowing glance. Soon after, several middle-aged men edged closer. Choose our Hanwu Beast University, and we offer the same guarantee, along with an admission bonus. Opt for our Fog City Beast University, and the bonus doubles. Freshmen can directly enter the combat department. Select our Modu Beast University, and your tuition is entirely waived for 4 years, with no restrictions on department selection. An epic-grade beast had become the object of a fierce bidding war among various universities. Su Ao could scarcely fathom the scene that would unfold were he to summon all his beasts. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the first female instructor. Teacher, I choose Jinjing University, the department with the most girls. The woman smiled, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Su Ao. Typically, students with auspicious fates awakening rare-grade beasts would inquire about various benefits first. However, Su Ao's question about the number of girls was undoubtedly unconventional. In the world of beast taming, those with an excessive focus on romance seldom become formidable. Yet Su Ao's potential was evident, and acquiring him would fulfill a high-tier requirement. If you join us, tuition is waived, and you will receive an annual reward of 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. The healing department is predominantly female. With your charm, you will not lack for female company. However, do not force it. Even with high potential, any misconduct will attract penalties. Chapter 17. Adhering to Father's Teachings. Su Ao gazed at the business card in his hand, a smile gracing his face. Ziyun, Jinjing Beast University Healing Department Instructor, Senior Beast Tamer. In the original narrative, she was a caring teacher who, due to familial pressures, ended up marrying a king-level beast tamer she did not love. After marriage, she was relegated to domesticity while her husband openly strayed without seeking her consent. In the cataclysm of the meteorite disaster, she and her child perished, only to be slain by passing beast tamers, resulting in an outpouring of beast energy. Sueo tucked the business card away and extended his right hand. Hello, Teacher Ziyun. I look forward to your guidance in the future. You truly wish to join our healing department? This department does not offer an abundance of resources, she remarked, perplexed, yet reluctant to let go of such a promising talent. Out of conscience, she felt it necessary to inquire. Sueo nodded resolutely. Why does it matter where I reside? In a department brimming with attractive individuals, it is unimaginable not to be enticed. Seeing the unwavering determination in Sueo's eyes, the other recruitment officials dispersed. Although epic rarity is rare, it certainly brings prestige to the school. They had overheard the prior conversation, and this undoubtedly squandered a prodigy. The following morning, Sueo and Lu Zhan stood atop the Azure Cry. The massive figure soared through the skies, yet few gazed up and awe below. Jinjing was not like Qingshui. Colossal beast-level creatures were not particularly uncommon. Godfather, if the city lord of Tianhe intervenes, shall we still proceed with our plan? There were merely 4 days until the school term commenced, and one last task remained: the eradication of the He family. Once provoked, one must ensure total annihilation. Lu Zhan shook his head. The city lord of Tianhe, Shui Zhili, is a wealthy heir. We have merely offended him, and he has taken to ruling Tianhe like a local tyrant. He is unlikely to stir trouble, especially after losing 2 of his beasts. The mightiest beastmaster is also in a grievously injured state. How does that bode for ordinary people? Sueo's inquiry left Lu Zhan momentarily speechless, pondering the implications. Would he oppress the common folk? Lu Zhan chuckled, dismissing the notion of oppression. In this world, it is the survival of the fittest. For ordinary individuals, merely surviving is a commendable feat. Aside from your parents, who established the rules in Qingshui City, there are practically no regulations elsewhere. You will understand this in due time. Moments later, a dilapidated city unfolded beneath them. Unlike the towering edifices of Qingshui, this city bore the scars of devastation wrought by colossal beasts. Occasionally, one might spot ferocious creatures patrolling the streets, and there was no semblance of a sanctuary for these aberrant beasts. Ordinary people were confined to designated areas. The presence of beast tamers was exceedingly scarce. Sueo, puzzled, inquired, doesn't the Management Bureau of our Dragon Kingdom intervene? The Dragon Kingdom Management Bureau is an organization dedicated to maintaining order within the realm. Each time a meteor descends from the skies, they are invariably the first to arrive on the scene. Lu Zhan sighed, his expression grave. In recent years, meteorite falls have become alarmingly frequent, and the beasts emerging from them have grown increasingly formidable. The state is too overwhelmed to attend to every crisis. It is fortunate if even 1 or 2 individuals are willing to take charge. In the border regions, if there are no lords with beast companions, ordinary folk are left to confront death. Before long, they landed, and a man approached, flanked by a dozen striking young women, their expressions vacant. Upon seeing Lu Zhan, the man spoke with respect. I am Shui Zhili, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Upon noticing Sueo, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. Just days prior, Song Kuang's uncle, He Tiancheng, had sought him out to deal with the Su family in Qingshui City. He had seen photographs of the family, and Sueo's visage remained vivid in his memory. 2 months ago, he had appeared melancholic, burdened with unspoken worries. Yet today, Sueo exuded an air of confidence. Is the Lu family here on behalf of the He family? Lu Zhan did not respond, instead draping his arm over Sueo's shoulder and indicating, I am here on behalf of my godson. Any matter should be discussed with him. A glimmer of relief flashed in Shui Zhili's eyes, astonished to find that Sueo's protector was Lu Zhan. Regaining his composure, a hint of ruthlessness seeped into his gaze. Sueo, do you intend for your entire family to come? Yes, Sueo replied without hesitation. Having chosen enmity, he could not allow even a glimmer of hope for a comeback. One could never be certain if a gifted successor might emerge, lying in wait to pose a threat. Shui Zhili ushered them into the city lord's mansion, one of the few structures that had survived the destruction. Though the interior was somewhat Spartan, it bore a resemblance to the hotels of Qingshui City. Lord Shui, have you considered repairing this city? Sueo's voice prompted Shui Zhili to shake his head with a smile. Meteorites fall at unpredictable intervals. Fixing it might lead to its ruin the very next day. Yet your Qingshui possesses an undeniable sense of urbanity. Sueo understood, as several enchanting women entered the building. At Shui Zhili's gesture, they positioned themselves beside the 2 men. Lu family head, Su young friend, It may take an hour or two. Feel free to arrange yourselves during this time. As they sauntered toward the exit, leaving the women behind, Lu Zhan lit a cigarette, following closely. Through Su Ao's conversation with Ziyun, he gleaned insights into Su Ao's character. Young man, temper your indulgences, your health is paramount. Su Ao nodded, exasperated, waving his hand at the women. You may all leave. There is no need for such formalities. Though he appreciated beauty, he was not one to force anyone. In his heart, he believed that people should not be treated as commodities. The ethos of his home planet instilled within him a sense of moral obligation. Enemies could be eliminated, but he could not bring himself to impose on ordinary people without cause. 2 hours later, silhouettes of colossal beasts appeared in the sky, laden with members of the He family. I told you Shui would acquiesce. I've offered him 10% of the He family's annual profits. Who wouldn't want a piece of such a lucrative pie? He Tianqing spoke with unwavering confidence, for the He family controlled 40% of the industry in Tiange, raking in billions of Dragon Kingdom coins annually. Outside the city lord's mansion, dozens of figures descended from the backs of the great beasts. And He Tianqing approached with a broad smile. Lord Shui, you have finally acquiesced. Is there something you wish to convene with the entire He family about? Shui Zhili smiled in return. I was merely curious about the He family's intentions. I thought it would be a good opportunity for us to gather. Intentions? You flatter us. Lord Shui, as always, we are here to pick up the scraps once you deal with the Su family. We hope you won't mind. Qingshui is indeed a wonderful place. The facilities are exceptional. Just the other day, I was contemplating sending my elder brother over to assist us with some minor troubles. Of course, Shui Zhili nodded, hands clasped behind his back. In that case, let us enter and reminisce. On the rooftop, after ending a call, Su Ao turned to Lu Zhan. Godfather, my father has stated that he can manage Tiange as well. Perhaps we might eliminate this corrupt lord who oppresses ordinary people. Lu Zhan's lips twitched. Had it not been for Su Ao's earlier conversation with Ziyun, he might have thought Su Ao was driven by noble ideals. Very well. Since your father harbors such intentions, it shall be done. Chapter 18. Revenge against the He family, the eve of testing. Above Tiange, the city lord's mansion loomed beneath the shadow of a colossal dragon. Thunderous spheres of lightning coalesced in the sky. Inside, Shui Zhili felt the oppressive aura and hastily leaped toward the window. The beast emerged, carrying him toward the location of the Azure Dragon. Who dares provoke the Su family of Qingshui? My bond with Su Ao is strong. Today marks the end for your He family. Shui Zhili leaped onto the back of the Qingdi Jinfeng, his body instinctively drawing nearer to Su Ao. Brother Shui, what tier is your remaining beast? Su Ao inquired. Since you regard me as a brother, I must lend a hand. Hearing Su Ao's words, Shui Zhili's eyes sparkled with joy. Brother Su, you are truly kind-hearted. My beast is merely at the elementary beastmaster level. It fell prey to treachery after slaying a few aberrant creatures. Shui Zhili's expression turned forlorn as he gazed downward. Dear brother, since you call me brother, I do not ask for much. Once you reach a higher realm, just lend me a hand. I never called you brother. Su Ao replied with a peculiar tone. Shui Zhili scratched his head. That is not important. Our bond is as strong as steel. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ao summoned his status panel. Name, Su Ao. Level, Beastmaster level. Contracted beasts, Abyssal Jiao, Qingti Jinfeng, Ironclad Xuanwu, Spirit Herb. Combat power, 54, 517, 377. Defense power, 76. 078, 800. Evolution value, 87, 484, 262. This combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary elementary beastmaster. Even facing Shui Zhili's beast directly, he could deliver a devastating blow. As Shui Zhili continued to lament, Su Ao unleashed a powerful punch. The formidable force erupted from his hand, creating a gaping hole in Shui Zhili's chest. My apologies, my father has taken an interest in He Tian. Given your poor management, it would be best for you not to live. Su Ao was apprehensive. If he allowed Shui Zhili to escape, even the slightest chance of a comeback could endanger himself and his family. He had previously inquired about Shui Zhili's background. He had fled alone, abandoning his wife and child, and possessed no backing. Shui Zhili struggled to turn his head, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Su Ao. Why? He stammered, before unleashing a punch that sealed his own fate. What more is there to question? The voice was devoid of emotion. Moments later, several green orbs of light emerged, melding into Su Ao's being. Upon accessing his panel, Su Ao discovered an additional line of information in his character attributes. Name, Su Ao. Evolution value, 87, 484, 262. Beast energy, 3 orbs. Beneath the Azure Dragon, the He family writhed in the violet-blue net of lightning. Su Ao, spare us. We can offer you anything. Su Ao's lips curled into a smirk. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? As the electric net constricted, those ensnared perished in their unwillingness to submit. Su Ao turned to Lu Zhan, expressing his gratitude. Thanks, Dad. With several days of tranquility, the waters remained undisturbed. Having accrued ample practical combat experience, Su Ao was now able to maintain his composure in the presence of beautiful women. In the living room, only he and his mother remained. His father had gone to the fields. Mom, tomorrow is the aptitude test, and I've selected the healing class for my internal admission. His mother chuckled softly, casting a mock, disapproving glance at him. You rascal, did you choose it just because there are pretty girls? However, with your current combat prowess, it hardly matters where you go. For an ordinary freshman, even from a prestigious family, it was improbable to command 4 beasts at once. As the number of summoned beasts increased, so did their combat strength, necessitating an adjustment period for their master. Otherwise, when faced with equally matched opponents, defeat would be likely. Yet Su Ao remained unparalleled among his peers, devoid of such concerns. His combat and defensive capabilities were markedly superior, unencumbered by superficialities. Why study techniques when brute strength could shatter all methods? In the low-tier breeding grounds of Qing Shui City, Chen Bufan expended every ounce of his strength to finally slay an intermediate common beast before him, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Recently, Qing Shui had undergone significant changes, as the entire breeding ground had fallen under the Su family's dominion. He had initially hoped to utilize the Su family token bestowed by Shun Luwei to hunt exotic beasts in the breeding grounds, only to discover its utter ineffectiveness. Fortunately, after inadvertently rescuing a powerful figure, he received a reward of 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins, which allowed him entry into the breeding grounds. After a brief respite to recover, Chen Bufan surveyed the area, his azure dragon in its juvenile form charging towards a solitary bloodthirsty ant. In Jinjing City, at Jinjing Beastmaster University, an office was crowded with people, and at the center sat Ziyun in a light green gown. Teacher, is it true? We will have a Beastmaster who awakens an epic-level beast in our healing department? And he is supposed to be quite handsome? Ziyun tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a flicker of concern crossing her features. I'm not entirely certain. But a few days ago in the Lu family's awakening chamber, I approached him with a sense of curiosity, and to my surprise, he agreed. A girl with twin ponytails gazed at her eagerly. Ziyun, is he handsome? Finally, a boy in our healing department. Ziyun smiled thoughtfully, nodding seriously after a moment. He is quite handsome, indeed. He is the adopted son recently acknowledged by the Lu family. I know. A girl exclaimed excitedly. That's the figure we saw on the commercial building screen. Just from the profile, he's a handsome guy. Junior sisters don't compete with senior sisters. Epic beasts and a Lu family background would make him a coveted asset anywhere. Ziyun then spoke softly. Everyone quiet down. What if he takes the Lu family's arrangements to choose the combat department instead? Nothing is set in stone. The crowd fell silent, as not everyone was inclined to choose healing. Typically, those awakening beasts of high rank would opt for combat, and even those who might fail the test often gravitated towards transportation roles. Each Beastmaster University conducted monthly internal competitions to allocate resources among different departments, with healing being the most under-resourced. A tall girl with cascading waves of hair frowned slightly, soon sweeping her hair back. Didn't Tizian say that Su Ao is here for the girls? Our department has over 20 beauties. We can surely attract him when we go to register. Yes. With his qualifications and background, even if he acts recklessly, we'll accept him. If we can secure him for the healing department, we can gain more resources. With that, over 20 beauties from the Beastmaster University departed in unison, leaving Ziyun with a look of helplessness. If they remained at the bottom in the final months of the year, the resources allocated would undoubtedly be insufficient for these children to upgrade their beasts. This was also the ultimatum given by her family regarding her prospective marriage. If she failed to achieve results, she would have no choice but to marry an unknown royal beastmaster for the sake of her family's interests. Chapter 19. The winds of change. The following day was the day of the freshman test, a highly anticipated occasion in the Dragon Kingdom. Newly graduated adult students from Beastmaster high schools would head to their chosen universities for systematic aptitude testing. Success meant enrollment, while failure meant returning home. The opportunity was singular. Students could not select multiple schools. A failed test barred entry into any Beastmaster university. In Wudu City, colossal beast figures soared through the skies, casting shadows over the entire city. At the forefront of the formation, a boy maintained a calm demeanor, flanked by a worried middle-aged man. Longer. It's the same at Wudu University. Why choose Jinjing? The middle-aged man was at his wit's end, this being his last attempt to persuade his son. Dad. Although Wudu is a stronghold for the powerful, true prodigies flock to Jinjing. There are more formidable individuals there. It's pointless to linger here. The middle-aged man sighed, turning his gaze to the horizon. Even so, with the impending meteor catastrophe, Jinjing Beastmaster University, as the National Reserve, will be the first to charge to the front lines. Your mother and I have only you. What will we do if something happens? Something happens? What could possibly happen? Dad, we are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. When danger arises, we must be the first to respond. Dad, I understand. My first beast is of supreme quality. It won't perish easily. In the Magic City, within a luxurious building, before a floor-to-ceiling window, a man clad in a suit was accompanied by several alluring women. Casually, he raised his wrist to reveal a dazzling golden Rolex. Behind him, a gilded door handle slowly turned as a stunning lady entered. Shower, while at Jinjing University. Do not expose your abilities. You have awakened 3 beasts. The other 2 must remain hidden. The man's lips curled into a smile as he pulled the nearby woman closer. Chuckling, Mom, I know. The third one is of rare quality, sufficient for my entry into Jinjing Beastmaster University. As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached toward the woman beside him, and she complied without resistance. The beautiful lady, witnessing this, wore a mock reproachful expression and, after closing the door, spoke. Shower, you must behave at school. If you truly cannot control yourself, just use your wealth. The young man smiled, his actions unabated. Understood, Mom. Now, please leave quickly. The test starts at 2 in the afternoon. I want to enjoy myself first. In Qingshui City, in a villa district, to avoid revealing his strength, Su Wanqing insisted on bringing Su Ao along. From Qingshui to Jinjing, a 2-hour flight, and it is only 10 in the morning. Su Ao is reluctantly bidding farewell to the 2 maids who have taught him so much during this time. Jinjing University does not permit off-campus accommodation, and even if he wished to take his twin sisters with him, it is simply not feasible. Young master, remember to come back and visit us during the holidays. We will always be here waiting for you, they say. Su Ao, while sipping water, suddenly chokes, but after regaining his composure, he nods. Rest assured, I will return during the holidays. He discreetly makes his way towards the door, cautious not to be deceived, only to spot a familiar figure. A young girl clad in a white long-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts reveals her long, fair legs. As a gentle breeze sweeps by, her face is etched with anxiety. Shen Luwei has been waiting at the door with her luggage for 2 hours. Initially, she was supposed to enter Jinjing with Chen Bufan, but having failed to provide him assistance, she was left waiting at the last moment. Upon seeing Su Ao, an inexplicable emotion crosses her face. Su Ao Gij, I'm here. She excitedly waves her hands, striving to catch his attention. Su Ao, momentarily dazed, steps towards Shen Luwei. In the original narrative, she was meant to travel to Jinjing with Chen Bufan, yet here she is, seeking out Su Ao. Shen Luwei, is there something you need? Her expression is hesitant, and after a prolonged pause, she grits her teeth and speaks. Su Ao Gij, I wish to take the entrance examination for Jinjing Beast Taming University. Would you mind accompanying me? Her eyes are filled with a pleading innocence and youthful shyness. Sure, but you must give me a kiss. Su Ao replies with a sly smile, recognizing Shen Luwei's self-sacrificing nature. She would do anything for Chen Bufan. The original character dared not make excessive demands, always unconditionally agreeing to her whims. After a year of university, she squandered her family's fortune and even risked her life. Su Ao, however, is not inclined to be so accommodating. Shen Luwei's gaze is conflicted, yet she knows that Chen Bufan is certain to enter Jinjing Beast Taming University. To stay close to him, she reluctantly considers acquiescing to this condition. If she were to take the high-speed train now, she would surely miss the entrance examination. Su Ao Gij, can we negotiate another request? Perhaps I could treat you to a meal? Shen Luwei's face lights up with hope. In the past, whenever she offered to treat him, Su Ao would always return the favor tenfold. Su Ao chuckles, turning to walk towards the villa, asserting that this is the simplest request. And if she cannot comply, she is free to apply to other universities. Shen Luwei, anxious, bites her lip and in a bashful tone responds, All right, Su Ao Gij. Once we arrive, I will give you a kiss. No, it has to be here, he insists, his tone leaving no room for argument. As he turns back to smile at her, Shen Luwei stands on her tiptoes and pecks him on the cheek, her fair complexion flushing crimson. Is that enough? Su Ao Gij, she asks, her voice noticeably cool. The Su Ao she once knew seems to have transformed into a rogue. That will suffice, he nods lightly, feeling little impact from the gesture. For a girl with such a self-sacrificing personality, only by making her realize the male protagonist's heartlessness can she truly possess him. Although the system's task is one of redemption, a genuine lecher cannot be solely concerned with such matters. Were it not for Su Ao's fortunate glitch that granted him billions in evolution points, he might still be stuck battling monsters. At the villa entrance, Su Wanqing watches this scene with immense satisfaction. A month ago, Su Ao would have been exceedingly shy around Shen Luwei, nearly paralyzed with embarrassment. Now, With just a few words, he has managed to elicit a kiss from her. Her gaze returns indoors, where the twin maids stand respectfully at either side of the staircase. Ting Ting, Qin Qin, you have worked hard during this time. The changes in Aoer are undoubtedly due to your efforts. Have you considered returning to a normal life? In Qingshui City, you could live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Bai Tingting and Bai Qin Qin, 20 years ago, were struck by a meteor and lost their family. Crying in the ruins, they were rescued by Su Rulong when they were only 3 years old and became servants of the Su family. They have awakened their beast taming abilities and are now demon-level beast tamers. Bai Tingting bows respectfully, her expression bittersweet. Madam, are you sending us away? We are quite fond of the young master and wish to serve him for a lifetime. Chapter 20. The enthusiastic welcome of the senior sister. In Jinjing City. At Jinjing Beast Taming University, a small building in the central area stands incongruously amidst the towering skyscrapers. In a city where every inch of land is precious. The university's location signifies its esteemed position. Apart from a few teaching buildings in the center, much of the area is barren land. Several circular structures are neatly arranged, designated for the school's exclusive breeding grounds. A golden swimming fish darts among the clouds, surrounded by faint purple lightning. On the back of the Qing Feng, Su Ao gazes up at the clouds, his expression one of awe. The swimming fish is the beast of President Yu Changhua of Jinjing Beast Taming University, an imperial-level starry swimming fish. Historical records state that it could overshadow the sun, and when their country faced a united invasion 5 years later, it single-handedly repelled 1 million beasts. Yet witnessing it in person is far more astonishing than the descriptions found in novels. The Dragon Kingdom boasts 3 imperial beast tamers: Yu Changhua, the president of Jinjing University; Chen Zheng, the mayor of Xingdu City; and Lu Hangtian, the mayor of Fengdu City. All 3 are high-ranking officials within the Dragon Kingdom's management bureau. Common giant meteors are typically intercepted by their beasts. Other central cities have corresponding mayors, but marginal cities like Qingshui are managed by city supervisors. Before Qingfeng, 2 colossal dragons, one black and one white, hold up a banner that flutters proudly. Welcome new students to Jinjing Beast Taming University. Protecting our homeland begins with us. Behind the dragons, flying beasts are generally prohibited from soaring over the university. Among the many flying beasts, Qingfeng's size ranks in the lower tier. Aside from those with extraordinary talent and awakened high-tier qualities, students may also enroll if they possess sufficient resources. After all, with each level gained, a beast may have the chance for a probabilistic quality transformation. Upon landing, Shen Luwei expresses her gratitude to Su Wanqing before pulling out her phone to join a long queue. Shen Bufan's high-speed train is still half an hour away, and Shen Luwei needs to secure a place for him in line. Su Ao, observing nearby, shakes his head in disdain, thinking to himself that a sycophant never ends well. As he surveys the surroundings, he notices a grand entrance where 2 giant beasts stand guard, flanked by 3 long lines. In front of each line are 3 beasts, ranging from common to giant. Aoer, I'll take you this far. Remember to come back during the winter break, and if you need money, just call home. Su Wanqing says. Su Ao nods, pulling out the business card given by Zi Yun, striding confidently towards the front. However, a figure blocks his path. Stop. You need to queue for the qualification test. This university is not like the outside world. You must adhere to the rules. Su Ao looks up in confusion at a boy clad in a volunteer's red vest, extending his hand with a stern expression. I don't care who your family is. If you want to join the combat department, you must queue. Su Ao chuckles, pointing to the scarcely populated healing department line. Senior, I'm here to apply for the healing department. The senior scratches his head, realizing his mistake, and pats Su Ao on the shoulder. My apologies, little brother. Typically, no one would choose the healing department first. It's usually a last resort after being rejected by other departments. But let me tell you, the healing department has its share of beauties. The senior grins mischievously, while Su Ao feels somewhat out of place. There exists no such phenomenon as the first day of school slap in the face, nor is there any notion of upperclassmen deliberately creating difficulties. After all, those who qualify for the entrance examinations at Jinjing University are either prodigies or individuals with advantageous connections. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Su Ao confidently strides towards the far-right queue. Behind the line, over 20 elegantly adorned senior sisters gaze at him with eager anticipation. Hey, Senior Su. That must be Su Ao, right? He truly is quite the handsome fellow. Third-year senior Lu Su's gaze falls upon Su Ao, who is engrossed in his phone. Yes, that's him. I can never forget that profile on the screen. A glimmer of excitement flashes in Lu Su's eyes as she promptly approaches the table, urging the girls seated there to rise. Ma Huan, you've been sitting for 2 hours. Let me take your place for a bit. Ma Huan, a second-year senior, has indeed been there for the duration of the test. A Aside from the few girls who barely meet the admission threshold, the others, even if they didn't opt for the combat department, have joined the logistics department. After 2 hours, only 4 girls have been recruited, 3 of whom were quite reluctant. All right, senior, it's rare for you to be so kind. Ma Huan stretches and, upon rising, catches sight of a familiar figure. Coming back to her senses, she realizes Lu Su Su has already taken a seat and has begun touching up her makeup with a small mirror. Minutes later, Su Ao approaches the counter and casually tosses a business card belonging to Zi Yun onto the table before nonchalantly entering through the door. Lu Su Su is momentarily taken aback. This is not what she had anticipated. She had expected Su Ao to be captivated by her beauty, yet he barely glanced her way. Excuse me, student, you need to undergo the Beast Master qualification test. Although you were recruited by Professor Zi Yun, you still need to complete the process. Lu Su Su brushes her hair back, straightens her posture to accentuate her assets. Su Ao, regaining his composure, puts away his phone and is met with a sight he adores. Over 20 senior sisters gazing at him expectantly. Is this not precisely the university life he has yearned for? Hello, senior sisters, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Su Ao smiles, the warm sunlight casting a gentle glow on his face. Clad in casual attire, he exudes an air of openness and friendliness, complemented by his adept performance that embodies the image of a charming, neighborly boy. The senior sisters, having encountered few boys like him, find themselves captivated, especially by such a strikingly handsome one. Behind him, Lu Su Su smirks, boldly taking Su Ao's hand. Young man, you haven't tested yet, so summon your beast. With that, she feigns a stumble, falling into Su Ao's embrace. The other girls watch with clenched teeth, while Lu Su Su displays a triumphant glint in her eyes. However, Su Ao, whose combat prowess is off the charts, has already sensed her intentions. He too smiles, not wishing to disappoint the senior's enthusiasm. Oh dear, are you alright, senior? Did you hurt yourself? I'm fine, junior. I just had a little mishap. You weren't injured, were you? The other senior sisters exchange incredulous glances. How could one trip when already a beast master? Su Ao conjures a spirit herb, revealing a plant taller than himself, which immediately attracts the attention of the 3 testing beasts. The mantis beast tests the herb's defenses with its sharp claws, but to no avail. After repeating this process several times, the spirit herb exudes a green liquid. A holographic display projects a number, 25. 25. Young man, you possess an epic tier beast. How impressive! Lu Su Su exclaims, her small fists playfully striking Su Ao's chest. Su Ao scratches his head, feigning shyness. In his view, being teased by the senior is far more enjoyable than initiating flirtation himself. Meanwhile, a dapper young man in a suit, accompanied by bodyguards, approaches the queue, his gaze landing on the charming Su Ao surrounded by senior sisters. A smirk of anticipation graces his lips, but his bodyguards quickly interject. Young Master Li Xiao, are you not choosing the combat department? The young man chuckles and shakes his head. What does it matter? No matter which department I choose, I remain the same. Chapter 21, Young Master Li's Arrival. Under Lu Su Su's guidance, Su Ao spends the next 2 hours acclimatizing himself to the campus. Aside from the breeding grounds and classrooms, most areas are designated for competitions. The school, akin to Earthstar University, features a grove frequented by couples. As they pass by, Lu Su Su intentionally tightens her grip on Su Ao's hand. After wandering about, they arrive at the dormitory. Upon entering, a distinct fragrance, reminiscent of young girls, wafts through the air. The hallways of Earthstar are often filled with the odor of boys who have just finished playing sports. Junior, our healing department is a bit unique. We haven't had any boys in years, so we have mixed dormitories. Mixed dormitories? Su Ao exclaims, momentarily taken aback before shyly responding. Isn't that inappropriate, senior? Lu Su Su raises an eyebrow, leaning closer to Su Ao. Why would it be? It's quite delightful, isn't it? If no boys are recruited today, I might just have to move in with you. With a teasing glint in her eye, she lightly tugs at Su Ao's chin and tosses him a set of keys. In her view, Su Ao's bashfulness makes him all the more appealing. Gripping Su Ao's hand, she guides him to unlock the door, their bodies drawn close, causing Su Ao to feel a rush of warmth. Having seen the world, Su Ao manages to resist this temptation. Thank you, senior. Once inside, he stretches and smiles, surveying his surroundings. The basic amenities are well provided. To the right of the entrance is the restroom, while 2 soft beds occupy the left side of the room, spaced 3 meters apart. In front of the beds are various appliances, including a wall-mounted television. This setup rivals the best double rooms at Earthstar. Truly, it is a testament to being at the finest university in the Beastmaster world. Just as Su Ao envisions a splendid campus life, the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupts. The newcomer is not Lu Su Su, but a suave young man clad in a suit. They share an awkward glance before the young man speaks. I'm Li Xiao. We'll be classmates from now on. If I bring someone in, please do me the courtesy of stepping aside. Sueo pauses slightly at the outstretched hand. Li Xiao, the second antagonist from the book, had previously used his family's power to suppress Di Xiao Xiao and Chun Bu Fan out of jealousy for their closeness. He met his demise when Chun Bu Fan ambushed him while he was engaged in nefarious acts against Di Xiao Xiao. Following his death, his parents sought vengeance. But Chun Bu Fan was shielded by the school and escaped amidst chaos caused by a falling meteor. The character from the book is portrayed as lecherous, never considering that Chun Bu Fan would turn against him. One could say he was overly sheltered by his family, underestimating human nature. But what brings him to the healing department? Are you here for the girls too? Sueo's question leaves Li Xiao momentarily speechless, but soon he raises an eyebrow. Fellow traveler? Indeed, a kindred spirit. Ah, so we are brothers. What a pleasant surprise. Sueo unexpectedly opens his arms, and after a brief embrace, they both sit on one of the beds. In this era where strength reigns supreme, even one's lascivious inclinations must be concealed, at least on the surface. Sueo's candor brought great comfort to Li Xiao. By the way, brother, what is your name? Did you gain admission due to your innate talent or your background? Sueo, the adopted son of the Liu family, awakened a mere epic beast. And you? I am Li Xiao, the young master of the Li family in the Demon City, rather unremarkable. The Li family's patriarch, Li Yuhang, is a king-level beast master who manages numerous businesses in the Demon City. In the original narrative, he sought vengeance against Chen Bufan for the murder of Li Xiao, only to be slain by the goddess Chen Ruyan, who secretly protected Chen Bufan, leading to the collapse of his long-established commercial empire. Li Xiao cast a discerning glance at Sueo, hoping to perceive some reaction from him. Sueo responded with a casual "oh," and added, "So, by that logic, you must have quite a few female acquaintances, right?" Li Xiao rose and gazed out the window, his silhouette exuding an air of profound loneliness. Brother, you don't understand. I am fond of women who are unattainable. The ordinary ones are merely after our wealth. Do you comprehend what love truly is? Love? Sueo's lips twitched. Had he not known the plot, it would have been difficult to reconcile the person speaking before him with the one who had enchanted the empire's illustrious beauty. Li Xiao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed one to Sueo. Care for a smoke? I don't smoke. I'm embodying the persona of the boy next door. As the lighter fell, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. It's you, brother. Right from the start. You've been scheming. So, I take it you're quite experienced in this area? Sueo shook his head. The essence of pursuing a girl lies in satisfying her needs and fulfilling her fantasies about her partner, along with a few clever tricks. Such as, for instance, if a girl wishes to spend the night with you, you might take her to an internet CAF instead. If she adores roses, you could gift her a bouquet of jasmine. If she enjoys serendipitous encounters, you might go so far as to kidnap her. Kidnap her? Surely not. I wouldn't go to such extremes. As for matters of the heart, I adhere to principles. As he spoke, Li Xiao gently caressed the ring on his finger. One by one, various items flew out from the ring, neatly arranging themselves upon the bed. A box slowly materialized atop the nightstand between the two beds, filled to the brim with protective shields, numbering approximately 200. Are you serious, my friend? Have you mistaken this place for a hotel? Am I not human? Sueo was utterly speechless, astonished that Li Xiao was so unabashed. Li Xiao stepped forward and patted his shoulder. What is the matter? Earlier you mentioned being kindred spirits. Yet now you're acting like a typical boy next door? After exhaling a plume of smoke, Li Xiao exited the room. Feel free to use it, don't be shy. In the combat dormitory, male students were bustling about. Chen Bufan dragged his suitcase and entered. A righteous-looking male student hurried over. Are you the new roommate? My name is Xing Junlong. From now on, we shall be housemates. Please take care of me. Chen Bufan nodded, a smile forming on his face. Chen Bufan. Pleased to meet you. Xing Junlong's father, Xing Siming, is a king-level beast master and the mayor of Mist City. 4.5 years later, he sacrificed himself to protect Mist City when a meteorite fell from the sky. Perhaps to accommodate Chen Bufan's feelings, the two refrained from delving into other topics. After some small talk, Xing Junlong checked his phone for the time. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Brother Bufan, shall we head to the cafeteria? I arrived before you, so I'm more familiar with the campus. Chen Bufan nodded in agreement and retrieved 2 apples from his suitcase. Brother Junlong, these are apples from my family's orchard. Would you like to try one? Xing Junlong accepted the apple, wiped it off, and took a bite. Thank you, Brother Bufan. Since you've treated me to apples, I'll treat you to dinner. Chapter 22. Please do not disturb. At Jinjing University, in the school cafeteria, Sueo sat surrounded by female seniors from his department. Junior, eat this, it's good for your brain. Junior, this fish head is excellent, it will make you smarter. Junior, eat the kidneys, a handsome guy like you must have a girlfriend. Don't let them look down on us healers. At an 8-person table, 7 were serving themselves food. Su Ao wore a bewildered expression, surprised by this unexpected treatment. In the cafeteria, other male students wore looks of resentment, while more were mocking him. Previously, other high-aptitude boys had acted similarly, but after 4 years, the resources allocated to them were minimal, and they ultimately fell to the ranks of low-tier beast masters. The world outside the school was vastly different. One could hardly survive without Dragon Kingdom coins. Not far from the window, a short-haired girl was observing Su Ao, her expression filled with confusion. Hey, Sister Xiao Xiao, isn't that Su Ao, the adopted son of the Lu family? I heard he awakened an epic-level beast. Why would he choose to join the healing department? Di Xiao Xiao shook her head, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Her father had previously learned of Su Ao's awakening and had subtly advised her to interact with him more. However, she never anticipated that Su Ao would join the healing department. But that's for the best. It prevents unnecessary interactions. Regardless, we must maintain our position as first in the upcoming faction competition next week. As the two carried their trays towards the recycling area, Di Xiao Xiao unconsciously glanced back at Su Ao twice. His demeanor appeared guarded, quite unlike his former self in the Lu household. Sister Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? Nothing. Di Xiao Xiao responded, regaining her composure as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and walked out of the cafeteria alongside her classmates. At a table across from them, a senior girl, wearing a mischievous grin, inquired of the dining Su Ao, little junior. Who would have thought you were such a pure-hearted boy before entering university? Are you really that devoted? The senior girls had long since gathered information about Su Ao's past through their networks. Su Ao shook his head, sighing with a tone of melancholy. Seniors, please don't mention it. In my youth, I knew not the ways of the world. You seniors have always been so kind to me. Right now, I desperately need a hug. Seeing Su Ao on the verge of breaking down, the senior girls felt their hearts ache. Which girl could have hurt their precious junior so deeply? Lu Susu, quick-witted, hugged Su Ao from behind, cradling his head against her abdomen, speaking in an exceedingly gentle voice. Don't be sad, junior. If nothing special comes up tonight, I can offer you some comfort. We can talk about any heartaches in the small grove at school. Su Ao shook his head. While he wouldn't mind taking advantage of the situation, he currently felt little interest in such matters. What do your family members usually call you? Lu Susu changed the subject. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ao replied, At home, they all call me young master. The senior girls exchanged glances. And after a few seconds, they chorused, Young Master Su, Young Master Su, Young Master Su. Su Ao was taken aback, spitting out his food in disbelief. Utterly unprepared for such a response, the attention of those around them gravitated towards him once more, and some onlookers joined in the laughter. In the cafeteria, laughter erupted, and even Chen Bufan and his companion turned to look. Brother Bufan, is that the Su Ao from your Qingshui city? He is quite impressive now, having taken Lu Zhan, the patriarch of the Lu family, as his godfather and awakened an epic-level beast. Epic level? Chen Bufan inquired, bewildered. He distinctly remembered Su Ao awakening a rare beast. How had he now become an epic one? It must be a second beast, or perhaps a rare chance of tier transformation. However, this did not significantly affect him. His singular ambition was to strive for strength and seek out his relatives abroad. After dinner, the senior sisters tacitly refrained from escorting him back to the dormitory, instead opting to form a group and indulge in shopping at the school mall. Su, the senior sister, hinted to Su Ao several times that he could venture into the grove to unburden his troubles. Yet, Su Ao declined. Although the senior sisters were indeed beautiful, they paled in comparison to Shun Lu Wei and the maid. Moreover, he was not the type to be easily swayed by the presence of women. Upon returning to the dormitory alone, he was struck by the unusual silence in the corridor. With only a handful of healing students, barely 20, and the entire dormitory comprising merely 3 floors, it felt eerily quiet. As he approached his door, he noticed a new sign that read, Do Not Disturb. Do not disturb? What did that mean? Wasn't he and Li Xiao the only ones living here? Pondering this, he pressed his ear against the door and was startled by the raucous sounds emanating from within. Could it be true? He understood the implications of Li Xiao's words from earlier and grasped the unspoken understanding among the senior sisters. It seemed that the grass at home was being consumed rather rapidly. In terms of sheer attractiveness, although Li Xiao was nearly on par with Su Ao, he still fell short of the higher echelon of charm. Had he been less foolish in his methods, he might have truly captured Di Xiaoxiao's heart. Su Ao chose not to dwell on it further and began to wander the campus alone. Occasionally, female students would approach him, but he turned them all down. A few male students attempted to engage him, only to receive a thrashing followed by a barrage of curses. By the shores of Jinjing Lake, atop a wooden bridge, Su Ao gazed at the scenery before him and felt a surge of reflection. Had he not gone to the balcony to watch the performance? Had he not been struck by lightning, perhaps he would still be the quiet, exemplary student of the school. If given the chance to choose again, he would still opt to watch the performance, still choose to be struck by lightning. A gentle breeze swept by, and Sueo caught sight of a familiar figure in the pavilion. Di Xiao Xiao, with her short hair, sat on a bench while a tall man stood before her. Di Xiao Xiao, how many times must I tell you? I will not allow you to team up with anyone else. With your beast and a rare beast, we will surely secure a top position. Di Xiao Xiao rose in anger. Who I team up with is none of your business. Stop bothering me already. Oh. The classic conflict had arrived. Chenbu Fan, displaying bravery, provoked a demon-level beast master, leaving a strong impression on Di Xiao Xiao. After receiving a few punches, he found himself in the infirmary, and out of guilt, Di Xiao Xiao brought him meals every day. Misunderstandings arose, and their bond grew stronger. Sueo, quick-witted, seized the moment as Chenbu Fan hesitated on the other wooden bridge and charged straight into the pavilion. A resounding slap echoed as he struck the tall man, leaving him utterly bewildered. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Just as the man attempted to retaliate, Sueo stood with his hands behind his back, exuding confidence. I am Sueo, the son of the Liu family. The man's raised hand faltered, and he glared at Sueo through gritted teeth. Fine, you arrogant wretch. Just wait for the faction competition in a week. You'll pay for this. In the original narrative, Chenbu Fan remained silent after taking a beating due to his lack of connections. Sueo, however, was akin to the esteemed son of a high-ranking sect in a cultivation novel, while the man before him was merely the son of a middle-tier sect elder. And Di Xiao Xiao? She was the illegitimate daughter of the leader of a medium sect. Although her father, Di Qingfeng, was the head of the Di family, Di Xiao Xiao's status was shrouded in secrecy. This was also the reason why, 2 years later, when a meteor fell, they required the help of the formidable beast master Chenbu Fan. Sueo turned to look at Di Xiao Xiao, only to find her gaze averted, unwilling to meet his eyes. What's wrong? I stand up for you, and not even a word of thanks? Di Xiao Xiao, flustered, took a long moment before managing to utter 2 words. Thank you. Is that so difficult? Next time you encounter that little punk, just slap him twice and mention my name. If that fails, just say you're my girlfriend. Sueo grinned mischievously and turned to walk away. Di Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, but a wave of inexplicable feelings surged within her. Chapter 23. The 2 leading actors. In the dead of night, under a gentle breeze, a subtle transformation occurred in a young girl's heart. Seated alone on her windowsill, her short hair appeared tousled in the wind. Confusion, contemplation, intrigue, anticipation, unbeknownst to her. The image of a handsome boy lingered stubbornly in her mind. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Why are you still awake at this hour? At midnight. Di Xiao Xiao closed the window, quietly nestled back into her blankets, her lips curving upward involuntarily. It's nothing, good night. Meanwhile, in the healing student dormitory, 2 boys shared a bed. Sueo, feeling restless, observed the disarray of the bed next to his. When he returned, he found Li Xiao sprawled across his bed. With a controlled force, he delivered a slap to Li Xiao's face, but Li Xiao merely turned over. Left with no choice, Sueo lifted him back onto his own bed, ensuring he was still asleep before slipping under the covers himself. The first night proved challenging for rest. Without the maid's company, he felt an inexplicable void. At 7 in the morning, a chorus of shouts pierced the air. Wake up, young masters. Time to rise. Sueo was taken aback, not expecting the healing dormitory to include a wake-up service from the senior sisters. In contrast, Li Xiao, accustomed to it, threw off the covers and stretched his arms, mumbling sleepily, Someone, help me get dressed. Sueo stared in disbelief. With a resigned sigh, he got up and delivered a firm slap to Li Xiao's back. Li Xiao jolted awake. What's the matter, bro? What time is it? It's morning at school. You must be exhausted from last night. A few minutes later, both boys emerged, yawning. Li Xiao sported exaggerated dark circles under his eyes. A senior sister's gaze wandered, while the frontmost Lu Su Su wore a peculiar expression. Li Xiao, you should take it easy. In just 6 days, we have the faction competition, and we're all relying on you and Sueo to secure a good position. Li Xiao waved dismissively. Don't worry, senior sister. I've got this. Amidst a throng of over 20 senior sisters, the 2 made their way to the playground. Ziyin was already waiting there, her brow furrowing at the sight of Li Xiao's dark circles. What happened? You just arrived and already stayed up late? We had no teachers, and I was too excited to sleep, he replied, prompting suppressed laughter from the senior sisters and the new female students, all aware of the situation. With a sigh, Ziyin gestured ahead. Let us start with a run. 30 laps within an hour is passing, 50 is excellent, and 100 is impossible. The girls will do half. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Sueo and Li Xiao. One has a rare beast, the other an epic beast. You should aim for 50 to 80 laps. In the world of beast masters, conventional firearms had become obsolete. Even nuclear weapons were less effective than the skills of a few king-level beasts. Once a beast reached the early stage of demon beasts, the combat power of the beast master became nearly invulnerable. Daily training focused more on physical endurance and combat skills, effective only when the power disparity was relatively minor. The greater the number of beasts, the greater the impact. If the power gap was too wide, training would be in vain. As the two jogged at the back of the pack, Li Xiao, still groggy from sleep, leaned closer to Sueo. Hey, when we reach 50 or 60 laps, give me a shout. I'm not a mere ordinary beastmaster. Sueo nodded. Although the original narrative hadn't mentioned it, he could roughly infer the truth. In the mystical city of Magic Capital, the Li family is regarded as a secluded sect within the realm of novels, an esteemed lineage among elite sections. It is inconceivable that the sole heir would possess such a lackluster standing. Moreover, given Li Xiao's disposition, it is utterly implausible for him to remain merely a mundane beast master. Typically, most beast masters opt to align their capabilities with their rank before advancing their beasts, thereby slightly mitigating the disparities in beast quality. However, Sueo possesses only exceptional beasts, while Chun Bufan, in his later stages, has merely 3 extraordinary ones. This is of little concern. As long as there are exotic beasts to hunt and opportunities for elevation, he shall remain invincible. As time passed, the newly joined junior sisters were already exhausted. Yet, the two continued their steady pace, undeterred. Combat prowess is a confluence of various elements, including strength, speed, and mental fortitude. In the span of an hour, running not just 100 laps, but even 200, was well within their grasp. Brother, how many laps have we completed? 68 laps. Over the course of 40 minutes, Sueo, maintaining his speed ahead, had already completed 68 laps. Observing that he had surpassed his limits, Li Xiao stumbled and fell. The rare-grade mundane beasts typically max out at 70 laps, only achievable when on the cusp of the epic tier. Ziyun, watching from the sidelines, felt a flicker of joy. To think that a rare-grade mundane beast could nearly attain the epic level, it seemed promising for their upcoming interschool competition. With that thought, her gaze shifted to Sueo. After an hour, Sueo had run a total of 76 laps. Unlike Li Xiao, who stumbled over his own feet and fell, he was greeted by a throng of senior sisters who escorted both of them to the infirmary. Such incidents were not uncommon. Some overzealous freshmen would push their bodies beyond limits during training, garnering the attention of the faculty. The combat department frequently witnessed such occurrences, but the presence of a male healer was enough to draw attention. In the infirmary's healing ward, the two lay beneath blankets, each engrossed in their mobile devices, lost in the realm of gaming. Don't act recklessly. What are you doing? Sueo exclaimed. What do you know? I'm just, before he could finish. They heard the sound of the doorknob turning. They hastily tucked their phones under the covers, feigning weakness. Several senior sisters clad in nurse uniforms entered, their perfect figures accentuated by their attire. Li Xiao felt blood rush to his face, while Sueo simply closed his eyes. Maintaining the persona of a bashful youth was essential in the presence of their seniors. Ah, little junior brother, you are truly adorable. Why not open your eyes and take a look at your senior sisters? The enchanting voice of Lu Susu resonated, making Sueo feel as though a delicate hand was caressing his face. Senior sister, what are you doing? Nothing, just open your eyes. After a series of examinations confirmed that Sueo was fine, they turned to Li Xiao, who appeared comically absurd. Despite a senior sister's attentive care, Li Xiao's nose continued to bleed. Shaking his head to regain composure, he rose and headed toward the restroom. Junior brother, what's the matter? Nothing, just need to use the restroom. After a full afternoon of training, the duo had found their rhythm, managing to regulate their speeds effectively while gradually slowing down. To achieve perfection, they had even delved into the study of human power dynamics during lunch, ensuring they revealed no weaknesses. As evening approached, Sueo intended to return to the dormitory to play games, but was greeted at the entrance by a familiar sign: do not disturb. Chapter 24, The Slap of the War God. 3 days passed with no incidents, and the two engaged in diligent training, thoroughly understanding the nuances of effective relaxation. Meanwhile, other senior and junior sisters were actively preparing for the competition, which primarily focused on 3 aspects: the synergy between the master and their beasts, the beasts' individual combat prowess, and teamwork within their respective departments. The first aspect involves the simultaneous entry of the master and their beast to engage in duels with other beast masters of equivalent rank. With only 3 days left until the competition, the breeding grounds had opened, allowing students to freely enter and tackle monsters. The second aspect, individual combat, entails a round-robin format across different departments and grades, where rankings are determined by the number of victories. The third aspect focuses on teamwork within the same department and grade, conducting elimination rounds within designated areas. The later one is eliminated, the higher their rank, and the more substantial the rewards. The cumulative scores from these 3 competitions dictate resource allocation. Under the guidance of several senior sisters, Suao and his companions arrived at a low-tier breeding ground exclusive to the healing department. However, to their surprise, a long queue awaited them. Everyone line up. Only 20 can enter at a time, Suao remarked, observing unfamiliar faces as he approached a guiding senior sister. Senior sister, isn't this our low-tier breeding ground? I don't recognize any of these people. A senior sister with bangs sighed. Junior brother, there's nothing we can do. Our healing department is understaffed, and others from different factions are encroaching on our territory. Every year, if students fail to advance in their Beastmaster ranks, they are mandated to withdraw until they attain the rank of a giant Beastmaster. Over time, this low-tier breeding ground has lost its value for us. We might as well join the queue. Li Xiao, overhearing, became intrigued. Such a display of bravado was more suited for him. He lit a cigarette and strode to the front of the line, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the individual maintaining order. Pia, this is our healing department's territory. What right do you have to intrude? The struck boy was momentarily stunned, but soon his expression turned to one of fury. You lot from this pathetic faction claim the throne without merit. What is wrong with us using it for a while? Have you even asked for permission? Unable to compete with your own faction, you come to us for a handout? Li Xiao retorted with arrogance, exhaling smoke into the boy's face. The onlookers began to gather around. What's wrong with bullying you? A faction destined for dissolution due to lack of results. Only those who can't enter the healing department are deemed useless, and we in the combat department wouldn't even want you. Even the defense department won't accept you. Your faction is a waste of resources with merely dozens of members occupying such a vast breeding ground. Li Xiao showed no signs of intimidation, delivering another slap to the boy in front of him. I'll say it again, have everyone inside vacate within 10 minutes. I am Li Xiao, from the illustrious Leaf family of Magic Capital. As his voice echoed, many of the surrounding students stepped back, yet dozens still stood their ground. What of the Leaf family of Magic Capital? Most of us hail from Jinjing. If we must, we want to go there. The anger in Li Xiao surged. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. Just as he was about to retaliate, a hand grasped him. Brotherly, there's no need for this, Suao said, glancing around. I am Suao, the adopted son of the Lu family of Jinjing. As my brother stated, everyone inside must vacate within 10 minutes, otherwise. Don't blame me and my brother for being unaccommodating. His calm demeanor held an air of undeniable authority, prompting a significant portion of the crowd to withdraw. Minutes later, the first batch of entrants emerged. A young man, having grasped the situation, glared at Suao and his companion. You must be Suao, right? An adopted son. Yet you should still tread carefully in Jinjing. Though the management may allow it outside, the Lu family is the most formidable in Jinjing. But we are not to be trifled with. In the city of Jinjing, there exists a cadre of several dozen royal beastmasters, among whom Lu Zhan stands as the most formidable, with his Azure Dragon having attained the intermediate level of royal beasts. Suao nodded and, without further ado, delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the boy who had been speaking. Do you still possess such audacity? Strike him. With these words, his fiery lizard armor enveloped him entirely, as he controlled the force to strike the boy's face. The boy chuckled. With such feeble strength, are you merely tickling me? I intend to remain right here. If you dare, do not call for a teacher. You said it, so don't go back on your word. Li Xiao nearby smirked, gently caressing his ring from which a sharp knife emerged. My mother has provided me with a set of self-defense tools. Let us see how sharp they are today. Approaching the boy with the knife, he donned a faintly glowing blue armor that melded seamlessly with him, its surface adorned with a layer of transparent scales. Unmistakably from a fantastical beast. Suao remarked, how striking. What grade is that? Li Xiao replied, it's a general beast-level armor. Quite dashing, wouldn't you agree? The kitchen knife is impressive too. As he spoke, the onlookers dispersed. Apart from the beast fighting arena and the breeding grounds, students were prohibited from summoning their beasts in other areas, with exceptions for special circumstances. Otherwise, discovery would result in expulsion. A growing crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, while Li Xiao sheathed his knife at his waist and began delivering indiscriminate slaps to the surrounding spectators. Though his strength was lacking, his actions were profoundly insulting. Suao, too, was enraptured, joining the throng to administer slaps. Students bold enough to encroach upon the territories of other factions. How significant could their backgrounds truly be? The sounds of slapping echoed continuously at the entrance of the breeding grounds, much to the satisfaction of a nearby senior girl. Finally, 2 students with backgrounds have arrived. Our days of suffering in the healing department are over. Not far away, in the teaching building, Ziyun appeared flustered, while a man beside her twitched at the corners of his mouth. Teacher Ziyun, this Li Xiao perfectly embodies your description of a lecherous and arrogant individual. But what is the matter with Suao? Ziyan snapped back to reality, replying hurriedly, Director Zhong, I'm not certain. Sueo has been quite well these past few days. I cannot fathom what has changed today. The man, named Zhong Zhong, a royal beast master and the director of Jinjing University, observed the two for a long while before nodding. Well, it is quite normal for students to engage in minor disputes. They are not foolish enough to deliberately harm their peers. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Ziyun, with the competition only days away, the school cannot intervene in your personal matters, after all. Ziyun's gaze dimmed as she lifted her head to observe Su Ao and Li Xiao below, the last vestiges of hope she had for the school. Suddenly, her pupils widened in alarm. Below, Su Ao and Li Xiao, dissatisfied, were pinning several students to the ground and slapping them. Minor scuffles may be acceptable, but this was tantamount to forced assault. Director Zhong had already taken action, summoning his flying beast to confront the two. Su Ao and Li Xiao exchanged glances before charging into the breeding grounds. You two rascals, if you haven't had your fill of slaughtering beasts, I will deal with you when you come out. Chapter 25. I'm laying my cards on the table. Inside the breeding grounds, the main gate was electrified. The outside world could not discern what transpired within, granting the two ample room for maneuvering. Little brother, you stay here and rest. For the time being, let your brother put on a show. Li Xiao lit a cigarette, and a colossal ant materialized before them. Swallowing sky ant, go forth. At Li Xiao's command, the ant, with legs as sharp as blades, lunged at the approaching beasts. The beasts, sensing the overwhelming pressure, fled desperately. Yet, the disparity in levels rendered them utterly helpless. The swallowing sky ant trampled over the throngs of lesser beasts, impaling them, their bodies writhing helplessly on the ground. Su Ao surveyed the scene, noting the numerous dying beasts strewn about. Name, Blood Python. Level, Peak of Mortal Beasts. Grade, Low. Combat Power, 24. Defense, 28. Skill, Bite. Status, Near Death. Name, Illusion Butterfly. Level, Intermediate Mortal Beast. Grade, High. Combat Power, 20. Defense, 17. Skill, Bewildering Powder. Status, Near Death. In merely a few minutes, the breeding grounds were littered with the casualties of mortal beasts, with the remaining few fleeing to another area. Countless dying beasts lay before them, some having succumbed to excessive force. Su Ao hastily summoned the spiritual grass, yet it remained inactive. Spiritual grass, hurry up and scavenge. Why are you just standing there? His confusion deepened as he waited in vain. Soon, the tip of the spiritual grass slowly turned red, releasing a cloud of powder. The powder wafted into the nostrils of a nearby beast, which seemed to be entranced, attacking itself incessantly. Moments later, a notification sounded. Congratulations on slaying the peak mortal beast Blood Python, earning 342 experience points. Su Ao was taken aback and quickly accessed the skill explanation of the spiritual grass. Bewilder can compel individuals or beasts with lesser combat and defense power to perform any action. Incredulity washed over him. How could Su Ao, as a descendant of dragons, be so exceptional? Was he truly the child of destiny? Seeds of doubt were sown in his mind as Li Xiao patted his face uncertainly. What are you doing? Xiao Di? Su Ao inquired. Nothing, just verifying if you're real. Your luck is quite extraordinary. If you were a beast path incarnation from a novel, I might just persuade my parents to refine you into a pill, and our family would directly ascend to god-tier beast masters. Su Ao was utterly speechless, encountering yet another person entranced by novels. After pondering for a while, he reached out to touch the fierce tiger beside Li Xiao. A flash of golden light enveloped the tiger, altering its form slightly. Holy moly, Brother Ao, did you just transform it into a meteorite beast? My serrated tiger is rare, and you just upgraded it to top tier? Typically, most beast masters would opt to employ high-tier beasts to reduce low-tier beasts to the brink of death before dispatching them with a lower-tier beast. This method not only yielded experience points, but also evolutionary value, and the kills garnered were greater than those achieved within the same tier, provided that the lower-tier beasts were of high quality, capable of breaching the defenses of dying beasts. Li Xiao, regaining his composure, was ecstatic as he lifted Su Ao in a bear hug. From now on, you are my brother. We shall share fortune and adversity together. At the entrance of the low-tier breeding grounds for healing beasts, Ziyan anxiously awaited alongside several senior girls, while Director Zhong appeared rather bored, engrossed in his phone. Director Zhong, do you think these two will be all right? It has been 5 hours since they went in. Do not worry. There are several combat students still recuperating in the infirmary. These two little rascals come from affluent families and would not venture unprepared. But 5 hours have passed. Ordinary students would have emerged long ago. I fear for the injuries of their beasts. As Ziyun's words fell, two figures gradually appeared. Su Ao yawned languidly, while Li Xiao rubbed his eyes. Brother Ao, do you think we'll be punished for this? The beasts are nearly all dying. What will happen to those new female students? What can be done? Let them scavenge. When the school-wide competition comes, we must secure first place. Chapter 26, Shun Lui's Request. The next day passed without incident. Over the past few days, Li Xiao had been notably quieter. Their performance the previous day had left Ziyun considerably astonished. Director Zhong Zhong, upon learning of their results, did not excessively pursue their behavior of physical aggression. In any realm, background and innate talent wield considerable influence. When their summoned beasts reached the pinnacle of ordinary beasts, several tests were deliberately arranged. Even at the peak of ordinary beasts, their utmost efforts could not breach the defenses of the two summoned creatures. Typically, students endeavor to showcase their abilities during entrance assessments to garner the attention of their instructors. Yet, Su Ao and Li Xiao, despite possessing extraordinary qualifications for their summoned beasts, deliberately concealed their talents to enter the healing department. In the days that followed, Su Ao and Li Xiao were spared from futile endeavors. Ziyun granted them a 2-day respite. What piqued Ziyun's curiosity was that Su Ao, who had clearly awakened with a violet aura, altered his rank after eliminating a circle of exotic beasts. In the healing dormitory 301, after a night spent gaming, the two remained asleep until 9 in the morning. Young Master Su, there's a lovely lady seeking you. The senior's soft voice wafted in from the doorway, laced with an inexplicable undertone. Upon opening the door, Su Ao's hair appeared slightly disheveled. What's the matter, senior? Who is looking for me? Following yesterday's events, Su Ao's facade had crumbled, and he no longer feigned shyness. No wonder you are so infatuated. That Xin Lu Wei is indeed a stunning beauty. You have no reason to be a sycophant. Lu Su Su's words left Su Ao bewildered. What? Is she really looking for me? Indeed. She has been waiting downstairs for over an hour. If we hadn't gone out to check, she might have stood there all morning. After changing his clothes and tidying his hair, Su Ao prepared to meet the object of his potential redemption. A gentle breeze brushed through, and through the window, he spotted Xin Lu Wei standing below. Her shoulder-length hair was tied back, revealing her naturally fair complexion. Unlike her vivacious demeanor before, her solitary figure now appeared somewhat haggard. A few minutes later, Su Ao cleared his throat beside her. What's the matter, classmate Xin Lu Wei? What brings you here? Xin Lu Wei slightly trembled, perhaps startled, and after a prolonged pause, her cheeks flushed. Su Ao Gidge, could you help me level up? My awakened beast is of the healing type, and I lack combat experience. Help you level up? Su Ao understood immediately. Had he not traversed into this narrative, Xin Lu Wei would have already utilized the resources provided by the original owner to team up with Chunbu Fan and slay monsters in the breeding grounds. Why? Provide me with a reason. Su Ao's voice remained indifferent. Xin Lu Wei hesitated for a long moment before revealing the truth. Bu Fan Gidge thinks I lack combat power and is unwilling to team up with me. Su Ao Gidge, you know I like him. Su Ao chuckled. What does your affection for him have to do with me? Did you know I liked you once? I always regarded you as an older brother, Su Ao Gidge. Would you please help me? No. Su Ao shook his head. During our high school years, was there anything you possessed that wasn't given by me? It should all belong to Chunbu Fan now, right? What has he ever given you? Can't you see he has no interest in you? Is being a sycophant that easy? Sycophants are not ignorant. Rather, they refuse to accept reality and require someone to awaken them. Xin Lu Wei stood frozen in place. She knew the truth, but remained undeterred. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the courage to grasp Su Ao's hand. Su Ao Gidge, I believe he has feelings for me. Can you help me one last time? All right, the usual arrangement. Su Ao wore a mischievous grin as Xin Lu Wei rose on her toes and pressed a kiss onto his cheek, feeling the warmth of the touch. Even as a somewhat mature Su Ao, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Compared to their first kiss, this one was undeniably more practiced. Li Xiao, returning from buying cigarettes, witnessed this scene and felt his molars gritting. No wonder such a beautiful and alluring senior like Lu Su Su could not capture Su Ao's heart. It turns out he has a stunning girlfriend. Su Ao, you are simply ungrateful. With this, he hastily approached Xin Lu Wei, his hands behind his back, sporting a playful grin. Hey there, sister-in-law. I'm Li Xiao, Su Ao's half-brother. I knew it. No wonder Su Ao joined the healing department. He seemed utterly unfazed by the senior girl's advances. It appears he has such a beautiful sister-in-law. Xin Lu Wei's ears flushed as she quickly lowered her head. For reasons unknown, her initial disinterest in Su Ao transformed into an inexplicable trust after their kiss. Su Ao continued to treat her well, albeit with certain conditions. Yet Xin Lu Wei found no dislike in this. With Su Ao's reminders, she began to reflect on their high school years. Aside from the time spent tutoring him, he had shown her little warmth. Cautiously lifting her head to observe Su Ao's handsome profile, her eyes were filled with shyness. As she recalled their high school experiences, perhaps Su Ao's words held true. He had been infatuated with her, while she had been infatuated with Chunbu Fan. By the way, don't say anything reckless. She's not your sister-in-law yet. Su Ao's words fell as he seamlessly took Shen Luwei's hand. Let us go. I'll take you to level up. To her surprise, Shen Luwei did not resist and allowed Su Ao to lead her. Her heart raced, yet Su Ao soon released her hand, leaving her with an unexpected sense of loss. You still haven't formed a team for the upcoming competition, have you? Shen Luwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. No, there were a few boys who wanted to team up with me, but I refused. That was for Chunbu Fan, wasn't he it? Yes. Shen Luwei turned to Su Ao. Su Ao Gidge, did I do something wrong? You did nothing wrong. Su Ao smiled. Having a crush is entirely normal. Sometimes, unreciprocated feelings can be tempered. Like when I liked you, but you were always enamored with Chunbu Fan. So I let it go? Shen Luwei frowned, soon coming to a halt. Then, Su Ao Gidge, do you still like me now? A gentle breeze swept over them as they stood upon a wooden bridge. Shen Luwei's gaze was filled with anticipation, and Su Ao chuckled, patting her head. Perhaps, if you steal another kiss, I might like you even more. Shen Luwei's expression turned peculiar, her arms crossed with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. Seizing the moment while Su Ao was distracted by the view, she stealthily kissed him on the cheek. What about now? I like you even more. Shen Luwei boldly took Su Ao's hand, leading him toward the other end of the bridge. Shen Luwei, you're going the wrong way. Our healing department's breeding grounds are over here. Then why did you come up here? To enjoy the scenery, of course, and to admire beautiful ladies. Are you referring to me, Su Ao Gidge? Chapter 27, Leveling Up with My Sister, Punishing the Rumor Mongers. In the lower-level breeding grounds of the healing department, following yesterday's events, no one remained in line outside. Hand in hand, Su Ao and Shen Luwei pressed the button and entered. Wow, Su Ao Gidge. This is my first time in the breeding grounds, and I didn't expect it to be so vast. As she spoke, she summoned a small sapling and dashed toward a nearby exotic beast. Su Ao quickly pulled her back. Hold on, don't rush in like that. You might get hurt. With a gentle touch of his ring, a set of red armor enveloped Shen Luwei. With a look of wonder at her new attire, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. Thank you, brother. How can I repay you? 3. Following the rhythmic strides of her beast, Shen Luwei eagerly advanced. Name, Bloodthirsty Ant Level, Primary Common Beast. Rank, Ordinary. Battle Power, 17. Defense, 15. Skill Bite. Status, Good. Shen Luwei's ancient tree was of rare quality, and Su Ao discerned that it should indeed surpass this creature. Slow down, Shen Luwei, do not injure yourself. I understand, brother Su Ao, I will not be harmed. Su Ao chuckled, shaking his head. Such was the folly of the charming girl. In the original narrative, even when teamed with Chunbu Fan, she remained in the rear, healing them without ever truly engaging her beast in combat. Suddenly, a slender branch of the sapling elongated and lashed out at the foreleg of the bloodthirsty ant. The creature, stung by the pain, began to gnaw at the tree's tip. Observing her ancient tree sustain minor injuries, Shen Luwei swiftly summoned it back. Forgetting she was clad in fire lizard armor, she rushed anxiously towards Su Ao. Brother Su Ao, I am so frightened. Su Ao, feeling the soft touch, embraced her gently, patting her shoulder. Do not fear. Are you not wearing a defensive suit? Regaining her composure, Shen Luwei summoned her courage to face the bloodthirsty ant. Its diminished attributes posed no threat to her. As the creature lunged, she instinctively shut her eyes in panic, even though she knew she would not be harmed. Fear gripped her. She crouched down with her eyes tightly shut. After several seconds, the anticipated bite never occurred. Upon reopening her eyes, she found the bloodthirsty ant gaping wide, gnawing at various parts of its own body. Beside her, a tuft of grass adorned with crimson buds emitted a shower of red pollen. Surrounding them, a dozen ordinary beasts were engaged in self-mutilation. Looking up, she spotted a handsome face breaking into a smile, extending his right hand towards her. Silly girl, do not be so reckless next time. Your beast is of the healing type. It truly requires teamwork. Before her, the bloodthirsty ant, under her assault, transitioned from good condition to near death, its attributes altered. Name, Bloodthirsty Ant Level, Primary Common Beast. Rank, Ordinary. Battle Power, 5. Defense, 8. Skill, Bite. Status, Near Death. Su Ao patted Shen Luwei's back. Go on, little fool. Next time, just stay close to me. Shen Luwei's cheeks flushed as she stood on tiptoe and planted a quick kiss on Su Ao's lips. After tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear, she summoned the ancient tree once more. The branches swung, and moments later, the bloodthirsty ant lay defeated at her feet. Enthusiastically, she rushed forward and forcefully tore off its 2 pairs of antennae. Holding them aloft, as if to showcase her triumph, she waved them towards Su Ao. Brother Su Ao, these bloodthirsty ant antennae can be exchanged for 1 point. If we slay a few more, we can purchase equipment. At Jinjing Beastmaster University, there existed a materials exchange center. After students vanquished monsters in the breeding grounds, certain unique parts of the beasts could be transformed into corresponding gear, enhancing their defense or combat prowess. Typically, students would retain the valuable parts of the slain beasts to exchange for points to acquire supplies. Sueo smiled, soon accepting the antennae that Shinlue offered. The antennae transformed into a stream of light, entering the energy ring on his index finger. Let us proceed. I will keep these for you. By midday, Shinlue's ancient tree had reached the pinnacle of ordinary beasts. Although smaller than spiritual herbs, it was still considerably larger than the average common beast. The two walked side by side towards the exit, heading in the direction of the cafeteria. Brother Sueo, do you truly like me? Indeed. Then, can you be my boyfriend? I am serious. Under Shinlue's expectant gaze, Sueo shook his head. You still hold feelings for Chunbufan, do you not? I would not wish for my girlfriend to harbor affections for another. Shinlue's expression dimmed gradually. 3 years of unrequited love could not be dismissed so easily. Summoning her courage, she kissed Sueo once more in front of the crowd. Brother Sueo, I have come to realize, nostalgia for the past pales in comparison to cherishing the present. During this month of summer vacation, I have understood the type of person Chunbufan is. Only you have been genuinely kind to me, yet you have turned into a villain now. With a playful pout, Sueo affectionately pinched her nose. Were it not for my feelings for you, how could I possibly act unkindly? Shinlue's smile was radiant, her eyes sparkling like stars. Then, Brother Sueo, would you accompany me to bid farewell to the past? I mean, to find Chunbufan. Sueo nodded. Only by allowing Shinlue to entirely sever her ties could he truly save her. Otherwise, the calamity of clear waters might lead her to sacrifice herself for Chunbufan. The lethality of unrequited love was no jest. Hand in hand, they traversed various scenes within the school. Curious students looked on. Isn't that the pure freshman flower of the combat department? She had a boyfriend within just a week of enrollment. Just days ago, she delivered meals to a new student named Chunbufan, and now she is seeking someone new? Indeed, while she appears innocent, she seems intent on climbing the social ladder. The handsome companion beside her was none other than the adopted son of the Liu family, currently quite the sensation. Keep your voices down. He is coming our way. At that moment, Sueo wore a cool demeanor. Which girl could withstand such rumors? Especially someone as innocent-hearted as Shinlue, having resolved to save her. He could not allow her to suffer indignities. Before two male students, Sueo raised an eyebrow, glancing their way, while Shinlue gripped his hand tightly. Let us go? Brother Sueo, fighting at school could lead to disciplinary action. Nonsense. Fighting and teaching a lesson are two different matters. They have spoken ill of you. I cannot stand idly by. A series of crisp slaps resounded, cementing Sueo's reputation as the slap god. The onlookers quickly dispersed, halting their gossip. Brother Ao, we were only joking. We are so sorry. Yeah, we won T-Dare again. The two boys pleaded for mercy, and after a minute, Sueo seized his hand. In the future, should you spread falsehoods, it will not merely be a slap in the face. Is it permissible to slander a girl's character so casually? Chapter 28, Awakening. Changing departments. The dormitory of the combat department was starkly different from that of the healing department. The entire dormitory building soared several stories high, filled to capacity. At the base of the dormitory, Sueo released Shinlue's hand. Go on. If Chunbufan truly accepts you, I will choose to let go. A flicker of panic crossed Shinlue's eyes, and soon she grasped Sueo's hand, explaining, Brother Sueo, that is not what I meant. I merely came today to ascertain whether he has ever had feelings for me in these 3 years. Sueo nodded. This narrative was one of sacrificial tendencies. The protagonist, driven to grow stronger, would abandon even their closest allies when necessary. In the realm of beast taming, such behavior was not deemed improper. Yet, Sueo disapproved. If a person would stop at nothing, even forsaking their family and friends, what value lay in becoming stronger? Moments later, a slender figure appeared from the corridor, casting a frigid gaze upon Sueo and Shinlue. Chunbufan tucked his phone into his pocket, wearing a stern expression as he approached Shinlue. Classmate Shinlue, what brings you to me today? He pondered for a moment before glancing at Sueo, contemplating the possibility of including him in the team. In the realm of Beastmaster University, interdepartmental competitions usually see students teaming up within their own departments to vie for resources. However, some exceptionally talented individuals opt to collaborate across departments, particularly with the combat department, in hopes of earning a chance to transfer. Sueo shook his head and stepped aside, refraining from engaging further with Chunbufan. Those who had previously interacted with him in the original narrative met with sacrifice, a fate Sueo was keen to avoid. With a calm demeanor, Shinlue took a deep breath and turned to Chunbufan. Brother Bufan, during our 3 years in high school, did you ever harbor feelings for me, even once? No, he replied. You taught me, treated me to meals, and we chatted. That's all. Shunlue nodded, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. She was taken aback to find that her bold affections over the past 3 years had culminated in such a dismissive response. Regaining her composure, she wiped away her tears and walked towards Sueo, who was a short distance away. What's wrong? Have you come to realize who truly cares for you? I understand now, brother Sueo. It seems I was too naive before. Let's go. Hand in hand. The two gradually vanished from Chun Buffon's view. He furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to voice his thoughts. In the afternoon, within the departmental office, Zhong scrutinized the transfer application with a furrowed brow. Classmate Shunlue, have you truly considered this? Transferring from the combat department to the healing department is no trivial matter. His gaze was piercing, the pen in his right hand hovering in the air. Since becoming the department head, he had never received such a request. According to school regulations, students from the combat department could apply to transfer to the other two departments, while those from the healing department could move to the combat department. However, if the latter wished to transfer back, they would need to undergo a re-evaluation of their qualifications. The opportunity for transfer was singular. Whether successful or not, they could not apply again. Classmate Shunlue, your beast is of a rare tier, a commendable presence even within the combat department. Why then do you wish to transition to the healing department? Zhong lifted his gaze to meet hers, while Shunlue appeared somewhat bashful. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Sueo entered the office, an apologetic expression on his face. Mr. Zhong, as of now, Shunlue is my girlfriend. It was upon my suggestion that she transferred to the healing department. Your suggestion? How exactly did you propose that? Zhong's expression was one of irritation. Who would advise their girlfriend to downgrade to a lesser department? Sueo pondered for a moment, his face serious. Mr. Zhong, gold will shine regardless of its setting. When my dear Shunlue becomes a master beast tamer, she will undoubtedly soar. Zhong regarded him with a peculiar gaze, contemplating before signing the document. Very well, take good care of her. If she fails to achieve results in the upcoming intra-school competition, I will certainly hold you accountable. Sueo nodded in agreement, and Zhong continued, wait. If you were to find another girlfriend in the future, you must not neglect classmate Shunlue. Can you manage that? Absolutely, Sueo affirmed. In the world of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. It is quite normal for men to have multiple wives. Li Xiao's father, Li Yuhang, has 4 wives. Li Xiao is the son of his first wife, Su Mei, while the others have only daughters. As an earth dweller, Sueo fundamentally disagreed with such notions. Yet, on the other hand, when in Rome, one must reluctantly adapt. By the afternoon's end, the two had completed their transfer procedures. They stored their bedding into their spiritual energy storage ring and walked hand in hand towards the healing department dormitory. They happened to run into Lu Susu, who remarked, Junior, you're quite impressive. Within just 7 days of entering the school, you've already captured your first love, haven't you? How could it be described as capturing? It's a mutual feeling, Sueo chuckled. By the way, she is now part of our healing department. A glimmer of surprise crossed Lu Susu's eyes as she approached Sueo with a mischievous smile. Junior, what if I join you too? Rest assured, I won't be jealous of my junior. Sueo shook his head, maintaining a serious demeanor. Sister, you are very beautiful. But I currently have no intention of seeking a second partner. Unamused, the sister patted Sueo on the shoulder and walked away. Take good care of her. I've never heard of someone transferring from the nearly disbanded healing department to the combat department. If you neglect her, the senior sisters will not let you off easily. Beside them, Shunlue's cheeks flushed as she tightened her grip on Sueo's hand. Brother Su, is what you said true? What is true? Sueo replied, coming back to himself. Indeed, I worry that my precious might feel jealous. Shunlue nodded shyly and, on tiptoes, placed a kiss on his forehead. Thank you, darling. You really don't have to do this. My brother is so exceptional. Surely there will be other girls who admire you. But you must not neglect me. I am now a beast tamer, and quite an impressive one at that. She raised her delicate fist, looking at Sueo with a proud air. Sueo embraced her reassuringly. Rest assured, my dear, I will keep my word. In the healing department dormitory, room 301, there was no do not disturb sign. Sueo opened the door and stepped inside. At that moment, Li Xiao was angrily staring at the screen, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. What is going on? I told you to form a team. How dare you insult me? You better watch out for my real-life wrath. Behind him, Shunlue was taken aback. Brother Su, is this how you usually interact? Isn't it rather impolite? Sueo maintained a serious demeanor. No, I usually don't play games. His gaze wandered around the room. And a few minutes later, Li Xiao noticed the two. Oh, you brought your girlfriend back? All right, I'll make space for you. No need, just move out. This room is now occupied by me and your sister-in-law. Chapter 29, The Arrogant Healing Department. The night passed in silence as Sueo and Shunlue settled into the same dormitory. Jinjing Beastmaster University offers specific rooms for couples, but the two found the process cumbersome and simply moved one bed out. The previous night, they had conversed extensively, from life philosophies to knowledge about beasts, from personal interests to discussions about love. Li Xiao shared a room with a senior sister in room 204 on the second floor. Today marked the first day of the inter-school competition, where the first 5 days were dedicated to individual battles of the beasts. The two walked hand in hand toward the arena, with Shun Lui's cheeks flushed and Su Ao appearing somewhat lethargic, faint dark circles under his eyes. Inside the arena, the competition area was divided into 3 zones corresponding to battles between common beasts, magical beasts, and giant beasts. Each zone featured 10 platforms, with the size of the platform increasing alongside the beast's ranks. Unlike ordinary platforms, these were crafted from materials resembling those of a breeding ground, forming a semicircular transparent enclosure. In the common beast area, the 10 platforms were already occupied by various beasts, their masters outside the enclosure directing their combat. Within one enclosure, 2 similarly sized beasts were locked in a fierce struggle. One, a horned rhinoceros, had a broken horn yet charged at the opposing feline beast with a roar. The feline, dragging its mangled body, swiped its sharp claws toward the rhinoceros's eyes. After several minutes of intense conflict, both beasts paused their struggle. The feline raised its head and roared in triumph, declaring its victory. Victory for the combat department, Li Xiang. A man in a referee's red armband announced from before the platform. Before long, the cover lifted, revealing a vial of green elixir, which was administered to both combatants' beasts. The 2 beasts visibly regained their vigor, and after a minute, were called back by their respective masters. A student named Li Xiang wore a proud expression as he surveyed the crowd below. Atop the cover, a scoreboard materialized before the onlookers. How impressive! He had achieved 5 consecutive victories, accumulating a total of 15 points. Such prowess was enviable. His beasts were at least of a rare grade, far beyond what we could fathom. The students murmured amongst themselves, each having only one opportunity to challenge. A successful challenge would yield half of the champion's score, while the champion would exit with their current score. The new champion would begin accumulating points from that score, with their consecutive victories halved. A failed challenge would result in an increase in the champion's score, with additional points awarded for each subsequent victory. According to the established rules, there was 1 main arena for healing-type practitioners, 3 for transport-type practitioners, and 6 for combat-type practitioners. The initial champion must be from the corresponding type, while challengers would be from other types to prevent malicious score boosting. Typically, students from the combat type dominated all arenas from the outset, awaiting challengers from other disciplines. The arena before the 2 was the main arena for healing-type practitioners. The previously defeated junior sister stood off to the side, looking disheartened. Darling, why not give it a try? Su Ao encouraged gently, and Shun Lue stepped forward without hesitation. After registering her information, she approached the arena. Li Xiang gazed at Shun Lue's exquisite visage, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes. Sister, are you from the transport or healing type? My beast can be quite ferocious. If you're in trouble, just let me know. Healing type, Shun Lue, she replied with a friendly smile, as a towering ancient tree, 5 meters tall, manifested in the arena, standing opposite the feline beast. Both were peak mortal beasts, yet the size difference was nearly a meter. Just last night, Su Ao had utilized his evolution points to upgrade Shun Lue's ancient tree to the superb grade. The referee pressed a button, and a white cover enveloped the 2 beasts. In an instant, the feline beast lunged at the ancient tree, sinking its fangs into the trunk. Ancient tree strike. Su Ao had imparted some combat knowledge to her during their monster hunting session yesterday, and she now grasped some basic combat techniques. With a commanding shout, Shun Lue directed the ancient tree to swing its branches toward the tiger's back. The tiger, feeling the pain, recoiled, emitting a series of roars. Yet, a gruesome gash appeared on its back. Li Xiang's eyes widened in shock. Sister, what grade is your beast? No comment. Shun Lue shook her head. Revealing her grade would deter future challengers and hinder her score's ascent. Li Xiang understood this well, and, regaining his composure, bellowed, "Golden-toothed tiger, bite." The tiger unleashed a fearsome roar, sprinting across the arena's 100-meter diameter. It swiftly circled behind the ancient tree, aiming to sink its teeth into the base of the trunk. The ancient tree's branches quivered, suddenly elongating to ensnare the ferocious tiger. Blood flowed profusely, prompting Li Xiang to urgently shout, "Stop! I concede." In just one encounter, his rare-grade beast was on the brink of death. The opponent's beast was at least of epic grade. As his words fell, the referee announced the match's outcome. Healing type, Shun Lue wins. The scoreboard shifted, with Shun Lue's name now prominently displayed in second place. Rounded up, she earned 8 points for half the score, plus 3 points for her consecutive victories. Each scoreboard meticulously documented the scoring and rankings for that arena. Shen Lue had become the new champion, destined to remain in the arena until defeated. According to the original narrative, Jinjing University boasted 5 superb mortal beasts, each occupying a separate arena. Shen Bufan, with his epic-grade fire dragon hatchling, claimed one arena for himself. Su Ao strolled past the arenas, discovering the fire dragon engaged in a fierce battle at the 5th arena. Before it, a colossal shrimp was on the brink of demise. Combat type, Shen Bufan wins. Shen Bufan wore a grave expression. The fire dragon's fire attribute faced off against the water attribute of the giant shrimp, and despite the great suppression, victory was not easily attained. Yet, this was favorable, as it would draw the school's attention. The referee below observed with appreciation, having noted Shen Bufan since his entrance into the school. With an impressive demeanor, he adeptly handled the attribute suppression. Above them, a scoreboard displayed that the previous student had achieved 6 consecutive victories. Halved, he garnered 11 points, plus 3 points for his consecutive wins, bringing Shen Bufan's total to 14 points, placing him second. Su Ao chose not to challenge, as it pertained to the distribution of faction resources. While he had no need for them, he also did not wish to disappoint the healing-type senior. Currently, his goal was to select a superb mortal beast with a conflicting attribute to maximize his score. However, as he scanned the area, he noticed Li Xiao, proudly smoking a cigarette, standing at the last arena. The school had an unwritten rule that the further back an arena was, the higher the skill level it represented. The healing-type arena was first, while the 10th arena, where Li Xiao stood, symbolized a gathering of geniuses. Li Xiao wore a disdainful expression as he addressed the crowd of combat-type students below. Come on, you combat-type nobodies. If you have the guts, step up and challenge me. Don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. All of you here are trash. Chapter 30, Unrestrained Madness. His words incited outrage among the crowd. In the face of their collective indignation, Li Xiao chose to confront them head-on. After several minutes of heated exchanges, not a single challenger dared to ascend the arena. Li Xiao chuckled, and after a brief pause, shouted, "Stop. I don't want to waste breath with you. If you truly can't stand me, come up and fight." Pulling out his phone, the sound of a game starting resonated. Li Xiao took a seat in the arena, openly playing a game before 100 students. Above the arena, a scoreboard indicated Li Xiao's name in second place, having won 10 consecutive matches. A person capable of such a feat must possess at least a rare-grade beast, especially without encountering a conflicting attribute. However, this was the 10th arena, and it was expected to feature an epic-grade beast. In the 9th arena, an unimpressed champion observed Li Xiao on the 10th arena, muttering, "What a healing type. If I weren't guarding the 9th arena, I would have knocked you down ages ago." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao rose, seizing a megaphone from the ground. "Sorry, let me reiterate. All combat types are trash. If you disagree, come and take me on." This strategy ensured that if a fool dared to step up, he could earn even more points. It was common knowledge that metal counters wood, wood counters earth. Earth counters water, water counters fire, and fire counters metal. His sawtooth tiger was of the metal attribute, and it was precisely this that had allowed him to defeat a wood attribute beast that had won 20 consecutive matches. A freshman named Sun Rulong stepped forward, registering his information before approaching the arena. Combat type, Sun Rulong. Li Xiao tucked his phone away, nodding at the boy. "All right. I didn't expect there to be someone brave from your combat type. Let's see what you've got." The two retreated to the sidelines. A massive python, engulfed in flames, suddenly appeared before the crowd. The cover was raised, and the match began. The giant python exhaled softly, unleashing a wave of purplish-red flames from its nostrils. The crimson serpent flicked its tongue repeatedly, the air around it exuding a stifling heat. It darted swiftly towards the nearby sawtooth tiger, leaving behind a charred trail on the ground. "It is our dragon brother. Splendid. He has made his move. Indeed, his Thunderflame Python has attained an epic tier. There is no need for the healing class to be so arrogant. In previous years, it was our combat class that dominated 10 arenas. Why should this useless healing class be allowed to become the champion?" Tiers merely denote broad categories of aptitude. Even within the same tier, significant discrepancies can still exist. Two exceptional familiars of the same caliber, devoid of attribute counters, can still exhibit vast differences. Su Ao, utilizing evolution points, had elevated Li Xiao's sawtooth tiger to its pinnacle, and he did not believe Li Xiao would falter. Amidst the murmurs of the students, the Thunderflame Python swiftly approached the sawtooth tiger, opening its massive jaws to bite at its head. The sawtooth tiger roared, countering with a claw aimed at the python's vulnerable spot, withstanding the bite and forcing it back. It then roared again, lunging towards the Thunderflame Python. "Little brother, you still need practice. This little snake's bite hasn't even scratched my sawtooth tiger," Li Xiao remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he picked up a bottle of cola from the ground. "Thunderflame Python, exhale," Sun Rulong commanded, and the python coiled its body rapidly. Its head reared back as a wave of scorching flame erupted from its mouth. The sawtooth tiger did not evade the onslaught. Instead, it charged through the inferno. Sawtooth tiger bite. Li Xiao's voice remained calm, even as the tiger's fur was singed away. Despite its charred body, its biting force remained undiminished. The thunderflame python straightened its body, swiftly entangling the charging sawtooth tiger. The tiger became ensnared, and both beasts found themselves in a stalemate. Beneath the arena, Sun Rulong's expression turned grave as he turned to Li Xiao. Brotherly, what tier is your massive tiger? Despite my attribute advantage, why is this victory proving so arduous? Li Xiao shook his head. It's merely an exceptional tier. And why are you so certain of your victory? Suddenly, Sun Rulong turned sharply, noticing the diminishing attribute panel of his familiar. In a state of panic, he shouted, "Stop! I concede." Li Xiao patted his shoulder. "Little brother, you still need to practice. My sawtooth tiger ceased its attack a minute ago. Otherwise, your mediocre snake would have been finished after a few swipes." As the barrier dissipated, the thunderflame python's body grew rigid, its vulnerable area nearly fractured. The referee rushed onto the stage, summoning a towering tree that reached 100 meters high. A wave of green light enveloped the python, rapidly healing its wounds. Minor injuries could be treated with medicine, but wounds that caused a continuous state of deterioration required a healing familiar to mend them. After a span of several minutes, the thunderflame python fully recovered, flicking its tongue as it faced the sawtooth tiger. The figures of the two beasts vanished from the arena, and only then did the referee announce the result. Healing class. Li Xiao wins. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, largely astonished by the thunderflame python's defeat. In their eyes, the 5 known exceptional familiars had already occupied the arena. This sawtooth tiger could not possibly be an exceptional familiar. Next, came the taunting voice over the loudspeaker. This little snake has performed admirably, enduring 3 hits from my sawtooth tiger. The combat class members below expressed their outrage. Who are you trying to fool? It was wrapped up like a dumpling. And you claim it only struck 3 times? Your sawtooth tiger must have barely won. In the midst of the chatter, another owner of a fire attribute familiar ascended the stage. Combat class, Zhang Quang. Before the 9th arena, Su Ao learned through inquiries that the boy on stage was named Hui Yi. In the original text, he was an arrogant student but deeply patriotic. In his 2nd year, while executing a mission off campus, he was ambushed by envious classmates from his own faction. During a clash between contract beasts and other creatures, he was killed by the son of a Gold King-level beastmaster, originally poised to become a formidable force relying on his exceptional familiar. He ultimately met his demise at the hands of a teammate. Regaining his composure, Su Ao approached the referee and announced his name. Healing class, Su Ao. The referee's expression turned incredulous. He had been following the events in the 10th arena. The healing class, typically inconspicuous, was now represented by Li Xiao. And now a challenger like Su Ao was emerging, piquing his curiosity. It seems the healing class is on the rise. He mused, nodding towards the arena. Without comparable strength, who would willingly step onto the stage to seek suffering? Between the 6th and 10th arenas, the stage was set for a duel of geniuses. The number of battles was few, yet each was incredibly fierce. The more consecutive victories one achieved, the higher the final score. The current record stood at 31 consecutive wins, established by Principal Yu Changhua. Seeing someone take the stage, He also rose from his seat. Su Ao, I recognize you. You are the one who swayed our new class flower. Su Ao nodded, noting that Hui Yi was not the type to shout recklessly. With an exceptional tier familiar, he certainly had the capital to be arrogant. Hui Yi, your streak of 19 victories might just come to an end. Let us see you try. Chapter 31. Even exceptional tiers have their differences. As Su Ao stepped off the stage, the number of onlookers increased. Students watched the scion of the Liu family and engaged in fervent discussions. Do you think he can do it? I've heard he awakened with exceptional aptitude. He's probably here to garner attention by challenging a genius, joining the healing class and flaunting his prowess, publicly slapping our combat class in the face. If he didn't have a bit of background, he wouldn't last 3 days. On the arena, as Su Ao summoned his spiritual herb, the taunts from below grew louder. Su Ao, is that what type? Although there's no attribute counter, my fire-type Crimson Flame Bull still has a slight advantage over you. You should leave before you truly embarrass yourself. Though Hui Ye's tone was arrogant, there was some validity in his words. If the spiritual herb was indeed a low-level epic, a mere encounter would likely leave it on the brink of death. Su Ao smiled and replied, "Thank you for your reminder, but I do not believe I will lose." With those words, the barrier closed. The Crimson Flame Bull began to paw the ground, radiating intense heat. In contrast to the black flames of the Thunderflame Python, a faint golden aura enveloped its body. Moo! The Crimson Flame Bull let out a furious roar, the golden flames swirling as if animated, rapidly spreading outward. Upon reaching the spiritual herb, it abruptly vanished. Not bad. This little herb can withstand pressure. It seems to have reached the pinnacle of epic, Huiyi remarked as the crimson flame bull charged forth. Its flaming golden horns aimed swiftly at the nearby spiritual herb. Be careful, if it dies. I want to take responsibility. Understood. Su Ao replied calmly, as the body of the spiritual herb split down the middle, removing the roots and the flower at the top. It formed a hollow circular shape in the center. As the crimson flame bull charged, the spiritual herb twisted in a peculiar manner, its two halves closing in on each other. The trapped crimson flame bull struggled, flames erupting and engulfing both beasts. The spectators gasped in astonishment. This little herb can actually hold its own against the crimson flame bull for a couple of exchanges. Could it be at the pinnacle of epic? Something SMS. I know Huiyi's crimson flame bull is of intermediate exceptional tier. Even at the pinnacle of epic, it shouldn't possess the qualifications to exchange blows. Look, what just happened? A student exclaimed, as many turned their attention back to the 9th arena. As the blinding flames dissipated, it became evident that Huaqing's crimson flame bull had suffered a grievous injury. Its skin seemingly flayed away. The creature appeared utterly wretched, panting heavily as it faced off against the spirit herb. Beneath it lay scattered fragments of its own furred hide. A rare gravity flickered in Huaqing's gaze. It was the first time in over 20 consecutive victories that his crimson flame bull found itself in such a dire predicament. You should be the one worried. Why not unleash your skills? Su Ao's voice was calm, contrasting sharply with Huaqing's turmoil. Unlike others who succumbed to despair when at a disadvantage, Su Ao's eyes sparkled with an indomitable fighting spirit. All right, since the beginning of the term, I haven't encountered anyone capable of making my beast falter. Today, let us discern the disparity. In a mere exchange, Huaqing's crimson flame bull had been reduced to such a lamentable state. Deep down, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Su Ao. Crimson flame bull, charged with wild ferocity. At his command, the bull raised its front hooves, letting out a thunderous roar as it exhaled fiery breath. Enveloped in golden flames, it surged forward like a cannonball towards the spirit herb. Yet the spirit herb remained steadfast, its verdant form abruptly blushing crimson. Its buds slowly unfurled, releasing a shower of scarlet pollen. Spirit herb, bewilder. With the utterance of the command, an endless barrage of pollen surged towards the crimson flame bull, colliding with its golden flames. The arena erupted with crackling sounds, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Who set off fireworks? It's the 9th arena. Su Ao is battling. Su Ao, the adopted son of the Liu family? He can create such a commotion? In an instant, students from across the venue flocked to the 9th arena, even some judges casting curious glances. A teacher approached the arena, inquiring of the judges, Old Zhang. Is this challenger from our transport department? Did we stumble upon a gem? The judge, snapping back to reality, shook his head. No, he's from the healing department. The healing department? Surely not. As he spoke, he produced a pair of binoculars from his pocket to scrutinize the battle unfolding on stage. On the arena, dust exploded, and a blood-red mist enveloped the area. As the smoke cleared, the crimson flame bull's speed notably diminished. Moments later, it charged again at the spirit herb, yet its velocity had significantly waned compared to the start. Huaqing, this crimson flame bull possesses considerable combat prowess, Su Ao mused, understanding that one of its attributes must surely surpass that of the spirit herb. After all, the spirit herb belonged to the healing class and was expected to have lower combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, the confusion it caused played a pivotal role in the outcome. Unlike before, where it remained stationary, the spirit herb's body fragmented into several segments. Its crimson form, akin to bloody blades, transformed into countless shards aimed at the crimson flame bull. The once thundering charge of the bull became increasingly sluggish until, with a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground. Blood seeped from numerous wounds across its body. Su Ao observed the lightly injured spirit herb, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. If the spirit herb were besieged by a dozen elite beasts, it too might find itself in peril. As for other ranks, a single skill could easily resolve the situation. I concede. Huaqing's voice rang out with bravado, his fighting spirit undeterred as he gazed at Su Ao. Your presence has rekindled the thrill of life and death battles for me. In a month, let us duel again. Su Ao nodded, and shortly thereafter, the judge's voice echoed. Healing department, Su Ao wins. A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Those who had previously underestimated him now clapping fervently. In a world where strength reigns supreme, admiration for the powerful is hardly misplaced. A graceful figure rushed towards the arena, enveloping Su Ao in a jubilant embrace. Su Ao, you actually won. Thank you so much, teacher. Feeling momentarily breathless, Su Ao managed a sheepish smile. Teacher, you're squeezing a bit too tightly. Upon realizing her grip, Ziyun released him, her eyes brimming with curiosity. You young man, Didn't he speak the whole truth upon your entry, did you? Tell me, what tier are you really at? Beginning of the elite tier. But I was fortunate to have a skill that had a minor counter. Su Ao refrained from revealing the full truth, knowing it would allow more gold attribute beasts to challenge him. Regaining her composure, she inquired, by the way, where are the others? They, Ziyun sighed, didn't score much. But that's all right, your points are sufficient. The first round of scoring is merely a prelude, laying the groundwork for subsequent contests that are pivotal for scoring. The teacher's expectations aren't high. The transport department merely hopes to avoid significant losses. Chapter 32. The soft persimmon is a bit tough. The initial competition day unfolded with fervor. As per tradition, the first day was designated for tier classification. The champions of the latter 5 arenas were largely determined, and few dared to challenge them. For students, becoming a champion not only garnered points for their department, but also presented a prime opportunity to showcase their abilities. Should they achieve more than 5 consecutive victories, their requests for department transfers would likely be approved. As day 2 dawned, students' gazes were fixated on the top 5 arenas. They understood that defeating the champions of the latter 5 arenas was a near impossibility given their own capabilities. Even at the prestigious Jinjing University, not every student possessed extraordinary talent. Seeing little excitement, Su Ao and his companion made their way towards the earlier arenas. Today marked the 3rd day, and yesterday had seen no challengers. Where's your sister-in-law? I haven't seen her with you, Li Xiao inquired, slightly puzzled. She is the champion of the main arena. She is likely guarding it now. Li Xiao felt a flicker of surprise but didn't press further, surmising that Su Ao had enhanced her beast's quality. In the first arena, 2 beasts clashed fiercely. Shen Luwei observed the battle with utmost seriousness, and soon a glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes. Healing department, Shen Luwei wins. The judge's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, igniting curiosity among the onlookers. How could this be? This ancient tree is an epic peak, infinitesimally close to the elite tier. Why would it choose to become the champion of the first arena? You wouldn't know this, would you? The first arena is the stronghold of the healing department. Surely they deserve some recognition in their home ground. What about the last 2 arenas? There's no remedy. Their beasts are simply too formidable. A teacher has analyzed it. At least high elite tier, infinitely close to the peak elite. Amidst murmuring crowds, Su Ao and his companion reached the forefront. A scoreboard materialized above the first arena, revealing that Shen Luwei held the top position with an astonishing record of 43 consecutive victories. No way, brother Ao. Has sister-in-law broken the school record? We too have suffered the consequences of our naivety. Naivety, indeed. Su Ao replied, exasperated, delivering a playful slap to Li Xiao's head. Had you not insisted on showing off, would I have had to follow you to the 9th arena? Now look, we're not even close to 30 consecutive victories. Li Xiao scratched his head. No worries. Our first competition is currently in the lead. Historically, the combat department had dominated the internal competitions. Occasionally, a student from the transport department would ascend to champion, but would quickly be ousted by their combat counterparts. By the end of 5 days, the highest score for a department typically reached only 700 or 800 points. Yet this time, solely based on Shen Luwei's achievements, the score surpassed 1,000. Below, Ziyun was already laughing uncontrollably, initially thinking that with Shen Luwei's participation, they would surely gain more points. However, she never anticipated that Ziyun would shatter the freshman record. In terms of healing abilities, Shen Luwei triumphed. The judge spoke again, and Shen Luwei's score fluctuated once more. The students in the audience were utterly perplexed. How could the seemingly ineffective ancient tree defeat them? Up until now, Shen Luwei's ancient tree had not once utilized a skill. Typically, the first arena, dominated by peak rare tier creatures, struggled even to succeed with epic tier ones now. This soft persimmon truly was not easy to squeeze. As the 5-day event concluded, the score tally revealed that Shen Luwei had achieved an astonishing 52 consecutive victories, awakening a profound truth among the students. The healing class had indeed awakened. During this time, many teachers seized the opportunity during meal breaks to entice Su Ao and her companions. Ziyun did not make any effort to intervene, but Su Ao firmly refused. Why would she want to be embroiled in complications when she could meet the gentle senior every day? She had come to relish this story, not to toil away. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of the collaboration between the master and the beast. The rules remained unchanged, yet the master needed to ascend the stage alongside their beast. The original text had not elaborated on this aspect, as the competition allowed for the use of equipment. Points earned in the first event could be exchanged for equipment at the material exchange point. Some students, who barely met the admission standards yet lacked sufficient background, would lose their chance to compete for points in the second event. There is no absolute fairness anywhere. That night, under a moonless, windy sky, Shen Luwei stood before the mirror, overjoyed at the sight of her equipment. With the bonus from her winning streak, her points had surpassed 2,000. Darling, Do I look good? Shen Lue wore a seductive nightgown, a sheer dress shimmering with a pale blue glow. She tiptoed and twirled gracefully, the fragrance wafting around her entrancing Su Ao. You look beautiful. This dream butterfly garment was a colossal beast-grade item, impervious to the attacks of ordinary intermediate colossal beasts. It was best to wear it when going out alone. Su Ao provided an honest assessment, yet Shen Lue pouted in mock reproach. I know that, darling. Do I look good? Shen Lue arched an eyebrow, her delicate, fair hands caressing his chest. You think I look this good, and you won't show any appreciation? Su Ao snapped back to reality, scratching his nose, his gaze drifting toward the window. As if recalling something, he pulled out his phone. Hello? Oh, what? You're about to give birth? I'll be right there. Su Ao hastily made for the door, but Shen Lue caught her arm. Darling, who is giving birth? Li Xiao. He asked me to come assist with the delivery. She firmly shut the door and, peering through the peephole, noticed Shen Lue stamping her foot in frustration. Ever since they began living together, Shen Lue had become quite unrestrained. On the second floor, room 201, the classic do not disturb sign was hung. Ever since Li Xiao moved in with the senior, he had taken to hanging that sign every night. Seemingly resolved, Su Ao returned to the third floor, carefully opened the door, and slipped beneath the covers. In the bathroom, the sound of the shower abruptly ceased, and a dripping Shen Lue poked her head out. Darling, want to wash together? No, darling, I'm quite tired today. Shen Lue did not reply, but, after closing the door, called out loudly. Somebody can't handle it, and says they're tired. Is it so hard to admit you're not up to it? Stubborn as a dead duck. Su Ao chuckled. That trick won't work on me. Let us take a break for a few days, darling. Exercising every night is truly exhausting. You know, beast masters must avoid becoming too enamored with women. A few minutes later, Shen Lue, clad in her nightgown with her wet hair looking particularly enticing, stormed over to the bed and threw herself into Su Ao's embrace. Darling, you just can't handle it. Don't try to provoke me. Seriously, let us take a few days off. That won't do. As your girlfriend, I demand emotional support. Yield to me. Stop it, Ashan. Name, Su Ao. Status, life is devoid of meaning. Emotional journey, anticipation, obsession, confusion, avoidance, fear. Physical condition, young and vigorous. Kidney status, half alive. Chapter 33. What use is equipment if not utilized? On the sixth day of the competition, the collaboration between the master and the beast commenced. The competition had persisted for 5 days, with all mechanisms remaining similar. The first 2 types of events served as a foundation for collaboration within the class. The points earned could be exchanged for equipment in preparation for the final competition. On the playground arena, countless students vied for points before the talented participants took the stage. Su Ao held Shen Lue's hand, enjoying the performance of Li Xiao at the 10th arena. I've claimed this spot. Those who wish to challenge can give it a try. At this moment, Li Xiao was brimming with arrogance, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking rather insufferable. Darling, has he always been like this? Pretty much. He has connections, so being a bit arrogant isn't a problem. Su Ao replied to Shen Lue, while keeping her gaze fixed on the arena. There, Li Xiao, clad in blue armor and wielding a knife that emitted an eerie glow, sat quietly on the left, observing the battle between the beasts in the arena. The collaboration between master and beast necessitated voluntary surrender. Occasionally, fierce battles would even lead to fatalities. Before participating, students signed a life and death agreement. If one party continued to attack after the other had surrendered, they would face penalties from the school. In the center of the arena, a serrated tiger roared menacingly, facing off against a beast resembling a caterpillar. I say, bro, can you handle this? If not, just surrender early. You're wasting my time on my phone. Li Xiao, bored, looked at the bloodied caterpillar with disdain. If you're capable, don't wear armor. Let us have a real fight. The opposing student, furious, realized the beast stood no chance and contemplated a sneak attack. Yet no matter how he struck, he could not breach Li Xiao's defenses. With a gentle push, Li Xiao sent him flying. Come on, buddy, are we playing house? Why would I not wear my gear for you to hit me? That would mean my parents worked hard for nothing. Shaking off the ash from his cigarette, Li Xiao stood up nonchalantly, his blade waving with a mix of arrogance and contempt. Classmate, it's still not too late to surrender. If I swing my blade twice, the judge might not even have time to save you. The opposing student gritted his teeth, clenching his fists after a moment of contemplation. I concede. Although he was confident of victory, he had managed to land a successful sneak attack on Li Xiao. Yet the disparity in equipment plunged him into despair. Healing class. Li Xiao wins. The judge yawned as he announced the result. This marked Li Xiao's 13th consecutive victory. In the initial 7 matches, he had not donned any equipment. But from the 8th match onward, a student adorned in a rhinoceros suit had appeared. It was then that Li Xiao realized this competition allowed for the use of equipment. After all, wealth is a form of strength. Su Ao and Shun Luwei strolled leisurely, having grasped the ins and outs of the previous matches. Instead of starting from the first match, letting others compete for a while proved to be the most effective strategy. The talented freshmen behaved similarly, as most only began to participate in the last 2 days of the competition. By the shores of Jinjing Lake, in a small pavilion, Shun Luwei leaned against Su Ao's shoulder, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked out over the lake. Darling, what do you think we should do after we graduate? I might be going abroad for a few years, and there are some matters I need to attend to. According to the system's nature, a year later, he would rescue Shun Luwei, and 2 years hence, it would be Di Xiaoxiao's turn. By the time their 4 years of university came to an end, he should be prepared to save Alice from Bear Country, red-haired, blue-eyed, tall, open-minded, and audacious in her pursuits, a beauty distinctively of the Western world. Lost in thought, Su Ao remained motionless, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. Hey, what are you doing, darling? Suddenly jolted by a sharp pain in his waist, Su Ao turned to look at Shun Luwei. I wasn't doing anything. Are you thinking about other girls? Shun Luwei gripped Su Ao's arm tightly, her eyes scrutinizing him. No, on my honor. I swear, Su Ao replied, his expression earnest. Shun Luwei stood up, crossing her arms, their faces almost touching. You're lying. The way you looked at me in high school was just like that. She brushed her hair back, gazing into the distance. I don't expect you to only have eyes for me, but when we're together, you shouldn't be thinking about other women. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she pouted with feigned indignation. Su Ao scratched his head, embracing her from behind. I understand, darling. It won't happen again. Meanwhile, in the Lu family estate in Jinjing City, Lu Zhan sat at the head of the table, while Lu Run wore an expression of regret. I apologize on behalf of Ao everyone. We're all prominent figures in Jinjing. It's not worth escalating things over a child's petty squabble. Not worth escalating? What do you mean by that? A middle-aged man slammed his palm down, the ancient mahogany table cracking under the force. My son, Bai Song, has taken several slaps for nothing. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. His eyes glinted with fury, fixated on Lu Zhan. Rising to his feet, Lu Zhan emanated an oppressive aura that enveloped the room. Oh, I thought something serious occurred. It's just a slap, after all. He picked up a nearby wine glass, took a sip, and smiled. What? Do you have objections? I have objections. A furious shout echoed from outside the courtyard as a bespectacled man stormed in. Lu Zhan, do you truly believe your Azure Dragon Advanced Beast makes you invincible? As he spoke, a figure loomed over the courtyard, a beast as massive as a mountain circling above, occasionally dropping stones. Lu family head, your water-type Azure Dragon must have advanced qualifications, yes? So what if it does? Wang Buren sneered, suddenly causing the lava magic stone in the air to vanish. You need not concern yourself with that. Your adopted son must die. If the Lu family wishes to avoid trouble, stay out of school affairs. School? You dare kill someone at school? Lu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. In every Beast Taming University, if a beast family harmed a student, they would face the full wrath of the Dragon Kingdom's Management Bureau. Wang Buren, however, merely scoffed. What is there to fear? We can't interfere. Conflicts among students should be quite normal, wouldn't you agree? So you've arranged for the young masters to have companions? You can guarantee that no one is secretly protecting them? The two men locked eyes for a long moment before Lu Zhan sighed and nodded. You make a valid point. Conflicts among classmates are indeed quite normal. But what if the young masters were to die? Ha! You needn't worry about that. In short, if you dare interfere, the Lu family in Jinjing will cease to exist. Lu Zhan pondered for a long while before nodding. Very well, let it be. What do you think, sister? Lu Ruosi, standing nearby, smiled. I'll follow brother's lead. Wang Buren led the way, slamming the door behind him, while the man who had initially questioned hurried to catch up. Buren, I sense something amiss with this matter. I know. Wang Buren adjusted his glasses, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. It was unexpected that Lu Zhan, typically so protective, had not been provoked. Never mind him. Let us kill his adopted son first and see how he reacts. In any case, he won't live for many more years. Chapter 34, The Campus Killings. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze stirred. Su Ao hung up the phone, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Darling? Who called? Shun Luwei's worried voice pierced the air as Su Ao affectionately ruffled her hair. It's nothing. I need to step out for a bit. My adoptive father has summoned me for a matter. After changing his clothes, Su Ao headed straight to room 201. The Do Not Disturb sign still hung on the door, and it was a senior who answered his knock. Sounds of washing echoed from the bathroom, and the senior gazed at Su Ao with trepidation. Junior, what brings you here? Aren't you with the little junior sister? Su Ao did not respond, stepping into the restroom with an outstretched hand. Li Xiao, lend me your beast gear. It's urgent. The previously nonchalant Li Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning to Su Ao. What is going on? Is something wrong? Gone was the playful demeanor. He promptly dressed. Let us go see if anyone dares to provoke my AO. Go. No need. Just lend me the gear. If you go, they might not take action. Is that safe? Why not just abandon studying? We could head to Magic City. I'd ensure your safety for life. The sound of a lighter flickered from the bathroom. And Suao chuckled, shaking his head. Aside from the teachers, no one else can enter. How formidable can students be? At most. They reached the peak of the giant beast level. Li Xiao nodded, and soon a stream of light flowed from his ring to Suao's. Thanks. The earlier call from Lu Zhan had informed him of an ambush at the school. Suao hadn't anticipated that a single slap could provoke such murderous intent. Had he not held back, those few would have perished already. Wasn't he at the norm for the protagonist to be despised? It seemed he had been too merciful. The autumn wind howled, the roads desolate. By 11 o'clock, the campus fell silent. Suao, hands in pockets, wandered alone along the small paths of the campus. In a narrow alley, two boys surrounded a beautiful girl. Help! Is anyone there? The girl, eyes filled with panic, spotted Suao passing by. Hey, please help me. They want to do something terrible to me. Suao paid her no mind, continuing on his way. In the alley, the girl's demeanor changed in an instant. She straightened her clothes and stood up. Sister, the intel about this lecher is inaccurate. With your beauty, he never even thought of playing the hero? She shook her head, pulling out a cigarette to light. No rush, he has gear. If it turns rough, he likely won't fare well. But since he is out at night, he must have received a warning from the Liu family. Does he intend to sacrifice himself to protect them? And if he is warned, so what? The girl scoffed. Isn't that just giant beast level gear? Tomorrow, the family head will send over peak giant beast gear, and this kid won't escape. Just then, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance, approaching the group with a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't hear earlier. Who was calling for help? The group exchanged glances, swiftly drawing their weapons and lunging at Suao. I thought you were clever, but it seems you've walked right into a trap. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. A pair of daggers lunged towards Suao's neck, yet no matter how they tried, they could not pierce even a fraction of an inch. The girl stared blankly at the scene before her, hastily retreating. Aren't you unarmed? Suao chuckled, swiftly advancing to deliver a powerful punch to the girl's face. His speed was astonishing, leaving her no time to evade. I dare to venture out alone at night. And you think you're clever enough to attack me? Previously, Suao had passed through to ensure there was no one around. It must be said, these assassins certainly knew how to choose their locations. The girl's neck snapped, and she collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. The remaining two hurriedly summoned their beasts. For majestic creatures appearing before Suao, instead of targeting Suao, they chose to use their beasts to delay him while they fled into the distance. Suao sighed, pursuing them with remarkable speed. With a machete in hand, mere seconds later, the two men lay in separate heaps. Their beasts, having lost their masters, also succumbed to death. This place was far removed from the teaching and dormitory areas, ensuring minimal commotion. As Suao turned, a massive man-eating flower engulfed him whole. In the shadows of a corner, a bespectacled male chuckled. I told you three fools, you would never manage to deal with this guy. Saying this, he lit a cigarette for himself. However, when he looked up again, he noticed that his beasts were steadily declining in health. In less than 10 seconds, they were all in a state of death. How is this possible? My man-eating flower is clearly of the mid-level giant beast category. The bespectacled man was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and sprinting towards the dormitory. For him, this was his only chance of survival. At this moment, Suao was covered in the foul, sticky residue. Forcefully hurling the machete in his hand, the man, 10 meters away, fell to the ground with a thud, leaving behind a pool of crimson blood. Phew, still so accurate. Suao wiped the sweat from his brow. He had learned the art of the flying dagger from Xiao Li during his previous studies. He had intended to show off at school, never imagining it would be put to use here. Summoning his beast would certainly attract the attention of the school, and if Suao's beast were to perish, it would be a loss without gain. By the shores of Jinjing Lake, the tranquil surface of the water was bubbling. Several enormous serpents, nearly 100 meters in length, slithered towards Suao. Bro, this kid is quite uncanny. He can't even be killed by mid-level giant beasts. Who cares? We're graduating soon anyway. After we finish this job, the family head will reward us with 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. If one giant beast can't handle him, then let's unleash 5. A thick ice pillar shot towards Suao, surrounding him in a sudden mist. Suao raised his hands to shield his head, continuously retreating across the grass. The sticky substance on him froze instantly, falling away in a sudden shake. He scanned his surroundings, finding no one else. It seemed these individuals were not foolish and would not reveal themselves. The 5 serpents approached Suao with strange, undulating motions. To avoid making too much noise, they refrained from using their skills. As the massive serpents closed in, Suao stood still, choosing not to retrieve his machete from the distance. With a single punch, a gaping hole appeared on the head of the foremost serpent, its body writhing in agony on the grass. Does he wield a weapon? This seemed off. He shouldn't have escaped. According to intel, he possesses only one beast. In the combat department, 2 male students lay on the rooftop, observing Su-Ao's every move through binoculars. Soon, one of them stood up and patted the shoulder of the other. Let's go. It seems we can't kill him. We'll wait for our department's team to cooperate and find another opportunity. This 10 million is certainly not easy to obtain. However, the other man remained motionless, his hand clutching the binoculars, trembling uncontrollably. Boss, all our beasts died within 10 seconds. What? All dead? Chapter 35, The Siege on the Arena. The man's expression turned blank as he hastily opened his panel to check. All 3 of his beasts had been deployed, and they had perished in almost no time at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he is a giant beast-level beastmaster, he shouldn't be able to annihilate them in 10 seconds. As he pondered this, he regained his senses and approached the other man. This matter must not be disclosed to the family head, especially regarding our transformation into ordinary people. How do we explain this to the head? Should we say we failed to carry out the assassination? Leave it to me. I'll handle everything. The man knew that if the family head understood this incident, he would lose all value. He was well aware of what kind of person the head of the Bai family was. The following day, the 3rd day, was the time for the talented to compete in the arena. Some contenders, aware of their own strengths, saw the talented individuals take the stage and readily conceded. On the 9th arena, Su-Ao sat idly, clad in a fire lizard suit, a smile gracing his face. Brother, why not spare yourself the embarrassment? You won't be able to defeat me. The man opposite him, seething with anger, realized that even in his beast-like outfit, he was no match for Su-Ao. With a cold huff, he expressed his discontent. I concede. He then turned to Su-Ao. Once the match concludes, I wish to have a one-on-one battle with you. I refuse to accept such a loss. Refusing to accept it is one thing, but I have no time for that. Family background is also a part of strength. What if you resort to trickery? The man said nothing, leaping off the stage as the barrier opened. Healing system, Su-Ao wins. The referee's voice echoed, and the scoreboard at the top of the barrier changed. Su-Ao had just defeated a student with a streak of 17 wins, and with his own victories, he now boasted a streak of 12 wins. The crowd buzzed with conversation, and Su-Ao seemed invincible on the stage. Since the appearances of him and Li Xiao, the nature of the competition had altered. Previously, the talented aimed to maintain their winning streak. Now, merely avoiding injury at their hands was considered a victory. Meanwhile, several students approached the stage, looking at Su-Ao with smiles. Esteemed junior, we are seniors in our 3rd year. Seeing your impressive skills, we would like to challenge you using common-level beasts. Su-Ao nodded, and soon the barrier was raised. It was unprecedented for upperclassmen to challenge underclassmen in the 2nd competition. Setting aside the upperclassmen's attributes, their combat experience was significantly higher. By their 3rd year, they would at least be giant beast-level beastmasters. If they were not armed, even the slightest oversight could result in the underclassmen's demise. A nimble fox appeared, its 3 tails gracefully gliding through the air. Junior, you must be cautious. This one is a metal attribute beast, which is somewhat restrained against your spiritual grasp. As the words fell, the fox darted forward with incredible speed, aiming for the spiritual grasp. Simultaneously, the senior wielded a long spear, thrusting it towards Su-Ao's throat. Su-Ao remained still, keenly observing the senior's every movement. The spear shot forth relentlessly, piercing towards Su-Ao. Even when it pressed against his throat, it showed no sign of slowing. Yet no matter how hard he pressed, the spearhead could not penetrate even a fraction. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the senior's eyes as he adjusted the spearhead to target the spiritual grasp. However, the spiritual grasp suddenly vanished from its spot. Senior, isn't that a bit excessive? Killing me is one thing, but you want to slay my beast too? Su-Ao's voice was icy as the senior sighed, standing with his spear. I concede. As the words left his lips, the audience was left in stunned silence. What does this mean? The senior just conceded like that? We haven't witnessed a thrilling battle yet. Su-Ao's equipment was indeed formidable. Even this could not bring about his downfall. This senior is acting strangely. It is supposed to be a spar, yet every move is lethal. The veil was lifted, and before the referee could announce the results, the remaining 5 seniors surged forward. Suddenly, several colossal beasts materialized, launching indiscriminate assaults towards the platform above. A barrage of elemental projectiles rained down upon Su-Ao, who was already clad in Li Xiao's azure ensemble. Ha! Prepare to meet your demise, you arrogant fool. Most students fled in terror, fearing the wrath of the ensuing battle. On the 10th platform, Li Xiao casually smoked a cigarette, observing the conflict with great satisfaction. Brother Ao, it seems you must unleash your beastly attire. Witnessing the emergence of the gigantic beasts, all referees summoned their own spirit beasts, rushing towards the ninth platform. In this freshman arena, the presence of spirit beasts above the ordinary level was strictly prohibited. Do not engage. The indiscriminate attacks may harm Su-Ao. He must rely on himself in this predicament. Zhongzheng sighed heavily, his fists clenched tightly. He never anticipated that assassins from prominent families had infiltrated the school. Especially during a major competition, what a disgrace to the institution. Enormous figures encircled the ninth platform, and his expression grew grave as he murmured, Su-Ao, please do not perish. At that moment, Su-Ao, brandishing a cleaver, faced the beast that continued to unleash elemental orbs, a cold smirk on his lips. Is that all you've got? With a single swing, he cleaved through the head of a flying beast, its carcass crashing down and shattering the platform into pieces. Su-Ao, moving with extraordinary swiftness, charged towards another foe. In an instant, all the beasts vanished. The 6 seniors, wielding various weapons, relentlessly assaulted Su-Ao. They were acutely aware that their spirit beasts alone could not harm him. Only by wielding weapons could they hope to slay him. Prepare to die. We possess beast-level equipment as well. What can you do alone against us? As their words fell, weapons gleamed ominously, targeting Su-Ao's limbs. Yet, Su-Ao stood unfazed, tranquil amidst the chaos. How is this possible? Our equipment is of the peak beast level. You cannot be unscathed. One senior's eyes widened in fear, and after exchanging glances with his companions, they rushed to their surroundings. They noticed the encircling spirit beasts, and a glimmer of resolve flashed in their eyes. The school would not let them off easily. Rather than face capture, they would fight to the death. They summoned their spirit beasts once more, enveloping Su-Ao entirely. Armed with weapons, they charged at him again. This time, Su-Ao took the initiative, swiftly dispatching them and even shredding the equipment from the seniors' bodies. The spirit beasts, activated by their masters, fell lifelessly as their owners perished. As Su-Ao approached the last remaining senior, his figure loomed ominously. Su-Ao, do not kill him. He could be useful. Zhongzheng's voice reached his ears, but Su-Ao shook his head. Director, if others seek to kill me, there is no reason to spare them. With that, he swung his blade, and the man clutched his throat in agony. Blood pooled around him, and after a brief struggle, he fell silent. Su-Ao regained his composure, gently caressing his energy ring, and a pack of tissues appeared in his hand. After wiping away the blood on his body, he revealed a faint smile. Turning to the now desolate platform below, he picked up a loudspeaker from the rubble. Next, Chapter 36, Interrogation and Overtures. That night, in the boys' dormitory of the combat department, one student wore a perplexed expression, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting that his equipment is not merely beast level? Indeed, young Master Bai, another student sighed, lamenting the futility of their assault against Su-Ao and his allies. They all wield the family head-S gear and yet achieved nothing. Bai Song scoffed, carelessly discarding his cigarette, but it matters not. I refuse to believe he will remain within the school confines. With Uncle Wang Buren as his backing, the Liu family would not dare to act against us. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Bai Song hastily opened it, only to find Su-Ao and Li Xiao in the midst of a scuffle. Quickly, tell us where that brat Bai Song is staying. We cannot say. If we do, we will face terrible reprisals. Unable to extract any information, Li Xiao let the student go. At this moment, Su-Ao turned and locked eyes with Bai Song, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he twisted his neck, directing his gaze towards him. Sensing the impending danger, Bai Song dashed towards the staircase. A powerful hand seized his collar from behind, accompanied by an icy voice. Young Master Bai, where are you off to? You summoned people to kill me, and now you wish to flee? You slander me. Do you have any evidence? I do not even know those 6. 6? Su-Ao chuckled. How do you know there are 6? A punch struck his back, and Li Xiao advanced, rolling up his sleeves and delivering a kick to Bai Song's chest. Minutes later, they found themselves in Bai Song's dormitory, where he was bound and had 2 socks stuffed in his mouth. Li Xiao, barefoot, gazed at him with contempt. You think you're so grand just because you're a young master of the Bai family? Your father possesses a mere junior king beast, and you run rampant here? He picked up a nearby slipper and struck Bai Song's face with force. Bai Song's face turned red and swollen, marked with several dark impressions from the slippers. Speak. Who instigated your father? Removing the foul socks, Bai Song's face twisted with rage. I refuse to say. If you have the ability, just kill me. Su-Ao waved his hand, patting Bai Song's shoulder reassuringly. Let us not be like that. We are all classmates. I am quite the rule-abiding person, not one to harm my peers. With that, he gently grasped Bai Song's pinky finger, twisting it back. The dormitory echoed with agonizing shrieks. I will not speak. If you can, just kill me. Su-Ao gestured, and Li Xiao promptly stuffed the socks back into Bai Song's mouth. The sound of bones cracking filled the air, and Bai Song's eyes were filled with desperation. Still not ready to talk? Then we moved to the toes. As he spoke, Su Ao donned a pair of gloves with elegance, sniffing the air. How long has it been since you washed your feet? They reek. After a series of sharp cracks, Su Ao finally removed the socks. At that moment, Bai Song, saliva dribbling from his mouth, turned pale from the pain. Regaining his senses, he roared in fury. You've blocked my mouth. How can I speak? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Su Ao tossed the gloves into the trash and began tapping his fingers on the table. What's the matter? Still unwilling to speak? Bai Song remained silent for a long while, prompting Su Ao to retrieve another pair of gloves. Li Xiao, hold him down. This time it's the knuckles. To appear more professional, he even donned a white shirt. Bai Song shook his head dazedly. Though such injuries were minor in the realm of spirit beasts, the process was excruciating. I will speak. Wang Buren's magma demon stone has reached the level of a high king beast, and Lu Zhan cannot take action. He promised to support our Bai family, which is why we sent someone to kill you. And does your family not realize this is a school? Li Xiao interjected, a mocking glint in his eyes. The reason prominent families dare not act within the school is that the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's combat strength lies with the principal. Such actions would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against the management. I am unsure, but my father insisted on taking action. I never intended to kill you here. Su Ao nodded, recalling how Wang Buren colluded with foreign spirit beast trainers. With the assistance of a foreign beast master, he ascended to the rank of royal beast master within a year, while his lava demon stone reached the pinnacle of king-level beasts. A year later, due to being the adopted son of the Liu family, Chen Bufan found himself embroiled in a conflict with Bai Song at school. Wang, unable to resist the temptation, sought to stir the political waters of the Dragon Kingdom, but was silently eliminated by the enigmatic goddess of Qingwan, Chen Rian. Even the Management Bureau was unable to uncover the perpetrator. So, it seems I have inadvertently shielded Chen Bufan from disaster? This cannot stand. Regaining his composure, Su Ao wore a serious expression. Alas, it is all a misunderstanding. After untying the ropes around Bai Song, he smiled and offered him a cigarette. Let me put it this way. I am also a smokescreen. What Lu Zhan truly desires is the combat-oriented Chen Bufan. And what of that? Are you afraid now? Bai Song sneered, while Li Xiao, standing nearby, discreetly lit his cigarette. Su Ao spoke seriously, stating that one does not truly know someone until they have fought them. He too disdained the arrogant Chen Bufan. The earlier slap was instigated by him. His actions were merely to establish a reputation, paving the way for his own rise as the second adopted son. Was my beating then in vain? Not at all. As he spoke, a set of red armor materialized in his hands. Su Ao stepped forward, smiling as he presented it, stating that this armor, crafted from beast materials, would serve as compensation. Beast armor? A flicker of delight appeared in Bai Song's eyes. Though his body ached, it could be healed. One must understand that meteorites do not fall singularly. The corpses of colossal beasts are difficult to preserve in their entirety. A set of beast armor is invaluable and scarcely available. Bai Song deftly accepted it, his fingers curling subtly around the offering. He glared at Su Ao, a mixture of anger and grudging respect. Consider yourself fortunate. I will inform my father. As for your fate, I cannot predict. Several minutes later, the two walked across the playground, with Li Xiao's heart bleeding metaphorically. Brother Ao, you just gave away my armor? My family only possesses 5 sets, one for each of my 4 sisters. Su Ao patted his shoulder, signaling for Li Xiao to summon his beast in a secluded area. With a gentle touch, they transformed into extraordinary specimens. Li Xiao's expression was exaggerated as numerous items began to accumulate around him. Can these be exchanged for evolution points? No ulterior motive, just wishing for your benefit. Heh. Su Ao shot him a glance, urging him to save it for later, suggesting they discuss it during the winter break. The Li family has been responsible for the meteorites scattered across the magic capital. With the protection of the starry swimming fish, most are below king level. This winter break, several meteorites are expected to fall in the magic capital, most of which are beast level, making it an excellent opportunity for leveling up. This way, he could also strengthen his relationship with the Li family, ensuring his parents remain unharmed. Su Ao was acutely aware that even with the armor given, the Bai family would not let him off easily. Wang's intent was merely to disrupt the political climate in the Dragon Kingdom, and he would not waste his energy targeting Su Ao's family. Li Xiao, I plan to visit your home during the winter break. I wish to make the acquaintance of your father. That's splendid. Given our relationship, you could easily navigate the magic capital with ease. Chapter 37. The final competition, fair contest. Days passed without incident, and no one dared to challenge Su Ao. His public display of lethal prowess made it abundantly clear that he was not to be trifled with. The 9th arena seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. No one stepped forward to face him. The first arena, dominated by Shen Lu, also saw no competitors. The outcome was inevitable. In the second event, the healing division claimed the top prize once more. Strange occurrences abound each year, but this year was particularly rife with them. Ever since Su Ao and Li Xiao joined the healing division, the records of previous years, which had languished at the bottom, were shattered. The accumulated points were sufficient to exchange for equipment, supporting the third team competition. The rules differed from the second event. The team cooperation match allowed for cross-grade teaming, with each team comprising 6 members. 2 participants from each grade, from freshmen to juniors, would face off in designated zones housing domesticated exotic beasts. Each beast slain would earn a point, with the first team to reach 2,000 points declared the champion. To accommodate the freshmen, there were 2 arenas designated for them, while the other 2 were reserved for the sophomore and junior grades. Each department could appoint a maximum of 30 teams to participate during the event. Life and death were disregarded, and a team could concede. However, any attack following a concession would be deemed a violation, nullifying their competition results. The world of Beast Masters is a cruel arena for the gifted. The healing division, having limited students, only dispatched 1 team to compete. Su Ao and Li Xiao represented the freshmen, while the sophomores and juniors included 4 senior sisters, among them Lu Susu and Ma Huanhuan. The latter being a sophomore living with Li Xiao. Under the guidance of the judges, Su Ao and his 5 teammates were escorted to the competition venue. The materials of the enclosure were similar, designed to withstand the attacks of colossal beasts. However, the space was over 10 times larger. The enclosures were arranged in the cardinal directions, with the southern and northern zones designated for the domestication of common beasts. Higher grade students were prohibited from challenging the enclosures of lower grades, although lower grade students could challenge those above them. Once exotic beasts evolved, they too could only challenge higher level enclosures. This competition also presented an opportunity for students without influential backgrounds. Departments often sent students with higher qualifications to hunt monsters and level up within. Each enclosure was monitored by 10 teachers to prevent mutual slaughter among students. As Su Ao surveyed the scene before him, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. If he could slay a few more spirit grasses, he would be able to evolve, and he would no longer need to conceal his true strength. He eagerly anticipated what his next evolution would yield in terms of beasts. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, the 5-day team cooperation match officially commenced. A throng of students surged from the entrance, racing toward their respective enclosures. Su Ao and Li Xiao split up, with Su Ao heading to the southern enclosure. The spirit grass wiggled its body, trailing behind him. Before long, a brilliant red light flickered, enveloping him in a massive white bubble. Above, a senior student stood atop a giant parrot, arms crossed. A fish with legs obstructed Su Ao's path. He chuckled. So you're the genius here? In this world, power and connections reign supreme. How does a mere healing division expect to claim the top spot? The senior wore a mocking smile, and the giant parrot beneath him let out a piercing screech. The spirit grass immediately wilted. Name, spirit grass. Level, pinnacle common beast. Grade, superior. Combat power, 1922. Defense, 1879. Skill, bewilder. Status, moderately injured. Experience required for evolution, 512. In just one encounter, the spirit grass's condition had deteriorated significantly. Su Ao had never anticipated encountering such a situation in the competition. Perhaps it was for the best. He would not need to hold back during the match. Calling back the spirit grass, Su Ao swung his fist toward the white bubble. The bubble contracted relentlessly, making it difficult for him to breathe. Surrendering would be prudent. There was no need to struggle. This bubble, unless pierced with sharp equipment, would mean a slow demise for a mere common beast master like him. The senior's tone dripped with derision as he remained perched on the giant parrot. He was certain that Su Ao possessed only a single set of fire lizard armor, which would be insufficient to contend with his peak-level giant land pig. Su Ao smiled, expressing his gratitude for the warning. Extending his index finger, he suddenly gathered his strength and punctured the bubble. The senior's expression turned blank. He had not anticipated such an outcome. There was only one explanation. Li Xiao had equipped Su Ao with new gear. Damn it, I knew you privileged scions would resort to unconventional means. The terrestrial porpoise expelled countless minuscule water bubbles, each carrying shards of ice that surged towards Su Ao. With a single hand, he crushed one, and the ice within erupted violently, sending a chilling wave of cold crashing over him. At this moment, he was acutely aware that this senior harbored murderous intent. If he were merely an ordinary beast master without his equipment, those white bubbles alone could suffocate him. Even if he shouted his surrender, those outside the bubbles would remain oblivious. Just you wait. I'll remember you. Su Ao roared, charging toward the porpoise, but his punch met only air. Ha, how foolish. Did you think I was unaware of your equipment? The adopted son of the Lu family still clings to such navet. The giant parrot turned and flew toward the eastern side of the arena, the direction of the high-level breeding grounds. This time, Sueo learned his lesson and refrained from summoning his spirit herbs. He ran southward, relying solely on his attributes. The low-level breeding grounds differed markedly from the outside world. Surrounding the entire circular enclosure were several doors. To his astonishment, each door was guarded by a colossal beast. Some first-year students who arrived earlier were only granted entry after explaining their purpose. It was stated to be a team competition, yet he hadn't anticipated such rules. Had he lacked strength, he might not have even been allowed through the door. Approaching the nearest entrance, Sueo was swiftly noticed by the senior guarding it. Combat Class Assembly. The healer Sueo has arrived. The ground trembled violently as numerous colossal beasts closed in around him. Seniors, this is not right. This is the first-year competition area. Are you not violating the rules? Rules? What rules? One senior laughed. Who told you that you aren't from the combat class? This is not a breeding ground. How we choose to proceed is our own affair. Sueo finally grasped why the combat class secured first place year after year. Other competing groups would block the entrance, sending a top-tier team to hunt monsters. Such tactics rendered the chances of other classes winning virtually non-existent. He unleashed a punch at the beast before him, and the giant rhinoceros fell to the ground instantly. The vast disparity in combat power left it unable to stir up any trouble. The owner, witnessing this, was filled with rage. He had not expected Sueo to be so decisive. You dare to kill my beast. I'll have my revenge. Huh, I was hoping to kill you as well. If you have the guts, don't surrender. The referee in the air made no move to intervene. If one party refused to surrender, their death was of no concern. Under the watchful eyes of over 20 colossal beasts, 2 of them closed in from either side. The senior brandished a beast-level weapon, a menacing look on his face as he lunged at Sueo. Liu family's adopted son, I'm not afraid of you. A long whip wrapped around Sueo, but he seized it with one hand. With a powerful tug, he snapped the whip in two. In the incredulous gaze of the senior, Sueo delivered a punch to his chest. The senior staggered back in pain, entirely unaware of the large hole that had formed in his chest. Stumbling a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. I surrender. Chapter 38, Demon-Level Beast, Demon Flower. The senior's death elicited little reaction. The struggle for resources was most brutal. One could only say he had met the wrong end of the stick. Moments later, a referee landed, expressionless, and dragged the corpse away. What now? Stop him. One senior whispered. After a brief hesitation, another senior shook his head. Let it go. Our combat class has already slain over 200 beasts. No matter what, he won't catch up. Seizing the opportunity during their discussion, Sueo launched a punch at a colossal beast. With just one strike, the beast fell lifeless. A senior screamed in fury as the airborne flying beast unleashed an indiscriminate attack. The other seniors hurriedly recalled their beasts. You dare kill my beast? You're courting death. Sueo stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. With smoke and no injuries, Sueo chuckled a few minutes later. What's the matter? Blocking the door is fine, but killing your beasts is off limits? Your combat class is truly arrogant. Regardless of how much the seniors protested, Sueo remained unmoved. Before long, he casually dug at his ears. Not coming down to play? If you don't, I'll just go in. The senior in the air understood that with only one beast dead, perhaps it was the best outcome. If he descended, he might meet the same fate. Sueo smirked and strode confidently into the breeding grounds. The scene inside was remarkably harmonious, with pairs of beasts cooperating to hunt monsters. Hey, isn't that the healer Sueo? How did he get in here? One person voiced his confusion as onlookers turned to Sueo. Their eyes revealed wariness. And a moment later, a male student shouted, Everyone gather, don't let the students from other classes kill monsters. As if rehearsed, the hunting beasts lined up, blocking Sueo's path. Sueo shook his head and unleashed a punch at the shouting student. Are you all mad? Even the seniors couldn't stop me. And you think you can? With a look of disdain, Sueo did not hold back, and the student perished on the spot. To deter harassment effectively, one must make an example. After all, he was still a minor antagonist. The other students, witnessing this, directed their beasts to clear a path. In the fearful gazes of those around him, Sueo summoned his own beast. With their backgrounds insufficient and their beasts lacking, everyone felt relieved that they were not the ones to step forward. Sueo's eyes swept the area, and the information regarding the ordinary beasts appeared before him. Name, Cocoon Butterfly. Level, Peak Ordinary Beast. Rank, Common. Combat Power, 1543. Defense, 1324. Skill, Silk Spinning. Status, Light Injury. Name, Iron Tiger. Level, Advanced Ordinary Beast. Rank, Rare. Combat Power, 1854. Defense, 1870. Skill, Bite. Status, Healthy. Even though the spirit herb was moderately injured, Its attributes surpassed most of the extraordinary beasts within. He activated confusion, and the 10 nearest extraordinary beasts began to convulse, soon resorting to self-harm. Not long after, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on killing the peak ordinary beast cocoon butterfly, earning 297 experience points. Congratulations on killing the advanced ordinary beast iron tiger, earning 203 experience points. Friendly reminder. Your fourth beast has reached the initial stage of a demon beast and can no longer gain experience by defeating ordinary beasts, having slain merely 3 ordinary beasts. The spirit herb underwent evolution. Name, Demon Flower. Level, initial stage demon beast. Rank, superior. Combat power, 3392. Defense, 3142. Skills, confusion, healing. Status, healthy. Experience needed for upgrade, 4,000,000. Compared to the spirit herb, the demon flower was somewhat larger, and its form had grown increasingly peculiar. Its roots were a deep crimson, with 2 leaves, one red and one green. The flower stalk was interspersed with red and green, and the flower at the top was a deep purple red. Merely approaching it instilled a sense of foreboding. At that moment, a referee descended to the ground. Student, your beast has leveled up. You cannot remain in the low-level breeding grounds. Sueo nodded and recalled his beast. Examining its skills closely, he found he could now confuse 30 enemies. He had a bold idea, uncertain of its feasibility. Stepping out of the confinement arena, a group of upperclassmen remained vigilant, taking advantage of their unguarded moment. Sueo stealthily dispatched a colossal beast from behind. As the upperclassmen regained their senses and turned around, Sueo swiftly struck, delivering a fatal blow. The referee furrowed his brow slightly at the scene, but refrained from commenting. After all, blocking the exit was a breach of ethical conduct, while killing fell within the bounds of the rules. In the very center of the competition arena, a vast blue screen illuminated the scores of various teams, revealing one team that had dramatically slain over 300 exotic beasts. Sueo's team languished at the bottom, having only eliminated 24 beasts. 3 hours had elapsed since their entry, and it appeared that the 5-day contest might conclude in just 1 day, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He sprinted westward, occasionally fending off attacks from the beasts. With each kill, the number of assailants diminished. Before a certain confinement arena, a colossal beast still obstructed the path. However, upon noticing Sueo, it instinctively cleared the way. A smirk crept across Sueo's lips, indicating that his lethal actions had borne fruit. Upon entering the confinement area, he discovered that the beasts had grown significantly in size. Unlike the lower-tier confinement zones, the mid-tier ones featured fewer teams. Most teams cooperated as they besieged a peak-level exotic beast. Name, Cauliflower Snake. Level, Primary Beast. Rank, Low Tier. Combat Power, 1345. Defense, 1408. Skills, Constrict, Devour. Status, Severely Wounded. A few beast tamers were leisurely engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Sueo approached unnoticed and commanded his magical flower to activate its bewilderment skill. The cauliflower snake, which had been counterattacking, stood still, eventually biting itself. What was happening with this exotic beast? Could it truly lose its sanity? If it killed itself, would we not gain experience and points? Alarmed, someone shouted that a skill was being used, urging everyone to act swiftly and seize the final blow. Only the beast knew itself. The cauliflower snake remained motionless until the final strike, when it bit into its own vulnerable spot. A smile graced Sueo's face as he received the notification of a successful kill. Congratulations on slaying the primary beast, cauliflower snake, earning 7,689 experience points. It seemed his hypothesis was correct. When the beast's status deteriorated, the magical flower could confuse even higher-tier beasts, turning the surrounding tamers into mere laborers for him. After executing this strategy, the second-year students' beasts all directed their attention toward the magical flower. They were acutely aware that if the magical flower remained alive, they would not receive any points. Countless elemental spheres hurtled toward the magical flower, but it vanished into thin air. Sueo stretched his neck and revealed a charming smile. What was this? Did beasts dare to challenge tamers? With a powerful punch directed at the ground, a fissure appeared within the confinement arena. The students present were taken aback, only realizing it was Sueo moments later. Everyone, gather around. Summon your beasts to work for me. Those who refuse will either die or withdraw from the competition. Chapter 39, The Laboring Combat Class and the Reckless Second Generation. Sueo stood firm, and with a single command, silence enveloped the arena. The majority present were second-year upperclassmen, predominantly from the combat class. One upperclassman stepped forward slowly, regarding Sueo with disdain. Who do you think you are, demanding labor from us? Sueo chuckled lightly. And did you consult us when your combat class blocked the entrance? Huh, how absurd. We, the combat class, are the elite of Jinjing Beast Tamer University. This competition was designed for us. I've heard you're the adopted son of the Liu family. Surely you have some unsavory dealings? Without further ado, Su Ao unleashed a punch that sent the man crumpling to the ground. The surrounding students buzzed with conversation when a female student stepped forward. You have quite the audacity. He is the sole heir of the Li family in Jinjing. Are you not afraid of retribution? The Li family of Jinjing? Su Ao murmured, recalling them as a mid-tier family that had not even been mentioned in the original text before being wiped out by Chun Rian's henchmen. Oh, my apologies. Which family do you belong to? The girl smirked, crossing her arms proudly. I am from the Tang family of Jinjing. Don't think your Liu family is so impressive. It's wise to tread carefully when outside. Too arrogant. You might end up paying dearly for it. So, are you suggesting that I should withdraw? Indeed. Su Ao delivered another punch, and the girl collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He surveyed the surroundings, a hint of exasperation evident on his brow. Why were there so many dimwits? They all knew he was from the Liu family, yet they remained brazen. Silence pervaded the arena as those who had contemplated intervening hesitated. Su Ao did not adhere to the expected norms. He truly killed when he said he would. Now, I shall reiterate. Withdraw, work for me, or face death. In front of Su Ao, over 30 upperclassmen whispered amongst themselves. Moments later, a chorus of voices rang out. I withdraw. I withdraw. I withdraw. Even in this way, I want to let that brat benefit from me. Su Ao nodded, allowing the referee to escort the withdrawn students away. A handful of upperclassmen remained. These individuals lacked any significant background and had survived on the monthly competitions to reach their second year. They were not about to abandon their efforts so easily. Several second-generation students chose not to withdraw, but instead proceeded toward the exit. You are insane. You're nothing but a madman. If you have the guts, don't leave the school. Su Ao chuckled and kicked toward the speaker. You're absolutely right. It's perfectly acceptable for you to bully others, but if I bully you, I'm the madman. Withdraw, or I will kill you. Without hesitation, the speaker opted to withdraw. The others, who had been discussing, fell silent. Su Ao was indeed a living embodiment of a tyrant. With the laborers ready, Su Ao embarked on his delightful journey of leveling up. The dozen upperclassmen formed an orderly line, some trembling with anxiety. Relax, everyone. I am quite easy to work with. With a single command, dozens of exotic beasts charged toward their foes. Name, Demon Rat. Level, Intermediate Beast. Rank, Mid-Tier. Combat Power, 118423. Defense, 123462. Skills, Stench Attack, Bite. Status, Healthy. Name, Petrified Tiger. Level, Primary Beast. Rank, Epic. Combat Power, 6324. Defense, 7423. Skills, Charge Roar. Status, Healthy. Name, Climbing Snake. Level, Peak Beast. Rank, Epic. Combat Power, 293214. Defense, 314236. Skills, Devour, Death Constriction. Status, Healthy. As the dozens of exotic beasts faced relentless assault, their condition gradually deteriorated. Once they approached the brink of death, all the tamed beasts ceased their attacks in perfect unison. Only then did Su Ao summon the magical flower to unleash its skill, prompting the exotic beasts to self-harm. Congratulations on slaying the intermediate beast, Demon Rat, earning 17,323 experience points. Congratulations on slaying the primary beast, Demon Rat, earning 9,324 experience points. Congratulations on slaying the peak beast, Climbing Snake, earning 31,235 experience points. After several hours of diligent effort, Su Ao's magical beast reached its peak level. Name, Magical Flower. Level, Pinnacle of Demon Beasts. Rank, Superior. Combat Power, 342, 351. Defense, 321, 357. Skills, Bewitchment, Healing. Status, Good. Experience required for level up, 32, 135. As Su Ao noticed that only a couple more were needed for his advancement, he paused. Presently, the attributes of the demon flower surpassed all the captive beasts within the intermediate breeding grounds, rendering assistance from others unnecessary. All right, everyone stop. I am not one to shortchange my employees. Form a line. Each person will receive 30 beasts. His tone was remarkably calm, yet the workers were filled with delight. They understood that, had they been working in pairs, they could have collectively slain a maximum of about 10 demon beasts within 4 hours. Su Ao's generosity, bestowing 30 beasts upon each individual, was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for them. Thank you, Brother Ao. You are so generous. Voices of praise filled the air, prompting Su Ao to wave his hand in mild annoyance. What you deserve is simply what you are entitled to. The demon flower unleashed its bewitching skill, causing the approaching demon beasts to turn on one another. When they were on the brink of death, they ceased their attacks and awaited the beast tamers to finish them off. The senior, positioned at the front, wore an expression of excitement as he summoned his own beast of the demon rank to advance. After defeating the 14th beast, he switched to another one. The second beast successfully evolved, its size significantly increasing. Next, amidst the senior's expressions of gratitude, Sueo nodded indifferently. It's only right to pay for one's labor. In just 1 hour, the 10 or so working seniors received their rewards and eagerly made their way eastward. Most of the students had elevated their beasts to the pinnacle level, allowing for a swift evolution after defeating just a few more. Before long, Li Zhao's figure appeared behind Sueo, cursing as he looked toward the entrance. These blind fools, they make me kill a couple before letting me through. If I were in Magic City, I'd skin them alive. As he spoke, he stared at Sueo, momentarily taken aback. How did you get here so quickly? Wasn't there a senior guarding the southern low-level breeding ground? There was. I killed a few. Don't tell me you were trying to reason with me? Li Xiao nodded, pulling out a cigarette, having thought that being in the same school would prevent them from turning against each other for resources. Sueo refrained from replying. It was a foolish question. The competition for resources was inherently brutal. Had the Dragon Kingdom not had the Yuchang Kingdom, other nations would have long since invaded. With Sueo's assistance, it took Li Xiao merely 20 minutes for his beast to evolve. The sawtooth tiger transformed into a magnificent golden tiger, its body radiating a fierce golden hue. After slaying 2 more demon beasts, Sueo's demon flower also evolved into a colossal beast. Name, Blood Tree. Level, early stage of colossal beast. Rank, superior. Combat power, 363, 213. Defense, 343, 214. Skills, bewitchment, healing, strike. Status, good. Experience required for level up, 400 million. Chapter 40. Lien Parides El Bu, unrivaled under heaven. Meanwhile, in the low-level breeding ground, a fire dragon, after an intense battle, finally vanquished the pinnacle of the mortal beasts before it. Chen Bufan regained his composure and glanced at the panel, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Due to various circumstances, his teammates' beasts had reached the primary stage of demon beasts, leaving only him to fend for himself. He was particularly elated to discover that the fire dragon experienced a probabilistic rank transformation, evolving from a peak epic rank to a primary superior rank. The attributes of divine beasts do not alter with upgrade names, only their size and skills change. He understood well that the 6 annual school competitions could not satisfy the demand for his beast's evolution. It was essential to seek resources externally to support his path of advancement. Before arriving, he had learned through conversation that the Lu family required guardians. However, one needed 3 beasts of colossal rank to qualify as a guardian. By the winter break, he could return to Qingshui and seek work locally. Becoming a guardian for the Su family would be a commendable option. In the sky above, a judge looked on with admiration. Divine beasts were a rare sight even throughout the Dragon Kingdom. While ordinary beasts might have a chance to revert to divine status through evolution, a naturally born divine beast would undoubtedly grow to be invincible. This student, your beast has evolved. You cannot linger here any longer. Chen Bufan nodded, took a deep breath, and walked toward the exit. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found an unusual silence. The seniors who had previously been guarding the gate had vanished without a trace. He thought little of it and proceeded toward the intermediate breeding grounds in the west. In the competition arena, the central screen displayed Sueo's team in second place with 942 points, trailing the first combat team by just over 100 points. Below the screen, Sueo and Li Xiao sauntered toward the east. Behind them stood a massive tree, its form exuding an eerie blood-red hue. The leaves were green, while the flower buds were crimson. Upon reaching the colossal beast level, the bewitchment skill's effectiveness extended to 100 individuals. If they were to ascend to even higher levels, they could potentially establish an army of demon beasts. With the support of the golden tiger, the tiger and tree made their slow advance eastward. Brother Ao, do you think we can catch up with that 100-point deficit? Of course we can. Have you forgotten our identities? I just told you that an individual's strength is limited. But will they agree? If they refuse, we can withdraw from the competition. If they agree but don't comply, we can just eliminate them. You are at least a young prince. Should you not exert your imposing presence to gain respect? Sueo was left speechless, realizing the absurdity of this little boss villain who had reached such a point. Just then, several ice pillars descended from the sky. Above a flying frostbat stood a young man with a grave expression. I never expected you to reach the colossal beast level so quickly. If you know what is good for you, stay away from the high-level breeding grounds. As the ice pillars appeared, both Sueo and Li Xiao summoned their beasts back. Sueo did not anticipate that a senior would block their path. What's wrong? Can you fly? Come down and try your skills. The senior did not respond. His sole task was to delay them. As long as he could hold Su Ao and Li Xiao for 4 hours, they would be victorious. I've told you. You cannot pass. Apart from the two of you, all the healing types have withdrawn. You cannot acquire what does not belong to you, no matter what. Colossal beasts surrounded Su Ao and Li Xiao, trapping them firmly in the center. A massive tail swept past them, yet caused no harm. Realizing they were outmatched, the massive serpent behind them vanished. Several colossal beasts charged toward the two. The ground trembled violently, affecting even the distant high-level breeding grounds. What is happening? Did a colossal beast advance? Unclear. It seems to be a large-scale activity of colossal beasts. Perhaps a conflict has broken out somewhere. But it seems that only the combat types are left here, right? Could it be? Outside the high-level breeding grounds, several students exchanged glances, simultaneously considering a particular possibility. They had previously discussed encircling the healing types, and this commotion likely signaled that action had commenced. Under the siege of colossal beasts, Su Ao twisted his neck and unleashed a powerful punch towards the front. Yet, what ignited his fury was the fact that every time he was on the verge of success, the gigantic beasts would abruptly vanish. Should he summon the first 3 of his summoned beasts, his predicament would be laid bare. He turned to Li Xiao and commanded, "Hand me the knife. Run east." Grasping the blue machete, Su Ao swung it with fervor and swiftly followed Li Xiao's lead. The same white bubbles ensnared Li Xiao, but Su Ao shattered them with a single blow. Countless elemental spheres assailed them, hindering Li Xiao's movements. With a fierce shout, Su Ao hoisted Li Xiao onto his back. "You cover me from behind. I will carve the path." Clad in the beast armor, Li Xiao was impervious even to the mightiest of beasts. As a beast master of the summoner rank, Su Ao's speed was unmatched by Li Xiao. It was said that Lien Po excelled in defense while El Bu was a master of offense. With Lien Po riding El Bu, they were invincible. The senior students, witnessing this scene, were momentarily taken aback. No matter how the beasts attacked from either side, they could not impede the duo's speed. The leading senior clenched his teeth and commanded the monstrous army to retreat eastward. "Cease all actions. This is futile. Everyone, proceed to the advanced breeding grounds." Upon seeing them retreat, Su Ao set Li Xiao down. Li Xiao gasped in astonishment. He had anticipated being ensnared, but to his surprise, both remained unscathed. "Wow, is that even a possibility? Brother Ao, you're incredible. You have much to learn. Stick with me, and you won't go astray." Outside the competition arena, beneath the transparent dome, a colossal white bat hovered as Zhongzheng peered through binoculars, a smirk gracing his lips. "Principal, these two youngsters are quite clever. I thought they had no chance of winning." Beside him, an elderly man, calm and collected with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed downwards in contemplative silence. After a while, he sighed and shifted his gaze toward the horizon. "It seems our teaching methods are flawed. While it is survival of the fittest, this is unjust to the qualified students. Has it not been this way for over a decade? Resources favoring the exceptional. Every school operates thus." "I understand." The elder gently caressed a ring on his finger, and a set of red and purple armor materialized in his hand. "Take this beast equipment as a reward for this competition. There will be some changes in next month's contest." Zhongzheng nodded, and the white bat veered toward the teaching building. "Principal, how about we transfer these two to the combat department? It would prevent them from facing undue scrutiny during the post-graduation assessments." The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. Let them remain in the healing department. After this competition, the school will undergo some reforms. They are the hope of the Dragon Nation and must not be abandoned." Chapter 41. A Lone Warrior. In the eastern part of the competition arena, within the advanced breeding grounds, a throng of colossal beasts surrounded the entrance, their expressions grave as they gazed toward the center. "Brother, do you think these two healers will dare to make a move? Even with beast-level equipment, they cannot possibly withstand such an onslaught." A senior shook his head, uncertainty clouding his face. "It's hard to say. That adopted son of the Liu family doesn't seem easily intimidated. But the Prince of Magic City possesses a set of beast equipment." As they spoke, two figures gradually emerged, and Su Ao's gaze grew serious as he looked ahead. "Little brother, why not withdraw? Hand your equipment to me. I'll score for the healing department." "That won't do. You've taken the spotlight. Why should I back down? Your fourth summoned beast will undoubtedly be extraordinary." In an instant, a suit of blue armor appeared in Su Ao's hands. "You should have said so earlier, brother. I wouldn't have delayed your grandstanding." Li Xiao chuckled foolishly, lighting a cigarette and gazing up at the sky. "I'm out." A flying summoned beast swooped down, whisking Li Xiao away. Dressed in blue armor and wielding the machete, Su Ao charged toward the horde of beasts without uttering a word. Roar! Roar! The beasts before him bellowed in fury, charging at Su Ao. Onward! For the glory of the combat department. With that declaration, over 100 ferocious beasts advanced, making Su Ao appear minuscule in comparison. A massive bear paw struck toward him, only to be cleaved in two by his blade. The agonizing howl echoed throughout the competition arena, causing students rushing to their destinations to halt in their tracks. What is happening at the advanced breeding grounds? It seems there's a fight. It's Su-Ao from the healing department. He is single-handedly battling over 100 colossal beasts. Should we go take a look? What for? When he gets serious, he'll chop down anyone. Outside the breeding grounds, the beasts encircled Su-Ao. An array of ice attacks rained down, soon encasing him in a frozen statue. Above in the sky, a senior let out a faint laugh. I expected more from him. No matter how fortified his equipment, his strength still pales in comparison. As he leisurely ignited a cigarette, his eyes widened in shock when he glanced back at the ice statue. The ice began to crack, and countless tiny shards exploded outward. Su-Ao shook off the remnants of ice and charged toward the ice mouse before him. Terrified, the ice mouse attempted to flee, but its enormous tail was severed in two. Observing his summoned beast's injury, its master hastily recalled it. Su-Ao, undeterred, continued to slash towards the entrance. Beast blood stained his body, yet his eyes remained tranquil. Behind him, a fire elemental flying beast unleashed flames, but Su-Ao chose not to evade. His clothing ignited, leaving only the blue translucent armor encasing him. The spectators chuckled at the sight of his exposed backside. Su-Ao momentarily lost focus, disregarding the chill of the breeze against his back. To his left and right, two enormous pythons lunged, jaws wide open, aiming for his waist. In a split second, Su-Ao leapt into the air, causing the two snake heads to collide. With a swift downward strike, he cleaved one head, and the foul-smelling blood gushed forth as the wounded python vanished. In midair, a giant bird snatched him up, soaring toward the western side of the competition arena. After flying a mere 100 meters, Su-Ao swung his blade, severing the bird's iron beak in half. The giant bird disappeared, and Su-Ao made no effort to resist, plummeting 50 meters in free fall. Moments later, he crashed into the ground, creating a large crater on the dirt road. Su-Ao emerged unscathed from the pit. With 300 meters remaining, he turned to face the scoreboard. The leader was still over 100 points shy of 2,000. This wasn't a sustainable strategy. He planted his feet firmly and bellowed ahead. Any summoned beast that dares to obstruct me will face death. Those who doubt can test me. Previously, Su-Ao had held back. These seniors were fighting for the honor of their department, and their summoned beasts aimed to delay him. But if it jeopardized his victory, that was an entirely different matter. He understood well that the seniors were ultimately serving the individuals within the breeding grounds. Sheathing the machete at his waist, his exposed backside jiggled. The surrounding beasts roared incessantly at Su-Ao, yet refrained from attacking. The seniors were acutely aware that Su-Ao had shown restraint. Otherwise, with the power of his beast weapon, a single strike could fell a colossal beast. The beasts flanked him, their eyes wide with intensity as they fixated on Su-Ao. With his hands clasped behind his head, Su-Ao wore an expression of utter contentment. A throng of seniors stood at the entrance of the breeding grounds. Their eyes locked onto Su-Ao. Su-Ao, don't let it get to your head. Here lies the elite breeding grounds, where each individual commands 3 formidable beasts. Do you dare to intervene? Those who refuse to yield shall meet their demise. Su-Ao's tone was devoid of emotion, his hand already resting upon the hilt of his machete, calmly locking eyes with the leading senior. Moments later, the senior stepped aside. Proceed. If fate permits. You ought to be one of our combat department's juniors. In the city of Clearwater, atop the Lord's mansion, Su Rulong and his spouse bore grave expressions as they gazed skyward at the majestic beast hovering above. A colossal devilfish obscured the sun, its size surpassing that of the flaming bird by 100-fold. The devilfish emitted a resonant sound, plunging the ordinary populace below into profound terror. Undoubtedly, this was a king-level beast. With a single skill, a portion of Clearwater City could be obliterated. I am Su Rulong, Lord of Clearwater City. Might I inquire the purpose of your esteemed presence here? Above the devilfish, a man clad in a suit, his golden Rolex glimmering brilliantly, stood with an alluring woman whispering beside him. Seemingly having confirmed something, the devilfish gradually anchored beside the Lord's building. The pair leapt from the beast's back onto the rooftop. The man approached, gently caressing a psychic energy storage ring, from which a multitude of exotic beast materials surged forth. Greetings, I am Li Yuhang from the Magic Capital. You must be Su-Ao's parents, he remarked, glancing at his phone before scrutinizing Su Rulong, noting the 7 parts resemblance. Su Rulong's furrowed brow relaxed. Realizing it was the head of the Li family from the Magic Capital, he felt a sense of regret for not having welcomed him properly. Has my son caused any trouble? Not at all, Li Yuhang chuckled, unsure of how to respond. Beside him, Su Mei shot him a reproachful glance, producing an exquisite box and approaching the scrutinizing Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, this is a token of my appreciation, a necklace crafted from the eye of a king beast. providing defense equivalent to that of a pinnacle beast. Sister, if there is something to discuss, please do so directly. Has our AOer done something? Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with amusement as she refrained from accepting the offered box. You see, Arlie Xiao has formed a bond with Su Ao. Under his guidance, his beast has reached the pinnacle grade. We harbor no ulterior motives and understand the rarity of evolution points. Consider these items our compensation, though they may seem trivial. They represent our goodwill. Haha, sister-in-law, you flatter us, Su Rulong chuckled. Since we share such a fortuitous connection, why not forge a brotherly bond with Yu Hang? Su Rulong turned to Li Yuhang, who in turn looked at Su Mei. She nodded in agreement. That would be splendid. The two boys can support one another. Chapter 42, Infinite Growth Defense Skill, Devour Spirit. The elite breeding grounds were unlike other facilities, with a highly concentrated distribution of individuals. Each commanded their beasts to aid the senior in slaying monsters. That one over there, on the brink of death, do not attack. I shall handle this severely wounded one myself. At the northernmost edge, a pinnacle beast was present, while the remaining beasts converged to assault it. A haughty senior stood atop a flying beast, directing the swarm below. The beasts coordinated seamlessly, dispatching one exotic creature every few minutes. Su Ao's arrival did not garner much attention. This was an elite breeding ground, and distractions were a luxury none could afford. A bizarre blood tree emerged behind the beasts, its branches adorned with buds exuding crimson pollen. The previously besieged exotic creature had succumbed to a near-death state, unable to resist the confounding skill. Suddenly, an ice pillar shot forth, piercing through its entire head. The senior smirked, casually observing the beast panel, yet noted no increase in experience. Cease at once. Who dealt the final blow? He queried angrily, surveying the surroundings, only to discover an intriguing beast. At this moment, Su Ao, donning a mask with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed into the distance. He understood well that those who reached the giant beast level generally possessed flying beasts. Reckless slaughter was an inefficient approach. Intellect was key. Within the breeding grounds, everyone halted their actions. Curiosity etched on their faces as they turned to Su Ao. He pointed to his mouth and then shook his hand. Mute? The senior cast a disdainful glare, glaring at him twice before resuming command of the beast army to continue their hunt. As the next few creatures neared death, he found himself devoid of experience once again. Who dares to steal monsters beneath my very nose? Are they not afraid of the Zhang family's retribution? The Zhang family of Jinjing, renowned alongside the Liu family, dominated the underground business in Jinjing, smuggling, human trafficking, assassination of beast masters. They engaged in nearly every lucrative endeavor. During the meteorite catastrophe, they colluded with foreign entities, selling exotic beast corpses and assassinating management bureau members, plunging the Dragon Kingdom into peril. The young master, Zhang Kuang, brazenly wielded his family's power to dominate Jinjing University. His gaze swept across the students below, finally resting on Su Ao. He descended swiftly, tearing off Su Ao's mask. Was it you who stole my kill? Su Ao chuckled. And if it were me? What of it? You aren't you mute? Zhang Kuang realized something was amiss and hastily summoned a full set of gear from his psychic energy storage ring. Yet, before he could don it, a blade pierced through his chest. Clutching his wound, terror flooded Zhang Kuang's eyes as he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. You can't kill me. I'm the young master of the Zhang family. His expression was one of madness. I admit my wrongs. Before he could finish, Su Ao struck again, blood splattering as the head flew off. Who told you to be so arrogant? Wouldn't it have sufficed to be humble? Su Ao shrugged, turning to survey his surroundings. The seniors did not express anger at Zhang Kuang's demise. In fact, there was a flicker of delight in their hearts. Let me interject briefly. I killed Zhang Kuang. Anyone wishing to report this may do so. Su Ao's words hung in the air, yet no one dared to move. The overhead judges remained silent. They had witnessed Zhang Kuang's actions, yet nothing was deemed out of line. Their curiosity piqued, wondering what means Su Ao would employ to face the Zhang family's vengeance. The Liu and Zhang families were evenly matched, both patriarchs possessing king-level beasts. Should matters escalate, the border cities would surely witness a bloodbath. The seniors exchanged glances, continuing to command their beasts in the hunt. Zhang Kuang's indiscriminate killings might well be a relief in contrast to Su Ao. After all, who wasn't merely a cog in the machine. In comparison to the intermediate breeding grounds, the pace of monster slaying here was significantly slower. To ensure the quota of 2,000 was met, Su Ao deliberately targeted lower-level giant beasts. Congratulations on defeating the giant beast, Thunder-Devouring Python, earning 921, 246 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the giant beast, Earth Escape Ant, earning 1, 322, for 113 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the giant beast, Illusionary Spirit Butterfly, earning 1, 482, 567 experience points. After 9 hours, the blood tree finally reached its pinnacle. As before, it was time for the laborers to reap their rewards. In line to receive exotic beasts, each person was allotted 20. In the center of the competition arena, the large screen displayed the results. The second place remained stuck at 1,896, while the first place had achieved 2,014 kills. We've won. We are the champions. Outside the arena, Ziyun beamed with excitement, embracing her companion Shinlu, as she caught sight of the combat team. Still 100 kills shy of victory, her hope for winning had already waned. However, 9 hours prior, the first competitor ceased their monster hunting, and Su Ao's independent team score continued to surge. "Teacher, this is wonderful. I want a hug too," Li Xiao exclaimed with a foolish expression, while Ziyun, momentarily dazed, opened her arms. "You rascal, your contribution to this victory cannot be overlooked. Just a brief embrace." That sounds splendid, teacher. I mean no harm. I'm simply overjoyed." In the advanced breeding arena, a cold and indifferent voice resonated. In the internal competition, third place goes to the transportation department, second place to the combat department, and first place to the healing department. As these words fell, the judge did not usher Su Ao away. According to prior regulations, the first place winner is entitled to an additional hour of stay in the breeding arena, which is a privilege afforded to the victor. With only 2 monsters remaining, Su Ao's fourth beast would soon evolve. The blood tree had already reached the pinnacle of behemoths, with its confusing skill effective against all aberrant creatures. As the final 5 aberrant beasts were vanquished, the blood tree completed its evolution from a behemoth to a general beast. Name: Devouring Spirit Tree. Level: Early General Beast. Quality: Supreme. Battle Power: 37, 423, 213. Defense Power: 35, 321, 219. Skills: Confusion, Healing, Strike, Devour Spirit. Status: Good. Experience required for upgrade: 500 Beast Energy Crystals. Su Ao's own panel attributes underwent significant alteration. Name: Su Ao. Level: General Beast Tamer. Contracted Beasts: Qing Lei Jiao, Kai Feng, Long Gui, Devouring Spirit Tree. Battle Power: 73, 228, 983. Defense Power: 88, 309, 410. Evolution Value: 76, 539, 423. Thus, he could no longer participate in the internal competition and was limited to the Dragon Kingdom's university competition and the World University competition. Most importantly, all of his beasts could finally take the stage. The number of creatures capable of confusion had reached 300, and the new skill was exceedingly sinister. Devour Spirit. The souls of aberrant beasts can be consumed, providing defensive benefits to the Master S body. Chapter 43. Regional Competition. Di Xiaoxiao's Invitation. After 2 months of inactivity, the regional competition was merely days away. The principal, having recognized the flaws in the competition system, initially intended to select talent through this means, only to discover that resources remained firmly in the hands of a select few. Consequently, certain regulations regarding the internal competition were amended. Beasts would continue to fight independently, while the Master Beast coordination would be unencumbered by gear. Team collaboration within departments was divided into 3 zones, with mutual interference prohibited, and similarly, no equipment allowed. This adjustment brought a semblance of fairness to the competition. In addition, the admission process underwent transformation, no longer relying solely on quality. By assessing the skills or performance of the beasts, the school would categorize them, ensuring each department performed its designated role. With these new regulations in place, universities across the nation began to emulate the changes, igniting a surge in university attendance in the Dragon Kingdom. In early winter, with light snow falling, pairs gathered on the school playground, deliberating on team selections for the regional competition. Shinlue linked arms with Su Ao as they strolled along the frozen lakeside. "Darling, we've secured first place in both recent internal competitions. You have no idea how thrilled Teacher Ziyun is." Since their enrollment, there had been 2 internal competitions. The first saw Su Ao triumphing with great vigor, while the second was dominated by Li Xiao. Their success stemmed from their formidable backgrounds and equipment. Much of the reason for the rule changes was attributed to the 2 of them. Su Ao's score stood at 11-0, while Li Xiao's was 9-0. The internal competition had never been so blood-soaked. Su Ao nodded. Indeed, such a wonderful teacher deserves to be happy. With these 2 achievements, it was likely that Teacher Ziyun would no longer face pressure to marry. Not far from the 2, a graceful figure approached. Her short hair danced in the cold wind, and even wrapped in a down jacket, her perfect figure was evident. "Su Ao, I wish to discuss something with you." Di Xiaoxiao's gaze darted, while Shinlue scrutinized her closely. "Senior, what is it? Can you share with me?" The air thickened with tension as Shinlue tightly gripped Su Ao's arm. Di Xiaoxiao's demeanor clearly indicated shyness, yet Xin Luwei, who spent every day with Su Ao, wondered how she had managed to engage with him. Taking a deep breath, Di Xiaoxiao raised her head, her tone serious. Xin Luwei, I have no ulterior motives. With the regional competition approaching, I would like to invite Su Ao to form a team. Oh, then that's fine, Xin Luwei replied with a smirk, realizing there had been a misunderstanding. After all, it was only natural for her exceptionally talented boyfriend to be invited to join a team. The regional competition differed from the internal competition, as each school could only send one team. Each team would compete within their school, with the champion representing the school in the competition. Xin Luwei had awakened 4 beasts in the past 2 competitions, though their qualities were not particularly impressive. In comparison to Su Ao's 4 supreme beasts, there was undoubtedly a significant gap. Su Ao understood well that he could not afford to provide excessive evolution value. If he were to fully evolve her beasts, she might not even regard him with any appreciation. Under Di Xiaoxiao's expectant gaze, Su Ao nodded without hesitation. Since you invited me, let us form a team. What about the other teammates? According to the regulations of the regional competition, each team comprised 4 members. The competition mechanism resembled that of the internal competition, with the distinction that all participants had awakened 4 beasts. As it pertained to the honor of the school, the strongest candidates were naturally selected. Thus, most members were in their 3rd or 4th year, while someone like Su Ao was a rarity at any institution. Di Xiaoxiao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, casting a pleading glance at Su Ao. Su Ao, our intention is for you to invite Li Xiao as well. My roommate, and I would like to team up with you. Oh, you want us to carry you? Di Xiaoxiao nodded, a blush gracing her cheeks. For reasons unknown, she felt shy in Su Ao's presence. After he had come to her aid previously, the student had ceased to bother her excessively. The rumors circulating within the school no longer felt embarrassing. Instead, she felt a flicker of anticipation. All right, let us discuss it tonight, right here in this pavilion. With that, he took Xin Luwei's hand and walked away, leaving Di Xiaoxiao with a hint of envy. For reasons she could not fathom, Su Ao was not her ideal type. Yet Di Xiaoxiao found herself drawn to him, his cheeky expression, his infuriating smile. On a winter night, with fierce winds and nearly deserted streets, Li Xiao, bundled in a thick coat, exhibited a trace of displeasure. Brother Ao, where are the beauties on this frigid winter day? After moving in together, the two had found it intolerable. Within a month, they reverted to being roommates. Once Pandora's box was opened, girls often became even more captivated. With the ox having plowed the field to exhaustion, the soil remained fertile. Su Ao chuckled. When I say beauty, it is indeed a beauty. You'd best not doubt it. In the wooden pavilion on the lake, 2 stunning figures caught the attention of the 2 boys. One exuded a clean, sharp aura, while the other radiated an elegant gentility. Li Xiao turned his inquiring gaze towards Su Ao, who nodded in affirmation. Removing his cotton hat, Li Xiao straightened his chest and boldly strode toward the pavilion. Just the 2 of you. Are you hoping for us to carry you? Di Xiaoxiao and her roommate were clearly taken aback, wondering where this overly dramatic youth had come from. It was only when they caught sight of Su Ao that they understood. At that moment, Di Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Yes, it's us inviting you to form a team. This is my roommate, Song Wenya. Hello, senior. Li Xiao exclaimed, extending his hands toward the bewildered Song Wenya, grinning foolishly. Song Wenya furrowed her brow slightly, but shook his hand out of courtesy. Su Ao cleared his throat twice, sensing an oddity in the air. In the original narrative, it was Di Xiaoxiao who was being harassed by Li Xiao, yet now it was her roommate. Upon closer inspection, the reason became clear. Clad in similar thick garments, Song Wenya exuded a more dignified and voluptuous presence, embodying the essence of a talented woman from the Jiangnan region. This was fortuitous. There would be no rivalry over affection. One could say that the timing of the team formation was impeccable. After some deliberation, they arrived at a rather logical conclusion. The 4 of them would engage in chaotic battles. The 2 girls would handle the chaos, while the 2 boys would be responsible for the carnage. On their way back, Li Xiao rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a casual flick of his lighter, he spoke gravely. Ao go, I believe I have discovered yet another ideal type. Is it another senior? Do you have such a penchant for maturity? Not exactly, Li Xiao replied, shaking off the ash from his cigarette. I tend to be quite devoted. Oh, what do you mean? Enlighten me. I compare, focusing my pursuit on one individual for a considerable time. Su Ao laughed, somewhat exasperated. This is a parallel world. Having multiple partners is quite normal. No need for grandiloquence. Then how would you manage those relationships if you succeeded in courting them? We just live together. My mother is my father's primary wife, and I have 4 stepmothers. What if jealousy arises? Jealousy is a non-issue, as long as no side is favored. It should be fine. I find myself in agreement with that notion. Chapter 44, Campus Selection, Beast Battles. After 3 uneventful days, the team was formed. During this time, several seniors invited Su Ao to team up, all of which he declined. Why team with boys when he could partner with beautiful girls? Jinjingyu Beast University boasted a total of 8 teams, and aside from the one Su Ao was in, the rest comprised seniors from the 3rd and 4th years. First and second year students without talent or background could only hope to elevate their beasts to the giant beast level after 3 years. The battles would occur in pairs, with elimination rounds narrowing down from 8 to 4, then 2, and finally 1. 4 arenas would host the competitors from different teams in turn. Each battle would see beasts engaging one-on-one until one side had no beasts left to summon. It was customary for teams to rank their beasts by combat prowess, deploying the weaker ones first to wear down the opponent. Su Ao and Li Xiao each possessed 4 peak extraordinary beasts. Individually, any one of them could clear the field in a wheel battle, initially planning for a swift victory. Di Xiaoxiao and Song Wenya insisted on taking the stage for the first half. Such competitions, showcasing genius against genius, were an opportunity to discern the disparities in skill. The colossal arena was filled with an eager audience. Some waved placards, cheering for their favorite teams. As the teams entered, the crowd erupted in applause. As top-tier combatants of Jinjing University, they were deserving of such adulation. Su Ao's team was slated to compete in the first round. The opposing team's captain was the young man who had previously pursued Di Xiaoxiao. From atop a flying dragon, a suited instructor announced the commencement of the first round with a megaphone. The exhilarating campus selection has begun. May the finest genius triumph. Now, let us welcome our first competing team forward. The arrogant team, Di Xiaoxiao, versus the victory team, Niu Meng. The audience roared with enthusiasm as the referee's dragon let out a thunderous roar. 2 colossal beasts, each over 100 meters tall, were summoned, causing the ground to tremble violently. A shrill cry echoed as Di Xiaoxiao's black phoenix stood behind her. Simultaneously, a massive tortoise appeared before the crowd, the white-hoofed tortoise of Niu Meng. As both contenders stepped out of their protective bubbles, the match officially commenced. White-hoofed tortoise. From the ice and snow kingdom, Niu Meng bellowed, and a mist enveloped the white-hoofed tortoise, transforming the entire arena into a frosty white haze. The black phoenix flapped its wings, striving to avoid being engulfed by the white fog. Black Phoenix, break wind. Upon uttering her command, the black phoenix let out a fierce cry, unleashing a tempest towards the white-hoofed tortoise. The collision of the gale and the ice created a surreal spectacle within the bubble, with the upper half filled with howling winds and the lower half solidifying into ice. The black phoenix dove downward, its razor-sharp talons aimed at the tortoise's shell. A shower of sparks erupted, yet both remained unharmed. Suddenly, the black phoenix spread its wings wide, launching feathers as sharp as blades towards the tortoise's shell, barely leaving a scratch. Save your efforts, Di Xiaoxiao. You won't break through my defenses. Both beasts were of the initial tier, with the white-hoofed tortoise being a rare specimen and the black phoenix classified as a mid-tier advanced beast. Niu Meng's assertion held merit. You won't get away with this. I will peel away your defenses. In the arena, the black phoenix spun rapidly, its feathers shooting forth incessantly. The white-hoofed tortoise revealed only its shell, encased tightly in ice. The black phoenix charged headfirst into the shell with a resounding crash. Yet, the tortoise's shell remained intact. Observing the black phoenix momentarily dazed, the ice surrounding the tortoise shattered, and it rolled forward like a giant wheel, barreling toward the staggering black phoenix. The black phoenix cried out in agony, its state deteriorating. In its moment of injury, Di Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and conceded. Summoning the black phoenix back, she called forth her second beast, the Earth-type giant rock serpent. Before she could issue a command, the giant rock serpent surged forward, directly colliding with the spinning white-hoofed tortoise. With a powerful strike of its tail, the white-hoofed tortoise ceased its movements. In the initial match, Di Xiaoxiao discerned the tortoise's weakness. Attacking its shell was futile at their current levels. Giant rock serpent, entangle. With this command, the enormous serpent coiled around the white-hoofed tortoise, visibly constricting its form. The tortoise winced in pain, revealing its head, firmly caught in the serpent's grip. A mist of ice emanated from the tortoise, engulfing the arena in a wintry scene once more. Soon, the ice mist dissipated, leaving both beasts frozen in place. While the giant rock serpent had an elemental advantage over the white-hoofed tortoise, its tier was inferior. Thus, the match ended in a stalemate. At this juncture, Di Xiaoxiao had already summoned 2 beasts, while Niu Meng had yet to deploy his first. The arrogant team was clearly at a disadvantage. Niu Meng, wearing a grin, remarked, Xiaoxiao, how about I let you win? Not interested, Di Xiaoxiao responded coolly, as a magnificent fox materialized behind her. Its tail danced gracefully, resembling a character that had stepped straight out of a painting. It was the wood spirit fox, Di Xiaoxiao's principal combat beast. Unfortunately, It was a healing-type beast. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The wood spirit fox was of the peak epic tier, inching ever closer to the initial extraordinary level. It was this very beast that had garnered Di Xiaoxiao a modicum of fame among the third-year students. Niu Meng shrugged dismissively as a golden-hued armored beetle appeared before the audience. This was his second beast, the high-tier epic beast, golden armored beetle. As the two beasts faced off, the wood spirit fox charged forward first, its lithe form darting toward the golden armored beetle, its massive claws poised to strike. The golden beetle buzzed through the air, its transparent wings vibrating at an increasingly rapid frequency as it ominously darted sideways. The wood spirit fox lunged but missed, its massive tail sweeping through the air, inflicting no tangible damage. Golden beetle, sandstorm, roared Niu Meng, as a cascade of golden sand particles swirled within the water bubble. A vortex formed overhead, sending countless grains of sand spiraling outward. The wood spirit fox, agile in its movements, dashed across the arena, yet the sand, which nearly enveloped the entire battleground, left it with no avenue of escape. Soon, crimson blood began to trickle from its back, a glimmer of amusement flashing in the rogue's eyes. Did you even consider the actual combat capabilities when you brought this healing beast into the arena? Mind your own business. The wood spirit fox, spirit of wood, heal, commanded Di Xiaoxiao with a melodic cry, as a wave of verdant light enveloped a vast area. The small wounds on the wood spirit fox's back began to heal at an observable rate. Just then, the golden beetle transformed in midair, its entire body changing hue, its wings now gleaming gold. Suddenly, it coiled into a pupil shape and plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed. Mere meters from the earth, its wings unfurled with a thunderous buzz. Buzz! It shot forth like a golden bullet, aimed straight at the hastily recovering wood spirit fox, which had just activated its healing ability and was thus unable to evade such a rapid assault. The golden beetle collided with its side, and the wood spirit fox was inevitably knocked down. Stop! I concede. Di Xiaoxiao cried out in haste upon witnessing her beast's grievous injury. The golden beetle halted, refraining from a second charge. Come down, Xiaoxiao. You performed admirably, Su Ao remarked with a resigned smile, which soon transformed into a smirk. How dare you bully my beautiful and gracious senior? Did you even ask for my permission? Chapter 45. Elemental Skill, Thunderclap. Di Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Ao's intense reaction. As they transitioned, Su Ao gently patted her shoulder. Fear not, senior, I shall avenge you. She felt her cheeks flush visibly. To date, no boy had ever addressed her in such a manner. She nodded slightly, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear. Di Xiaoxiao gazed at Su Ao's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the first match, the impeccable team had already eliminated one contender. Now, please welcome the arrogant team's freshman, Su Ao, to the stage, announced the referee, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the audience. Everyone was aware that one of Su Ao's beasts was extraordinary. They were eager to see what other mystical creatures this enigmatic young man possessed. Within the bubble, the victorious golden beetle hovered, its golden wings vibrating. Niu Meng's expression grew grave as he understood that his beast would not stand a chance against Su Ao's soul-devouring evil tree. A flicker of eerie light appeared, and a dense black mist enveloped Su Ao. A serpentine head adorned with dragon-like horns emerged, its body coiling, the head held upright. Its crimson slit pupils glinted with an otherworldly allure, flicking its tongue as it surveyed the surroundings. Gasps filled the audience as they inhaled sharply. If merely in its primal beast form, the oppressive aura it exuded was already at least of the low epic tier. The abyssal serpent writhed, burrowing into the arena from the bubble's base. The golden beetle, replicating its earlier maneuver, spun rapidly and charged toward the abyssal serpent. The abyssal serpent remained utterly still, its body emanating an ominous darkness. Upon collision, the abyssal serpent's tail swept through the air, sending the golden beetle hurtling away. The audience fell into a stunned silence, which erupted moments later into fervent cheers. They could hardly fathom that the abyssal serpent would retaliate in such a manner. Su Ao, you're incredible. You're my idol. Need a girlfriend? I'm available. Need a boyfriend? I can be that. In front of the arena, Su Ao wore a grin, relishing this moment. After all the effort to exploit bugs, isn't this the moment to flaunt it? At the judges' panel, Zhong Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Based solely on strength, the abyssal serpent was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the epic tier. Heaven bless our great golden capital. This young talent is exceptional, he said, lifting a nearby teacup and savoring a sip with palpable satisfaction. At the top of the bubble, the golden beetle thrashed wildly, as if glued to its confines. After a prolonged struggle, it became drenched and spun rapidly in the air. Golden sand swirled upwards, once again cloaking the arena in dust. Countless grains shot towards the abyssal serpent, but were effortlessly repelled by its sturdy scales. How tedious, Sueo declared. Abyssal serpent, thunderclap. As his words echoed, the abyssal serpent crackled with electricity, its head raised towards the heavens. A bolt of azure lightning suddenly descended, striking the golden beetle atop its head. What? An elemental skill? A third-year student exclaimed in shock from the audience. Unlike the conventional 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, certain beasts have a minuscule chance of acquiring elemental skills during evolution. Naturally, the higher the tier, the greater the probability. At that moment, the golden beetle emitted plumes of azure smoke, its golden wings dimming. Stop! I concede, Niomang cried out in haste. Realizing that a single bolt of lightning had rendered his beast near death, the golden beetle vanished from the arena, replaced by a water-type serpentine beast before the audience's eyes. Unlike the abyssal serpent's inky appearance, this creature's body was a striking blue and white. As it glided into the bubble, the contrast between the two serpents was stark. Did it even warrant a competition? Sueo's gaze flicked to Niomang, who appeared rather embarrassed. The serpentine beasts, upon entering the fray, already understood the outcome. After all, the higher the tier, the larger the size. Well, let's give it a try anyway. Niomang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Blue spirit serpent, deathly embrace. The blue spirit serpent darted forward, lunging at the abyssal serpent. The abyssal serpent flicked its tongue, observing the blue spirit serpent's every move. As they engaged, the two serpents intertwined, their heads biting into one another. A massive gash appeared on the blue spirit serpent's body, while the abyssal serpent remained unscathed. Forget it, I concede. As the blue spirit serpent's form dissipated, Niomang walked away dejectedly. In the second match, the arrogant team emerged victorious. The arena erupted in applause. Yet no one noticed Niomang's exit. In the beast mastery realm, applause belongs to the strong. In the third round, a girl stepped forward. A turtle emerged from behind her. Its shell bore several massive stones, exuding a sense of stability. Sueo, my earth-type beast is perfectly suited to counter you. So do be cautious, the senior beside him winked, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sueo nodded, and as the giant turtle entered the arena, the duel commenced. Both beasts remained in a state of observation, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. With a tremor, a colossal stone lifted the abyssal serpent upward. The abyssal serpent flicked its tongue, coiling around the massive rock. Moments later, the stone shattered, dust flying into the air. The giant turtle raised its forelimbs, stomping down onto the ground. A fissure tore towards the abyssal serpent. The abyssal serpent twisted its body, swiftly charging at the giant turtle. The giant turtle withdrew its head, leaving only its shell exposed. The abyssal serpent bit down, leaving 2 bloody punctures on the turtle's shell. What? This is a defensive beast. And it was so easily pierced. The abyssal serpent has undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of its kind. The audience erupted in astonishment, as this spectacle transcended their understanding. For a beast master to possess a beast of such extraordinary caliber is already a divine blessing. Yet, the figure of Sueo before them seemed to embody an insatiable hunger for glory. On the back of the gigantic tortoise, wounds gleamed with an ominous black sheen, continuously oozing blood. After merely a fleeting encounter, the tortoise's condition had deteriorated significantly. If this continued, it would assuredly meet its demise. Junior, I concede, the senior exclaimed, hastily retreating without summoning her second beast. After recalling the colossal tortoise, she rushed towards the beast healing chamber. This was a case of persistent damage. Without prompt treatment, her beast would perish. Losing a match was acceptable, but losing a beast was intolerable. Sueo, perceiving the lack of challenge, sauntered onto the stage with a sly smile. Clearing his throat, he produced a trumpet from his possession. This was utterly tedious. The remaining 2 individuals, with their 8 beasts, should join him in this contest. His voice reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the audience in a state of disbelief. What? He dares to challenge 8 with a single beast? This seemed utterly implausible. If the abyssal serpent was indeed of the highest caliber, there might be a glimmer of feasibility. Yet, it was inconceivable. How could one possess 2 supreme beasts? A wave of commotion swept through the audience, and even the referee found himself at a loss. Such audacity was unprecedented. Chapter 46, The Realm of Black Mist. The King of Beasts. The referee's questioning gaze turned towards the judging panel, where the esteemed Yu Changwo rose to his feet. Nodding slightly, a profound rumble echoed through the sky. Amidst the clouds, a colossal figure twisted and turned, causing the flurry of falling snowflakes to abruptly cease. Ethereal celestial fish emerged, exhaling giant bubbles that carried the suspended snowflakes downward. Everyone stood atop their flying beasts, witnessing the spectacle. As his words resonated, a stir enveloped the arena. Massive silhouettes descended from the sky, gracefully landing to greet the audience. Once the crowd had dispersed, the arena trembled, undergoing a dramatic transformation. The divine tortoise of all things was awakening. Yu Changhua's voice echoed, and four colossal, brown legs, each as tall as a 10-story building, emerged, causing the entire arena to shift. Su Ao, perched upon the back of the Azure Phoenix, felt an indescribable shock. In the original narrative, the divine tortoise of all things was revered as the guardian beast of the Dragon Kingdom. He had only known that in times of peril, the divine tortoise would bear the chosen of the Dragon Kingdom above the boundless seas. Little did he realize that this divine entity was the very arena beneath him. The ground quaked, and the contours of the divine tortoise's back morphed continuously. Soon, a mere arena remained, materializing before the astonished spectators. The descending bubbles from the sky nestled perfectly, forming a space the size of 20 football fields. On this exceptional occasion, Su Ao, do not let me down, Yu Changhua remarked, his gaze neutral as he acknowledged Su Ao. He held great expectations for this extraordinary talent. Leaping down, Su Ao summoned the Abyssal Serpent once more. Within such an expansive arena, it occupied a significant portion of space. 8 beasts manifested from thin air, encircling the Abyssal Serpent. A barrage of ice pillars surged towards it, but the Abyssal Serpent swept them aside with a powerful tail. The earthquake tortoise trembled the ground. The mountain-moving ape cracked the earth. The ground-ripping tiger roared in fury. 3 earth-type beasts unleashed terrain-altering skills from 3 distinct directions. As the ground fissured, 3 cracks rapidly spread from the Abyssal Serpent's center. The earth caved in, and 2 flying beasts unfurled their wings, launching a barrage of quills towards the Abyssal Serpent's sinking spot. The arena shook violently, enveloped in swirling dust. Su Ao, we acknowledge the prowess of the Abyssal Serpent. However, to take on 8 opponents single-handedly is quite presumptuous, do you not think? A man remarked with a chuckle. In a one-on-one scenario, their team would surely be at a disadvantage. Within their ranks, the highest-tier beast was merely peak epic. Su Ao's Abyssal Serpent was at least of intermediate supreme status. Moreover, he possessed more than one supreme beast. If the battle remained a 1 versus 8 format, they held hope for victory, unless, of course, one of their opponents was at the peak of supremacy. Yet, such beings were a rare find. Emerging from the exceedingly scarce evolutionary values, Su Ao remained silent, as the pit echoed with the sound of the serpent's tongue flicking. Hiss, hiss. A massive black figure erupted from the rubble-strewn pit, lunging towards the mountain-moving ape, aiming to bite down on its head. The ground-ripping tiger darted to the side, evading the Abyssal Serpent's strike. The Abyssal Serpent intended to coil around its prey, but its tail was firmly clamped by the earthquake tortoise. The 2 flying beasts above unleashed their feathered projectiles, while the remaining 3 beasts attacked other vulnerable areas of the Abyssal Serpent. Despite its superior combat and defensive capabilities, facing a coordinated assault proved challenging. A smirk graced Su Ao's lips. He felt no trace of anxiety. Before him lay the skill description of the Realm of Black Mist. Realm of Black Mist. The Abyssal Serpent emanates a dark mist. Any beast whose combat and defense do not surpass their master will unconditionally submit to the Abyssal Serpent. One against the other, both sides are invincible. Abyssal Serpent, Realm of Black Mist. With a command, the Abyssal Serpent radiated an eerie black mist. Soon, the mist enveloped a vast expanse of the arena, obscuring the vision of all within. As the mist dissipated, the 6 terrestrial beasts stood frozen in place. Even the 2 flying beasts flapped their wings helplessly, descending to the ground. What did I just witness? What manner of skill is this? Gasps of disbelief circulated among the crowd. This can't be. The swallowing spirit evil tree was already bizarre enough, but now even the Abyssal Serpent's skill is equally uncanny. Are we not to survive this? The atmosphere in the arena shifted inexplicably. The previously ferocious beasts now lay eerily still. Su Ao's words rang out, and the 8 beasts, as if entranced, bowed before him. By the heavens! By the heavens! By the heavens! Their astonishment was palpable. The mere act of submission was shocking enough, but to command them as well? Just how monstrous was this Abyssal Serpent? The crowd gazed at Su Ao with unending envy. Skills like the Realm of Black Mist, capable of controlling others' beasts, could only be awakened by supreme-tier beasts. In contrast, the ice and snow realm of the white-hoofed tortoise represented mastery over one's attributes, only enhancing its own combat prowess. The Realm of Black Mist, however, was an entirely different concept. At this moment, Su Ao wore a faint smile. Shall we continue, esteemed seniors? The 2 beside him shook their heads in unison. Compared to a violent demise, the thought of their beasts submitting without resistance was far more unbearable. With their acknowledgments of defeat echoing, the referee, riding the colossal dragon, returned to the arena. His expression was fervent as he addressed the audience. The first match of the quarterfinals has concluded. Let us loudly proclaim the name of the victorious team. With arms raised high, the crowd's enthusiasm surged. Team Arrogance! Team Arrogance! Team Arrogance! The cheers reverberated for several minutes as Su-Ao exited the arena, basking in the fervent gaze of the spectators. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Di Xiaoxiao slowly approached. Her face adorned with a hint of embarrassment as she gazed at Su-Ao. You are truly impressive, she remarked. Indeed, since Niumeng bullied you, I must avenge you. Hee. Su-Ao grinned foolishly, but soon his expression faltered as he looked at Di Xiaoxiao. Senior, he scratched his head, since I stood up for you once. Could you possibly do me a favor in return? Di Xiaoxiao responded, clearly perplexed. What do you mean by help? Su-Ao gestured for her to come closer. And after a few minutes of whispered conversation, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm a girl after all. What is wrong with that? Just think of it as a small favor, will you? In return, I can grant you a condition. After a moment of contemplation, Di Xiaoxiao nodded. A mischievous smile gracing her lips. Deal. Chapter 47. What a coincidence. On the winter solstice, at Jinjing University, by the Lakeside Hotel, a man clad in a cotton coat was scanning the surroundings. He leaned over the front desk. Hello, miss, I would like to book a double room. Along with his ID, he presented $200 bills from behind it. The receptionist, recognizing the familiar touch, flashed a knowing glance. However, she soon turned to Su-Ao with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but we only have big bedrooms and themed hotels available. What? Are there that many couples dating today? Su-Ao's face contorted in distress, and Di Xiaoxiao beside him felt her ears grow warm. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she spoke softly. Actually, that could work. But you must promise not to act recklessly. Of course, just consider it a small favor, Su-Ao assured her. Nodding eagerly as he took the room key and headed towards the elevator. Di Xiaoxiao, feeling bashful, summoned her courage to follow him. In the elevator, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. Sister Xiaoxiao, logically speaking, reaching the level of Beastmaster in your third year means your family must have some background, right? Su-Ao suddenly inquired, causing Di Xiaoxiao to pause, her mood dampened. My family doesn't care about me. Why not? He pressed. No reason, she replied curtly. And the atmosphere turned awkward. While Su-Ao was aware of the reasons, he refrained from divulging too much. Upon reaching the 20th floor of the Lakeside Hotel, the elevator doors opened to reveal two familiar faces. What the? Ao go. What are you and Sister Xiaoxiao doing here? Li Xiao exclaimed, holding hands with Song Wenya. A glimmer of peculiar meaning dancing in his eyes. I haven't even asked you yet, Li Xiao. After just a few days of acquaintance, you've brought a senior here? Have you no shame? Are you even human? Li Xiao chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Di Xiaoxiao. With her wine-red bob and subtly adorned visage, her deep, indifferent eyes, accentuated by a high-necked sweater, exuded an air of refined allure. Sister, did you just get cosmetic surgery? Di Xiaoxiao shot him a quizzical look before rolling her eyes. What business is it of yours? And why have you brought my friend Song Wenya here? Her tone was sharp, and her gaze scrutinizing. Li Xiao chuckled sheepishly. Well, it's my turn to perform in a couple of days. Today, I'm here to discuss tactics with Song Wenya. Tactics? Su-Ao interjected, his expression bemused. What kind of tactics? Li Xiao shook his head, pulling Su-Ao aside. You're being a bit inconsiderate. I never expected Sister Xiaoxiao to be this beautiful. Did you not foresee that? You must be a die-hard fan, Su-Ao replied, and the two fell silent as Li Xiao silently lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Di Xiaoxiao had taken Song Wenya aside, her tone laced with concern. Wenya, how did you end up here with Li Xiao? Don't tell me you've confirmed your relationship in just a couple of days. Song Wenya bit her lip, unable to meet Di Xiaoxiao's gaze. Sister Xiaoxiao. He treats me quite well. You know our family's situation in Jinjing. Being with him at least ensures my safety. The Song family in Jinjing was portrayed as a lower-tier sect in novels. The patriarch, Song Cheng, had devoted all resources to ensure his only daughter became a level Beastmaster, hoping to leverage this to marry into a better family. The Li family from Modu loomed large in comparison. Di Xiaoxiao sighed after a moment of silence, grasping Song Wenya's hand with an expression of hope. For her, the situation was not dissimilar. Her father maintained her for the sake of securing a golden son-in-law, believing that through him, she might finally gain his recognition. Their circumstances mirrored one another, but unlike Song Wenya, Di Xiaoxiao was unwilling to settle, even if it meant remaining alone for eternity or failing to reconcile with her father. She sought a strong partner. A few minutes later, the group encountered each other in the corridor. Li Xiao deftly took Song Wenya's hand, casting a teasing smile at Di Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao, Wenya and I are now officially together. What brings you and Ao Ge here? I've already told you. It's none of your business, Di Xiaoxiao replied coldly, snatching the room key from Su-Ao's hand and swiping it to enter. With a click, the spacious room was illuminated, revealing a luxurious bed adorned with petals. Beside the bed, a heart-shaped nightstand held a box with a QR code atop it. Sueo, this isn't right, is it? We clearly booked a big bedroom. Why has it turned into a themed hotel? Sueo was equally bewildered. The hotel's decor closely resembling that in the study materials. Approaching the window, he drew back the crimson curtains, revealing a soft waterbed before them. Sueo's face grew serious. No way, I'm going downstairs to request a room change. What do they take me for? He turned to leave. But Di Xiaoxiao caught his arm. Never mind, let us just stay here. The innocent have nothing to fear. She tied her hair up and walked toward the adjacent bathroom. Unlike an ordinary hotel, the entire glass enclosure was transparent. A luxurious bathtub sat in the middle, surrounded by an array of toiletries. Di Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Turning to Sueo, could you please step outside? I need to take a shower. Sueo complied, standing in the corridor to enjoy the view. Coincidentally, he ran into Li Xiao, who had also stepped out. Wait, since both of us are out, what if the senior comes looking for us? Usually at this hour. You'd both be gaming. Don't worry, I've already accounted for that. Why fret? Having multiple girlfriends is quite normal. It's not like we're in a one-to-one relationship as depicted in novels, Li Xiao reassured him. Meanwhile, in the healing dormitory, Shen Luwei was linked arm in arm with Ma Huan before room 201. Sister Huan, do you think they're still awake at this late hour? How could they be? I usually game with Li Xiao at this time, but for some reason, he is offline today. Could it be that he and Sueo are playing some other game? That is a possibility. Ma Huan peered through the peephole, noticing the room was brightly lit. On the large bed, two plastic male models were huddled together under a blanket, in front of which a tablet was playing an animated series. Pressing her ear closer, she could hear the dialogue. SpongeBob, let us go catch jellyfish. Sure, Patrick. I love catching jellyfish. Are you coming, little buddy? With a sigh, Ma Huan took Shen Luwei's arm and headed towards the stairs. All right, they're just watching cartoons. Boys. Truly, how can they still indulge in such things at this age? Shen Luwei, half in disbelief, pressed her ear against the door, and after a brief moment, she curled her lips in disdain. Forget about them. If Li Xiao won't join you, I shall keep you company. You are the best, Luwei. Let us go shopping tomorrow. Chapter 48. All genuine affection. On the 20th floor of the hotel, in the corridor, Sueo smirked, nudging Li Xiao's shoulder. You've established a relationship, yet you remain so timid. This isn't like you. What do you mean by that? Do you understand the beauty of ambiguity? I only study materials that come with a narrative. Only you could say that. Before long, Li Xiao's phone chimed. He extinguished his cigarette and turned towards his room. Ayo, I'll head in first. If you return before me tomorrow, remember to tidy up the model on the bed. Sueo nodded, his phone buzzing in his pocket. Calming his emotions, he stepped into the room. The aroma of shower gel wafted through the air, stirring Sueo's feelings. He involuntarily glanced towards the bathroom, where a scene of springtime splendor unfolded. Why did you come in so quickly? Leave. I have urgent matters. Sorry, senior. The call connected, and Sueo discarded his shirt. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a tablet and began playing an animated series. Darling, I'm watching TV. Is there something you need? On the other end, Shen Luwei and Lu Susu exchanged scrutinizing glances, akin to two top-notch detectives. Where are you? Where's Li Xiao? Oh, he just went out to buy cigarettes. Really? Shen Luwei looked skeptical, but soon her expression calmed. The texture of this bed is distinctly unlike that of a dormitory. I don't oppose you having other girlfriends. But when you're with me, you must not think of anyone else. Ending the call, she turned her gaze to the window. Luwei, you truly don't mind? Ma Huan beside her grasped her hand, worry etched across her features. She was well aware that a girl not feeling jealous was a mere facade. Shen Luwei shook her head. I don't mind. He is so exceptional. It's only natural he has admirers. As long as he holds me in his heart. That is all that matters. At that moment, Sueo appeared flustered, shaking his head and chuckling at himself. Here I am, trapped in a story. Monogamy is a relic of the past. What is there to worry about? The bathroom door swung open, releasing a fragrant mist. Di Xiaoxiao, with damp hair, was busy drying herself with a towel, casting a cold glance at Sueo. What is the matter? Is your girlfriend checking up on you? Perhaps you should just go back. No, senior. Today's task must be accomplished. It's the final deadline. Must it be so urgent? Indeed. Sueo's gaze was resolute as he patted the space beside him. Come, my dear senior. All right, I'm coming. With her hair pinned up, the bathrobe accentuated her alluring fragrance. Suddenly, with a click, the lights went out. Junior, I'm also a novice at this. I'm not very familiar. No worries. I'll guide you. They sat closely, Sueo inhaling the delightful scent emanating from Di Xiaoxiao. It's pleasant, truly delightful. He held a tablet displaying a terrifying scene. Junior, is it really that difficult? Surely one person can manage it? A few days prior, Sueo had sought Di Xiaoxiao's assistance. He played a horror game while she provided hints. The reason? A bet with Li Xiao. Who could finish first would enjoy a month of free meals. On the screen, a ghostly visage suddenly appeared, startling Di Xiao. Their shoulders brushed, and Su Ao seized the opportunity to pat her. Did that scare you, senior? Perhaps I should play alone. The lights flickered back on, only to be extinguished again. It's fine. Since I promised to help, I will indeed assist. With the initial shock behind them, the subsequent gameplay flowed much more smoothly. Di Xiao searched earnestly for clues, while Su Ao maneuvered the character through the environment. In the center of the screen, a desolate well emerged. A ghostly figure clad in white began to crawl out, suddenly pressing against the screen. Most previous scenes had revolved around puzzles. Now, it was a terrifying face-to-face encounter. Both were jolted by fright. What on earth? Even the composed Di Xiao was startled, instinctively moving closer to Su Ao, just as she had done when they first met at school, providing her with an inexplicable sense of security. Su Ao, taking advantage of the moment, wrapped his arms around Di Xiao. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Di Xiao did not resist, and they maintained their intimate position for the remaining half hour. When the completion notification chimed, Di Xiao switched on the lights. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 1 in the morning. Junior, since I've helped you, I'll be heading back now. Di Xiao picked up her clothes, showing no signs of modesty. Having already seen everything, there was no need for concealment. Su Ao's eyes remained glued to her, swallowing hard. After Di Xiao dressed, she walked towards the door. Behind her, a warm embrace enveloped her. Senior, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Meanwhile, in another hotel room, Li Xiao, bare-chested, retrieved a gold watch from his spatial ring. Wenya, I hope you won't mind. Though this gold watch may seem a bit kitsch, it represents my heartfelt intentions. Song Wenya brushed her hair aside, pushing the watch back towards Li Xiao. My affection for you isn't tied to material possessions. For me, finding someone who genuinely cares is sufficient. Over the past few days, she had felt Li Xiao's care and concern for her. Moreover, he met her parents' standards for a potential partner. Li Xiao scratched his head. You don't like it? How about this? He presented a carved jade piece, exquisite in detail and undoubtedly valuable. Song Wenya smiled gently, pointing to her face. I don't want any of that. Just a kiss will suffice. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Most girls who approached him were either after money or status. He had never encountered anyone like Song Wenya before. Then I shall oblige. Pouting playfully, Li Xiao's hands grew restless. Song Wenya shot him a playful glare, but did not refuse. The lights dimmed, and Li Xiao seized the remote, pressing a button to cast a pink glow across the room, enveloping it in a soft, romantic ambience. In this moment, they savored the present. Soon, however, Song Wenya's brow furrowed slightly. I need to brush my teeth. I can't stand the smell. I refuse to lick an ashtray. Li Xiao, feeling disheartened, took a deep breath, catching the scent of smoke. He hurried to the bathroom, vigorously brushing his teeth until his gums bled. Upon reopening the bathroom door, he eagerly shed his remaining clothing. On the nightstand, Song Wenya's intimate attire was neatly arranged, showing signs of having been handled. Li Xiao's phone buzzed, and with a hint of impatience, he approached the bed. Gazing at the screenshot of the completed game, he smirked slightly. He quickly replied with an acknowledgement, then cautiously pulled back the quilt and nestled himself beneath it. Minutes later, the waterbed swayed gently, then violently, before suddenly falling still. Chapter 49. Introverted, Timid, and Devoted. Lakeside Hotel, themed hotel room. Su Ao grasped Di Xiao's hand, and the atmosphere became tense. At that moment, Di Xiao furrowed her brow and turned to Su Ao. What do you mean? Is this merely a game? It is not just a game. I am earnest. He replied. The ambience in the room was delicate, and Su Ao scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seeing you evokes a feeling of an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Are you implying that I am merely a substitute? Di Xiao retorted coldly, withdrawing her hand. Release me. Su Ao snapped back to reality and embraced Di Xiao from behind. Xiao, can you trust me? That was not my intention. I simply wish to be with you. You are irreplaceable in my heart. The room was hauntingly silent, the only sound being the faint hum of the air conditioner. After a long pause, Di Xiao turned to Su Ao, tears streaming down her face. Is that truly your sentiment? Do you genuinely feel that way about me? Absolutely. He affirmed. Their eyes met, and they could not help but share a kiss. Di Xiao wiped her tears and playfully pushed Su Ao onto the bed. Her gaze fervent, cheeks flushed. Su Ao, I am drawn to the strong. Can you become that kind of strong person? The one who can rescue me from peril? Su Ao held her tightly, declaring, Xiao, I will. If I am fortunate enough to be your boyfriend, I shall ensure you are never bullied again. All right. I accept your promise. The waterbed swayed, clothes fluttering. Di Xiao had once pondered whether Su Ao was the optimal choice. Yet now, It seemed this mischievous junior could indeed become her dream prince. A night passed in silence, and the next day at university, Di Xiao remained peacefully asleep by 9 in the morning, perhaps fatigued from the previous night. Su Ao rose and picked up his phone, finding no messages. He placed a gentle kiss on Di Xiao's forehead, only to have her pull him closer. Junior, do you still remember what happened last night? Su Ao smirked. Of course I do. Su Ao, am not the kind of irresponsible man. Di Xiao smiled softly, pulling him under the covers. An hour later, they helped each other dress and stepped out hand in hand. Darling, does Lu Wei, the junior, know about this? She does, Su Ao replied, having understood from the original text. Aside from Aunt Shin Ruyan, all the other heroines permitted such occurrences. In the world of formidable beings, having multiple partners was hardly frowned upon. As a gust of cold wind swept through, Su Ao wrapped his arms around Di Xiao. Xiao, are you cold? Yes. Shall we return to sleep a bit longer? Su Ao shivered at the suggestion and shot her a reproachful glance. Xiao, that is not advisable. It is not good for your health. Not good. Don't you and Lu Wei often exercise together? Di Xiao teased, playfully pinching his belly. Su Ao sighed and nodded, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. When I had no books, I yearned to study all day. Now that I have plenty, I find myself reluctant to study. As my learning shifted from singular to diverse, the frequency of my studies has lessened. The two strolled leisurely, attracting curious glances from fellow students. Di Xiao was a renowned beauty in her 3rd year, pursued by countless admirers for 3 years. Hey, isn't that our senior, Di Xiao? How does she have a boyfriend now? Something seems off. Her boyfriend looks vaguely familiar. No way. It's Su Ao from freshman year. He has gotten together with Shun Lu Wei and now Di Xiao. He.s. unbelievable. Amidst the envious gazes, they arrived at the Jinjing shopping mall. To protect the students, various facilities had been constructed within the Beast Master University. Aside from winter and summer vacations, students were not allowed to leave the campus freely. The goods here were sold to students at nearly cost price. Even in the novels, the care that Long Guo extended to students was rare. The Jinjing Mall stood in stark contrast to the chill outside. In the center, several fire-type beasts radiated warmth sufficient to heat the entire mall. Most of these beasts belonged to students, some of whom worked part-time in various areas of the school. The beasts could not stray too far from their owners, otherwise they could not be recalled. In the original story, Chen Bufan would also come to the mall to work during his free time. As they turned the corner on the upper floor, a familiar figure appeared before them. Su Ao halted, glancing at Shun Lu Wei across from him, then at Di Xiao beside him. Lu Wei, Xiao and I are here shopping. Just as he pondered how to proceed, Di Xiao stepped forward. Lu Wei, are you alone? No, I'm with my roommate, Shin Lu Wei replied, casting a glance at Su Ao, her eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Su Ao rubbed his nose, gazing into the distance, uncertain of how to respond. After all, he had never encountered such a situation back on Earth. He had been fortunate to witness similar scenarios, where two girls would typically clash. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward as Ma Huan emerged from the mall, carrying a large bag of snacks. Lu Wei, I bought so many snacks. I want need to go shopping for the next few days. Upon noticing the person beside Shin Lu Wei, her eyes revealed a hint of peculiarity. But upon seeing Su Ao, it became clear. Lu Wei, how about I join you for a bit? Su Ao has something to attend to later. Di Xiao promptly broke the stalemate, linking arms with Shun Lu Wei as they ascended the stairs. They soon encountered Li Xiao and Song Wenye returning from their shopping. Li Xiao was different. He ambled towards Ma Huan, smoke dangling from his lips. Huan, this is your senior, Song Wenye, a 3rd year from the combat department. From now on, we are family. He spoke without reservation, as if it were only natural. This was precisely the demeanor that characters in the book should possess. Yet Su Ao found himself in a different predicament. As someone who had crossed over into the story, he could only accept the situation with resignation, feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, Di Xiao took the initiative to ease the tension, allowing the shy and introverted Su Ao to navigate the scene with relative ease. In the bustling villa district of Jinjing City, a middle-aged man paced restlessly, his eyes full of contemplation. Before him, a smiling butler in a suit stood. Master Diqing Feng, this is the news. Last night, a servant at Jinjing University witnessed Di Xiao entering the lakeside hotel with the adopted son of the Liu family, Su Ao. As the butler spoke, Diqing Feng's furrowed brow relaxed. He sank back into the sofa, subconsciously rubbing his forehead. So Di Xiao is indeed impressive. With the full support of the Liu family and 2 exceptional beasts, she is a promising candidate. Should we inform Di Xiao to seize the opportunity? No need. Diqing Feng replied, shaking his head lightly. When it comes to matters of the heart, we must not rush. Such coercion may leave a negative impression. Nonetheless, we must still make our stance clear. Chapter 50, The Enigmatic Beast Ring. Days passed without incident, leading to an internal selection at the school. With Li Xiao participating, he successfully advanced from 4 to 2, triumphing with a single beast. The last few days of the semester were designated for selecting the competition team. The regional competition would take place after the winter break. Di Xiao Xiao seemed to share a harmonious relationship with Shen Lu Wei, often seen strolling hand in hand on the school playground. It is widely acknowledged that this is Su Ao's girlfriend, and no one dares to provoke her. Everyone knows that while roses are beautiful, their cultivator wields a gun. Previously, those who approached the enchanting Di Xiao Xiao did so because of her unique status. Attempting to flirt with her now would be tantamount to courting disaster. To facilitate the interaction among a few individuals, Su Ao and Li Xiao's girlfriends have moved into the Golden Capital Hotel, with the expenses covered by Li Xiao. The two men continue to reside in their dormitory, careful not to overstep any boundaries. One morning, by the shores of the Golden Capital Lake, two figures jogged around the lake, exhaling warm breaths into the cool air. "Brother Ao, how is the discussion with the sisters progressing?" one inquired. "Discussing what? Is there even anything to deliberate?" came the reply. "It's about companionship. Are you not the least bit jealous?" Li Xiao abruptly halted, producing a thermos from his hand, filled with tea steeped with goji berries. Su Ao sighed helplessly, revealing a matching thermos, identical in contents. "Ah, spare me the details. I wonder how Xiao Xiao managed to persuade Lu Wei." He gradually expelled the goji berries from his mouth, tightened the thermos lid, and grimaced. "On odd days, it's Di Xiao Xiao. On even days, it's Shen Lu Wei. I accompany them shopping on weekends." Li Xiao turned in astonishment. "No way. Our two girls have arranged it similarly. That explains their desire to live together, their scheming," he mused. Both men sharing a moment of bittersweet recognition, the struggles they faced known only to themselves. Presently, they chose to keep their distance. Any phone calls in the evening went unanswered. With Su Ao's assistance, Di Xiaoxiao's wooden spirit fox had reached the pinnacle of its potential, prompting her to reward Su Ao with an imperial-style massage. In a luxurious apartment suite at the Golden Capital Hotel, the four women gathered around the coffee table, deliberating on various matters. "Sister Xiao Xiao, I feel this arrangement is rather inappropriate. After all, Su Ao has limited energy," one expressed. Upon hearing Shen Lu Wei's words, Ma Huanhuan scoffed. "That simply won't do. A capable man can easily become corrupt. What if we add a few more sisters? How will we share our time?" The four fell silent, while Song Wenyu delicately twirled a strand of her hair. "Honestly, as long as he treats us well, I don't mind. Li Xiao is so exceptional. If no girl likes him, that is a problem. Besides, he has a decent personality." Di Xiao Xiao rose, linking arms with Song Wenyu as they headed towards the door. "I concur with Huanhuan's perspective. There are only 7 days in a week. What do we do if more sisters join? Unless Su Ao finds 7 of his own, there will always be a bias." The group agreed. Even Song Wenyu nodded in affirmation. Minutes later, outside the hotel, Su Ao and Li Xiao had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing the two women emerge, they instinctively linked arms with them. "Xiao Xiao, where are we headed today?" Su Ao inquired softly, fully aware that Di Xiao Xiao held a dominant role among the group. Typically, it was Di Xiao Xiao who organized their activities, which alleviated unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, at the school mall, a man wearing a baseball cap sat huddled in a corner, his eyes vacant and body trembling. Clad in nothing but a thin pajamas on a frigid winter day, a gray ring sparkled on his pinky finger. "Excuse me, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to assist you?" A staff member approached, noticing something amiss, and gently patted the man's shoulder. The man nodded incessantly, clutching his clothing tightly. "I'm cold, so cold. Could you spare me some clothes?" The staff member, puzzled, glanced back. The warmth emanating from a fire-type spirit beast made the entire mall quite cozy. As he turned back, a dagger was suddenly plunged into his chest. Who are you?" The staff member, sensing his consciousness fading, summoned his spirit beast. A colossal creature materialized within the mall, capturing the attention of the students inside. Security personnel, noticing the commotion, hurried outside, their pupils dilating in shock. They witnessed a strange man draw his knife. His face twisted in madness as he removed the ring and hurled it into the air, transforming it into massive rings that severed the mall in half. The rings vibrated and ascended into the sky, emitting a brilliant ethereal glow. Suddenly, a force surged forth, drawing in all the students within the mall. Some distant students, sensing the danger, hastily summoned their spirit beasts to escape. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not evade the ring's gravitational pull. Within a kilometer radius of the rings, everyone, along with their spirit beasts, was inexorably drawn in. Regardless of their struggles, the final outcome was inevitable. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired across various universities in Longhua, as those below the rank of elite spirit beast masters were ensnared by the suddenly manifesting rings. Su Ao gazed at the unfolding scene, his eyes widening in alarm. The rings hovering above were, in fact, the monstrous energy beast rings capable of containing living beings. Unlike other nations, which utilize such devices for capturing exotic beasts, Longwa held disdain for such methods. Recalling the plot of the original story, Su Ao remembered that similar incidents had occurred in Longwa during this timeline. The Yuchang Kingdom was restrained by a coalition of other nations, unable to promptly address this phenomenon. However, due to Chen Bufan, after the first incident, Chen Ruyan had threatened, causing the other nations to halt their actions. Su Ao pondered for a moment before shouting to Li Xiao, "Lend me your beast-grade gear. Quickly!" Li Xiao, stunned by the scene before him, snapped back to reality as a set of blue equipment appeared in his hands. Su Ao seized it and dashed toward them all. "Su Ao, what are you doing? Come back!" Di Xiao called out anxiously, but Su Ao did not look back as he charged ahead. Upgrading in Longwa was arduous, but the outside world was different. According to the original storyline, those captured from Longwa would be confined in the same location, with those of better aptitude upgraded as nourishment, while those of poorer aptitude would have their blood drawn to forge the monstrous energy beast rings. Most managers were elite spirit beast masters, with the equipment Li Xiao provided. Su Ao would be invincible. The rings trembled and slowly drifted farther away. Su Ao stepped onto the Qingti Jinfeng, plunging directly into the fray. His figure vanished, and the ring shot off into the distance, disappearing over the horizon. Chapter 51, The Spirit Beast Master Breeding Grounds. Within the monstrous energy beast ring, darkness enveloped the space. Su Ao opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Aside from a few scattered individuals, the rest were in a state of unconsciousness. The interior of the beast ring resembled a graveyard, with the unconscious piled in one corner. The summoned spirit beasts were heaped in another. A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached him, his brow furrowed with concern. "Young man, what brings you here? It's quite dangerous. Once we arrive at our destination, we will all be confined in the breeding grounds." Su Ao nodded. "I understand, but aren't you all in here as well?" The middle-aged man sighed, gazing at the pile of students with an expression of resignation. "We are educators, and it is our duty to ensure the safety of the school. The principal and others have been constrained, and as teachers of this level, we must naturally lead by example." With these words, the man turned and walked into the distance, hastily collapsing beside the crowd. "Quick, lie down, it should be arriving." Suddenly, the space jolted violently, with numerous beasts and people scattering in all directions. When the commotion subsided, Su Ao found himself pinned beneath a mass of beasts. An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him, and he felt a sticky sensation all over his body. He abruptly opened his eyes to discover a slime-covered caterpillar pressing down on him. The scene brightened suddenly, and Su Ao shut his eyes, a peculiar feeling washing over him. His consciousness blurred, as if a gas were swirling chaotically in his chest. Before he could fully grasp the sensation, clarity returned to him. A cacophony erupted around him, and upon opening his eyes, Su Ao beheld an infuriating sight. Countless students' faces were herded into one area, surrounded by towering black walls stretching for hundreds of meters. Above them loomed a transparent dome constructed from the same materials as a breeding ground. Numerous chains extended from the exterior of the dome, locking not beasts but people at the bottom. All hands, including Su Ao's, were shackled by transparent chains. Only a few individuals wandered about the periphery. In the center of the breeding ground stood a massive flying beast, upon which a bald man was perched. He exuded an air of shrewdness, his hand constantly stroking the hair above his lip. Seeing everyone awake, he bellowed in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect, "You swine of the Dragon Kingdom, once you arrive here, do not even think of leaving." Those who understand the language of cherry blossoms, step forward. A silence fell, and soon dozens of figures advanced. Their vacant gazes and listless expressions revealed a complete lack of vitality. At that moment, Su Ao comprehended that the substance entering his body was akin to the pollen of the devouring spirit evil tree, capable of clouding one's mind. The bald man smirked with satisfaction, noting that most of those who stepped forward were girls. The world of beasts resembled Earth in many ways, with numerous countries. Nations often interacted, and learning the languages of other countries was regarded as a valuable skill. The bald man pointed toward an opaque building, and the assembled individuals lined up neatly, heading toward it. Su Ao, observing this, followed suit. Although puzzled, the bald man did not dwell on it. His alluring flower, being of the junior beast level, ensured that those who inhaled its pollen would unconditionally obey his commands. It was thanks to this group of captives that all 4 of his beasts had reached the commander level. For those who aspired to become mighty beast masters, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Descending gracefully, the bald man entered the building. Under his scrutinizing gaze, he summoned several attractive girls forward. "You few, remove your garments and come with me." As he spoke, he began to loosen his own clothes. Su Ao's face contorted with anger, even in literature. Dogs cannot change their nature. Mimicking the dazed motions, Su Ao slowly approached the bald man. The bald man, visibly displeased, retorted, "I did not call you. Step back." He removed his upper clothing, revealing his flabby form, which was rather repulsive. In front of Su Ao, the girls who had been summoned were already undressed, forming a line as they stepped forward. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a blue light shimmered. Su Ao brandished a machete and charged at the bare-chested bald man. Sensing something amiss, the bald man hastily summoned the alluring flower. Its enormous size threatened to burst the building apart, as a massive maw lunged towards Su Ao. Humph! Foolish denizens of the Dragon Kingdom. As the giant mouth approached, two shadowy figures appeared before the crowd. Su Ao understood that every breeding ground was monitored. If any anomalies were detected, higher-level beast masters would be dispatched. In an instant, a black mist enveloped the entire breeding ground, and a colossal blood tree took root in the center. The devouring spirit evil tree activated its healing ability, restoring the consciousness of those present. Su Ao's gamble paid off. The bald man's beast lacked the combat power of his own. In such low-tier human breeding grounds, the guards would not exceed the commander level. In terms of similar skills, the one with higher combat prowess would take precedence. The healing effectively suppressed the allure of the flower, awakening all who had just entered. At that moment, the alluring flower stood respectfully before Su Ao, as did the bald man. Su Ao summoned his two beasts back and approached the bare-chested man. "What is your name?" "Master, I am called Sanjur. If I were to kill you, what would the consequences be?" "Master, should you kill me, the monitoring system would detect it and send higher-level beast masters. At that point, everyone in the breeding ground would be slaughtered." After a round of inquiries, Su Ao gleaned some information. The monster energy rings were unique to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. No other country possessed them. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom acted as a lackey to the Eagle Kingdom, with its higher-ups colluding with several other nations to oppress their own. The reason for selecting university students as subjects of enslavement was to extinguish the future hopes of the Dragon Kingdom or force them into submission. Sanjur, lacking sufficient status, could not divulge more information. Regaining his composure, Su Ao compiled the information. Currently, the only useful knowledge pertained to the distribution of the breeding grounds overseers. There were 4 main areas: Blood Refinement Zone, Beast Pool, Leisure Garden, and Beast Fighting Arena. The Blood Refinement Zone was where the blood of beast masters was extracted, used to create monster energy rings, typically selecting apex giant beast masters. The Beast Pool was where all enslaved individuals' beasts were stored, akin to the Dragon Kingdom's breeding grounds, serving as a place for Cherry Blossom citizens to raise their beasts. The Leisure Garden resembled a brothel, where attractive men and women were brought for the enjoyment of various beast masters. Occasionally, higher-level beast masters would appear when new captives arrived. If the captives were deemed satisfactory, some would be purchased by buyers. The Beast Fighting Arena was a battleground for exceptionally talented slaves, frequented by high-level beast masters. Some of these masters would buy promising slaves to serve as their loyal warriors, unafraid of betrayal, often elevating them by 1 or 2 levels. Chapter 52, Blood Refinement Zone. Fusion Crystal. The newly arrived batch of students regained their senses, surveying their surroundings with expressions of despair. They all understood the gravity of their situation, struggling to believe their plight. At that moment, Su Ao produced a loudspeaker, standing atop the back of Sanjur's flying beast, and called out, "I am Su Ao from Jinjing University. All newcomers, assemble." As his words echoed, countless individuals appeared to find their anchor. Who was Su Ao? A genius from Jinjing Beastmaster University. With the status of a freshman, he had dramatically altered the recruitment landscape of the Dragon Kingdom's universities. Even within his own institution, his deeds were well known. Nearby, a middle-aged woman clad in a kimono looked on with curiosity, observing Sanjur in the air and pursing her lips. Why has Sanjur changed his usual approach? He typically speaks directly. Uncertain, perhaps he has grown weary. This batch of swine seems of inferior quality. Usually, among captured individuals, there might be 1 or 2 who can resist the allure. Yet this batch is entirely unconscious, a man remarked, shaking his head while holding a glass of red wine. Behind him stood a dozen listless girls from the Dragon Kingdom, their gazes vacant. Setting his wine glass down, the wild hunter turned his attention to the women. "Do you believe there is anyone among this group who could catch the eye of the adults?" he asked. After a moment's contemplation, the lively one shook his head. "I doubt it. Not a single sober individual can be found here. Haven't you noticed, wild hunter?" They all head towards the blood refinement grounds. At the northernmost part of the breeding grounds, an immense square plaza unfolded before them, sprawling across an expanse equivalent to 30 football fields. For enormous crimson pillars loomed at each corner of the square. While the air was thick with the unmistakable stench of blood, surrounding the blood pool, thousands of foreign faces patrolled, with only a few Dragon Kingdom faces discernible among them. Each individual clutched a metallic container, pouring the sanguine liquid from the pool onto the pillars. Atop the pillars, a meteorite of similar size to the plaza itself was propped up, with the area where it connected to the pillars already drenched in a deep crimson hue. The blood pool itself was filled with viscous blood, with countless corpses bobbing on its surface. The blood bubbled as though boiling, creating an utterly bizarre spectacle. Su Ao surveyed the scene and noted that most of the faces belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Every few years, a university raid would occur, during which tens of thousands of students would be transported to this place, destined to become the raw materials for crafting monster energy rings. Observing the throngs of people arriving, the expressions of those within the blood pool were sorrowful. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they had been ensnared in this desolate place. They had contemplated suicide. Yet their movements were strictly controlled. Unless the Enchantress Flower perished or a more advanced skill akin to beast mastery was activated, they had no true freedom. Jiro, how does this blood pool operate? Su Ao inquired. Master, through the fusion crystals at the junction of the pillars and the meteorite. The blood is blended with the meteorite to create monster energy rings. The fusion crystals are a miraculous substance that descended alongside the meteorite from beyond the heavens. They can merge different forms of energy into unexpectedly powerful creations. The crafting of monster energy rings and the breeding grounds for exotic beasts also utilize this substance, as does the spirit energy containment ring. At the connection point between the pillars and the meteorite, from massive transparent crystals floated. Each time blood flowed through the pillars towards the meteorite, it passed through these crystals, which emitted a scarlet glow, transmuting the blood into pure energy. Su Ao clenched his right hand, causing one of the fusion crystals to vanish and transform into a stream of light that entered his spirit energy containment ring. The individuals in the blood pool distinctly felt a decrease in the rate of blood loss within their bodies. Has the fusion crystal been taken? A gaunt Dragon Kingdom citizen gazed skyward, only to see a figure on the back of a colossal beast, his expression impassive. After removing all 4 crystals, the once boiling blood pool fell eerily silent. Those at the center of the pool stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene. It's a Dragon Kingdom citizen. He has saved us. Are we finally rescued? Cheers erupted from the blood pool, and Su Ao seized a loudspeaker. Do not move. Obey Jiro's commands. As his words echoed, despair once again enveloped the blood pool. At such moments, it often marked their demise. Unless there was an urgent need for blood, Jiro would not personally intervene. With a vacant expression, Jiro shouted downwards. All blood pool personnel, assemble below. All Dragon Kingdom citizens, jump into the blood pool. With his command delivered, the students complied, leaping into the blood pool without a hint of hesitation. Su Ao was acutely aware that this was not the time for rebellion. While he possessed invincibility here, the same could not be said for the multitude of Dragon Kingdom citizens. Beside the blood pool, thousands of individuals held metallic containers, their expressions grave as they gazed skyward. Most were local workers from the breeding grounds, while some were traitorous citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, unable to endure becoming mere blood fodder for the enemy. They betrayed their homeland and became pawns of the Sakura nation. Su Ao summoned the spirit-devouring evil tree, anchoring it in the center of the blood pool. A burst of crimson pollen wafted from the buds, saturating the air above the pool. The pollen evaded the blood pool, ensnaring the attention of several hundred nearby individuals. With vacant expressions, they leaped into the blood pool, summoning beasts, their heads submerged in the blood. The remaining workers were bewildered but dared not voice any objections. After all, they were merely laborers, and a moment's carelessness could see them become sustenance for the pool. In a similar fashion, after half an hour, the area beside the blood pool was devoid of life, with thousands of corpses drifting atop the surface. Subtle streams of red light emanated, merging into Su Ao's body. This red light was invisible to others. Name, Su Ao. Level, General Class Beastmaster. Contracted Beasts, Abyssal Dragon, Azure Phoenix, Iron Armored Tortoise, Spirit Devouring Evil Tree. Combat Power, 732, 250. 000. Defense, 947, 070, 000. Skill Application, 19, 120, 000. Evolution Value, 74, 231, 432. Beast Energy, 3 units. Nearly 2,000 workers had bestowed upon Su Ao over 1.9 million in defense value. Ordinary high-level monsters would pose no threat to him. Moreover, he still had equipment yet to be donned. Reaching the General Class Beast Master rank, the enhancement in combat power was not a mere 100-fold but 10-fold. As one ascended in rank, the increase in combat power became increasingly gradual, underscoring the importance of Beast Tier. Regaining his focus, Su Ao glanced at Jiro beside him, hesitating for a long moment before deciding against killing him. Interacting with other administrators would require communication, and he was unfamiliar with their tongue. Jiro, how many units of beast energy do you possess? Sueo asked. Master, there are 12 units. And how did you acquire them? My nephew provided them. Your nephew? Sueo inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face, while Jiro appeared notably respectful. Master, my nephew is a king-class beast master. It is through this connection that I manage the Dragon Kingdom breeding grounds, receiving a salary of 20 units of beast energy each year. Sueo nodded, and with a thought, a small brown sphere flew forth. The orb emitted an enigmatic glow, possessing a lethal allure for exotic beasts. Sueo tossed it downwards, and the spirit-devouring evil tree below caught it with a flourish. A flash of light passed, and the evil tree underwent subtle changes. Chapter 53, The Beast Pool, Defense Upgrade. Its crimson body appeared increasingly otherworldly, with both combat power and defense rising by several thousand. Sueo fed the remaining 3 units of beast energy to the spirit-devouring evil tree. Given the current situation, it was the most effective use. Under Sueo's direction, several beast-level instructors, along with their students, were entirely submerged in the blood pool. Everyone understood well that any strange behavior would invite the wrath of the administrators. From their recent inquiries, Sueo realized that the beast pool was the most advantageous location for him. The heaps of discarded corpses could be utilized to their fullest potential by the spirit-devouring tree, riding upon the back of a flying beast. Sueo and Jiro ventured to the far east. Before them lay a vast breeding ground. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, the entire spherical venue had no ceiling. Along the way, the bodies of exotic beasts were strewn about. Sueo summoned the spirit-devouring evil tree, which transformed into human height and soared downward. As he lifted the evil tree, countless red currents surged into his body. Defense value, 832. Defense value, 1042. Defense value, 321. Defense value, 752. With each exotic beast's corpse they passed, a substantial boost to defense attributes was granted. Upon reaching the beast pool, a significant transformation occurred within his attribute panel. Name, Sueo. Level, Commander Beastmaster. Contracted beasts, Abyssal Dragon, Azure Phoenix, Ironclad Tortoise, Soul-Devouring Evil Tree. Combat Power, 73, 225, 000. Defense Power, 1, 324, 520. Skill Allocation, 4, 235, 300. Evolution Value, 74, 231. For 32, 100 million is regarded as 1 unit, 1 billion as 1 pool, 100 billion as 1 sea, and 1 trillion as 1 system. No Beastmaster has ever exceeded 1 trillion. Even the most formidable figures in literature have not surpassed a system's worth of combat power. Currently, Sueo's panel defense is sufficient to withstand most high-level summoned beasts. As long as exceptional beasts do not emerge, he remains invincible. Furthermore, the majority of those assigned here to manage the slaves are of mediocre talent. Before a grand gate, Jiro Kamiyama utilized facial recognition to unlock the entrance to the beast pool. A flurry of pollen danced through the air as the gatekeeper, with a vacant expression, respectfully bowed to Sueo. Master, indeed, what is the rank of the staff here, excluding the higher-ups? In response to the master, all staff are below the Commander Beastmaster rank. Upon hearing this, Sueo's expression brightened with joy. In this case, within 2 days, all low-level employees of the breeding grounds would become his slaves. If this were in the Dragon Kingdom, Sueo would have hesitated. However, here in the Cherry Blossom Nation, he felt no such qualms. 2 hours later, aside from the central Beastmaster's building, all other employees had fallen under Sueo's control. What he learned was that the individuals managing the beast pool were intermediate Commander Beastmasters, each possessing at least 100 beast energy orbs. Some Beastmasters, to err on the side of caution, would wait until they had accumulated 500 energy orbs before choosing to evolve one of their summoned beasts, preparing for the most challenging scenarios. For Sueo, this was akin to a windfall. In the central beast pool, countless colossal beasts stood in a row, their masters standing nearby, gazing vacantly ahead. According to the original storyline, the Blood Refinement Land was predominantly populated by foreigners, most hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. Yet the summoned beasts within the beast pool originated from all corners of the world, with local beasts constituting the majority. Most individuals opted to sell their weaker summoned beasts to acquire resources to elevate the quality of their more potent beasts. In the world of summoned beasts, only geniuses and those with powerful backgrounds were deemed worthy of a full roster. Sueo possessed neither. He was merely a cheat. As the figures of 2 individuals came into view, a beast that obscured a significant portion of the beast pool slowly approached them. The wild hunter descended from a tree, making his way toward Jiro Kamiyama. Jiro-kun, are you free today to visit me? Not at all, wild hunter. I've discovered a promising specimen and intend to sell it for a good price. A promising specimen? Were they not all dispatched to the blood refinement land? Surely. You jest. The wild hunter's gaze flickered with doubt as he glanced at Su-Ao, noting the soul-devouring evil tree in his possession, an expression of anticipation crossing his face. Jiro-kun, let this tree enter its complete state. With a command from Jiro Kamiyama, Su-Ao hurled the evil tree forward. Its form rapidly expanded, occupying a large expanse of space ahead. The wild hunter beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. This slave is quite remarkable. Jiro-kun, you have made a significant contribution this time." At this moment, Su-Ao stood yawning beside the two, utterly oblivious to their conversation. Even the command to summon the beast was issued in the Dragon Kingdom's language. The wild hunter circled Su-Ao, as if appraising a valuable item. Before long, he seized Su-Ao by the collar, dragging him toward the center. Due to the limitations of combat power, he could not compel the Abyssal Dragon to submit. However, it mattered not, for killing was an option. Su-Ao gently caressed his ring, and a pale blue machete materialized in his hand. Seizing the moment while the wild hunter reveled in his excitement, Su-Ao swiftly turned and sliced at his neck. Previously, Su-Ao had learned that communications typically passed through Jiro Kamiyama, who would relay messages to the overseers. Killing the other overseers was of little consequence. Jiro Kamiyama, as a connected individual, was the weakest, providing Su-Ao with an opportunity. A flicker of disbelief crossed the wild hunter's eyes as he sputtered incomprehensible words. "Hey, what did he say?" Su-Ao turned to Jiro Kamiyama, who reverently replied, "Master. He claims I am a traitor." Su-Ao paused, taken aback by the misunderstanding. "You are not. Once I am invincible here, you too shall perish." "As you command, Master." Jiro Kamiyama replied calmly, as if it were all preordained. Su-Ao never anticipated that the Black Mist Nation would also hold power over humans. If it were possible, there would be no need for the Cherry Blossom Nation to exist. Having traversed into this narrative, allowing the existence of similar nations in this parallel world weighed heavily on his conscience. In his final moments, the wild hunter summoned his beast, wreaking havoc within the breeding grounds. Shortly thereafter, Jiro Kamiyama's phone rang. Yes. Engaging in slaughter activities. No abnormalities. Minutes later, Jiro Kamiyama ended the call and respectfully began to explain to Su-Ao. Noticing that the wild hunter still breathed, Su-Ao summoned the Abyssal Dragon. Within the black mist, he personally dispatched him. Over 100 beast energy orbs erupted forth, and Su-Ao soared to collect them all, tossing them to the soul-devouring evil tree. Half an hour later, the evil tree had absorbed all the energy orbs, undergoing a significant transformation. Its crimson trunk exuded an eerie aura, and all its branches became a deep, purplish red. The previously sparse buds now flourished densely due to the upgrade. Eagerly, Su-Ao opened the panel, and the attributes of the soul-devouring evil tree had doubled. Name: Soul-devouring evil tree. Level: Intermediate Commander Beast. Grade: Exceptional. Combat Power: 76, 563, 215. Defense Power: 73, 212, 313. Skills: Confusion, Healing, Strike, Devour. Status: Good. Experience required for next upgrade: 392 Beast Energy Orbs. Chapter 54, Not of My Kind. With such formidable attributes, the soul-devouring evil tree would render ordinary commander beasts powerless against it. Most beast masters would gather 500 energy orbs simultaneously to feed, but Su-Ao would not. After all, each one was exceptional. As long as one upgraded, his beasts would be invincible at the same level. With the death of the wild hunter, the hundreds of controlled beastmasters regained their senses. Those serving as managers here possessed at least one summoned beast with skills akin to confusion. The scene descended into chaos as Su-Ao, mounted upon the Azure Phoenix, appeared before the crowd. From his prior conversation with Jiro Kamiyama, Su-Ao understood that the surveillance within the venue was not operational every day. It would be activated only when slaves were being collected. Jiro Kamiyama's nephew, Eiji Kinjiro, had confirmed that everything was in order and cancelled the monitoring of the breeding grounds. Everyone who speaks the Dragon Kingdom's language, step forward. Su-Ao's command prompted a stir among the crowd. Before long, over 100 slaves, each varying in skin tone, stepped forward. They all shared a commonality. Their eyes brimmed with longing. For them, this new arrival might be the new overseer, and with his character unclear, he could prove to be quite ruthless. Su-Ao descended gracefully and began to survey those who had stepped forward. Do you all speak the Dragon Kingdom's language? Then tell me how you came to be here. Half an hour passed, and Su-Ao gleaned the circumstances that led to their presence. A portion of those here were beastmasters from nearby small nations. The inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed an exception, often regarded with disdain. When this subject arises, the majority of people perceive it as a matter of course. The Dragon Kingdom stands as the solitary nation devoid of human breeding grounds. With an excess of population, it is only logical that some should be redistributed. Many assume that Su-Ao is the next prospective administrator, with others already managing affairs in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Such musings seem trivial. Su-Ao smiled faintly as he separated the groups. The people from the Dragon Kingdom clustered together, constituting a significant portion of the total population. The remaining small faction remained shrouded in a haze of crimson pollen. Chaos ensued, and before long, foreigners with bloodshot eyes began attacking one another. Similarly, a fierce battle raged among the summoned beasts. Under Su-Ao's guidance, the Dragon Kingdom citizens called back their beasts. Observing the scene of mutual destruction, a sense of unspoken satisfaction filled the hearts of the onlookers. It was a relief. Finally, someone had come to rescue them. Here, life felt akin to a living death. Yes, they hoped he would lead them home. After 6 years in this place, each day was fraught with trepidation. Su-Ao absorbed these sentiments as the year-end approached. Returning home to celebrate the new year was a cherished wish for all Dragon Kingdom citizens. With less than a month remaining, this posed a formidable challenge. According to the original storyline, each great nation's borders were safeguarded by Imperial-level Beastmasters. Deceiving them would be the greatest test. Ascending to Imperial-level Beastmaster status within a month was utterly impossible. Moreover, the higher the level, the greater the resources required for advancement. The slaughter persisted as Su-Ao stood upon the back of the Qingdi Jinfeng. Below, the carnage continued unabated, with colossal beasts falling one after another. Waves of red light converged upon him, steadily increasing his defensive value. Defensive value, 742. Defensive value, 698. Defensive value, 1242. Defensive value, 921. Defensive value, 832. Defensive value, 1023. An hour later, the bloody scene subsided. Most Dragon Kingdom citizens wore expressions of fear. Should such effects be inflicted upon themselves and their beasts, the repercussions would be dire. Fortunately, Su-Ao was one of them. To avoid suspicion, the remaining summoned beasts dispersed, serving as fodder for the slaughter within the beast pool. Every few days, some young scions from various families, lacking experience, would arrive at the breeding grounds to hunt monsters. For Su-Ao, these individuals were mere puppet seeds. By ensnaring them, he could seize various intelligence regarding the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Just then, a middle-aged woman approached Su-Ao, her eyes filled with scrutiny. A flurry of unintelligible chatter erupted, leaving Su-Ao baffled. With a fierce shout, the woman summoned a massive four-headed serpent, exuding an aura of icy coldness, causing the surrounding Dragon Kingdom citizens to scatter in fear. The woman became increasingly convinced that Su-Ao had not succumbed to control. "Wait!" shouted Ko, stepping forward to confront the woman. Behind him, a colossal flower suddenly appeared, roaring menacingly at the four-headed serpent. "This is my slave, Inaka Katsu, and her affairs are not for you to meddle in." Inaka Katsu frowned slightly, approaching the bewildered Su-Ao. Su-Ao scratched his head, contemplating how to engage with her. When unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself. With a benign smile, he appeared harmless. A machete materialized in his hand, and with a swift motion, he struck Inaka Katsu across the neck. She summoned a beast, radiating green orbs of light that converged upon her. Su-Ao glanced at Ko, who respectfully announced, "Master, this is her beast. It can grant you a revival." "Revival? What kind of outlandish skill is this?" Skeptical, Su-Ao plunged the blade into Inaka Katsu's heart. A burst of green light erupted from her body, and in the blink of an eye, she leaped onto her flying beast. Su-Ao chuckled as the swallowing spirit evil tree emitted red pollen, causing the flying beast to immediately turn back. If Inaka Katsu had attempted to flee alone, she might have survived a little longer. After all, she had 4 beasts to protect her. Yet, she chose to fly upon her beast, which was tantamount to courting death. As her beast lost control, Inaka Katsu jumped from the sky. Awaiting her was Su-Ao, wielding his machete. With a smirk, Su-Ao exhaled onto the blade, narrowing his eye to aim and fire. The machete precisely struck the top of the woman's head, followed by a flurry of 100 beast energies bursting forth. Su-Ao was elated. He had initially thought that diligently slaying exotic beasts would yield beast energies. Yet, in a single sweep, merely killing 2 individuals equated to the spoils of slaying thousands of exotic beasts. To him now, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was his training ground. The beast energies were entirely devoured, significantly enhancing the Swallowing Spirit Evil Tree. Name, Swallowing Spirit Evil Tree. Level, Intermediate Beast. Quality, Exceptional. Combat Power, 11, 234, 000. Defense, 7, 963, 000. Skills, Bewitch, Heal, Strike, Swallow Spirit. Status, Good. Experience required for level up, 281 beast energies. With these attributes, combined with his own equipment, he was invincible within the entire breeding ground. While Sueo reveled in his joy, Ko's voice echoed from behind. Master, Eagle Shinjiro has called. He will come personally tomorrow. Tomorrow? That gives us sufficient time. Sueo pondered for a moment, touching the strange energy beast ring on his pinky. This was acquired when Ko became his servant. The strange energy beast ring suddenly soared into the air, emitting a resonant hum. Below, the Dragon Kingdom citizens lined up in an orderly fashion, all being drawn into its grasp. Within a month, I shall lead you all back home to celebrate the new year. Yes, let us return home for the new year. Chapter 55, A Spiritual Anchor. With Ko enslaved, Inaka Katsu deceased, and the wild beasts in the trees also perished, in less than half a day. The entire breeding ground was left with only one arena yet to be liberated. According to Ko's information, there remained an Imperial-level beastmaster named Hoshino Q, who was still living in leisure. The arena he governed was unlike other areas. It was entirely sealed off. Numerous Imperial beasts stood guard around it to ensure the safety of those inside. Each arena was filled with a multitude of beastmasters, many of whom were of Imperial rank or above. However, the breeding ground's smaller scale failed to attract the attention of royal-level beastmasters. Within the entertainment garden, countless men and women, clad in tattered garments, wore expressions of stupor. Since Inaka Katsu's demise, they had regained their senses. Some girls, unable to endure such a fate, chose to end their lives in the next moment of clarity. More remained with vacant gazes, unsure of how to proceed. The entertainment garden was divided into numerous sections, with girls from different nations assigned to various zones. The area belonging to the Dragon Kingdom occupied a vast expanse. Sueo was filled with rage. While it was acceptable for the girls to die in battle, it was intolerable for them to perish in disgrace. Suddenly, the figure of the Qingti Jinfeng appeared above the entertainment garden. With a resounding cry, colossal beasts emerged below. The creatures spoke in an incomprehensible avian dialect, incessantly clamoring at Sueo. Gradually, Sueo retreated, the ironclad Xuanwu lifting the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom's area. It began to crawl slowly toward the distance. Ko received another call, again reporting that nothing unusual had occurred. The men and women began to sense something amiss and hastily summoned their beasts. As the elemental spheres surged towards Sueo, he remained steadfast, rooted in place. Azure Phoenix, annihilate them all. Upon the utterance of his command, the Azure Phoenix let out a piercing cry, its vibrant wings fluttering violently. A tempestuous gale erupted, lifting the surrounding structures into the air. The mere sound of the Phoenix's call sent tremors through all the beast tamers present, who dared not attack Sueo any longer. Vivid crimson tendrils manifested before him, intercepting all previous assaults. The Azure Phoenix exhaled a torrent of flames, conjuring a colossal fireball in the sky. As it descended, numerous beasts perished beneath its searing wrath. Notice, the Azure Phoenix has reached the early stages of a beast transformation. Experience cannot be gained by defeating common beasts. Notice, the Azure Phoenix has reached the early stages of a beast transformation. Experience cannot be gained by defeating demon beasts. Notice, the Azure Phoenix has reached the early stages of a beast transformation. Experience cannot be gained by defeating giant beasts. Several ineffective notifications echoed in Sueo's mind, to which he had long since grown accustomed. In the heavens above, countless flying beasts scattered in panic. As the buds of the devouring spirit tree bloomed in full, the sky was suffused with a sanguine pollen that engulfed the fleeing aerial giants, compelling them to return. The crimson tendrils fell, ensnaring the flying beasts one by one, leaving their tamers on the verge of collapse. Before Sueo, a naked man desperately struggled, crawling to his feet and kissing Sueo's shoes, his eyes brimming with a fervent yearning for life. Sueo, growing impatient, nonchalantly cleared his ears and, with a swift motion of the tendril before him, ended the man's life. What an annoyance! Can't you learn a few words of the Dragon Kingdom's language? In the man's gaze of despair, Sueo produced a handkerchief, tossing it into the air where it was caught by the branches, and meticulously wiped his shoes. The devouring spirit tree trembled, releasing countless red lights from the carcasses of the fallen beasts. Defense values flashed, 321, 214, 38, 723. It was estimated that nearly 2,000 beasts had met their demise. Although most were below the giant beast level, their sheer numbers compensated for it. Sueo's defense had now surged to 2 lanterns. It was no wonder that Chun Bufan could attain such a formidable level later on. When his fire dragon reached the king beast stage, it would awaken skills akin to the devouring spirits. The difference lay in the attributes enhancing combat prowess. The pollen continued to spread, completely enveloping the back of the ironclad Xuanwu. Occasionally, 1 or 2 flying beasts emerged, only to be obliterated by the fireballs of the Azure Phoenix. Under the influence of confusion, the individuals on the Xuanwu's back displayed crimson eyes, trembling in place. Su Ao approached them, inquiring one by one. There were nearly 400 people, all from the Dragon Kingdom, and after distinguishing them, only non-Dragon Kingdom individuals remained on the Xuanwu's back. Everyone summoned their beasts, engaging in brutal combat. The devouring spirit tree initiated a healing process, causing the crimson hue in the Dragon Kingdom people's eyes to fade. Most were entirely nude, inflicting harm upon themselves, with the majority being women. Wait, let me say a few words. As Su Ao's voice resonated, all movement ceased, and their eyes turned towards him. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they could not allow themselves to be bullied any longer. Rather than succumb to humiliation through suicide, they could choose to fight back. Fight back? With what? This is the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. We cannot return. A battered girl cried out in despair. Su Ao, empathizing, stepped forward and retrieved a piece of clothing from his spatial ring. Sister, I understand your feelings. The new year is approaching. Give me a chance, and I can take you home for the holidays. The girl ceased her lamenting. She had been here for 3 years. Were it not for her status as a giant beast-level beast tamer, she would have long since perished. Really? Can we truly go back? But, no buts. Su Ao asserted confidently. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom must be punished, regardless of the distance. I will no longer impede your suicides, but trust me. Grant yourselves a chance to live, a chance to return home, a chance to go home. How distant that phrase felt. Yet now, with Su Ao's presence, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. If it were possible to return to the Dragon Kingdom, they still had family waiting. On the back of the turtle, most approached the bodies, retrieving spirit energy rings from the fingers of the deceased. Once their owners perished, the rings became ownerless. To Su Ao, these rings held little value, merely capable of storing mundane items. In a world of cultivation and mystical realms, he would not hesitate to loot their contents. However, in the realm of beast tamers, only high-level storage rings were of any interest. As he observed the crowd donning clothing, Su Ao gently caressed the beast ring, drawing all Dragon Kingdom citizens into it. There remained a beast arena, and now was not the time to act. The fully enclosed venue obscured the situation outside from those inside. According to Kojiro Yamashita, all who entered the beast arena would be registered, their levels and beast ranks clearly delineated. Su Ao summoned the devouring spirit tree and approached the arena entrance, only to be obstructed by a beast of the tamer level. The blood tree buds blossomed, and the beast's eyes glowed crimson. This was a guardian beast. Even if slain, it would not yield any beast energy. Better to keep it for future use. Chapter 56, Divine Skill, Soul Resonance. The arena was entirely enclosed, with entrances only at 8 points. Standing guard at each entrance were 2 tamer-level beasts, preventing any unforeseen incidents. For this small enclosure, there were not many prominent figures in attendance. Tamer-level beasts were already sufficient. Su Ao spent half an hour, utilizing the black mist of the Abyssal Serpent to subjugate all the stationed beasts. Their behavior remained consistent, only bowing submissively before Su Ao. After a series of inquiries, he learned that inside was the son of a king-level beast tamer, himself at the giant beast level, accompanied by a subordinate at the beginner tamer level. Furthermore, he possessed a fatal flaw. He was lecherous. This was a matter easily resolved. Leveraging Kojiro Yamashita's connections, Su Ao successfully entered the beast arena. The layout resembled that of the Jinjing University arena, though the water bubbles were replaced with transparent breeding materials. On the platform, 2 giant beasts clashed in a brutal contest. Moments later, a victor emerged, eliciting wails from the audience. Kojiro Yamashita explained, and Su Ao grasped the situation. The deceased beast had been a 10-crown champion, and many had placed bets on its victory. But in a dramatic turn of events, the 10-crown champion was defeated by a new beast. At the highest tier of the audience, a man clad in a suit observed with palpable disdain. Kojiro Yamashita, is that the Wutong prince listed on the roster? Su Ao quietly inquired, casting his gaze upwards. Kojiro Yamashita nodded respectfully. Master, that is indeed him. Very well. You may proceed. His tone remained flat as Kojiro summoned his flying beast, respectfully hovering above the arena. After a formal bow, he leaned in to whisper something in the Wudong prince's ear. The prince's demeanor shifted noticeably as he adjusted his tie and leapt onto Kojiro's beast, descending to the ground. He pointed expectantly at Su Ao. Su Ao, puzzled, thought, wasn't he supposed to be lecherous? Does that mean? No, absolutely not. Once one can contend with a royal beastmaster, it is imperative to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Young Master Wudong pinched Su Ao's cheek and seized his collar, eagerly hastening towards the direction of the amusement garden. Su Ao felt a peculiar numbness, a profound sort of paralysis. Before the attendant could depart, he hastily summoned the Abyssal Serpent. A veil of black mist enveloped the area, and young Master Wudong's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. Nearby, the attendant sensed the disturbance and summoned 8 beasts simultaneously. A cacophony ensued, but Su Ao remained oblivious to the discourse. Little Mountain Jiro stepped forward to convey Su Ao's intent to young Master Wudong. With an air of arrogance, young Master Wudong waved dismissively at the 2 attendants. Su Ao handed him the cleaver, declaring, "Injured, I shall take the kill." While he could slay the man himself, he wished to ascertain the loyalty of the attendants from Sakura country. The 2 attendants, momentarily stunned, drew daggers from their concealed sheaths and committed seppuku. Su Ao, swift as lightning, snatched the cleaver and swung it towards them. A life can be extinguished in myriad ways, but the energy of the beasts must remain his own. Compared to the management of the breeding grounds, the energy of the 2 attendants was considerably diminished, totaling merely 50 fragments. After relinquishing them to the devouring spirit tree, he glanced at young Master Wudong. "When you come to seek me again, remember to bring a translator." Due to the upper echelons of Long Country being unaware of these matters, interactions with Sakura country continued unabated. However, Su Ao, a devoted reader, was intimately familiar with every detail in the texts and harbored a profound disdain for Chen Buffan's simplistic demeanor. Long Country upheld principles of amicable cooperation with various nations. Yet, when a nation faces imminent peril, most countries, like ravenous wolves, seek to carve their share from Long Country. In such scenarios, it becomes straightforward. Nations outside Long Country with malintent can be dealt with through extermination. Once more, he confirmed the presence of any second-generation individuals. It was evident that the space was rife with gamblers. In the realm of beastmasters, the fate of most gamblers is singular, to lose their beasts and become mere tools for others' ascension. In Su Ao's heart, rather than witnessing gamblers squander their fortunes on trading beasts, it is preferable to facilitate their transcendence, thus achieving a noble end. This not only avoids the psychological collapse of loss, but also allows for a rebirth, perhaps into a more favorable lineage in the next life. As 4 beasts emerged, they encircled the entire arena. The guards, perceiving the dire situation, commanded their beasts to intervene. Yet, regardless of their commands, the beasts refused to heed their masters. A fire element lizard suddenly turned and unleashed a fireball towards its owner, who, caught unawares, was injured by his own beast. Hastily, he summoned the beast back, yet it emerged as a traitor. Realizing he could not control the situation, he fled. A cloud of pollen swept through, and the fleeing guard, with a grim expression, soon retaliated fiercely. The master engaged in close combat, as the exotic beasts clashed. Within the enclosed white dome, the spectators continued to watch the unfolding drama. "Flower Boy, why are the guards fighting amongst themselves?" "Unclear, perhaps they too have wagered," came the response. "Who cares? Next time, we'll bet on this new beast. We shall surely win it back." The gamblers chattered animatedly, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing 8 individuals gravely injured, Su Ao leaped from the back of the Azure Phoenix, cleaver in hand. One blow for each, dozens of beast energy fragments flew forth. Astonishingly, the 8 of them combined possessed fewer fragments than the 2 attendants. Exploitation exists everywhere. In the arena, a fierce tiger, engulfed in flames, burst forth. In a sudden charge, it shattered the white dome. The gamblers summoned their beasts, scattering in all directions. This was precisely the moment Su Ao had awaited. A shroud of black mist enveloped the entire arena. The ironclad tortoise stomped its feet, delivering a soul shockwave that rendered all beasts motionless. Even the flying beasts plummeted to the ground. Soul shockwave, capable of stunning creatures with inferior defense, rendering them immobile. Once a beastmaster extracts the energy of a beast, it cannot be reclaimed. However, no beastmaster would be foolish enough to utilize beast energy in perilous circumstances, unless they are on the brink of death. Xingye Kuang's pupils dilated as he produced a dagger from his concealed pouch. He directed it towards his abdomen, intending to commit seppuku. Chapter 57, Framing the Innocent. Wishing to take his own life? Has he consulted Su Ao? What if he has concealed beast energy? Should a beastmaster commit suicide? The beast energy within them cannot be appropriated by others. For Su Ao, this was utterly unacceptable. Before Xingye Kuang could act, Su Ao hurled a cleaver from 50 meters away, striking him in the forehead. Blood flowed forth as the dagger slipped from Xingye Kuang's grasp, and he clutched his head, struggling in agony. Minutes later, he lay lifeless. To Su Ao's dismay, no material possessions emerged. In the arena, there were no innocents. Those from Long Country present here willingly chose the path of becoming pawns and assassins for foreign powers. Su Ao dispatched them all. Compared to other locales, the arena was teeming with both humans and beasts. Yet, the defensive capabilities of each individual were significantly diminished. After all, few strong individuals could be found among the gamblers. The branches of the devouring spirit tree thrashed wildly, sending a torrent of red matter towards Suao. Defense, 321. Defense, 231. Defense, 2367. Defense, 1352. Defense, 1642. Defense, 184. The notifications rang incessantly, heralding a dramatic shift in Suao's status. Name, Suao. Level, Major Beastmaster. Contracted Beasts, Abyssal Serpent, Azure Phoenix, Ironclad Tortoise, Devouring Spirit Tree. Combat Power, 145. Defense, 268. Skill Allocation, 174. Evolution Value, 744-31432. Beast Energy, 0 fragments. Merely from a breeding ground, the defense afforded to Suao approached 2 units. Such defensive strength would render even ordinary peak beasts no match for him. Coupled with his equipment, he could contend with moderately equipped royal beasts. He dared not imagine how much defensive value he would accrue if he swept through all the breeding grounds. Confirming there were no oversights, Suao mounted the Azure Phoenix. While the Abyssal Serpent's massive tail swept through, the facilities within the breeding ground lay in ruins, leaving only a transparent shell. From the outside, everything appeared normal. Yet upon entry, one would discover vast swathes of human and beast carcasses. In Sakura country, at a luxurious villa in Kosaka, a stern-faced young man reclined contentedly on a plush bed. Beside him were several stunning young women, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Rising to dress, he adjusted his collar before descending to the first-floor living room, where a large screen displayed the chaotic state of his breeding ground. As he surveyed the disarray, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Just hours ago, the breeding ground had been intact, yet now it was littered with corpses. A girl clad in a kimono embraced him from behind. "Master, shall we continue our games?" The young man shook his head and delivered a punch to her chest. A gaping wound appeared, and she collapsed into a pool of blood. The guards at the door, accustomed to such occurrences, summoned their beasts to clean up the scene. "Baka, who dares to be so bold?" Enraged, he turned and snatched up his phone. Upon dialing the number, a tempest of emotions surged within. "Uncle Xiaoshan, what on earth is happening? Why are there no living beings in my breeding ground? What? They were seized by individuals from other breeding grounds? Is that wretched Sakumi that Valharlet involved?" In a fit of rage, Eagle Kinjiro stormed out, ruthlessly dispatching a guard stationed at the entrance. Soon after, 2 guards clad in identical uniforms approached from a distance. After disposing of the remains of the fallen guards, he positioned himself nearby. Outside the villa, the earth trembled violently. A colossal stone ape, resembling a mountain, appeared in the clearing, dislodging countless boulders that crashed down upon a wide array of surrounding buildings. The servants within the villa scrambled for safety, fearing death by falling debris. The stone ape leaped powerfully, leaving 2 enormous craters in its wake. As a royal beastmaster, it possessed the ability to fly. Eagle Kinjiro stood atop the stone ape as it ascended into the sky, moving gradually toward the distance. The citizens below erupted into a frenzy of panic. After all, Eagle Kinjiro was notoriously known for his madness. Meanwhile, on Zayasaka Street, a handsome man strode with confidence, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. "Hey, what did you discuss with that nephew of yours?" "Master, I have placed the blame for this entire affair on the proprietors of the other breeding grounds. Given Eagle Kinjiro's temperament, he will not review the surveillance footage in the immediate future." "That's good to hear." Suao, wearing a contented expression, had initially contemplated how to evade capture, but with Xiaoshan Jiro by his side, he found himself spared of considerable trouble. After a series of inquiries, Suao learned that there were 8 breeding grounds in Zayasaka City. Most shared a common trait. They were predominantly populated by individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. However, there was one exception, a breeding ground solely for entertainment, exclusively frequented by local men and women. To put it simply, it was a niche enterprise. Xiaoshan Jiro had framed this breeding ground. In front of a grand entrance, a middle-aged man spotted the 2 and hurriedly approached them. "Xiaoshan-kun, how have you been?" "Not bad. Today my slave wishes to practice." As a relative of a royal beast master, it was only natural for him to enjoy such privileges in this modest Zayasaka. "Isn't there a breeding ground associated with the Eaglekin family? Why have you come to my establishment?" The man cast a puzzled glance at Suao, who scratched his head, offering no sign of acknowledgement. The dialogue between them was lost on him. After exchanging pleasantries, the man, albeit reluctantly, permitted the 2 to enter. Although Eagle Kinjiro was known for his brutality, he adhered to certain rules. One could presume that his uncle's servants would do the same. Compared to the previous breeding ground, this one was significantly smaller and devoid of blood refinement areas, yet other facilities were present. Suao had inquired and discovered that there were over 3,000 slaves within. All the Dragon Kingdom individuals were confined to the entertainment area, excluding those in the beast fighting arena. In this breeding ground, only the managers were royal beast masters. Totaling 4. This was a considerable decline from the previous establishment. In the realm of beast mastery, one's own strength was the key to expanding influence. Once assured of entry, Suao approached the man, a smile gracing his face, as a blue cleaver materialized in his hand. The man sensed something amiss and summoned all his beasts. Suao had been waiting for this moment. With a swift motion, he struck, severing the man's head, causing dozens of beast energy orbs to erupt forth. After feeding all of them to the devouring spirit evil tree, he leisurely walked into the breeding ground. For Suao, anyone engaging in business with the Dragon Kingdom must perish. The commotion outside failed to arouse any alarm within. Outside the breeding ground, daily disturbances caused by gamblers had become commonplace. They had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, today was different. The intruder was a troublemaker. Excluding the arena managers, all higher-ups hastily gathered, their eyes fixed menacingly on the unfamiliar Suao. Baka. Suao scratched his head, smiling apologetically, and bowed respectfully as he approached the man before him. With a single thrust, he ended the man's life. More beast energy orbs burst forth. Chapter 58, Royal Beast. Blood Blue Tree King. Once again, he fed them to the devouring spirit evil tree, which underwent another transformation. Suao opened the Beast Mastery panel to check its current attributes. Name, Devouring Spirit Evil Tree. Level, Peak of General Beasts. Grade, Superior. Combat Power, 357. Defense Power, 349. Skills, Bewilder, Heal, Strike, Devour Spirit. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 34 Beast Energy Orbs. With a few benefactors in the mix, his first Royal Beast was on the verge of emergence. Royal Beasts could fly, transform, and remain at their master's side at all times. However, most beast masters opted against such choices. After all, a creature of that size could be quite imposing. Observing the scattered populace, Suao summoned the Abyssal Dragon. Standing atop the Azure Phoenix, he circled the exit of the breeding ground. Dark mist enveloped the area, transforming all guarding beasts into servant beasts. This was merely to prevent their escape. The giant servant beasts held little value for him. The crowd fell into a state of panic, their attempts to flee thwarted by the beasts. The devouring spirit evil tree stood in the center of the breeding ground, its branches bursting forth with blossoms. Countless fine pollen particles dispersed in all directions. Some attempting to escape found their eyes turning crimson, summoning their beasts to engage in a brutal melee with those nearby. 2 hours later, the scene lay in utter devastation. Only the entertainment area remained untouched. Defense values varied: 321, 178, 234, 1302, 213, 932. Nearly 20 million defense points were credited to Suao, filling him with exhilaration. If he annihilated all the breeding grounds, he could become invincible in Saga. The beast fighting arena was a chaotic mess. Aside from the managers and their beasts, corpses littered the ground. Suao approached slowly, cleaver in hand and a smile on his face. In the face of the man's terror-stricken gaze, he extinguished his life. In his final moments, he summoned his beast. But no matter how fiercely it attacked, it could not breach Suao's defenses. Over 40 beast energy orbs erupted forth, all absorbed by the devouring spirit evil tree. Half an hour later, the entire beast body underwent a tremendous transformation. Name, Blood Blue Tree King. Level, Beginner Royal Beast. Grade, Superior. Combat Power, 412. Defense Power, 397. Skills, Bewilder, Heal, Strike, Devour Spirit, Domain of Kings. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 500 Royal Beast Origins. Royal Beast Origins are the key items for a Royal Beast's advancement. A Royal Beast will invariably contain one, while the drop rate from Extraordinary Beasts is exceedingly low. Typically, it takes 20 Extraordinary Beasts to yield a single Royal Beast Origin. This rarity explains why Imperial-level Beast Masters are so valued. According to Xiaoshanjiro's account, Eagle Kinjiro was someone who utilized resources as they became available. He bore no Beast Energy Orbs. Aside from one beginner Royal Beast, he possessed 3 higher-tier General Beasts. With such a configuration, he could easily eliminate Xiaoshanjiro. With the defensive strength provided by the devouring spirit feedback, Eagle Kinjiro was powerless against him. Before he could act, Suao swiftly delivered a punch to Xiaoshanjiro, who maintained a facade of respect even unto death. Suao curled his lip, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled towards his next destination. Fortune smiled upon him, granting him the unexpected gift of an additional half-day of life. As dusk descended, the city's lights flickered to life. Suao found himself on a street that felt particularly desolate. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, in the land of cherry blossoms, beast tamers below the giant beast level were deemed unworthy to roam freely. Those who walked the streets were all of a higher caliber, possessing the strength of giant beasts or above. Turning a corner, Su Ao's gaze fell upon a dilapidated inn, its presence jarringly incongruous with its surroundings. Above the entrance, a rotting wooden sign bore the words peaceful in the script of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ao could hardly believe he would encounter an inn run by his compatriots in such a place. Pushing open the glass door, he was greeted by a wooden chair and the sight of a scruffy man extinguishing his cigarette upon noticing a newcomer. "Ah, a rare guest. What brings you here?" "Studying abroad," Su Ao replied, absent-mindedly touching his nose, deliberately withholding the truth. "In a foreign land, one must craft their own identity." The man chuckled, crossing his arms and surveying Su Ao with keen eyes. "Come now, young fellow, let's be honest. Dragon Kingdom folks don't deceive their own." Su Ao smiled, recounting how he managed to escape from the clutches of the beast tamers. "Escaped, you say?" The man's curiosity piqued, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You certainly don't appear to be a mere servant or lackey." With that, Su Ao confirmed his suspicions. The man was an ally. Nodding in understanding, the man resumed his seat on the bench and retrieved a pen from a drawer. "Name? Su Ao. Duration of stay? Not certain. Let us say 3 days for now." 3 days? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" At this, the atmosphere thickened with silence. The man lit another cigarette. A grin plastered across his face as he regarded Su Ao. With a sigh, Su Ao turned to leave. He was acutely aware that his whereabouts had been compromised. It was not in his nature to endanger others. The man stood, calling out to his retreating figure, "What's this? Not staying? You know I'm wanted. Would you truly let me stay?" The man chuckled softly. "While out in the world, trouble is inevitable. Rest for the night, and we shall see what tomorrow brings." Su Ao nodded and ascended the stairs, but the man detained him, saying, "Hong Tianyu, if you don't mind, you may call me Brother Tianyu." "All right, Brother Tianyu." Su Ao replied with a smile, accepting the key and heading towards the second floor. Yet, he was halted by a woman clad in a kimono. "Dear guest, please follow me." Following her, they arrived at a guest room. Upon entering, the woman gently pushed against a section of the wall, which slid open to reveal a hidden space. "Here it is. I imagine escaping was no easy feat. You may hide here for a while. Provisions will be brought to you." "Is this the wife of Hong Tianyu?" It seems not all foreigners are malevolent. Su Ao had pondered this question, and now it was confirmed. In this place, the formidable eagle Shinjiro reigned supreme. To ensure his concealment, the man had risked everything to hide Su Ao away. Should Eagle Shinjiro discover their secret, dire consequences would surely follow for the entire family. After a night of restful slumber, the morning was heralded by a knock on the wall. "Brother, wake up for breakfast." Su Ao, still groggy, pressed a button on the wall, and a girl of 7 or 8 appeared before him. "Are you Brother Tianyu's daughter?" "Yes, I am Daddy's daughter," she replied. Her beaming smile filled with pride as she tilted her head. Su Ao couldn't resist ruffling her hair. No matter where one might be, adorable children were eternally cherished. "What is your name, little one?" "Brother, I'm Hong Mimi. Daddy says I was beautiful from birth." "Oh, do you wish to go home?" "To the place where Daddy lives?" "Home. Isn't this home?" Chapter 59, The Siege of the Beast Kings. Su Ao refrained from pressing further, recognizing that such matters were likely beyond the grasp of a child. After freshening up, he stepped outside. At the front desk, he gently tapped Hong Tianyu on the shoulder. "Brother Tianyu, do you wish to go back?" "Go back." Hong Tianyu chuckled wryly. "How could I? Would I swim back? Coming here meant I was destined never to return." His demeanor grew somber as he gazed into the distance, smoking a cigarette. "We've tried many methods, but we cannot surpass the barrier of the emperor-level beast tamers. If there were truly hope, I would wish to return, to lead a peaceful life with my wife and daughter." Su Ao nodded, arms crossed as he looked towards the sky. Dark clouds loomed, casting a pall over the scene. "Brother Tianyu, since you have sheltered me, I should assist you in return. If you trust me, grant me a month." With a flicker of thought, Su Ao conjured a peculiar tree, approximately 2 meters tall. Its blossom buds were strikingly unusual, and its limbs were fashioned from branches resembling human arms. "Are you a king-level beast tamer? Did you really eliminate the people from the 2 breeding grounds as reported?" Su Ao nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Brother, they harmed the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It was only right that I retaliated." Hong Tianyu's emotions surged, his excitement palpable. Before him stood Su Ao, a youth who had ascended to the king-level beast tamer. "I believe in you. Wait for me." Hong Tianyu turned and ascended the stairs, returning half an hour later with his wife and daughter in tow. "Let us go, little brother Su Ao. We are willing to follow you. If it doesn't work out, that is fine too. In this land devoid of human rights, without Sakura and Hong Mimi, I wouldn't wish to live alone." Su Ao nodded, softly caressing the peculiar beast ring as the 3 figures vanished from sight. For such kindness, he would find a way to repay it. However, should malice arise, he would root it out without hesitation. The blood-green tree king beside him grew in size, looming beneath Su Ao's feet. He stepped upon it, hurling himself towards the nearby Beast Tamer's arena. He had resolved to upgrade to the Abyssal Flood Dragon next. As a dignified king-level Beast Tamer, what was it to soar upon a mere branch? The Blood-Green Tree King had reached the King Beast realm, increasing its charm count to a staggering 1,000. Now, sweeping through a breeding ground would take mere moments. Bored, Sueo opened the skill description, a glimmer of excitement lighting his eyes. Realm of Kings. The Blood-Green Tree King emits a crimson mist, amplifying the effects of its charm ability tenfold. After dispatching a guard with a single blow, he strode confidently inside. The Blood-Green Tree King leapt into the air, its form rapidly expanding. The dark green branches radiated a crimson glow, and the buds on the tree erupted forth. A blood-red mist enveloped the surroundings, shrouding all areas outside the recreational garden. Do not kill beast tamers of level 6 and above, Sueo commanded, and at his words, the branches surged with vigor. Below, thousands of beast tamers clashed in a fierce battle, and within a mere 3 minutes, a considerable number fell. Defense values, 352. Defense values, 321. Defense values, 842. Defense values, 793. Defense values, 123. Defense values, 143. Before long, only 4 beast tamers remained below, their faces contorted into grimaces, eyes glaring with ferocity at the sky. Birdsong echoed, yet they could not comprehend. In this moment, Sueo need not lift a finger. The king-level Blood-Green Tree King could handle the situation effortlessly. A series of thick branches descended, ensnaring the 4 individuals and their beasts. As the grip tightened, 4 beast masters met their demise in explosive fashion. The haul was commendable, yielding nearly 100 beast energy orbs. Just as they prepared to relocate, an enormous screen materialized before them, casting the striking visage of Sueo onto its surface. Oh, a wanted man, it seems. This image hardly showcases my most dashing profile. How disappointing. With a slight grimace, he accelerated towards another breeding ground. Were the other nations to unite? Sueo would refrain from such brazen purges. However, in the realm of beast masters, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, most high-ranking beast masters operate independently. At most, a few small factions band together to dominate a territory, becoming local tyrants. In the locale of Xiaoban, apart from Eiji Nikko, there remained 2 royal beast masters. One was the father of Wudong Ji, Yamaguchi Ji, and the other was Sakura Miki. Sueo felt no trepidation about being besieged. With a relentless sweep, he amassed the beast energy, 73 from the first sight, 89 from the second, 27 from the third, and 53 from the fourth. Only Sakura Miki's breeding ground remained untouched. In Sueo's mind, she could survive, as she had not perpetrated any harm against the people of the Dragon Kingdom. However, should she choose to oppose him, that would be another matter entirely. Soaring above Xiaoban City, he found himself suddenly threatened by a boulder of mountainous proportions, hurtling towards him. Bakayaru, Sueo exclaimed in frustration. Can someone please speak in a language I understand? This is maddening. Almost instantaneously, Eiji Nikko's Tianwu Demon Ape launched an attack, seizing a skyscraper from the city and hurling it at Sueo. In response, the Blood Azure Tree King beneath him rapidly expanded, several branches rising to intercept and shatter the incoming building. Since Eiji Nikko showed no fear of battle within the city, Sueo was undeterred. In a heartbeat, the earth trembled as countless structures lifted from their foundations, converging into a colossal sphere of earth. The Tianwu Demon Ape hurled this earthen mass, accompanied by an inferno of flames, towards Sueo, perched atop the tree. Branches quaked and surged upward, entwining Sueo in a cocoon of dark green vines. Feeling the immense force, Sueo's irritation flared. Communication should be the bridge to resolution. Must there be violence? If everyone spoke the Dragon Kingdom's tongue, wouldn't the beast world be a harmonious place? As the aftershocks subsided, the branches retracted, and the Blood Azure Tree King swiftly advanced towards the Tianwu Demon Ape. While Eiji Nikko overhead fumed, chattering furiously, Sueo smiled. If he too succumbed to anger, what fate awaited the captured citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? At that moment, 3 more beast masters emerged around the Blood Azure Tree King, each of royal status. A thick white mist enveloped them, and Sueo inhaled deeply, recoiling at the stench. He retrieved a mask from his spatial ring and donned it immediately. The 4 beast masters launched a coordinated assault, encircling the noticeably larger Blood Azure Tree King. Above, a gigantic crimson bird unleashed fiery projectiles at Sueo. Slowly, crimson leaves descended, forming a protective barrier above him, though he could withstand the onslaught. Losing his hair would diminish the Dragon Kingdom's stock of handsome men. Blood Azure Tree King, domain of kings. Sueo growled, truly enraged. While his life may be expendable, he would not abide the loss of his hair. A wave of blood-red mist radiated from the Blood Azure Tree King, clashing against the surrounding white fog. In an instant, the white mist turned crimson. The disparity in ranks proved insurmountable. Save for a defensive beast, the others spiraled into madness, attacking their allies. The giant bird screeched, launching fireballs at the Tianwu demon ape, whose eyes glowed crimson as it lifted a skyscraper to retaliate. Behind the Blood Azure Tree King, a three-headed black tiger also turned traitor after a brief struggle, attacking the defensive iron-armored rhino. Chaos engulfed the city, and AG Nico stood in shock. Before he could react, his three beast masters had turned on each other, falling lifelessly to the ground. Three royal beast cores drifted away, merging into Sueo's form. The confusion was monumental. He was not to be trifled with. Soon, three notification chimes echoed. Defense value, 13242. Defense value, 14921. Defense value, 12412. Compared to a mere beast, these defense values had skyrocketed tenfold. Realizing the gravity of the situation, AG Nico turned to flee. Sueo, perched upon a tree trunk, swiftly pursued him. With three of his beast masters dead, AG Nico's attributes had plummeted. Now, he was vulnerable to slaughter. Amidst the ruins of the city, a disheveled figure fled desperately, even crashing into buildings only to pass through them. Seeing no escape, AG Nico abruptly pivoted, kneeling before Sueo. And no, please. In that instant, Sueo halted, regarding AG Nico with an amused glint in his eye. You speak the Dragon Kingdom's language? A little, he stammered. Please don't kill me. Sueo brushed off the dirt from his attire, smiling as he helped him to his feet. Summon your beast, let me see it. AG Nico complied, knowing that in his current predicament, there was no hope of escape. He had no choice but to obey, clinging to a slender thread of survival. With a look of feigned admiration, Sueo struck the iron-armored rhino with a punch. The beast recoiled in pain but remained unharmed. Sueo gestured towards the rhino, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. AG Nico followed suit, commanding the iron-armored rhino to self-harm. The rhino extended its neck, suddenly biting into its own back, blood gushing forth as it succumbed to its master. The drifting royal beast core merged into AG Nico's body, prompting Sueo to speak slowly. Beast energy, royal beast core. Understand? Understood. Hundreds of beast energy orbs floated forth, causing Sueo's eyes to gleam with excitement. As he collected the orbs, he regarded AG Nico with a scrutinizing gaze. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a decisive blow, eliminating his foe. To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. In his final moments, AG Nico uttered in the Dragon Kingdom's tongue, You are not trustworthy. Sueo smirked. I never said I would spare you upon surrendering. Your reluctance to die is your own fault. Eagerly, he opened his panel, overwhelmed by the vast amount of beast energy acquired. Name, Sueo. Level, Royal Beastmaster. Contracted beasts, Abyssal Flood Dragon, Azure Cry Phoenix, Iron Armored Tortoise, Blood Azure Tree King. Combat Power, 272. Defense, 645. Skill Enhancement, 354. Evolution Value, 744-31471. Beast Energy, 482. Royal Beast Cores, 4. The probability of a royal beast core dropping upon the owner's demise mirrors that of beast energy, necessitating the owner's death before their beast. Thus, Sueo did not hesitate to coax AG Nico with care. Regaining his focus, Sueo fed all the beast energy to the Abyssal Flood Dragon. Hours later, the Abyssal Flood Dragon underwent a significant transformation, its dragon horns becoming increasingly pronounced. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed a figure approaching through the air. Sensing the pressure, he discerned it was merely a royal beastmaster, hardly a cause for concern. Before me stood a woman, slightly bowing, her exquisite visage revealing a hint of competence. With a touch of powder enhancing her already beautiful features, she exuded an air of charm. Greetings, esteemed beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom. I am Sakura Miki, the proprietor of the last remaining breeding ground of Kosaka. Her movements were delicate, embodying the unique beauty of a cherry blossom woman. Each gesture was imbued with a subtle allure, her gaze intentionally averted, creating an impression of youthful innocence. Sueo nodded, finally encountering someone fluent in the tongue of the Dragon Kingdom. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to engage in conflict or something else? Sakura Miki tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, unveiling her dainty and refined face. Esteemed beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom, I have a proposition for you, and I wonder if it piques your interest. A proposition? Sueo inquired. Indeed, she replied with a smile. I am willing to grant you any condition you desire. You need only to join forces with me to eliminate the proton at the mountain pass. Any condition? Sueo's lips curled into a smirk as he lifted her chin with his right hand. After a careful appraisal, he offered a candid assessment. There is a gentle restraint in your beauty, yet it does not appeal to me. With arms crossed, he pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. You must surrender the essence of beasts and the primal essence of the royal beast. As he spoke, Sakura Miki bit her lip. She had observed their earlier confrontation and knew she was no match after witnessing even Eagle Kinjiro's defeat. Hundreds of beast essences soared forth, gradually merging into Suao's being. Noble Beastmaster, is there no primal essence of the royal beast? Alas, it is no longer available. You are aware, esteemed Beastmaster, that such treasures are exceedingly rare. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom differs from the Dragon Kingdom, with most cities featuring relatively low-rise structures. During the meteor cataclysm, lower-tier Beastmasters had no choice but to accept their fate. There were also no high-ranking Beastmasters willing to shoulder the responsibility of saving the nation. All actions were driven by self-interest. The woman before Suao, Sakura Miki, was motivated by her ambition to become the sole royal Beastmaster of Kosaka, which is why she offered her beast essences. With a thought, 18 beast essences floated forth, and a colossal figure materialized before him. The Abyssal Serpent eagerly consumed them, and half an hour later, it successfully ascended to the rank of a royal beast. Name, Demon Spirit Dragon. Level, Initial Royal Beast. Grade, Premium. Combat Power, 462. Defense, 427. Skills, Devour, Death's Embrace, Thunder Roar, Realm of Black Mist, Spirit Flash. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 500 units of Royal Beast Essence. In contrast to the previous Abyssal Serpent, the Demon Spirit Dragon was now entirely draconic. Its horns radiated a dark luminescence, and its enormous blue eyes resembled stagnant waters. A glance from a low-tier Beastmaster could render them motionless. Suao perused the skill descriptions. A glimmer of ecstasy in his eyes. Spirit Flash. In the realm of Black Mist, the Master's speed is 10 times that of the outside world. Chapter 61. The proactive Sakura Miki, the traditional Suao. At the heart of Kosaka City stood a luxurious skyscraper. One of the few high-rise buildings adorned with opulent decorations, signifying its prestigious status. On either side of a red carpet made from the hides of exotic beasts stood hundreds of colossal creatures. Suao hovered above, with Sakura Miki gracefully linked to his arm. Esteemed Suao, this is where I reside. Suao nodded, and beneath him, the demon spirit dragon emitted a mighty roar, causing the massive beasts below to tremble. As they landed on the ground, the soft red carpet felt luxurious beneath his feet. With a gentle gesture, he dispelled the carpet, deeming such items better suited for enjoyment elsewhere. Sakura Miki raised an elegant eyebrow, moments later conjuring dozens more red carpets. Esteemed Suao, this carpet is crafted from the hides of beasts embodying 5 different attributes. If you fancy it, I can have more made. Beasts, made from the hides of beasts? Suao mused, realizing that each carpet represented the demise of at least 5 creatures. He smirked, recognizing that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were overly sheltered in this aspect. Continuing forward, the grand doors swung open to reveal several maids, all clad in matching attire and possessing exquisite features. Greetings, young Master Su. Suao was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Sakura Miki. With a playful smile, she remarked, these are all servants proficient in the Dragon Kingdom's language. If you require assistance, I am at your service tonight, along with them. Her gaze was alluring, her body inching closer to Suao. He felt no substantial resistance, for to him, entering this narrative was merely an indulgence. Tomorrow's uncertainties between life and death rendered the moment all the more precious. Recalling the tales of eunuchs filled with intrigue, where the protagonist remained oblivious to the affection surrounding him, he found it farcical that the grand finale lacked any decisive action. What a farce, he thought, to profess a harem yet tantalize the readers throughout. Under the maid's attentive care, Suao ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Before him lay an opulent penthouse, a rarity even in the Dragon Kingdom. In the realm of Beast Taming, all resources gravitated towards the powerful. As Suao turned, 10 maids awaited him, their statuesque forms and nearly identical heights presenting a strikingly exquisite countenance. Having encountered many top-tier female protagonists, he felt little interest beyond the 2 who had been his mentors. With arms outstretched, the maids understood his silent request and began to ease his garments. In the lavish bathroom, Suao reclined in a golden bathtub, attended by the maids. A wave of fragrance enveloped him, rendering him blissfully languid. Be gentle, please, Suao murmured. I do not favor too many at once. Understood, the maid replied. And 8 of them gracefully withdrew, leaving only 2 to attend to him. One maid entered the tub to cleanse his front, while the other tended to his back. Suao closed his eyes, relishing the delicate touches. Half an hour passed, and he dressed and stepped out. With a casual wave of his right hand, the maids retreated. A surge of unnameable frustration welled within him, which he diligently suppressed. Though he had a penchant for indulgence, he was also discerning. Having experienced lavish banquets, He found little appeal in ordinary fare. Before long, the doorbell chimed. Sakura Miki appeared clad in a bathrobe, her damp hair exuding an enchanting fragrance. Every movement was captivating. With a subtle twist of her body, she shed her robe, revealing a complete ensemble of black battle attire that accentuated her perfect figure. Young Master Su, do those individuals not meet your preferences? She teased, her voice sultry as she gazed at him. Su Ao chuckled lightly. I prefer my company to be more restrained. I am quite traditional, an old-fashioned boy at heart. His expression turned serious, while Sakura Miki's laughter rang like a melody. What? Do you not believe me? I do. Whatever young Master Su claims, I shall believe. I am rather traditional myself. Her eyes glinted with mischief as she drew closer. Young Master Su, is the bed still warm? Before Su Ao could respond, Sakura Miki had already nestled beneath the covers, her side turned toward him, a playful smile gracing her lips. Young Master Su, may I warm your bed? That would be acceptable. Young Master Su, is your body cold? Not at the moment. Please wait a moment while I gather my thoughts. With that, Su Ao rose, pacing before the bed. Though he had inclinations of desire, he remained traditional. The cherry blossom girl, Sakura Miki, was also purportedly traditional. At least that was what she claimed. In their exchanges, both seemed to embody tradition. Well, at least on the surface, it appears suitable. In the Dragon Kingdom of Earthstar, monogamous unions are the norm, whereas in the Beast Mastery world, polygamy is accepted. When in Rome, one must adhere to local customs. This holds true in every locale. However, the Sakura Nation and the Dragon Kingdom harbor a significant enmity. By acting in this manner, would I be contravening the natural order? No, this could be viewed as a unique form of resistance against the Sakura. Indeed, that is precisely it. With 20 days remaining before my return, it would be prudent to seek companionship during this time, preferably someone proficient in the dragon tongue. The exquisite Sakura beauty possesses such skills and understands my intentions. Well then, that resolves the matter. Lastly, I am not the sort to indulge without acknowledgement. Should there be an excess of beast energy, I would be willing to share some with her. Thus, she shall be my choice. A flurry of thoughts solidified Su Ao's resolve. As he turned, the graceful figure of Sakura Beauty was unmistakably revealed. Her skin appeared almost ethereal, resting her chin in contemplation as she observed him. Su Ao shook his head, lightly patting his handsome face. He gradually approached the bed and slipped beneath the covers. His body tensed, a constant reminder to himself of the appropriateness of his actions. Sudarin, have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. It seems quite suitable. What do you mean by suitable? You are particularly suitable. The following day dawned clear and bright. Su Ao rose, his dark circles under his eyes evident. If the twin sisters served as his enlightening instructors, then Sakura Beauty was undoubtedly a seasoned mentor. Knowledge not imparted in textbooks was acquired here, while what had been taught was revisited. To review is to learn anew. To draw connections from a single point. Practical knowledge had indeed expanded. A delicate hand attempted to draw him back, but Su Ao declined. Never mind. I fear I shall lack energy for the days to come. Is there anything here for replenishing vitality? Indeed, there is, she replied, leaning close to Su Ao's ear. She playfully licked his earlobe. Startled, Su Ao hastily rose to don his garments. This blade, it seems, is rather sharp. Soon, the two of them entered the elevator arm in arm, and Su Ao felt an absence of earlier reservations. Sudarin, do the words from last night still hold weight? Naturally, they do, Su Ao affirmed, recalling their casual discussion about the Yamaguchi Proton. Sakura Beauty's aim was to become the unrivaled powerhouse in Kosaka City. Su Ao had his own plans as well. In business, the key is steady progress. If he were to obliterate the Sakura outright, there would be no further influx of defensive value. It would be wiser to adhere to the local customs and find an agent. This way, an uninterrupted stream of defensive value could flow in, harvesting annually. Perhaps by the time he attained the rank of Imperial Beastmaster, he would have the defensive strength of a Divine Beastmaster. As for the Yamaguchi Proton, he merely needed to eliminate 2 of its beasts to ensure its demise. Upholding the principle of waste not, want not, he intended to eradicate all of its beasts before extracting their energy. Today would be the day. Procrastination was not in his nature. Chapter 62, The Role of the Polonia Proton. Above Kosaka, a colossal bat loomed. Sakura Beauty, arm in arm with Su Ao, gestured toward the edifice ahead. Towering into the clouds, this structure dwarfed the previous buildings. Every 10 floors, flying beasts patrolled the skies. Sudarun, this is where the Yamaguchi Proton resides. According to estimates, his first beast had consumed 6 sources of royal beast energy, classified as rare. 6, you say? A trivial matter, Su Ao scoffed. The disparity between rare and exceptional is substantial. Upon entering the royal beast tier, it would likely amount to roughly 8 units. Consuming 6 sources hardly matched the strength of his initial configuration. To be cautious, Sueo opted to feed all the royal beast energy to the magic spirit dragon. With all preparations in place, they ascended to the highest level of the building. A middle-aged man with gray hair scrutinized Sueo. Beside him, the Polonia Proton stood respectfully, their gazes meeting. Sakura Beauty stepped forward to negotiate, and moments later, the Yamaguchi Proton bore a smile. As previously agreed, Sueo would take residence in Kosaka City as a defector royal beast master from the Dragon Kingdom. The demise of the other two royal beast masters had plunged Kosaka into turmoil. Should other royal beast masters catch wind of this, Kosaka would likely become a battleground. In terms of sheer power, Sakura Beauty's beast rank was too low. Had it not been for the lack of significant disputes with the other three, she would not have remained here. This was also her breeding ground, hence the reason for its leisurely ambience. In the eyes of the Yamaguchi Proton, Sueo, being introduced by Sakura Beauty, posed little suspicion. At that moment, he spoke in broken dragon tongue, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked at Sueo. Can you possibly make it work? Sueo nodded, and the magic spirit dragon materialized in the air. Its immense form cast a shadow over the city below, enveloping it in gloom. The Yamaguchi Proton's face lit up with joy. He could sense the pressure emanating from the magic spirit dragon. If it had just entered the royal beast level, it was undoubtedly at least of the initial exceptional tier. This was a surefire success. Sueo, with arms crossed, regarded the Yamaguchi Proton with a scrutinizing gaze. Sakura Beauty appeared distressed, her expression apologetic toward the Yamaguchi Proton. Sueo uttered something unknown, prompting a look of confusion from the Yamaguchi Proton, who soon turned to Sueo, chattering away. The Polonia Proton leaned in to whisper something to his father. With a scrutinizing gaze, the Yamaguchi Proton sighed before summoning his own beasts. 4 royal beasts hovered in the air, surrounding the magic spirit dragon. A dark mist of the abyss slowly emerged, and the 4 beasts appeared dazed. The Yamaguchi Proton's expression turned odd as he hastily called back his beasts. Sueo chuckled and beckoned to the Polonia Proton. You there, what did you tell your father? Speak so that I may hear. Sakura Beauty translated for him, and the situation was clarified. Sueo, adhering to their agreement, expressed skepticism regarding the Yamaguchi Proton's strength. Sakura Beauty relayed this, and the Yamaguchi Proton, angered, declared his unwillingness to cooperate. The Polonia Proton intervened, pleading for Sueo, his father's savior. Grateful, he ultimately summoned his beasts, only to find them enslaved. A chain of events unfolded. The earlier actions of the Polonia Proton proved pivotal. Roar. The magic spirit dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, conjuring a sphere of lightning in the air. In an instant, the rooftop was engulfed in lightning, soon igniting into flames. The Yamaguchi Proton's expression turned furious as he summoned his 4 beasts. The beasts did not attack. Instead, they humbly prostrated themselves in the air, unwilling to engage in mutual destruction. As Sueo's words echoed, the blood-blue Tree King also appeared in the sky. A surge of crimson mist erupted, hastening the slaughter. Compared to Eagle Kanjiro, the Yamaguchi Proton's reaction was considerably swifter. After losing 2 of his beasts, the remaining 2 were recalled. Even if they entered the beast space, their conditions would not be alleviated unless their combat and defensive capabilities matched those of the magic spirit dragon. Sensing the dire situation, the Yamaguchi Proton hastily leaped from the building. Sueo followed suit, landing on a withered branch that appeared beneath his feet. Descending rapidly, he seized the Yamaguchi Proton's arm. With a forceful tug, it was dislocated. Upon reaching the ground, a relentless assault ensued until all limbs were dismembered. 2 beasts suddenly appeared, standing motionless behind Sueo. At his command, they too began their brutal conflict. Crimson mists erupted once more, as the 2 beasts of Yamamoto's Proton unleashed their skills upon each other. In but a fleeting moment, they perished before Sueo. 2 essences of king beasts floated forth, merging seamlessly into Sueo's being. He gestured upward, and Sakura Mia descended gracefully on her flying beast. She informed him that surrendering the energy of the beasts would spare his life. With a chilling tone, Sakura Mia chided Yamamoto's Proton. A sudden smile broke across Yamamoto's face, contemplating the end of his own life. Yet, in his current state, devoid of limbs and with all his beasts slain, even the notion of suicide had become a luxury. Lord Su, he uttered, vowing that he would never resort to such a fate. Sueo chuckled softly and waved again, summoning the Wutong Proton down to the ground, where it whispered to its father. Sueo felt no pangs of conscience as he tormented these individuals. Those who trafficked the people of the Dragon Kingdom and derived pleasure from their suffering deserved such treatment. In a world where strength reigned supreme, only the mightiest could punish the strong. The rules, too, were crafted by the powerful, solely to restrain the weak. As for methods, having read countless tales of villainy, he had an abundance of ideas. A son killing his father is a universally intolerable act, and should resources remain unyielded, it would be his own son who would inflict torment upon him. At that moment, Yamamoto's expression twisted in agony as he beheld his knife-wielding son, incredulity painting his features. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze growing increasingly hollow. Before long, hundreds of beast energies drifted forth, filling Su-Ao with elation. Yamamoto's proton had proven to be excessively bountiful. Coupled with Sakura Miya's 482 energies, they totaled over 1,000. Name, Su-Ao. Level, King-level Beastmaster. Contracted beasts, Demon Spirit Dragon. Azure Phoenix, Ironclad Black Turtle, Blood Blue Tree King. Combat Power, 452. Defense Power, 743. Skill Allocation, 302. Evolution Value, 74, 431, 568. Beast Energies, 1, 217. King Beast Essences, 4. The bounty from Yamamoto's proton alone amounted to nearly 900 beast energies. Robbing the affluent to enrich oneself was a venture worth pursuing. Lord Su, you are truly formidable. This little Sakaba city shall henceforth be yours, Sakura Miya exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clasped Su-Ao's arm in jubilant celebration. Su-Ao smiled, casually dispatching the now useless Wudong proton. If it served no purpose, it must meet its end. There was no trepidation in Sakura Miya's eyes. She had witnessed such events numerous times. Summon forth your mightiest beast, Su-Ao commanded, and a flicker of hesitation crossed Sakura Miya's gaze. Did he intend to offload the burden? However, she found herself powerless to resist. A colossal red carp manifested before them, surrounded by a myriad of bubbles, hovering above the ruins. Chapter 63, Professional Private Tutor for King Beasts, 5th Beast, Young Glutton. Su-Ao, alighting upon the demon spirit dragon, soared upward, gradually approaching the beast. His palm glided over its surface, radiating a flash of golden light. Amidst the ruins, Sakura Miya's initial confusion transformed into unbridled joy as her rare crimson carp evolved into a superior intermediate one. Observing her excitement, Su-Ao chuckled. This Sakaba city shall now fall under your stewardship. I shall visit once a year, slaying a batch of beasts and acquiring some beast energy. In 3 years, this fish will reach its pinnacle. For Su-Ao, in the realm of beast mastery, every existence held significance. Sakura Miya's character prioritized profit above all else. Those who were not of the Dragon Kingdom could not expect her to treat them too kindly. An intermediate elite beast was sufficient to handle most situations. After previously sweeping away a cadre of gamblers, it had become a non-renewable resource. Should this establishment flourish, it would yield a steady income of defense values annually. After all, they were not within the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, during the time on Earth, the two nations had long harbored grievances. Sakura Miya's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly ascended on her beast. Lord Su, you are truly kind to me. How may I repay you? As per usual, impart me with some knowledge. One-on-one tutoring yields swift progress. Very well, my lord. Shall we return now? Indeed, let us return. On the top floor of a luxurious building, in an opulent bathroom, both donned scant attire. To heighten the atmosphere, Sakura Miya had strategically placed several bubble machines around. As the bubbles clung to their skin and burst, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Clad in a pink, form-fitting battle outfit that exuded temptation, Sakura Miya gently sucked her right index finger, her gaze sultry. With each step, she paused, her supple bosom quivering, her waist swaying. Is this what one would call a bubble bath? Su-Ao's lips curled upward, noting that it diverged from the materials he had studied. A bubble bath? Is that what you prefer, my lord? The next activity could be. Perhaps not. Su-Ao replied, shaking his head. One endeavor was sufficient. He turned to lean against the tub, relishing the sensation against his body. Every hair standing on end as if electrified. Sakura Miya perched upon his back, yet her presence felt weightless. It must be said that her back-scrubbing skills were exceptional. My lord, what do you intend to do next? Next? Su-Ao pondered for a moment, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Is there a lawless area in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Indeed, my lord, Sakura Miya smiled, her fingertips incessantly caressing Su-Ao's back, causing him to shudder occasionally. The city of utter evil, devoid of order. The strong enslave the weak. What is the level of the highest-ranking beasts? King level, likely having consumed over 30 king beast essences. As for their grade? High epic. Su-Ao nodded. Such a configuration, having consumed over 30, should possess slightly more attributes than a peak elite. By feeding 4 king beast essences to the demon spirit dragon, he could enslave it. Very well, I shall make a journey there in the coming days. Are there any Dragon Kingdom people present? Sakura Miya contemplated briefly before shaking her head. Lord Su, they are hostile toward Dragon Kingdom individuals. Any Dragon Kingdom person arriving there would be killed on sight. Su-Ao chuckled, recognizing that this provided a justifiable reason for slaughter. Sakuramiya gently patted Su-Ao's shoulder, urging, Lord Su, it is time to proceed. Rising slowly, she splashed a few droplets of water. Su-Ao turned to face her, taking in the view from this angle. Lord Su, shall we scrub down first, or commence the lesson? Let us scrub down. We can set the lesson aside for now. Name, Su-Ao. Status, mental exhaustion. Requires rest. Learning locations, bathtub, sofa, stairs, elevator, bed, toilet, bathtub. After an entire afternoon, Su-Ao had firmly grasped the concepts. Learning is a cerebral endeavor, and he now felt an overwhelming desire for slumber. Shaking off the fatigue, he opened the system panel. His steps wavered, nearly causing him to stumble in the living room. The intensity of professional tutoring was truly daunting. Treading upon withered wood, he burst through the window. For short distance travel, the Blood Blue Tree King proved more effective. To flaunt, one must ride the Demon Spirit Dragon. The Azure Phoenix and Ironclad Black Turtle were summoned forth. With a mere thought, 1,000 beast energies surged forth. Hours later, as twilight descended, the two beasts completed their evolution. Name, Elemental Spirit Phoenix. Level, Initial Beast King. Grade, Elite. Combat Power, 443. Defense Power, 415. Skills, Fireball Phoenix Cry. Elemental Eruption, Death Wind Thrust, Elemental Nest. Status, Good. Materials required for upgrade, 500 King Beast Essences. Elemental Nest, when the summoned beasts are within the beast ruins. The power of skills is amplified by tenfold. 1 main damage dealer, 1 crowd controller, 1 support, and 1 wall. These 4 alone are peak exceptional. I am already invincible. As long as I do not act recklessly, I am assured survival. The only downside is the slow increase in combat power. At the top of the towering building, Sakura Beauty gazed at these summoned beasts, her heart swelling with excitement. Su-Ao's actions were tantamount to making her his agent in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The stronger he became, the more benefits she would reap. Coming back to reality, Su-Ao fed the 4 newly acquired King Beast Essences to the Demon Spirit Dragon. In the world of summoned beasts, there is no shortboard effect, only a longboard effect. The strength of one summoned beast guarantees the enhancement of others is merely a matter of time. Now that all 4 summoned beasts have reached the Beast King level, he can contract a 5th one. Under Sakura Beauty's guidance, the two took the elevator. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, awakening in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom requires submission to a certain power. Passing through several grand doors, they arrived at a secret chamber. A blue stone floated in the air, the awakening divine stone. Su-Ao slowly approached and gently caressed it. A flash of golden light erupted. Name, Young Taotai. Level, low-level common beast. Rarity, exceptional. Combat power, 30. Defense, 34. Skill bite. Status, good. Experience required for upgrade, 40,000. Su-Ao himself was taken aback. The 5th summoned beast turned out to be a naturally exceptional one. A fully crimson common beast appeared before them, with a pair of tiny wings sprouting from its back. Although its stats were at most mid-level exceptional, it mattered little, for he possessed ample evolution points. Shortly after, a golden radiance emanated from Su-Ao's right hand, altering the values of the Young Taotai. Name, Young Taotai. Level, low-level common beast. Rarity, exceptional. Combat power, 36. Defense, 39. Skill bite. Status, good. Experience required for upgrade, 40,000. Chapter 64, City Slaughter, the defensive value feedback from millions of slain summoned beasts. After several uneventful days, he spent solitary nights. Attending classes too frequently was detrimental to his health. With the resources of the entire Zayasaka city at his disposal, Su-Ao's Taodai had already reached the beast general level. Only a few hundred beast energy essences remained before he could possess 5 king-level summoned beasts. With everything in readiness, Su-Ao determined his direction and set forth on the path to the city of extreme evil alone. Beneath the Demon Spirit Dragon, a throng of beast masters gazed up in envy at the spectacle. Little Mountain Lord, do you think this king-level beast master might be the new ruler of our Zayasaka city? The pressure he exudes is stronger than the other 4. Indeed, haven't you heard? The affairs of Zayasaka city are now solely managed by Sakura Beauty. All the Dragon Kingdom inhabitants have been dispatched. So he is a Dragon Kingdom citizen? Are we to be slaughtered? That remains uncertain. It seems everything continues as it was. The only constant is that we must not bully Dragon Kingdom citizens. After a half-hour flight, Su-Ao arrived at the so-called city of extreme evil. Unlike other cities, this one lay in ruin. Countless individuals were shackled by iron chains, commanding their summoned beasts to toil. A glance revealed that nearly all the summoned beasts were below the giant beast tier. At the same time, several formidable presences emerged, encircling Su-Ao with an inescapable aura. Bakayalu. Sueo did not comprehend the words, but recognized the final exclamation. The demon spirit dragon soared skyward, its gaze indifferent as it surveyed the summoned beasts below. A wave of black mist erupted, rendering the summoned beasts below in a state of stupor, halting their attacks. Sueo, mounted on the demon spirit dragon, swiftly traversed through the black mist at a velocity that left only afterimages in his wake. Meanwhile, in 3 directions of the city, the other 3 summoned beasts displayed their might. In the eastern slave yard, the elemental spirit phoenix resided within a colorful mist, unleashing colossal fireballs. It spun rapidly, releasing countless colorful feathers imbued with various elements, annihilating all those shackled. Wherever the elemental nest spread, it left behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The elemental spirit phoenix, drenched in blood, resembled a malevolent beast emerging from hell. At the highest building in the north, a bizarre blood tree stood atop, with its gnarled roots sprawling beneath. Countless corpses of summoned beasts and humans were impaled upon its branches, turning the entire tree into a macabre display. Some who attempted to escape were ensnared by the crimson mist, engaging in mutual slaughter with those beside them. When they were left weakened, the branches mercilessly pierced them, transforming them into mere ornaments upon the blood tree king's limbs. In the western blood refinement ground, 4 blood columns stood crimson. In the center of the blood pool lay innumerable bodies submerged. The divine shield Xuanwu stomped its hooves, causing the blood water to surge violently. A low wail resonated, souls quivering in anguish. Alongside the staff members nearby, their bodies curled upon the ground, immobile. The divine shield Xuanwu moved slowly, leaving a trail of fallen summoned beasts in its wake. With its limbs retracting into its shell, it rolled towards the southernmost point with lethal momentum. The disparity in strength instilled a sense of despair in the remaining individuals. In merely 10 minutes, the entire city of extreme evil swelled with an overwhelming aura of blood. Sueo surveyed the scene, noting only a dozen beast masters remaining. Presumably, they were all king level. Those who speak the Dragon Kingdom tongue stepped forward. Sueo's tone was neutral. Before long, a bald man soared upward, standing atop a green-feathered bird, his eyes filled with trepidation. The former Sin City had not been devoid of massacres. Yet, those beast masters had only slain creatures of the giant beast tier or higher. But this living Yama before him had annihilated them all. My lord, are you the esteemed Su of Zaisaka City? Even in the city of extreme evil? I have heard of your name. Sueo nodded, acknowledging the recognition. You are aware of my rules, correct? Aside from the previously mentioned bald man, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, their expressions fierce as they commanded their summoned beasts to attack Sueo. Sueo scratched his ear. He could not comprehend their garbled speech. To kill one's own master, he remarked. Upon uttering these words, dozens of summoned beasts turned against their masters, unleashing a barrage of skills upon them. The city was engulfed in flames, transforming the battleground into a vast chasm spanning several dozen miles. The beast masters felt an overwhelming sense of despair, never expecting to be attacked by their own summoned beasts. As the smoke cleared, Sueo stood beside the chasm, dozens of king beast essences flowing into his being. With a faint smirk, he patted the bald man's head, instructing the others to surrender their energy and essences if they wished to survive. Furthermore, they were to present their beast-grade equipment. The bald man babbled incoherently, while those in the pit wore expressions of rage. Yet, to save their own lives, they complied. Thousands of beast energy essences were collected by Sueo, along with over 100 sets of general beast equipment. The bounty of the entire city was exceedingly rich. Before long, a waft of crimson mist began to rise. The beastmaster, ensnared in the pit, sensed the disturbance and made another attempt to summon a surviving beast. Yet it continued to assault him. Consumed by the mist, he succumbed to madness. In the ensuing chaos of mutual attacks, he secured several primal essences of the king beasts. As the dust settled, an eerie silence enveloped the entire city of Sin. Apart from Sueo and the bald man, no one else remained. Shortly, a multitude of crimson lights flickered throughout the city, all converging upon Sueo and merging seamlessly into his being. Defense value, 324. Defense value, 78. Defense value, 92. Defense value, 12384. Defense value, 3219. Defense value, 14320. Sueo felt a profound sense of exhilaration. In a few years, the denizens of the city of Sin would emerge as a formidable force against the Dragon Kingdom. It was prudent to eliminate them now to prevent future troubles. He turned to the trembling man, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. From now on, you shall be known as Baldy. Do you possess any resources? All shall be at your lord Sue's command. Yes, I shall present everything at once. As he spoke, hundreds of beast energies burst forth, accompanied by several sets of beast gear. Sueo nodded, accepting it all. He elevated one of Baldi's beasts to the initial pinnacle level. As per usual, he delegated specialized tasks to those adept in them, opting instead to take a hands-off approach. A yearly harvest of resources, recycled efficiently. A slight smirk graced his lips as he opened his attribute panel. Name, Sueo. Level, King Level Beastmaster. Contracted Beasts, Demon Spirit Dragon, Elemental Spirit Phoenix. Divine Shield Black Tortoise, Blood Blue Tree King, Young Glutton, Beast Level. Combat Power, 832. Defense, 217. Skill Allocation, 138. Evolution Value, 744-31568. Beast Energy, 5421. King Beast Primal Essence, 51. With such defense, even mid-tier Imperial beasts could not breach it. Based on his calculations, the Imperial Beastmasters at the border between the two nations possessed only mid-tier beasts at most. While he could escort his compatriots home, it was premature. After all, this vast expanse held ample resources to reap. Chapter 65, A Desire for a Share? The following morning, under the attentive service of Sakura Miki, Sueo arose early. Currently, both cities of Cherry Blossom regarded Sueo as their sovereign. His renown had spread throughout the realm of Cherry Blossom. Similar to the Dragon Kingdom, aside from the central city of Shijing, other areas were managed by the powerful. Domestic conflicts were permissible as long as they did not encroach upon the interests of the Imperial Beastmasters in Shijing. After all, conflict breeds strength, which serves the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Most Beastmasters would not awaken enhancement skills, closely tied to their rank. Sueo's beasts were all at the pinnacle level, a significant advantage. On the top floor of the skyscraper, a colossal figure cast a shadow over the land. Sueo gazed upward, a flicker of impatience crossing his brow. Sakura Miki, is this yet another disturbance? She shook her head, clutching Sueo's arm with a grave expression. Lord Su, your reputation has already reverberated throughout Cherry Blossom. Here, one individual monopolizing two cities is against the established rules. Rules? Sueo chuckled. Were it not for their remaining utility, I would have already laid waste to this place. Breaking through the window, a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. The demon spirit dragon weaved through the clouds, emanating an intimidating aura. A flash of lightning surged, and black bolts crackled in the air below. On a king beast above, a man's face reflected terror as he stared blankly at the demon spirit dragon overhead. He shook his head to regain composure, casting a fierce gaze towards Sueo. Sueo, upon hearing the commotion, turned to Sakura Miki. After a moment of hesitation, she expressed her concern. Lord Su, he claims to follow an Imperial Beastmaster and wishes to partake in the governance of the two cities alongside you. Partake? Sueo scoffed. That is insufficient. Summon all the administrators from outside of Shijing. This cake is too large for me to consume alone. Sakura Miki exhaled a sigh of relief. Having feared Sueo would not yield. Through their recent interactions, she had come to understand that the Reaper before her would not tolerate even the slightest indignity. Fortunately, her concerns did not materialize. After a brief dialogue, the man departed, agreeing to return that afternoon with 100 king-level beastmasters for discussions. In this minuscule territory, aside from Shijing, there were merely 20-some cities, each less than one-fifth the size of those in the Dragon Kingdom. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom's captive beastmasters could elevate their ranks swiftly. Were it not for the starry sky fish of the Yuchang Kingdom, which was a high-grade pinnacle, they would have invaded long ago. A few hours later, several immense figures converged in the sky. A throng of individuals leapt to the top of the marketplace, scrutinizing the smiling Sueo. Unsurprisingly, most beastmasters were accompanied by a translator, primarily exchange students from the Dragon Kingdom, specially recruited from Shijing University. Greetings, Sueo. I am Zhe Xiaofengzi. Your recent exploits have sent shockwaves throughout the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. A Cherry Blossom man smiled as he extended his hand towards Sueo. Sueo nodded and shook it, noting that politeness and proficiency in the Dragon Kingdom's language were significant advantages in his eyes. Likewise, are you here to help manage the two cities? Welcome. Zhe Xiaofengzi shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I am here specifically to pay you a visit. To visit me? Sueo inquired. Yes, Zhe Xiaofengzi replied respectfully, gently caressing a ring, from which emerged several sets of high-grade gear. Sueo accepted them without hesitation and waved his hand dismissively. Since this is a visit, you may leave if there is nothing more. If you do not wish to discuss territorial divisions, now is the time to depart. Observing Sueo's smile, Zhe Xiaofengzi bowed. Under the puzzled gazes of the other beastmasters, the colossal beast beneath him slowly turned away. Zhe Xiaofengzi, are you truly refusing such benefits? This is a division of two cities' dominion. Fengzi, are you afraid of something? With an Imperial Beastmaster backing him, he would not dare to act against us. Others scoffed at his behavior, and amid a chorus of ridicule, Zhe Xiaofengzi departed into the distance. Hey, Dragon Kingdom fellow. I heard from Sakura Miki that you possess a pinnacle beast. Is that true? At this moment, a man clad in a suit scrutinized Su-Ao with keen interest. Approaching Su-Ao, he patted his shoulder. Su-Ao shook his head. Do not heed her nonsense. I am merely fortunate to have two high-grade epics. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man nodded repeatedly. Su-Ao, how about this? You join me. My uncle is an Imperial Beastmaster. In that case, these two cities would belong solely to us. Really? That would be splendid. However, the others may not agree. Su-Ao surveyed the surroundings, noticing everyone's gaze fixated on Baldy. Stark, we are all here. It's unreasonable to come empty-handed. Even if your uncle is an Imperial Beastmaster, we all share a connection. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, most elite Beastmasters would opt to support their kin. Even those with mediocre talent could secure a position as king-level Beastmasters. Su-Ao cleared his throat. Enough? Let us not quarrel. I have stated that everyone shall have a share. Once again, a dragon's roar resonated through the sky. Above the skyscraper, an endless black mist enveloped the scene. Su-Ao stood atop a withered tree, his feet firmly planted as a colossal black dragon emerged from the obsidian mist. He gently caressed the creature, encapsulating the translators within. Those fluent in the dragon tongue were summoned forth. Su-Ao's tone was devoid of emotion. His hands clasped behind his back. Gazing down upon the beast masters below, a hint of indifference flickered in his eyes. What do you mean, Su-Ao? Do you intend to kill us? A man voiced, and almost immediately, hundreds of beast masters materialized around the building, their sizes rivaling that of the structure itself, casting an eerie atmosphere. Su-Ao nodded. Indeed, I do intend to slay you. Those who can speak the dragon tongue may be spared. Suddenly, a myriad of skills were unleashed, hurtling towards Su-Ao in the air. Streams of various colored mist enveloped the scene, as hundreds of royal beasts soared aloft. Arrogant Dragonlanders. Perish. Su-Ao sighed, exasperated. He had merely sought some willing workers. To his astonishment, they were utterly disobedient. He had offered them a chance at survival, yet they chose to resist. Were they courting death? The black dragon lifted its gaze, vanishing into the shadows. The withered tree swelled, rooting itself firmly into the ground. The dark mist intertwined with the blood-red vapor, devouring all other mists in its path. The disparity in rank was evident. The beast ruins stood no chance. Where the mist flowed, the royal beasts remained ferocious yet unervingly restrained. Had Su-Ao desired it, the combined might of the two beast ruins would have annihilated the royal beasts in an instant. Once more, those who speak the dragon tongue stepped forward. The others, witnessing their beasts spiraling out of control, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Soon, several figures ascended into the air, bowing respectfully before Su-Ao. My lord Su-Ao, we are fluent in the dragon tongue. We implore you, show us mercy and spare our lives. Chapter 66. The Betrayal of Sakura Beauty. The Siege of Imperial Beasts. Inform them that surrendering their resources will ensure their survival. As the words fell, the individuals hastily translated. Aside from a few with connections, the rest relinquished their resources. Su-Ao, are you not afraid of retribution from the Imperial Beastmasters? A man blurted out. After Sakura Beauty translated, Su-Ao comprehended the intent behind the words. He shook his head. Did you not consider retribution when you ensnared the Dragonlanders with your monstrous rings? Knowing this, you should be acutely aware of your current predicament. Silence enveloped the scene once more, as most refrained from further utterance. There remains one chance at survival. Summon forth your beasts. Those that catch my eye shall be spared. Abruptly, hundreds of royal beasts were summoned, encircling the demon spirit dragon. Su-Ao sensed impending doom as an overwhelming pressure emanated from a particularly massive beast. It is an imperial beast. We are saved, a man from the Sakura nation exclaimed. Not far above, a colossal figure obscured the skies, a fearsome hydra with 9 heads and 18 enormous eyes, fixated on Su-Ao. Above the hydra, a man with a cold demeanor spoke in faltering dragon tongue. Dragonlander, you all shall die. Su-Ao smiled, just as a sharp dagger surged toward his throat. Beside him, Sakura Beauty's expression twisted into one of malice. Seizing the moment, she leaped off the back of the demon spirit dragon. Lord Gezi, he has coerced me. Otherwise, I would never have submitted. Su-Ao momentarily froze, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Though he could not comprehend the words, the sentiment was clear from her expression. Those not of our kind harbor treachery in their hearts. The weight of this adage continued to resonate. The dagger failed to pierce his throat, as Su-Ao's formidable defenses severed it. Above the clouds, a wave of green mist descended. All beasts once subjugated by the demon spirit dragon regained their senses. Kill that damned Dragonlander. The beastmasters from Sakura Nation roared in fury, unleashing their beasts to charge at Su-Ao. Su-Ao maintained his composure, utilizing the demon spirit's agility to evade the mist emitted by the hydra. The Imperial Beast ruins were not to be trifled with. Despite the tenfold amplification of their skills, their low attributes meant certain death upon contact. A foul, gelatinous sphere erupted from one of the Hydra's heads, its sheer size comparable to a basketball court. The surrounding air quickly corroded, injuring even the aberrant beasts that inadvertently touched it. The demon spirit dragon weaved and darted, the gelatinous sphere relentlessly pursuing him as if guided by an invisible force. Su Ao, in his earlier naivety, had underestimated the situation. Though the tenfold enhancement was formidable, the Imperial Beast Masters were anything but foolish. They would not grant him the opportunity for close combat. Realizing escape was futile, Su Ao turned to face the gelatinous sphere. The elemental spirit phoenix materialized, radiating a spectrum of beast ruins. With a roar, they unleashed a torrent of skills. A ball of lightning, ensnared by an unending gale, surged toward the gelatinous sphere, rapidly enlarging under the tenfold enhancement. Upon collision, the gelatinous mass exploded into a deluge of green liquid, cascading down upon the city of Sakabana. Buildings corroded, and the inhabitants met their demise amidst confusion and despair. Despite possessing formidable defenses, Su Ao dared not gamble. Had the Hydra not recently reached the novice stage, he too would have suffered from the acid rain. Observing the Imperial Beast Masters, who showed no regard for their own citizens, Su Ao understood he had come to the right place. The strong within his own nation failed to protect their people. He, an outsider, could expect no better. Casting a fierce gaze toward the pursuing Sakura beauty, a glimmer of cruelty flickered in Su Ao's eyes. He should have anticipated such an outcome. Fortunately, he had been prudent, not elevating her beasts to their pinnacle. As her skills faltered, disbelief flashed in the eyes of the Imperial Beast Masters. Su Ao was a liability that could not be allowed to live. Should he be permitted to grow unchecked, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. The ground trembled violently as a colossal centipede emerged from beneath Sakabana, its massive form lunging upward with tremendous force. It is the Lord's bloodthirsty centipede. We are saved. A few cried out in excitement, as the centipede radiated a brown beast ruin. The air solidified, turning to barren wasteland wherever it passed. Those who had previously rejoiced found themselves ensnared in the scorched earth, struggling in vain against the cloying mire. Amidst the clouds, the demon spirit dragon, shrouded in black mist, swiftly retreated toward the Dragon Kingdom. The notion of a confined breeding ground was a naive fantasy. A nation, no matter how despicable, would never allow itself to be slaughtered without resistance. Ahead, the mist took on an uncanny green hue. Su Ao refrained from acting rashly. Grasping the air with his right hand, a mystical shield materialized. Holding it aloft, Su Ao circumvented the impending danger. Suddenly, a massive tail swept toward the demon spirit dragon, accompanied by a menacing roar, drawing forth streams of crimson blood from the dragon's form. In a single strike, the demon spirit dragon sustained moderate injuries. With the shield in hand, Su Ao felt a pang of pain in his chest. The Imperial Beast before him was at least of intermediate rank. Moreover, its quality was high. Otherwise, with the defensive value bolstered by the spirit swallowing, he would not have been wounded. The mist shifted rapidly, revealing a grotesque and terrifying flesh orb. Upon the grotesque orb, countless giant eyes, eerie and crimson, emanate a shadowy glow. Su Ao immediately senses impending doom. Xingye Quanfeng, the formidable final boss from the latter chapters of the original tome, is here. As the Dragon Kingdom teeters on the brink of catastrophe, he exacerbates the situation with his intervention. In his grasp are two extraordinary imperial beasts, the thousand-eyed insect king and the gluttonous demon tree. In his current state, Su Ao is unequivocally no match for them. The bizarre orb before him is none other than the imperial beast, the thousand-eyed insect king. As it quivers, all its eyes snap open, unleashing an endless torrent of scarlet light. Those caught in its illumination are rendered mentally adrift. Demon spirit flash. Su Ao bellows, as the injured demon spirit dragon transforms into a streak of black light, fleeing into the distance. Where do you think you're going, foolish denizen of the Dragon Kingdom? The expression of Xingye Quanfeng remains indifferent. With but a flicker of thought, he summons another tree-shaped imperial beast to stand before the fleeing demon spirit dragon. Perched upon Su Ao's shoulder, a diminutive elemental spirit phoenix cries out incessantly, flapping its wings, as colorful mist rapidly envelopes the surroundings. Bolstered by the elemental nest, the demon spirit flash amplifies its speed 100-fold. The imperial beasts exude a chilling pressure, as an intensely rich black mist spreads forth. The gluttonous demon tree swings its massive branches, thickening the black mist with each movement. This ominous fog hails from the land of slaughtering beasts. Its defensive and offensive capabilities far surpass those of the gluttonous demon tree, and a mere touch results in death. Chapter 67, The Fall of the Divine Beast. Surrounded by imperial beasts, Su Ao finds his progress severely hampered. A moment of carelessness could lead to immediate demise, with the demon spirit dragon gravely injured. The hundredfold amplification of the demon spirit, Flash, barely manages to maintain distance from the imperial beasts. Given another chance, he would certainly avoid this perilous confrontation. Had he known that his brief encounter with a beautiful life would conclude so abruptly? Absolutely not. He must not allow that to happen. Summoning back the demon spirit dragon, Su Ao swiftly descends. The spread of the imperial beast's domain does not match his descent, but they pursue relentlessly. Su Ao raises the shield of defense, and as the gluttonous demon tree's branches lash out, he utilizes a tenfold enhancement to achieve a defense level akin to 2Cs. The shield, however, has a flaw. It can only shield one area. Were it to encompass his entire being, Su Ao would find solace, concentrating all his attention. He harnesses the force of the imperial beast's strike to carve a graceful arc through the air. Xingya Quangfeng, observing the impending impact, reveals a faint smirk. Even a peak royal beast, struck by the gluttonous demon tree, would meet a fatal end. The Su Ao before him appears to have run out of options. Squinting slightly, he discovers that Su Ao, standing on a withered tree, remains vibrant and full of life ahead. Damn it, that cunning denizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The thousand-eyed insect king accelerates, soaring toward the distant Su Ao. In no time, it halts, and Xingya Quangfeng's lips curl upward. The land of the fallen divine beasts. It seems you are destined to perish. Sakura Country, Fallen City. The entire city has transformed into a vast, gaping pit. Within this abyss, the stench of decaying corpses permeates the air. Surrounding the bones, countless aberrant beasts swarm, encircling the city so tightly that not a drop could pass. Circular walls encircle the city, confining these monstrous creatures. The overwhelming miasma of death hangs heavy, casting the city into a realm of stillness. Unlike ordinary urban landscapes, this city is filled with the carcasses of aberrant beasts, exuding billowing mist. Suddenly, a colossal figure plummets from the sky, crushing a multitude of aberrant beasts beneath its weight. The demon spirit dragon, in a state of grievous injury, finds its skills overtaxed, exacerbating its wounds. Fortunately, its condition does not seem to deteriorate further, as it can rely on the blood blue tree king to prolong its life. Warm reminder. Your first tamed beast has reached the early stage of a royal beast and cannot gain experience through the slaughter of common beasts. Warm reminder. Your first tamed beast has reached the early stage of a royal beast and cannot gain experience through the slaughter of giant beasts. Warm reminder. Your first tamed beast has reached the early stage of a royal beast and cannot gain experience through the slaughter of other beasts. Su Ao shakes his head, calming his mind as he rises to his feet. Gazing around, he sees throngs of aberrant beasts rapidly converging upon him. Name, Bloodthirsty Ant. Level, Peak of Common Beasts. Rank, Epic. Combat Power, 31. Defense, 30. Skills, Bite. Status, Good. Name, Devouring Demon Tiger. Level, Early Stage Giant Beast. Rank, Superior. Combat Power, 326, 532. Defense, 317, 739. Skills, Bite, Pounce, Demon Tiger Roar. Status, Good. Name, Corpse Chi Flower. Level, Peak Giant Beast. Rank, Superior. Combat Power, 32, 829. 242. Defense, 34, 442, 315. Skills, Devour, Soul Feast, Corpse Chi Mist. Status, Good. This is the land of fallen beasts. Su Ao is elated, as there exists a similar location in the Villa district of Clearwater City. Just the corpses of royal beasts could attract countless tamed beasts. Observing the myriad aberrant beast corpses surrounding him, these bones must belong to imperial beasts at their peak. Aberrant beasts, unlike tamed ones, often engage in brutal conflict over territory. Those that remain are undeniably formidable. Standing upon the withered wood, he swiftly soars above the pit, casting his gaze downward, where the remains of a dragon-like creature come into view. The entire skeleton is coiled, yet remains impressively large. One can only imagine if its body were to stretch out. It might encircle the entirety of Sakura Country. A divine beast, it must be a divine beast. Su Ao inhales sharply. The surrounding mist proves quite disorienting. The remains of advanced beasts often exude a miasma of death. Once a person enters, they would soon find their minds lost to madness. Su Ao understands now why Xingya Quangfeng refrains from pursuing him. He likely wishes to avoid the miasma of death, especially that of a divine beast. Yet for Su Ao, this is nothing short of a divine blessing. The soul-absorbing ability of the Blood Blue Tree King was born for such circumstances. Just as Su Ao revels in his good fortune, several colossal figures charge toward him. Su Ao abruptly turns, witnessing a royal beast expelling flames. Name, Sky-Soaring Corpse Turtle. Level, Early Stage Royal Beast. Rank, Epic. Combat Power, 369. Defense, 342. Skills, Roll, Exhale, Fierce Escape, Corpse Chi Lord, Spinning Shell. Status, Good. Gazing at the comparatively weak royal beast, Su-Ao's lips curve into a smile, just as he was pondering how to swiftly heal the demon spirit dragoness wounds. Fortune has delivered him an experience treasure. From misfortune springs fortune. Once he absorbs its soul entirely, his defense could reach an astounding height. The Blood Blue Tree King takes root in the pit, its roots entwining with the corpses. Observing their territory being encroached upon, the aberrant beasts rush toward the Blood Blue Tree King in a frenzy. Countless skills are unleashed, and the surrounding area is suffused with layers of mist. Various beastly domains intertwine as the shield of the black tortoise crashes down from above. The central territory is claimed by royal and imperial beasts. Faced with these aberrant creatures, driven solely by instinct, Su-Ao's heart remains untroubled. Tamed beasts follow their master's commands and will avoid attacking with their skills. Aberrant beasts, however, are solely guided by their primal instincts of slaughter and conquest. The colossal figure of the shield tortoise crushed a myriad of low-level beast kings. With its hooves pounding fiercely, the air trembled with a soul-shaking resonance. The elemental nest could only influence non-beast skills. Otherwise, Su-Ao would not have fled. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the king beasts trembled, rendered immobile. Several imperial beasts encircled Su-Ao, relentlessly directing their skills towards him. The Blood Blue Tree King swung its branches, releasing a swirl of colorful mist overhead. Empowered by the elemental nest, the attack power surged tenfold, severely injuring the imperial beasts surrounding Su-Ao. Name, Corpse-Devouring Horseshoe Crab. Level, Low-Level Imperial Beast. Rank, Epic. Combat Power, 345 pools. Defense, 402 pools. Skills, Bite, Charge, Corpse Aura, Death Roll, Kiss of the Corpse God. Status, Lightly Injured. Unlike tamed beasts, alien beasts cannot level up. They remain at the same level they arrived at. If they do not engage in battle for an extended period, their bodies automatically recover. Seeing that his strike had efficacy, Su-Ao commanded the Blood Blue Tree King to incessantly assault the surrounding imperial beasts. The alien beasts appeared tireless, continuing their frenzied attacks despite their injuries. A few imperial beasts synchronously halted their onslaught, releasing a wave of corpse aura, mixed with the original corpse aura of the divine beast's remains. It nearly left Su-Ao gasping for breath. His senses abruptly dulled, and soon, a red mist began to waft from below. The skill effect of Soul Devour granted Su-Ao a substantial increase in defense values. Defense value, 325. Defense value, 1314. Defense value, 16531. Defense value, 9527. Defense value, 10086. Defense value, 520. Chapter 68. The King Beast, the Gluttonous One, Sovereign of Alien Beasts. Merely absorbing the defense values consumed 3 hours. Once all defense values were assimilated, Su-Ao's status underwent a profound transformation. Name, Su-Ao. Level, King Level Beast Tamer. Contracted Beasts, Demon Spirit Dragon, Elemental Spirit Phoenix, Shield Tortoise, Blood Blue Tree King. Young Glutton, Beast Level. Combat Power, 832 lamps. Defense, 912 pools. Skill Enhancement, 756 pools. Evolution Value, 744311568. Beast Energy, 5,732 orbs. Source of King Beasts, 56 orbs. At present, Su-Ao felt utterly at ease within the realm of fallen divine beasts. Witnessing his defense reach its zenith, he recalled all his tamed beasts and soared into the air upon the withered wood. The young glutton was summoned, and after being fed beast energy, its body began to undergo a gradual transformation. Name, Adult Glutton. Level, Low-Level King Beast. Rank, Premium. Combat Power, 436 lamps. Defense, 412 lamps. Skills, Bite, Despairing Roar. Claw Strike, Sovereign of Alien Beasts, War Domain. Status, Good. Experience required for level up, 500 orbs of King Beast Source. Sovereign of Alien Beasts. Ensures that any alien beasts with lesser defense and attack power submit unconditionally to the commands of the adult glutton's master. A segment of a withered tree branch suddenly shot forth, as a miniature elemental spirit phoenix perched upon Su-Ao's shoulder. Enveloped by the colorful beast domain, Su-Ao let out a furious roar. Blood Blue Tree King strike. The branches beneath him rapidly expanded, reaching the height of a low-level imperial beast. Yet, bolstered by tenfold power, they still inflicted harm. The branch lashed out, causing one imperial beast to yelp in pain and collapse. In its panic, It unleashed a death ray that inadvertently struck another nearby Imperial Beast. The Imperial Beasts collectively went into a frenzy, their beast domains overlapping. An overwhelming chaos enveloped Su-Ao entirely. In but a fleeting moment, both the Blood Blue Tree King and the Elemental Spirit Phoenix transitioned from good to moderately injured. Su-Ao, caught off guard, hastily recalled the two tamed beasts. It became evident that intellect was required to deal with Imperial Beasts. Stepping onto the glutton, he soared into the sky. The glutton emitted a furious roar as the alien beasts continued their assault nearby. Several Imperial Beasts, enraged, took to the skies surrounding the fallen city. Countless skills rained down, obliterating all alien beasts within. Su-Ao rejoiced, having compelled the Imperial Beasts to do his bidding with a single skill. Defense value, 421. Defense value, 1369. Defense value, 369. Defense value, 2146. Defense value, 10086. Defense value, 1298. Su-Ao evaded continuously in the air, feathers from the blue phoenix cascading down. Fortunately, the skills of these Imperial Beasts did not involve bloodshed. After another 3 hours, he finally absorbed all the defense, successfully breaking through to a new realm. Name, Su-Ao. Level, King Level Beast Tamer. Contracted Beasts, Demon Spirit Dragon. Elemental Spirit Phoenix, Shield Tortoise, Blood Blue Tree King, Young Glutton, Beast Level. Combat Power, 832 Lamps. Defense, 124 Cs. Skill Enhancement, 116 Cs. Evolution Value, 744311568. Beast Energy, 5,732 Orbs. Source of King Beasts, 56 Orbs. Such attributes, in the early chapters, rendered him unafraid of anyone. Alas, if only they could be converted into attack power, how splendid that would be. Presently, the Shield Tortoise excelled in defense, rendering it unable to battle. The Demon Spirit Dragon was grievously injured, its state severely diminished. The Blood Blue Tree King was moderately wounded, unable to unleash its full potential. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Ao fed all the King Beast sources to the glutton. He then reclined within the corpse pit, allowing the Imperial Beasts to attack him. Meanwhile, high above, Xingye Quangfeng's expression was one of astonishment. Initially intending to ascertain Su-Ao's demise, he stumbled upon an utterly unbelievable scene. Apart from a few Imperial Beasts, all other alien beasts had transformed into corpses. He could hardly believe that the Su-Ao before him possessed such formidable strength. Searching around, he discovered Su-Ao nestled against the bones of a divine beast, peacefully asleep. The thousand-eyed worm king trembled, its myriad eyes slowly opening. The condensation of the demon eye. Chapter 69, The Labor, Xingye Quangfeng. With a furious bellow, Xingye Quangfeng commanded the thousand-eyed worm king to unleash its demonic eye ray. From a height of thousands of meters, it shot down towards Su-Ao below. Yet, he himself dared not step inside the city. A moment's carelessness could see him affected by the corpse aura. Xingye Quangfeng was perplexed. Even if he entered, he would become one with the corpse pit within an hour. Yet, the Su-Ao before him remained unscathed. After all, he was an Imperial-level beast tamer. Simultaneously, the figure of the gluttonous demon tree blotted out the sky. The tree quivered, shedding its black buds. Su-Ao, who had been relishing the massage from the Imperial beasts, sensed something amiss. Stretching languidly, he rose to find the sky filled with flower buds. Under their influence, the 3 low-level Imperial beasts became exceedingly frenzied. Even while perched upon the divine beast's remains, they continued to attack him. Looking up in confusion, he spotted Xingye Quangfeng hovering above. An idea sparked within him, and he turned to flee. "You dog, I was already gravely injured. And yet you still treat me this way. Come down if you dare." Observing Su-Ao's staggered retreat, Xingye Quangfeng's lips curled into a smirk. Akin to a hunter watching its fleeing prey, his eyes brimming with mockery. His judgment seemed correct. Su-Ao was not without the will to resist, but rather, he was merely biding his time in his grievous state. At this moment, Su-Ao staggered forward, drawing upon his studies from the birth of an actor at the Golden Capital Beastmaster University. In a bid to render his performance more authentic, he suddenly bit down on his tongue, letting forth a crimson torrent of blood. Above him, Xingye Quangfeng curled his lip in impatience, casting a disdainful glance downward. His gluttonous demon tree could unleash buds that incited a frenzy among the aberrant beasts, draining their life force to the brink of death. The 3 primary Imperial beasts required a measure of time to be subdued. Su-Ao, before him, must be made to witness his own demise. On the ground, Su-Ao turned back every 3 steps. Confirming that the aberrant beasts had lost their composure, he tripped over his own foot and fell to the earth. The Imperial beasts unleashed their onslaught, and after a quarter of an hour, he lay motionless upon the ground. The myriad tendrils of the gluttonous demon tree lashed out at Su-Ao, mercilessly tormenting him for a full hour. For the sake of the imperial beasts, Su-Ao endured. Name: corpse-swallowing horseshoe crab. Level: primary imperial beast. Rank: epic. Combat power: 398. Defense: 405. Skills: bite, charge, corpse aura, death roll, kiss of the corpse god, devouring roar. Status: near death. Name: lion of the tiger's feast. Level: primary imperial beast. Rank: low. Combat power: 353. Defense: 356. Skills: roar, bite, lion's roar, infinite combo. King of beasts, divine soul, transmigration. Status: near death. Name: colorful abyssal Kuin. Level: primary imperial beast. Rank: high. Combat power: 364. Defense: 389. Skills: Kuin's cry, charge. Corpse sanchant, strap strike, blue sphere domain, Kuin strike roar. Status: near death. Su-Ao smiled. He was quite fond of the names of these aberrant beasts. He resolved that once he fully controlled this pit of corpses, the colorful abyssal Kuin would reign supreme. A colossal branch descended from the heavens, intending to deal a fatal blow to the aberrant beasts. Su-Ao rose to shield the colorful abyssal Kuin behind him from the impending strike. "Do not bully my little dove," he declared defiantly, remaining unmoved as the branch whipped against him. A smaller version of the gluttonous beast materialized upon Su-Ao's shoulder, the aura of the beast enveloping him. The three near-death aberrant beasts fell under his control. "Run! Flee to the distance," Su-Ao commanded, and the primary imperial beasts obediently obeyed, their massive forms moving through the city. The gluttonous beast transformed into a slightly larger mount, upon which Su-Ao rode, protecting his little dove. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Xingye Quangfeng redirected his attacks. The thousand-eyed insect king and the gluttonous demon tree unleashed their skills, bombarding Su-Ao relentlessly. Clouds of dust swirled, and debris flew through the air. For half an hour, Su-Ao endured the onslaught. The gluttonous beast let out a despairing roar. Seizing a moment of reprieve amid the blows, Su-Ao unleashed a fierce bellow. Bolstered by the injured elemental phoenix upon his shoulder, the despairing roar gained sevenfold potency. Roar! The sound reverberated throughout the fallen city, echoing across the heavens. Nearby cities turned their gaze toward this spectacle. "Maisie, is that not Lord Quangfeng? What brings him to the Edge City?" "Uncertain. A person just fell into the fallen city. The Lord must be executing him. It is said this individual is an escapee from the Dragon Kingdom." "Escapee? Did he willingly enter the realm of aberrant beasts? Such a perverse inclination for self-harm." "Not necessarily. He has only been here a few days and has already seized control of Shaoshan City." Meanwhile, another roar resounded, prompting citizens to cover their ears and flee further away. "If we continue to listen, blood will flow from our 7 orifices." Before Su-Ao, countless tendrils continued to strike. The gluttonous beast's furious roar forcefully repelled the branches. The sevenfold power of the despairing roar barely managed to fend off the attacks of the intermediate imperial beasts. In a tug-of-war, the 3 aberrant beasts in the distance began to regain their strength. Positioned within the realm of fallen beasts, their injuries healed more rapidly, which was why aberrant beasts favored congregating here. Moreover, a divine beast had fallen. In the sky, Xingye Quangfeng opted not to attack further. Su-Ao exhibited a certain unsettling prowess. It was likely he possessed a beast taming skill that augmented his defensive capabilities. The elevation of a king beast was a slow process, and for the time being, he had no concerns about Su-Ao retaliating against him. The thousand-eyed insect king slowly turned and departed towards the western capital. Seeing this, Su-Ao felt a sense of relief. Neither party could harm the other. Prolonging this stalemate would be detrimental to him. The immediate priority was to locate the source of the king beast to heal his own. With each minor elevation, his injured beasts would recover to a good condition. In contemporary Sakura Nation, his presence would prompt a siege. Perched upon the corpse of a colossal dragon, Su-Ao rested his chin in contemplation. The remaining imperial beasts continued their assault, but Su-Ao paid them no heed. To retreat now would be to grant Sakura Nation an undue advantage. Simultaneously, as the ground trembled uniformly, the 3 imperial beasts lined up before Su-Ao. They knelt upon the ground, exhibiting a submissive posture. Su-Ao could hardly fathom that the aberrant beasts had not only recovered but also surrendered. The skill of the master of aberrant beasts was indeed terrifying. An idea struck him, a brilliant notion. Those slain by aberrant beasts would yield their resources upon death. His beasts could not raise cities, but aberrant beasts could. With a grand leap, Su-Ao landed atop the back of the colorful Abyssal Coin. In the skies, several roars resounded thunderously. The 3 colossal imperial beasts soared into the distance. Onlookers below gazed upward, their pupils wide with astonishment. Look, the aberrant beasts are exiting the city. How absurd. The meteor catastrophe has not come. Why would the aberrant beasts leave the city? This is suspicious. We must inform the authorities immediately. Sakura Nation is in peril. Look closely. Atop the aberrant beasts, there stands a figure. It is none other than the wanted Suao. Chapter 70. The traitor must die. Above the firmament, 3 enormous figures drifted. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, the cities below crumbled incessantly. Under Suao's command, the 3 aberrant beasts commenced their targeted slaughter of the cities along their path. In the past, Suao had underestimated the complexity of his plan. Mere threats would not suffice to realize his ambitions. Only by subduing everyone could he gain a voice in this world. Under the oppressive aura of the imperial beasts, aside from the central city of Shijing, the inhabitants of surrounding cities hastily summoned their own beasts, fleeing desperately toward Shijing. Colorful Abyssal Kuan, Blue Sphere Domain. Upon uttering the command, the colorful Abyssal Kuan emitted a resounding cry. All those fleeing felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. Such potent pressure. I can scarcely endure it. Run. This madman is here to raise the city. We hope the authorities will come to our aid. A chorus of wails erupted from the crowd, but Suao could not comprehend their despair. All he knew was that he had faced betrayal here. Defense, 325. Defense, 1284. Defense, 328. Defense, 921. Defense, 101. Defense, 329. Hours passed, and aside from the city of Shijing, nearly all other locations lay desolate. Within the towering edifices of Shijing, Xingye Kuangfeng sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed with impatience. Rising from his seat, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the multitude of compatriots from the land of cherry blossoms outside, instinctively rubbing his temples. What solutions do we possess? I have already tested Suao. His beast companion is of the finest grade, possessing the skill of defensive regeneration. At present, we are utterly powerless against him. Powerless? What then shall we do? A woman exclaimed, her figure beneath the kimono exuding voluptuousness. Every gesture radiated the allure of a mature woman. Hoshino Kaze pondered for a moment, sighed, and approached the woman. Makako Makawa, you are quite the temptress. Perhaps we might employ you to negotiate terms with him. Should he persist, the land of cherry blossoms will descend into desolation. Moreover, he possesses an abundance of evolution points. There is a chance he may grant your beast companion an evolution in a moment of whimsy. Makako Makawa contemplated briefly, a trace of serenity appearing in her brow. This exchange might indeed prove beneficial. She leapt from the window, a blue rabbit catching her with perfect poise. In the distance, she spotted the magnificent Kaishu Kuan, a colossal figure gliding towards the direction of Shijing. Lord Suao, please wait. Makako's voice fell as she leaped onto the back of the Kaishu Kuan. Meeting Suao's gaze, uncertainty flickered between them. Bowing respectfully, she hesitated before stepping forward. Lord Suao, our land of cherry blossoms cannot withstand such turmoil. It would be better to cease hostilities. I shall personally escort you back to the Dragon Kingdom. Suao chuckled, observing the woman's coy demeanor, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Surely, they must have extracted some intelligence from Sakurabeim. No need. I shall return on my own. Additionally, surrender Sakurabeim and Kazan Riki. In the realm of captive breeding, sustainability is paramount. Today, aside from Shijing, every other region of the land of cherry blossoms could transform into my attribute domain. To seize everything at once is not my style. I intend to remain here for 7 years. Collecting once a year is the most prudent approach. Makako Makawa tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her soft voice gently speaking. Lord Suao, both Sakurabeim and Kazan Riki are currently of the highest tier among beast companions. Once they grow, they shall become the might of the land of cherry blossoms. If possible, I am willing to serve in her stead. So saying, Makako drew closer to Suao, lightly stroking his shoulder with her right hand. Suao smiled, brushing her hand away. Are you unable to comprehend the language of the Dragon Kingdom? I demand you summon these two. A cerulean aura emanated from the Kaishu Kuan, enveloping a city in the northern part of Shijing, where the inhabitants of the land of cherry blossoms were struck by basketball-sized bubbles, all perishing. In 10 minutes, deliver the two. Otherwise, before the 3 imperial beasts perish, the land of cherry blossoms shall be engulfed in calamity. Suao had restrained himself during his flight, choosing only to massacre within the confines of captive breeding grounds, thereby rescuing a significant number of compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. War should not encroach upon the innocent. The next assault will target Shijing. Should I eliminate these 3 aberrant beasts, I shall enjoy a peaceful new year in the land of cherry blossoms. Suao spoke in an even tone, and Makako understood there was no room for negotiation. Producing her phone, it was not long before Sakurabeim and Kazan Riki appeared before Suao. Upon careful observation, he sensed something amiss. The two appeared vacant, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Have you enslaved them? A flicker of scorn crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that the beast tamers of the land of cherry blossoms would spare not even their own. However, in the realm of beast taming, such actions are not without precedent. Sakurabime, go forth. Lord Suao requires your presence. Makako Makawa maintained a calm demeanor, locking eyes with Suao. Having enslaved the two, even if they became stronger, they would remain under her command. Suao had invested millions of evolution points in them, confident they would not be slain. Once they reached their full potential, they would still heed her call. Suao nodded, and the figure of Tao Tai emerged. After seizing all resources from the two, he unhesitatingly executed them. For Suao, those who betray him must perish. Makako's pupils widened in shock. The death of the loyal subjects she had painstakingly cultivated was executed without hesitation. The rarity of evolution points was well known among beast tamers. Suao clearly harbored a significant secret. Suddenly, mist enveloped the rabbit beside the Kaishu koan. Suao inhaled gently, finding the scent quite pleasant. Momentarily lost in thought, he then noticed Makako slowly shedding her garments. Lord Suao, how about we indulge in some amusement right here? Amusement? The wildness of the proposition sent a shiver down Suao's spine. He was, after all, a traditional young man. Grasping Makako's hand, he fervently shook his head. Feeling as though he had been teased, he delivered a swift slap to her face. Are you not ashamed? This is a live broadcast. Makako wore a perplexed expression, regaining her composure and redressing herself. It seems Suao was indeed as formidable as Hoshino Kaze had described, possessing a defensive value surpassing that of imperial beasts. She was not disheartened. The prospect of evolution points lay before her. A judicious sacrifice could yield a substantial increase in combat prowess. Covering her mouth with a light laugh, she gazed at Suao with playful eyes. You truly enjoy jesting, do you not? Perhaps we could gather at my home? Suao struggled momentarily before shaking his head. He was about to return to the Dragon Kingdom, eager to apply the knowledge acquired in the land of cherry blossoms. The Makako before him was akin to Sakurabime. Yet she paled in comparison to his girlfriend. With a forceful punch, Makako instinctively retreated, tumbling from the Kaishu koan. The creature turned, soaring towards the city of ruins as Suao's voice remained calm. No need. Consider this a sign of your understanding. I shall return on my own beast. I hope there will be no obstructions. Chapter 71. A further probe, the Imperial level proxy. As Suao's words fell, Makako paused momentarily, as if unwilling to yield, still showcasing her figure before him. Lord Suao, since Sakurabime is deceased, might I become your proxy in the land of cherry blossoms? I shall not make excessive demands. I only request that you elevate one of my beast companions to the intermediate elite level. I can replicate all that Sakurabime could. Suao hesitated, contemplating for a moment, then reached towards Makako's flying beast. A flash of golden light illuminated the body of the stingray beneath her, revealing a faint golden hue. First, reach the primary elite level. In a year, I shall revisit. If you perform well, I will consider further enhancement. He reflected. Sakurabime had merely been a royal-grade beast tamer, constrained by numerous limitations. However, Makako was different, an imperial-grade beast tamer. She held significant influence throughout the land of cherry blossoms. If she were to be treated like a meat dumpling, she could be eliminated in a year. Makako's face lit up with joy as she respectfully bowed towards Suao. Rest assured, my lord. I shall obey your every command from now on. I hope you will think of me often. Clearing his throat, Suao's expression grew slightly awkward. Perhaps, from Makako, he could glean a wealth of new knowledge. Yes, I will, given the opportunity. You shall escort me back to the Dragon Kingdom. As you command, Lord Suao. It must be said, having evolution points made matters far more manageable. In the realm of beast taming, evolution points in the later stages are akin to currency. The next system task, scheduled for a year later, would be a test of hand speed. Minutes later, several towering figures encircled the Tsaishu koan. Xingye Quangfeng, positioned at center stage, gazed at the enigmatic Sanchuan Maisie standing beside Suao, her face a portrait of bewilderment. The Tsaishu koan emitted a series of mournful cries, only to be struck by a massive branch. Dare to slay my beasts, and I shall not return, Suao declared in a flat tone. With a sudden leap, Xingye Quangfeng landed beside him. Seizing the moment while Suao was unprepared, she lunged forward with a sharp dagger aimed at his throat. Suao chuckled. What is this? You wish to send me back with a grand gift? With a command, two beasts behind him emanated a dark aura. The shadow of this aura enveloped the city below, resulting in another surge of defensive points. It's nothing, merely testing your defenses to see if they are truly that formidable. Xingye Quangfeng sheathed her dagger and slowly ascended upon the thousand-eyed Worm King, drifting away into the distance. Suao felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that he had not summoned his own beast. The smoke bomb he had previously deployed on Sanchuan Meizi had unexpectedly yielded results. It seemed they were simply not of the same ilk. If given the chance, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. How much better it was in the Dragon Kingdom, where every individual was a talent, and their words were as sweet as honey. Having brought back 3 Imperial Beasts to the fallen city, Su Ao cast a glance at the other Imperial Beasts before him, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Sanchuan Meizi, do you have a way to wear down the state of these Imperial Beasts? After a moment's contemplation, Sanchuan Meizi's devil fish released a purple aura. Indeed, my lord. If you elevate them to their peak state, these beasts can be easily subdued. Easily subdued? Su Ao scoffed. Let us start with just a few. My evolution points are not something that falls from the sky. He understood very well that directly evolving to the peak would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Without further ado, Sanchuan Meizi remained silent as the pink aura mingled with the stench of decay. Within the realm of fallen divine beasts, the 3 Imperial Beasts suddenly went berserk, relentlessly tearing at the neighboring beasts. Status: lightly wounded. Status: moderately injured. Status: heavily injured. Status: on the brink of death. Seeing the 3 Imperial Beasts besieged to the brink of death, Su Ao spoke to Sanchuan Meizi in a calm tone. Enough. Remove the aura and maintain some distance. In the current predicament, they could not afford to be careless. Any action that might harm his beast had to be avoided. Sanchuan Meizi nodded, a glint of cunning in her eyes. My lord, are you truly that afraid? Having taken your evolution points, I now belong to you. Say that again, and step back. Su Ao roared, causing Sanchuan Meizi to promptly fall silent. She understood the stakes well. If she provoked this benefactor, she would have to painstakingly slay monsters to accumulate her meager evolution points. With no threats before him, Su Ao summoned his Taotai. A mist enveloped the area as the king of beasts unleashed its power. The near-death Imperial Beasts possessed neither the defense nor the offense to withstand the Taotai. In mere moments, 3 servant beasts emerged. My lord, may I approach? Su Ao nodded, and Sanchuan Meizi turned to him. My lord, are you preparing to leave? How about allowing me to serve you for a few days? How about it? Su Ao scoffed. I came here solely for the purpose of acquiring defensive points. There are still many cities in the Sakura Kingdom that have yet to be scoured. Many of our compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom remain unrescued. How could I possibly return? For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, for the sake of enhancing my power, and for the pursuit of knowledge, it is imperative that I remain here for a while. After all, my defenses are already unmatched at this stage. The true battle for supremacy will not commence for another 5 years. Until then, these few days are inconsequential. With that, Sanchuan Meizi beamed with joy. Su Ao, indeed, had a penchant for indulgence. Armed with this knowledge, she felt confident in her ability to extract evolution points from him. Then, my lord, please board the devil fish. After a long day, you must be in need of rest. That sounds splendid. Su Ao nodded, recognizing the balance between strength and enjoyment. One must not favor either side. For with power comes the right to savor life's pleasures. In the luxurious private villa at the heart of Shijing, Sanchuan Meizi dismissed the servants, remaining alone with Su Ao in the bedroom. A fragrant ambience enveloped them as she guided Su Ao to an opulent wardrobe. My lord, what style do you prefer? I can wear anything. Surprised by the array of battle attire, Su Ao marveled at the unique designs he had never encountered in his studies. After much deliberation, he selected a black leather ensemble adorned with a fluffy tail. This will do. I've never tried it before. A smile crept onto his lips, brimming with anticipation. As was customary, the two entered the bathroom together. Name: Su Ao. Mental perception: dull. Insights after 3 hours: astonished, novel, mind blank. Experience: beast mastery. By nightfall, Su Ao, clad in a bathrobe, stood by the window, a look of contentment gracing his features. Subconsciously swaying his hips, he held a glass of red wine. Sanchuan Meizi, how many breeding grounds exist in the Sakura Kingdom? And are there any with royal beast masters? Indeed, there are. However, royal breeding grounds are always under the protection of imperial beast masters. That is fine. Having them is sufficient. Chapter 72, Breaking Through Defenses, Rescuing Thousands of Dragon Country Citizens. After a few uneventful days, Su Ao roamed leisurely throughout the Sakura Kingdom, garnering various insights. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, the entire Sakura nation resembled a vast breeding ground. Qualified lower-tier beast masters were subjugated by their higher-tier counterparts. Upon reaching 18, Sakura citizens would awaken in designated locations. Those with low aptitude would be relegated to slavery or forced to struggle for survival in this unjust land. Those with higher aptitude would immediately fall under the dominion of high-ranking beast masters, becoming either expendable soldiers or enforcers. As their masters ascended, they too would receive corresponding resources, living their lives in the shadows of others. Su Ao felt no pity for them. When individuals possess power, They desire all the finest things under their control. Yet for him, this situation was fortuitous. By defeating the weak, he could cultivate experience. For every adversary who dared to provoke him, his beast's level would rise. And he would not hesitate to strike. Antagonists should embrace their role as foes, sparing no opportunity to eradicate entire families. In the marginal city of Sakura Kingdom, citizens looked up in fear at the enormous devilfish. Beside Sueo, Sanchuan Maisie pointed towards several directions, a smile gracing her lips. My lord, the owners of the breeding grounds in this marginal city lack powerful allies. These individuals can be freely eliminated. Freely eliminated? Sueo scoffed. Aren't you a citizen of Sakura yourself? Indeed, but such is the nature of this world. In any nation, the weak possess no voice in matters of life and death. Your dragon kingdom is any different? Not at all. Sueo gently shook his head. It is quite different there. Even ordinary people whose beasts have perished still have a place to live. Amidst laughter and banter, a creature resembling a diminutive manta ray, significantly smaller than its kin, soared toward the two. Hey, what did he say? Sueo inquired. Mikiko Mitsukawa replied, he welcomed us. Oh, tell him to summon the Dragon Kingdom people. Before long, hundreds upon thousands of individuals from the Dragon Kingdom congregated in the leisure garden. The majority were shackled, their eyes devoid of light. Sueo's expression remained impassive as he unleashed a punch at a man before him, catching him unprepared. The man's head exploded in a cacophony of violence. Blood splattered, and a purple mist enveloped the scene, obstructing the sanguine stains from settling. Gently caressing the beast containment ring, Sueo absorbed the Dragon Kingdom citizens within. Those who entered the ring were met with despair, only to find themselves surrounded by fellow compatriots. A frail girl, her complexion sallow, hesitantly addressed the man beside her. Is this merely a transfer from one hell to another? Yet the Dragon Kingdom individuals before her wore smiles, devoid of any fear of impending sale. Why do you look so unafraid, sir? She queried. Afraid? The man nodded. Of course, we are afraid. He retrieved a loaf of bread from his energy storage ring and handed it to the girl. Have some, my lady. He promised to take us home. Our hopes rest entirely upon him. But I saw him with another from the Sakura Kingdom, she protested. That is inconsequential. If he is a good person, perhaps we can return home, he replied. As her words fell, the girl took a hearty bite of the bread. The first clean food she had tasted in 3 years. In the leisure garden, the daily fare consisted mostly of bloodied scraps. While she had contemplated an end to her suffering, the instinct for survival surged within her whenever faced with death. As long as she was alive, hope lingered. But now, the prospect of returning home to the Dragon Kingdom felt extravagantly luxurious. Outside the beast ring, Sueo commenced a ruthless slaughter of the remaining individuals. He could not abide the oppression of his countrymen. The Manta Ray's domain enveloped the entire breeding ground, where individuals turned against one another. A vast trove of resources erupted forth, all flowing into Mikiko Mitsukawa's form. Anything you cannot utilize, hand it over to me, Sueo commanded. Mikiko nodded. Beyond the energy of the beasts, over 200 sources of royal beasts surged forth. My lord, these are all items I cannot use. I hope you do not disdain them. Disdain them? Of course not. Sueo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The royal beast sources before him would restore all of his summoned beasts. As long as Mikiko did not betray him, he would never bring harm upon her. After a moment of contemplation, he crouched down, stroking the Manta Ray's back. It had now ascended to a mid-tier premium status. Thank you, my lord. Mikiko beamed, instinctively inching closer to Sueo. Sueo smiled, appreciating her sincerity. He was not one to exploit others without reciprocity, and as long as principles were unbroken, he would offer due rewards. Soon, the air filled with the scent of blood, the breeding ground strewn with the corpses of countless summoned beasts. Defense value, 341. Defense value, 798. Defense value, 421. Defense value, 3219. Defense value, 996. Defense value, 1314. In a mere few minutes, the defense values skyrocketed, and this was merely one breeding ground. Without further delay, Sueo and Mikiko hastened to the next facility. Over the course of a single day, all the breeding grounds devoid of protection in the vicinity fell to Sueo's relentless onslaught. During this time, many knelt before him, yet he felt little remorse. When he collected individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, he had not contemplated repentance. Now, as they faced death, they lamented their plight. Had Sueo lacked such strength, he would have surely been reduced to slavery upon his arrival in the Sakura Kingdom. Name, Sueo. Level, Royal Beastmaster. Contracted Beasts, Demon Spirit Dragon, Elemental Phoenix. Divine Shield Xuanwu, Blood Blue Tree King, Young Glutton, Royal Beast Level. Combat Power, 102 pools. Defense Power, 123 Cs. Skill Allocation, 109 Cs. Evolution Value, 68214952. Beast Energy, 10,032 units. Royal Beast Source, 271 units. Now, Su Ao possessed an abundance of beast energy. In 5 years, the Source Wars would commence. These could be exchanged for items. Aside from providing for his girlfriend, he would still have plenty to spare. Below him, a sea of blood surged. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling little of it. Mikiko, are there any royal-level breeding grounds near Shijing City? He asked. Yes, my lord. However, if you intend to slaughter there, I may not be of assistance, she replied. Su Ao nodded. The slaughter of breeding grounds in peripheral cities would not attract much attention. Who would squander their energy on such endeavors? Yet the breeding grounds belonging to imperial-level beast masters were different. They represented their prestige. Naturally, one of Su Ao's favorite pastimes was to strike at their pride. Mikiko, can you summon all the imperial-level beast masters? Fighting is dull. Collecting protection fees is far more enjoyable. Chapter 73. If you won't give it, I'll take it myself. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Ao, with hands clasped behind him atop the manta ray, pondered the current situation. Presently, he remained at the early stages of the narrative, affording him considerable latitude for action. Ascension of imperial beasts necessitated faith in the emperor. This so-called faith represented the support from humans or summoned beasts toward their masters. This was also the reason why individuals from other nations constructed breeding grounds with such fervor. Such support could stem from affection or submission, either would suffice. Noticing Su Ao's unease, Mikiko cautiously approached him. My lord, what troubles your mind? Are you anxious about today's endeavors? There is no need for concern. Elevating my manta ray to its pinnacle will resolve everything, she reassured him. Su Ao chuckled, fully aware of her cleverness. It is not that I worry about this. By assisting me, you shall reap your rewards. To Su Ao, the current world of summoned beasts held no means of imprisoning royal-level beast masters. The sole unique beast containment ring required the blood of thousands. There simply weren't enough royal-level beast masters available to slay. A mere 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the heart of Shijing City. The tempestuous Hoshino Kaze awaited, accompanied by all the imperial-level beast masters from the Sakura Kingdom. Ah, you all are here. Su Ao smiled. Then I shall not waste time. He furrowed his brow, pacing atop the imperial beast. After a brief moment, he halted, casting his gaze upon Hoshino Kaze atop the thousand-eyed Worm King. Extending 2 fingers, a faint smile graced his lips. 200 royal beast sources for each of you. Otherwise, I shall not depart. As his proclamation echoed, confusion swept over most of the Sakura Kingdom's strongmen. Su Ao glanced at Mikiko, who hesitated before translating his words. Upon hearing this, an aura of unease enveloped the gathering. Suddenly, the manta ray vanished, prompting Mikiko to hastily retreat. Lord Su Ao, I can no longer endure this situation. It requires your personal intervention. Su Ao chuckled, fully aware that San Chuan Meizi would falter in such circumstances. Yet, this mattered little. She was merely a pawn, never considered for her potential loyalty. Suddenly, a beam of laser light streaked by. A beast resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its gaping maw. A laser, 100 meters in diameter, surged towards Su Ao, who was descending. He was engulfed in the laser's brilliance, followed swiftly by a barrage of elemental spheres. On the outskirts of Shijing City, dozens of imperial beasts unleashed a relentless bombardment, reducing the entire mountainside to nothingness. Within a vast crater, Su Ao reclined with an air of ease, his clothing shredded by the onslaught. Gently caressing his spatial ring, he donned a tailored suit. Since you are unwilling, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. As these words fell from his lips, the figure of the demon spirit dragon materialized in the air. With the royal beast essence bestowed by San Chuan Meizi, it had evolved to an intermediate royal beast. A wave of black mist enveloped it as it sped towards the city of Yunqing at tenfold speed. At this stage, even the imperial beasts could not keep pace. As it advanced, the demon spirit dragon crackled with black lightning, obliterating buildings in its wake. Su Ao, wielding a gnarled staff, felt an influx of red light points surge into him. Defense value, 356. Defense value, 357. Defense value, 3839. Defense value, 41. Defense value, 456. Defense value, 457. The rapid arrival from the metropolis caused the appearance of the demon spirit dragon to scatter most of the royal beasts, precisely aligning with Su Ao's intentions. Before him, a flicker of crimson light appeared. Within mere seconds, the demon spirit dragon found itself moderately injured. You Dragon Kingdom folk are exceedingly arrogant, demanding protection fees on our territory. A bald man shouted in the dragon language, directing his ire at Su Ao. The imperial beast beneath him unleashed a terrifying fireball, distorting the air in its path. Su Ao felt the heat before him and involuntarily curled his lip. If you dare to play such games, Do not blame me for being unreasonable. Drawing forth a self-drawn map, Su Ao's eyes glinted with scrutiny. During a recent stroll with Sanchuan Maisie, he had learned the locations of all the royal-level breeding grounds. If they refused to pay protection fees, he would simply seize what he desired. The moderately injured demon spirit dragon hastened its pace, darting towards a specific direction. Along the way, thunder cracked and lightning flashed, and Su Ao collected a multitude of defense points. Behind him, the group of Imperial beasts sensed the impending doom. Several Imperial beasts appeared in succession, launching a full-force assault on Su Ao. A colorful bird alighted on Su Ao's shoulder, activating the elemental nest, further enhancing the speed of the demon spirit dragon. It left all pursuers in the dust as it sped towards a breeding ground. Touching down, Su Ao stood before a formidable beast. A colossal water sphere engulfed the entire breeding ground. Oh, is there free labor available? Su Ao mused, glancing back to see the approaching Imperial Beast Master, her face twisted in fury. Without a word, he unleashed a punch towards the beast before him, each blow landing with brutal force, toppling the creatures one after another. In a royal breeding ground, the highest being merely a royal beast, Su Ao's attributes allowed him to dispatch any ordinary royal beast master with a single strike. Witnessing the demise of their beasts, most understood they stood no chance against Su Ao. Summoning their flying beasts, they fled into the distance. In the blood refining land, before the blood pillar, Su Ao exhaled dramatically, preparing to strike the pillar. A breeding ground was a key source of income in the blood refining land. Even a single monster could fetch a handsome price. No, stop. The female beast master, her dragon language faltering, urgently grasped Su Ao's hand. Su Ao turned with a smile. What is the matter? Are you feeling regret? Take my advice. The royal beast essence can be regained, but if the breeding ground is lost, the faith in the empire will have no sanctuary. As Su Ao's words echoed, Sanchuan Maisie acted as the interpreter. The female beast master, undeterred, threw a punch towards Su Ao's face. Seeing Su Ao unscathed, she resigned herself to her fate. 200 royal beast essences floated out, but Su Ao made no move to collect them. Maisie, tell her, for every punch landed on me, add an extra 100. The female beast master, incredulous at Su Ao's words, watched as he seized the opportunity to strike a pillar. Fine cracks spread from the point of impact, causing the entire pillar to wobble precariously. Above, a falling meteorite shook slightly as an imperial beast lifted it entirely. Su Ao, quick-witted, dashed to another pillar, but instead of attacking, he gazed at the furious woman. The female beast master gritted her teeth in rage, her gaze locked on Su Ao. 100 royal beast essences floated before her, all of which Su Ao collected into his spatial ring. With his goal achieved, Su Ao swiftly retreated to a safe distance, having conducted his own research. He knew this female beast master was a fringe figure among the strong of Sakura Nation. He held no illusions that other beast masters would meekly submit to paying protection fees. However, if just one complied, it would suffice. Chapter 74. Accomplished, Retreat, and Disperse. Watching Su Ao vanish, a dozen Imperial Beast Masters seethed with frustration. Despite being merely royal level, he managed to evade the encirclement of dozens of Imperial Beasts. Imperial Beast Masters represented the pinnacle of power in the beast world, yet Su Ao toyed with them effortlessly. The demon spirit dragon shrank in size, coiling around Su Ao's waist. Armed with a gnarled staff and a wide array of abilities, he now possessed 300 royal beast essences, enabling the demon spirit dragon to evolve once more, transforming into an imperial beast and restoring its state. However, this process would take a day, during which Su Ao could continue to reap the benefits. He refrained from harming civilians, but the Imperial Beast Masters held entirely different intentions. Who could swallow their pride in the face of provocation from the weaker, especially the female Beast Master who had just been deceived. They disregarded the unique circumstances of Shijing City, unleashing powerful abilities towards Su Ao. The beasts unable to escape were instantaneously reduced to corpses under the barrage of AoE damage. The massacre commenced, far outpacing any potential reinforcements. Not far ahead, several dragon-shaped beasts supported a school. As the skills approached, the beasts began to shift. Shijing University, the most renowned institution in Sakura Nation. The offspring of the strong came here to study, effectively blocking paths to social mobility. In Su Ao's hand appeared a cleaver-sized weapon. With a fierce throw, it struck the head of the great dragon. Judging by its size, the dragon supporting the school was no more than a beast-level creature. Blood erupted forth, and the school above teetered dangerously. Madman, he is a complete madman. Hoshino Kaze's expression was one of madness. He too had considered this possibility. Yet, no matter how he tried to intervene, he found himself powerless against Su Ao. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped off the thousand-eyed Bug King and landed before Su Ao, fixing him with an intense gaze. Su Ao, recognizing the challenge, summoned 2 beasts back to him, crossing his arms and smirking. "So, Hoshino-kaze, will you pay the protection fee or not?" As Hoshino-kaze prepared to strike, Sueo brandished a long spear of beast grade. Now, he is immensely wealthy, entirely due to the bounties of nature. A long spear was swiftly thrust forth, only to be intercepted by a beam of laser that sent it crashing down. Sueo twisted his neck, and in his hands appeared an array of over 100 pieces of equipment. Each successive throw was thwarted. Realizing that this approach was futile, Sueo made a sudden leap, yet was pinned down by Xingye Quangfeng's overwhelming force. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he unleashed 200 sources of king beasts before him. "We have a condition. From this moment forth, you shall not set foot in the land of cherry blossoms." "Very well," Sueo replied without a moment's hesitation, retracting the sources of king beasts. He gestured towards the other imperial beast masters behind him. "What about theirs?" Xingye Quangfeng turned and nodded, and a dense swarm of king beast sources began to float towards Sueo. Sueo smiled, a genuine laugh escaping him. This venture had proven to be immensely rewarding. Xingye Quangfeng, sensing something amiss, pointed to the sky and continued. "You must swear an oath to the ancestor dragon of the starry sky." "I vow before the ancestor dragon of the starry sky that I shall never step into the land of cherry blossoms." The ancestor dragon of the starry sky is the guardian beast of the beast master realm. A beast of the 8th rank, it serves the strong. The entire world of beast masters reveres it as a deity. During the Great Source War, its master foolishly sought to sacrifice the entire world for a desperate battle against other divine beasts. The corpses of the entire planet were salvaged by Chen Bufan, who took advantage of the situation. With the strength of an imperial beast, he vanquished the ancestor dragon of the starry sky, thereby crafting a legendary interstellar tale. From that point onward, his fame soared, drawing the attention of high-dimensional beast masters. Though the ancestor dragon of the starry sky appears to guard the Earth star, in truth, it is for the sake of its own master. To swear an oath to it, how ludicrous. Witnessing Sueo's oath, Xingye Quangfeng decided to temporarily spare him. However, he would not hesitate to eliminate him given the opportunity. Yet, here stood Sueo, crafty and elusive. As soon as he sensed visitors approaching, he promptly recalled his beasts. Sueo made no unnecessary motions. Having acquired resources, he intended to retreat swiftly. Sanchuan Meizhi's actions convinced him that she was unworthy of his protection. Since she had chosen to remain passive during his siege, he would not concern himself with her fate. After Sueo's departure, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. As for the outcome, it was left to fate. It was merely an equivalent exchange, and he had suffered a loss. He ran without summoning his beasts, leaving not even a single chance of potential demise for the Imperial Beast Masters. His life was his own, and his caution was sincere. As Sueo vanished into the distance, Sanchuan Meizhi's gaze turned icy. Shortly thereafter, she approached Xingye Quangfeng with utmost respect, her eyes filled with unwavering devotion. "Master, Sueo possesses a significant amount of evolution points, just as you anticipated." "Indeed, I am aware," Xingye Quangfeng nodded. All the high-ranking beast masters of the land of cherry blossoms had fallen under the spell of the devouring magic tree, becoming his servants. This was also the reason for his commanding presence. Do you know what his weaknesses are? He is lascivious, and it appears that beast attacks are ineffective against him. His defensive capabilities are exceedingly high. The devil fish was summoned, and Xingye Quangfeng's expression revealed profound satisfaction. Sueo's visit had granted considerable evolution to his servants. Not long after, a graceful figure emerged from the distance. The deceased Sakura beauty had miraculously returned to life. "Master, indeed, it was worth the expenditure of skills to resurrect you." The moment Sakura beauty returned, Xingye Quangfeng realized she possessed an exceptional beast. In his eyes, Sueo was nothing more than a simpleton. Even if he were to rise to the rank of an imperial beast master, it would not amount to much. The Dragon Kingdom could not have breeding grounds, and Sueo would likely remain at the initial stage of imperial beasts. Developing faith in other countries was utterly unrealistic. However, the 2 exceptional beasts he left behind could serve as significant assets. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed a remarkable nation. With 2 near-peak exceptional beasts from the Yuchang Kingdom, Sueo likely possessed at least 2 peak exceptional beasts himself. It seems our joint offensive with other nations must be advanced. With that said, he stepped upon the Thousand-Eye Worm King and soared slowly towards a villa, followed respectfully by the Imperial Beast Masters behind him. In the Border Sea region, above the ocean surface, Sueo rode the Demon Spirit Dragon, speeding towards the Dragon Kingdom. This trip abroad for leisure was utterly delightful. Not only had he awakened his 5th beast, but he could also elevate all his beasts to the imperial level. Upon returning, he would awaken his 6th beast. At that time, he could once again display his prowess during the intra-school competition. Ahead, on a small island, The shape of the demon spirit dragon swiftly transformed. Sueo landed on the ground, his heart brimming with anticipation. Summoning all his beasts, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Name, Sueo. Level, King Level Beastmaster. Contracted beasts, Demon Spirit Dragon, Elemental Spirit Phoenix, Divine Shield Xuanwu, Blood Green Tree King, Young Glutton, King Beast Level. Combat Power, 125 pools. Defense, 195 Cs. Skill Allocation, 179 Cs. Evolution Points, 68, 214, 952. Beast Energy, 10, 189. Sources of King Beasts, 3, 800. 5 miniature beasts sat obediently beside him, their eyes gleaming with boundless expectation. A plethora of King Beast sources floated in the air, rapidly vanishing as they were absorbed by the beasts. Chapter 75, 5 Imperial Beasts. The first encounter with Divine Beasts. Name, Abyssal Demon Dragon. Level, Initial Stage of Imperial Beast. Rank, Exceptional. Combat Power, 475 pools. Defense, 452 pools. Skills, Devour, Death Entanglement. Thunder Roar, Black Mist Domain, Demon Spirit Flash, Void Escape. Status, Good. Materials required for level up, 100 million Imperial Faith. Void Escape, explodes with 100 times speed, slipping into the void, instantly moving hundreds of kilometers. A streak of light flashed as the armor of attack and defense adhered to Sueo. A faint green glow radiated from his entire being. Sueo resembled a valiant knight clad in armor, making it difficult for others to fathom his strength. With this attire, he felt no fear of exposure. Within the Dragon Kingdom's borders, he could roam freely. It was also an opportune moment to discern who was human and who was ghostly. His fingers lightly grazed the black water's surface, feeling a sudden chill. After taking a deep breath, Sueo plunged into the water, attempting to open his eyes. He found the underwater world vastly different from that of Earthstar. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. Had it not been for his extraordinary defensive capabilities, he would surely have perished. With the assistance of the armor of attack and defense, Sueo navigated effortlessly through the water, continuously exploring downward. He stumbled upon a shocking sight. 500 meters beneath the deep sea, amidst a multitude of carcasses of alien beasts, even more were alive. The seawater was not as murky as it appeared on the surface. The deep sea was extraordinarily clear. Even with the divine armor shielding him, he could still detect a foul odor. Sueo continued to swim deeper, and after an indeterminate amount of time, he finally beheld the scenery of the ocean floor. Between the fissures of the seabed lay a massive carcass stretching for miles. Surrounding this colossal form were throngs of alien beasts. Sueo's arrival did not incite a frenzy among the beasts. He understood well that this was not the moment for conflict. If he were to slaughter all the alien beasts now, it would trigger violent tremors beneath the sea. The coastal regions of the Dragon Kingdom would face unprecedented calamities. Yet, he could not simply let this opportunity slip away. As Sueo turned to leave, the deep sea trembled. A massive anglerfish, with its ominous red light atop its head, emerged. Title: The Enigmatic Cage Fish of the Sea Level. Divine Beast 1-star rank. Ordinary Combat Power, 145 C Defense Power, 179 C Skills. Bubble Ejection, Luring Lantern, Devouring. Deep Sea Turbulence, Lost Navigation Domain, Despairing Bite, Cage Confinement. Status: Good. Gazing at the panel before him, Sueo let out a long sigh. Fortunately, it was merely a Divine Beast 1-star, otherwise his fate would be sealed. This was just the tale of the divine creature, yet an extraordinary beast had already emerged. He dared not imagine what sort of monstrosity awaited him at the head of the corpse. 2 stars, 3 stars, perhaps even 5 stars. The journey to master a divine beast transcended the initial stages to peak performance, evolving from 1 star to 100 stars. In the original narrative's conclusion, Chen Bufan had broken through to the 100 stars. With the enhancement of his beast mastery, he single-handedly slaughtered across the stars, yet ultimately failed to reunite with his loved ones. He traversed the vast expanse of the beast mastery cosmos, enduring a prolonged wait for the next reincarnation. Sueo did not wish to meet such a fate. Being alone felt akin to death. At that moment, a colossal bubble suddenly appeared. Sueo, caught off guard, was entirely enveloped. The enigmatic cage fish of the sea opened its crimson maw, revealing sharp teeth that lunged at Sueo, akin to the discomfort of biting into a stone while eating. The creature relentlessly gnawed, and a cloud of black water vapor enveloped him, causing Sueo to gradually lose his sense of direction. He vigorously shook his head and swam upward toward the ocean's surface. Abruptly, the water below began to boil, emitting scalding steam. The lower-grade beasts beneath him struggled and perished within the vapor. In that instant, he could not summon the Blood Green Tree King. Even a fleeting appearance would result in immediate incineration. This place was not one he could traverse easily at his current state. Even the presence of a two-star beast would lead to his demise here. Above him, a watery prison slowly descended. Sueo struck out with a fierce punch, shattering the entire prison. He swiftly swam upwards, finally reaching the layer of dark water. Having distanced himself from the divine beast's corpse, the enigmatic cage fish ceased its pursuit. Sueo exhaled deeply, gazing at the familiar sky with great relief. What a situation this was. He vowed never to act so recklessly again. Chapter 76. The Fourth Imperial Beast Master of the Dragon Kingdom, the Su family's turmoil. Upon the black ocean surface, Sueo stood atop a withered tree, flying at a remarkably low altitude. Now, he commanded the attention of hundreds of thousands of Dragon Kingdom citizens. He was on the verge of fulfilling his promise to lead them back to the Dragon Kingdom. At the border of the Dragon Kingdom, thousands of beast masters stood resolute, quietly observing Sueo's every move. Look, there's a person flying just above the surface of the sea, daring to fly so low, with a meteor shower imminent. This is undoubtedly an act of folly. What equipment is he wearing? Is that a luminous green? It appears to be crafted from the body parts of a royal beast, and it seems defensive in nature. Wait, he is heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers guarding the border braced themselves, wary of any sudden movements from Sueo. Above, flying beast masters roared continuously. Sueo's body surged upwards, emerging above the clouds. Not good. He is aiming for the starry sky swimming fish. Report this to President Yu Changhua immediately. Minutes later, within a room in Jinjing City, Yu Changhua, sipping tea, had already received the call, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is happening? Usually, other nations come in droves to cause trouble. Why is there only one beastmaster today? Muttering to himself, he rose and approached the window. A giant white bird appeared in the view of the people. The bird had a remarkably unique shape, its sharp beak nearly the same size as its body. Amidst the strange cries of the bird, Yu Changhua stepped onto the giant bird, soaring into the clouds. The starry sky swimming fish rolled amidst the clouds, its eyes, as large as mountains, fixated intently on Sueo. So large, it seems to have reached the level of a high imperial beast. Sueo admired the starry sky swimming fish before him, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Truly deserving of its title as the guardian beast of the Dragon Kingdom, revered by the masses, and the faith of the emperor arrived swiftly. In the original text, it was only 6 years ago that the starry sky swimming fish ascended to the rank of an imperial beast. In this brief span, it had already advanced to the level of a high imperial beast. Had it not been for the upheaval in the Dragon Kingdom, it would have likely been on the cusp of becoming the nation's protective deity within 2 years. As the defensive armor faded, the surrounding blue beast ruins gradually dissipated. A celebrity from Jinjing University, even the starry sky swimming fish recognized him. Minutes later, Yu Changhua gazed down at the world evil tree beneath Sueo, his eyes widening in shock. Sueo, you've only been gone for a mere few days, and you've already become an imperial beast master? Snapped back to reality. Sueo scratched his head sheepishly. President, it's just good fortune. I happened to encounter someone who provided me with experience. Provided experience? You rascal. Yu Changhua chuckled. The higher-ups in Sakura country have reported your actions to me. Was I wrong? I believe it was the right thing to do. Exchanging glances with Sueo, Yu Changhua shrugged. There's nothing wrong with that. I've seen all the tricks of Sakura country. This commotion should silence them for a while. In the original narrative, 5 years prior, Yu Changhua had caused quite a stir in neighboring countries with several imperial beasts, which had momentarily quelled unrest in the Dragon Kingdom. His gaze continued to scan until he noticed the strange beast ring on Sueo's middle finger. A cloud of bubbles enveloped Sueo, trapping him within. What do you intend to do with that? The tone of questioning was grave as Yu Changhua fixed his gaze on Sueo. Suddenly, the massive figure of the world Xuanwu emerged from beneath the clouds. Sueo gently caressed the beast ring, and all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom soared into the sky. Once they settled on the turtle's back, they eagerly looked around. It's the Dragon Kingdom. We're home. Yes, we're home. Our master has done it. Our master has saved us. Observing the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Changhua's expression softened. He naturally understood the situation. Lightly touching the beast's back, he leaped onto the world evil tree, pointing at the strange beast ring in Sueo's hand. You cannot keep that. You must give it to me. Nodding, Sueo relinquished the beast ring to Yu Changhua. Yu Changhua turned and leaped from the clouds, the giant white bird catching him. This is a one-time exception. I am confiscating this ring. Understood, it won't happen again. Sueo replied earnestly. Once Yu Changhua departed, he calmly retrieved another beast ring from his storage. Such peculiar items ought not to be utilized on the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. However, they were excellent for capturing beasts and individuals. Once he grew stronger, he could create even more advanced ones. In Qingshui City, at the Su family villa, The shadow of the lava demon stone loomed over the entire villa area. In the living room, Wang Buren sat at the head of the table, facing Su Ao's parents. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, and their bodies bore varying degrees of injury. Wang Buren rose and tossed them a strange beast ring. I've already told you. I have a way to save your son. If you capture the people from the border cities and send them to the United States, you can exchange them for your son's safe return. Why won't you listen? Are you still a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Su Rulong roared, brandishing a dagger in his hand. A swift throw directed at Wang Buren sent a chilling aura sweeping through the room. Wang Buren smiled lightly, slowly raising his right hand, pinching a dagger between two fingers. Those who understand the times are the true talents. I do not hesitate to disclose this. Should the impending meteor catastrophe prove to be particularly fierce, foreign nations, led by the United States, will unite to assault the Dragon Kingdom. When that time comes, as the Dragon Kingdom falls, we, who have demonstrated our loyalty, may still reap some benefits. His figure moved with remarkable speed, suddenly grasping Su Rulong by the throat midair. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Rulong's mouth as he glared at Wang Buren with a fierce expression. With a spittle tinged with blood, he spat defiantly at Wang Buren's face. Despicable scoundrel, traitor, abandon all hope, he declared, laughing maniacally. He had barely reached the level of a beastmaster and knew he could not possibly rival Wang Buren. A shadow flickered in Wang Buren's gaze. You bring this upon yourself. If it weren't for the old man's imminent arrival, such a golden opportunity would not have been wasted on you. He tightened his grip, only to be interrupted by a sudden force from beside him. Release my husband. I shall fight you. Su Wanqing cried, disregarding her injuries as she lunged towards Wang Buren. Using all her strength, she was still unable to inflict harm upon him. Just as Wang Buren prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the anguished roar of the lava demon stone resonated from outside. Wang Buren immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and dashed outside. There he beheld a massive, sinister black dragon fiercely clenching the head of the lava demon stone. The skies above Qingshui City were illuminated by an incessant flash of black lightning. After a moment of shock, he realized that his most formidable beast had already perished. Run, quickly, was his first instinct. In the Dragon Kingdom, imperial beasts were the pinnacle of existence. A flicker of light and shadow danced as Wang Buren mounted his flying beast, swiftly appearing above the villa. The abyssal dragon's colossal tail swept through the air. With a single strike, his flying beast was obliterated. Wang Buren crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Su Ao suddenly leapt from the abyssal dragon, landing squarely on Wang Buren's right hand. Huh, you truly are a master of cruelty, daring to bully my family. Su Ao's expression was icy. Originally, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. To his astonishment, even the Li family had not rushed to assist his parents in their time of need. This world of beastmasters was indeed ruthless. Witnessing Su Ao's days, Wang Buren seized the opportunity. Daggers rained down upon Su Ao as he dragged his injured body towards the distance. The abyssal dragon let out a deep growl, and a tempest of black lightning converged above. A bolt of lightning, 100 meters in diameter, struck down upon Wang Buren, annihilating everything in its vicinity, including the surrounding structures. On the scorched ground, Su Ao looked down at the charred remains of Wang Buren with a glimmer of disdain. The figure of the gluttonous beast appeared before the onlookers, unfurling its translucent wings to consume the corpses of both Wang Buren and his beast. Attack power, 29. Attack power, 142. Attack power, 352. In contrast to the defensive values provided by the World Evil Tree, these numbers felt woefully inadequate. After all, the best defense is a good offense, which aligns with the narrative of the story. Su Ao slowly turned around to find his parents looking at him with joy. Su Wanqing hurriedly approached, cradling Su Ao's face with excitement. Aoer, we thought you were dead. You're not hurt, are you? Su Ao shook his head and gently patted her hand. Thank you, mother. What of Lu Zhan and the Li family? Did they not come? A hint of helplessness flickered in his mother's eyes as she paused, embracing Su Ao tightly. My son, in this world, no one can be relied upon. Only by growing stronger can one be truly safe. Mother, first tell me, why didn't the two families come? Su Ao inquired calmly, contemplating for a moment before gently pushing her away. He had provided them with so much, yet in his time of need, he was met with indifference. Do not ask. Child, we must endure. Just then, his father, Su Rulong, approached and placed a hand on Su Ao's shoulder. Wang Buren's backing is the Imperial Beastmaster of the United States. His earlier visit was aimed at capturing mortals from the Dragon Kingdom to supply attributes for their beasts. The Lu family dared not intervene. While Li Shao visited once or twice, but was brought back by his parents. Our family's troubles are theirs to choose to assist or ignore. Friendship? Duty? Su Ao chuckled, realizing that his offerings were meant to ensure his family's protection when he ventured outside. He did not seek friends who weighed the pros and cons, but rather those who would unconditionally stand by his side. If proactive measures failed, then he would resort to passive ones. A tempest howled as the enormous figure of the elemental divine phoenix enveloped all of Qingshui City. Citizens gazed skyward, bewildered. What is that? Another imperial beast? It resembles a colorful phoenix. Just a month prior, it had only been a colossal beast. Now, in less than a month, it had ascended to imperial status. Amidst their astonishment, the elemental divine phoenix gradually soared toward Jinjing City. Typically, such occurrences would prompt warnings from the celestial starfish. Yet this time there were none, indicating that the Dragon Kingdom had gained another newly minted imperial beastmaster. The elemental divine phoenix darkened the skies, its wings spanning the size of multiple football fields. Clad in the armor of attack and defense, Su Ao's true visage remained concealed. On the rooftop of the Liu family building, Liu Zhan gazed at the silhouette of the elemental divine phoenix with envy. Fortunately, Su Ao had augmented his attributes significantly. Becoming an imperial beastmaster was merely a matter of time. Sister, do you think our not aiding the Su family will lead to trouble? Brother, do not overthink it. Look at those who were captured and taken to Sakura country. How many ever returned? While I hold great fondness for this child, I still choose to heed your advice in the face of an imperial beastmaster. Hearing Lu Ruosi's words, Liu Zhan nodded, a shadow of seriousness crossing his gaze. Standing atop the elemental divine phoenix, Su Ao, as an imperial beastmaster, possessed hearing far superior to that of ordinary individuals. He could clearly discern the conversation between the 200s of meters below. So obedient to your brother, if that is the case. Then I shall have all listen to me. A small, pitch-black serpent abruptly materialized in Su Ao's hand, its eyes like endless abysses. Shedding his armor, Su Ao leapt to the penthouse. Upon seeing Su Ao's figure, the two exchanged glances filled with alarm. After a moment of awkwardness, Liu Zhan immediately approached Su Ao. Ha! I knew you were destined for greatness. You have no idea, we were just about to head to your home. Your parents are currently being threatened by that scoundrel Wang Buren. Fuming with indignation, Liu Zhan grasped Su Ao's hand. Yet, regardless of how much force he exerted, he could not budge Su Ao. Su Ao remained silent, gently caressing the abyssal dragon in his grasp. A wave of black mist began to envelop the two, who appeared increasingly anxious. Lu Ruosi, sensing the impending danger, hurried towards Su Ao. Aoer, what are you doing? The two felt a sudden wave of dizziness. As mere Wang-level beastmasters, they were no match for him. Upon reaching the imperial level, the numbers in the realm of the black mist increased to 100. Each death replenished one, ensuring no resources were wasted. In the land of cherry blossoms, several beastmasters had already been enslaved. It was imperative to find an opportune moment to return and eliminate them, as their existence was a mere waste of potential. As for the beasts of my seniors, that matter could be addressed later. Should they provoke my displeasure, they too would meet their demise. Atop the Liu family estate, one of the highest representatives of the civilian beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom, Liu Zhan, knelt before Su Ao. Should others witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. However, Su Ao remained largely unfazed. The world of beast mastery was merely a starting point. The interstellar realm of beast mastery was the true expanse to be conquered. Master, I vow to serve you for a lifetime. Master, I pledge my life for your cause. The two spoke with reverence, and Su Ao nodded indifferently. Rise. And remember this. Henceforth, my parents shall be held in the highest regard. All resources acquired must be promptly directed to them. As his words echoed, the two stood up, their gazes imbued with a newfound sense of submission. When not in Su Ao's presence, their demeanor remained unremarkable. Su Ao gradually made his way towards the stairwell, with the two faithfully trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at the awakening chamber, where, upon Su Ao's command, preparations for a clearing began. 5 beasts had attained the imperial level. Su Ao was now poised to contract his 6th beast. This was a matter he preferred to keep from prying eyes. With the national and world competitions on the horizon, along with other fortuitous opportunities, drawing excessive attention could be detrimental. In the Dragon Kingdom, aside from his parents and Yu Changhua, no one truly comprehended his rank. Speculations did not count. Before the awakening stone, Su Ao gently caressed it with his right hand. A flicker of orange light illuminated the chamber, revealing a petite tiger before him. Its round head was adorned with a striking combination of white and red fur that shimmered luxuriously, yielding a remarkably soft touch. It possessed high-grade potential and faint signs of ancestral lineage. Chapter 78. The 6th Beast, the White Tiger. Name, Fire White Tiger. Level, Initial Stage of Common Beast. Rank, High. Combat Power, 29. Defense, 30. Skill, Bite. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 40. 000. Gazing at its attributes, A smile curled upon Su Ao's lips. The name was undoubtedly reminiscent of the White Tiger. With this, he had awakened all 4 divine beasts of the Dragon Kingdom. A radiant golden light emanated from his hands, elevating the Fire White Tiger from high rank to peak quality. Without further ado, it was time to expedite its upgrade. Accompanied by the Liu siblings, Su Ao proceeded to the Liu family's breeding grounds. Currently, during the university winter break, the place was bustling with activity. My apologies, everyone. Today we shall clear the grounds, and all expenses will be refunded. Lu Zhan's rugged voice echoed out, and with that, he respectfully resumed his position behind Su Ao. The guests, filled with curiosity, cast inquisitive glances at Su Ao, their eyes flickering with confusion. Wasn't he this the adopted son of Lu Zhan? Su Ao appeared to be the true patriarch. After all, only an imperial-level beast master could command the respect of someone of Lu Zhan's stature like a servant. Amidst their puzzlement, the guests began to vacate. The entire low-level breeding grounds were soon left with only Su Ao. With 5 imperial beasts, summoning any single one would fill the entire space. Calling Lu Zhan back, he summoned forth his colossal beast. With the assistance of the White Serpent, numerous dying common beasts appeared before the Fire White Tiger. Congratulations on defeating the peak common beast, the bloodthirsty ant, and gaining 321 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the high-level climbing tiger and gaining 299 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the initial stage 2-headed leopard and gaining 142 experience points. Friendly reminder, your first beast has reached the initial stage of the demon beast and cannot gain experience through the defeat of common beasts. The lower the level of the beast, the shorter the time required for evolution. After merely 2.5 hours, the Fire White Tiger evolved. Due to its rank, it reverted ancestrally to become a White Tiger. Name, Juvenile White Tiger. Level, initial stage of Demon Beast. Rank, Premium. Combat Power, 3, 428. Defense, 3, 578. Skills, Bite. Claw Strike. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 4,000,000. Following the same method, within the intermediate breeding grounds, the White Serpent, acting as a laborer, enabled the juvenile White Tiger to evolve once more. Name, Young White Tiger. Level, initial stage of Colossal Beast. Rank, Premium. Combat Power, 353. 931. Defense, 363. 194. Skills, Bite. Claw Strike. Soul-Devouring Roar. Status, Good. Experience required for upgrade, 400 million. Soul-Devouring Roar instills fear in beasts of lower rank, causing them to tremble in dread. It's all my fault. I should have stopped him back then. What a predicament. My uncle and aunt are in peril, yet my parents won't let me go out. Do not worry, I know Su Ao somewhat. He is notably cautious. If he lacks absolute certainty, he is steadier than anyone else. As Ma Huanhuan's words fell, she stepped forward to comfort the dejected Li Xiao. Li Xiao shook his head. I understand, but he is the only brother I can truly rely on. Moreover, he has aided my beasts. As he spoke, Li Xiao's words trailed off. Fixated on the window, he attempted to strike it with his fist. After a muffled thud, the window emitted a solid sound. After several attempts, blood seeped from his knuckles. As a colossal, beast-level beast master, he could not shatter the glass crafted from special materials. Pacing back and forth, deep in thought, Li Xiao suddenly halted, his eyes gleaming with determination. I've got it. He seemed to have a revelation, excitedly lifting the nearby Song Wenya. You just say you want to return, and I will escort you. I will take this opportunity to slip away. The 2 women exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at him. Li Xiao, do you really think your uncle won't catch up to you? Do not concern yourselves. I have my own clever plan. The steward assigned to monitor them was momentarily taken aback, averting his gaze when Li Xiao looked his way. Li Xiao slowly approached, his expression solemn. Song Steward, did you hear anything just now? Song Steward scratched his ear, suddenly moving towards the bedside. What? Someone is stepping on branches. What branches? I told you to feign ignorance. Yet you're having hallucinations? Yes, we saw it too. The 2 women exclaimed in unison, and Li Xiao turned slowly. Before him stood a familiar face, grinning in satisfaction with arms crossed. This Li Xiao was indeed a simple-minded antagonist. There was no need to force him into servitude. After all, Su Ao required a genuine friend. He had overheard the previous conversation. Though somewhat slow-witted, he was genuine in his intentions. The portrayal of antagonists in literature often verges on absurdity. At the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Ao exhaled deeply, tracing a circle on the glass. He gestured for the others to step back, rolled up his sleeves, and flicked his finger lightly. The glass, capable of withstanding the impact of a peak colossal beast, shattered effortlessly under Su Ao's touch. Li Xiao gaped in disbelief, watching Su Ao leap through the opening. He swiftly snatched the branch beneath Su Ao's feet, sniffed it, and took a gentle lick. Ugh, what kind of branch is this? Can it fly? Where did you acquire it? Can it be fashioned into a sword for soaring through the skies? The king beast can shrink in size. You still have much to learn, my young friend. Brother, please allow me to pay my respects. I do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year, but rather. Pia. Do not utter such words. They bring ill fortune. Chapter 79, A Fool's Blessing. Li Xiao chuckled softly, pinching Su Ao's cheek. Once assured of its vitality, his tone shifted to one of gravity. Brother Ao, your parents have been bullied by that despicable Wang Buren. He even looks down on my parents. I know, and I have arranged for someone to eliminate him. Su Ao's gaze remained calm as he casually touched his ring of containment, causing a dozen sets of superior-grade equipment to materialize. Take these as interest for the set I borrowed from you. The instant the equipment appeared, the entire room was enveloped in dazzling golden light. Hee. Come on, buddy. This is too generous. Li Xiao, as if beholding a rare treasure, eagerly collected all the equipment, leaving only 2 pieces to share with Song Wenya and Ma Huanhuan. The two cautiously glanced at Su Ao, who was perplexed. Why are you looking at me? What I gave to Li Xiao is his own business. Su Ao shrugged, pondering whether superior-grade equipment was truly that remarkable. His intention was to acquire several sets of imperial-grade equipment in preparation for the impending meteor catastrophe, to gift to his parents. Specific parts from exotic beasts, once processed, can be crafted into equipment. Those skilled in this craft are known as exotic artificers. According to the narrative, Su Ao was well aware that there existed a legendary exotic artificer named Zhang Qiao in Longhua. Unfortunately, Zhang Qiao's beast was slain shortly after his awakening. Now, he likely resides in the fog city of Longhua, making a living by forging mundane-grade weapons for others. Forging is not as straightforward as other crafts. It often requires the cooperation of a beastmaster. Otherwise, mere human strength and form cannot manipulate the hardened parts of exotic beasts. Furthermore, a fire attribute beast is necessary to emit high-temperature flames to shape the weapon. If not for the meteor catastrophe, and if his beast had not fallen, Zhang Qiao's skills would have surely earned him a prestigious place among the elite families. Returning to the present, Su Ao turned towards the door. With a gentle flick, all the specially crafted glass on the floor shattered. A middle-aged man and woman, strikingly similar to Li Xiao, entered the room accompanied by a woman. They pointed at the window, and then at Su Ao, at a loss for words. Next to them, Su Mei wore an expression of mild reproach and slowly approached Su Ao. Su Ao, I hope you can understand our situation. Yes, I can. That's good, she replied, moving towards Li Xiao and gently patting his shoulder. I, along with your father, do not wish for anything to happen to him. When you were away, we provided your parents with some equipment. Wang Buren has an imperial-grade beastmaster at his back. If it were your parents, they would surely have made the same request of you. Upon hearing this, Su Ao nodded. During his communication with his parents, he learned that Li Xiao's family had bestowed upon them significant equipment and wealth, which had prevented their immediate demise. Gradually settling, he revealed a bright smile. Uncle and aunt, there's no need for such formality. You and my parents are like brothers. As their nephew, I bear no ill will towards you. Just as Aunt May said, if your family faced such a situation, my parents would not have consented either. Su Mei exhaled deeply, her expression softening into a smile. Since we understand each other, go out and enjoy yourselves. Magic City has many delightful places to explore, and I believe you will find them captivating. The night was enchanting, with countless skyscrapers visible through the window. Above the black clouds, the silhouettes of beast masters occasionally appeared, ready to respond to emergencies. As guardians of Magic City, they commanded respect and deserved their status. As for playing, Aunt May, I must attend to some family matters. Before Wang Buren sought out his parents, they had sensed that Su Ao's disappearance would attract a host of enemies. Consequently, they dismissed all household servants, facing the challenge alone. Upon Su Ao's return, aside from Bai Tingting and Bai Qin, the other servants had already returned, indicating an urgent situation. At this moment, Li Xiao was still examining the world evil tree in his hands. As if to challenge fate, he struck his knee with it. With a resounding crack, the bones in his right leg shattered, leaving him instantly crippled. It hurts so much. His anguished cries echoed throughout the building. Su Ao could only facepalm, having warned him that it was a king beast, yet he insisted on testing it himself. Su Mei looked embarrassed. Neither she nor her husband had awakened a healing-type beast. The gnarled branch slowly emitted a green glow as its healing abilities activated swiftly. In an instant, Li Xiao was restored to his former state. The healing from an imperial-grade beast was remarkably effective on a giant beastmaster. Li Xiao relaxed his brow and looked seriously at Su Ao. If I were to die, could you bring me back? Why not give it a try? This is healing, not resurrection, Su Ao replied with a sidelong glance, raising his right hand to grasp at the world evil tree from a distance. The world evil tree seemed to respond. Hovering before Sueo, it grew somewhat larger, allowing Sueo to step upon it. Uncle and aunt, I shall return in a few days. With that, Sueo launched himself through the shattered window like a cannonball. Li Yuhang pondered for a moment, his expression earnest. Ame, this branch is at least peak king beast caliber. I know, Sume replied, her lips curling into a smile. It appears our shower has been blessed despite his folly. What, mother? What are you saying? I am your own son. I am not foolish. Li Xiao exclaimed incredulously, as Sume playfully smacked the back of his head. It is not my fault. You inherited your father's daftness instead of anything useful. Li Yuhang scratched his head, conceding, the first lady speaks truth. In the Magic City, the Li family was led by Li Yuhang in external affairs while Su Mei managed the household. Without Su Mei, they would not have assisted the Su family. A single act of kindness had rewarded them with several peak-grade treasures for their son. Li Xiao, in your future dealings with Sueo, heed his words and follow his lead. This child is extraordinary. Based on Sueo's exploits, Su Mei had gained insight into his principles. He does not engage in battles without certainty and leaves no room for his enemies. Fortunately, her son had forged a close friendship with Sueo, providing crucial assistance in dire times. In Qingshui City, the vibrant night market thrived under Su family's management. Resembling cities on Earth, ordinary citizens could conduct business and partake in activities typically reserved for beast masters in other cities. However, where there are people, there are conflicts. In a seemingly ordinary city, some inadequately skilled beast masters would choose to come here, becoming local strongmen and enjoying the respect absent in larger cities. Above, Sueo continuously dialed the two individuals' numbers, but they remained unreachable. In a city of such vastness, searching for two people was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With a thought, he returned to the city lord's building. Through the citywide broadcast, Sueo's voice resonated. By Tingting, by Qinxin, the twins and former servants of the Su family. Surrender them, and you shall receive 10 beast energy crystals. Those who provide valuable intelligence shall be rewarded with a beast energy orb, available on a first-come, first-served basis.